Chapter 91. Alpha Space Station is an Iron Wall-class space station. Although it is not as large as Omega Star City, it is more than enough to accommodate tens of millions of people. In the middle of the space station, the originally empty residential area is now full of people, but there are not many people on the streets, and there is no movement in the commercial street. It is very quiet. In a building that Auric granted to the Dorit people, hundreds of people were sitting in the conference room and watching their leader quietly. As a defeated civilization, the Dorit people were plundered by the free camp and sold as slaves at Omega. For several months, the interstellar voyage was crowded in a small space. Not only was there a shortage of food and water, but there were also pirate attacks along the way. The population has dropped from more than 30 million to more than 10 million today. It is miserable. Chairman, the statistics are out. The current population is only 13,315,271 people, of which 80% are young and middle-aged, 9% are elderly, and 8% are children. The Minister of Health reported very sadly, and everyone present felt very heavy when looking at the data. After several months of interstellar voyage, only young and middle-aged people with strong bodies can survive in such harsh conditions. Even with the resources allocated by their organizations, the elderly and children cannot hold on, and few can survive. After a few minutes of silence, the old man perked up and asked the Minister of Health, "How are the treatments for the sick and injured people?" Because the Minister of Health suddenly didn't know what to say. "Just call me master. It's not the first time you've been bought back as a slave. What do you have to worry about?" The old man waved his hand, his eyes dim. "Yes." The Minister of Health rubbed his stiff face and continued to report, because after the master bought us, he immediately sent people to check our physical condition, and medicines and supplies were also delivered to us immediately. Even some seriously ill patients can enter the medical warehouse for recuperation. So at present, except for some seriously ill patients who are still in the medical warehouse, there are no large-scale injuries. The old man bent his index finger slightly, tapped it lightly on the table, and said leisurely, "It seems that this master is quite good to us." A middle-aged man sitting in the second row also stood up and said in a deep voice, "Not only that, this master's strength is not simple." At the auction at that time, this person was in box 03. This person is one of the more than 100 pilots left in the Dorit civilization, and is also the commander among the pilots. Although it is not said explicitly, everyone knows that no matter where the auction is, those who can be in the front row are not simple people, because the Star Sea only looks at strength. No matter who it was, they all felt relieved when they heard this. They had become slaves, controlled by the induction rings on their necks, and had no other choice. Being able to follow a powerful master who cared about their safety was better than anything else. Since nothing happened, just wait for the master's orders. The old man waved his hand and prepared to adjourn the meeting. At this moment, the door of the conference room suddenly opened, and everyone subconsciously looked over, only to see two figures slowly walking in. It was Sherman and Aura, who were called to the meeting of the Dorit people's high-level officials. Everyone watched quietly as Sherman sat in the main seat under Aura's leadership, while Aura stood behind Sherman with his head slightly lowered. Sherman looked at the people on the field and said directly, "My name is Sherman, the leader of New Eden, and the one who bought you." The old man heard this, and tactfully placed his right hand on his chest, and bowed his head. "Nicholas Chi, meet the master." Others also bowed to greet Sherman. Sherman glanced at everyone present and nodded, asking everyone to take a seat. "The next meeting I will have with you involves the fate of more than 10 million Dorit people. Can you represent these Dorit people?" Nicholas Chi heard this, and knew what the host meant. He stood up and nodded. "I am the current leader of the Dorit civilization. The people below the stage are also elected senior officials from various departments. We can represent these Dorit people." "That's good." Sherman motioned Nicholas Chi to sit down, and said directly, "I don't like to beat around the bush. I know that you Dorit people are good at surface warfare, so I need you to form a ground army to fight for me. Speaking of which, these Dorit people are quite miserable. Although these Dorit people are not very talented in driving battleships, they are particularly good at ground landing operations. It is better to say that they are forced to do so. Because there are not enough battleship pilots, from the beginning, their civilization had no power to resist the interstellar battleships when they were invaded. For the survival of the race, they had to be forced to land by the victorious civilization, and honed their top landing combat techniques in countless blood and fire. In the 64 years since the entire civilization was captured, there has not been a single peaceful day. Today they help this civilization fight. Tomorrow their civilization is captured again, because their original master lost the interstellar battlefield, and then they continue to help the winning side fight, just like a tireless war machine. And their value also allows their civilization to continue, although the price is that only a few people are left from the original population of more than 1 billion, but fortunately the civilization has continued, and has not disappeared in history like many defeated civilizations. Therefore, Nicholas Chi was not surprised by Sherman's request. After all, they were only worth so much. Compared with the previous master, the new master who still cared about them was undoubtedly kind, so even though he felt sad, he answered without hesitation, "No problem, as long as your landing equipment is up to standard, we can fight for you at any time." Because he knew that he had no right to refuse. His experience over the years made him know the attitude that a slave should have. Sherman has no shortage of landing equipment, or rather, Aura has no shortage of it, because this is not a block technology, it has always been in Aura's database, and can be manufactured at any time. Weapons and equipment will be given to you within a week, and the planet below has also been transformed. You can run in the equipment without any worries. Yes. Nicholas Chi sighed. He didn't expect the new master to be so anxious. It seems that a war will come at any time. Who knows how many children will die in this war that should not belong to them. Seeing the other party agree so neatly, Sherman was relieved. Now his shortcomings in ground landing can be considered to have been made up. After all, the landing combat capabilities of the Dorit people are highly praised by Aura. The landing core has a good start, and Sherman is also very happy. Then he started the next consultation. Since everyone has no objection to this matter, let's discuss your treatment in New Eden. Nicholas Chi and others did not have much fluctuation in their hearts about the treatment mentioned by Sherman. The scene suddenly became cold. Finally, the old man spoke. "Master, we don't have much requirements. We just hope that you can maintain the current treatment. Now the people of Dorit no longer have to live in the crowded dormitories of hundreds of people at the bottom like before. Each family now has its own living room, and there are good medical conditions and sufficient supplies. They really don't have much demand." "It seems that you misunderstood what I meant," Sherman said, turning his head and giving Aura a look. Aura understood and projected the current map of New Eden. "Although I have many territories in New Eden at present, the entire Alpha Star field is almost in my hands, and there are many planets that have been transformed and are suitable for living. But apart from being interested in the mineral resources on these planets, I am not interested in the living places on them. So I would like to invite you to join New Eden as the main ground defense force in the future, and these planets that have been transformed to be habitable will be my gift to the people of Dorit." To be honest, Sherman really has no interest in these planets that have been transformed to be habitable, and he has no ability to carry out ground defense. He is better at destruction. After all, whether it is Aura or Mod, the main ability is still to rely on warships. If they control robots to carry out landing operations, their combat effectiveness is not as good as using warships to strafe in orbit. Therefore, we must have a strong ground defense and offensive force. As soon as Sherman finished speaking, everyone stood up and looked at him excitedly. "I allow the Dorit people to join New Eden and enjoy the treatment of normal citizens. I also allow the Dorit people to maintain their own civilized customs, but they must be loyal to New Eden in the future and become a part of New Eden completely. Moreover, both the army and the people will only accept my leadership. In this way, your former country will no longer exist, and you will not be able to restore your country in the future, so you must think carefully." Sherman said it very openly. He didn't want to raise an ungrateful person in the future, so these things must be made clear in advance. If there are signs in the future, don't blame him for being cruel. "No problem." As the leader of Dorit, Nicholas Chi answered without hesitation, "I can hand over the leadership position to you now, as long as you can give us normal citizenship and treatment." After so many years of precarious life as a slave soldier, their idea of restoring the country has long been wiped out. He can still be in this position just because of the people's sustenance. As long as he can give the people of Dorit a stable life, this empty throne doesn't matter. Okay. After several hours of negotiation, a message was broadcast to all the Dorit people. "People of Dorit, I am your Emperor Nicholas Chi, and now I will give you my last speech as the leader of Dorit. Since their homes were destroyed and the Dorit people became slaves, it has been 64 years. Over the years, countless children have fought at the forefront of the war every day, just to exchange for the meager resources. I am not a qualified leader, and I apologize to my people here. From now on, the Dorit people will end this wandering life. The benevolent New Eden Emperor Sherman will accept the Dorit people as a member of New Eden. We will get rid of our slave status and become citizens of New Eden. We will have our own home again. From now on, the Doric people will fight for New Eden. Fight for His Majesty Sherman. Fight for ourselves. After Nicholas G finished speaking, the slave induction rings that had never been taken off the necks of all the Doric people for decades broke into two and fell to the ground. The slave induction rings fell to the ground, and the clanging sound resounded throughout the space station. Chapter 92. Sherman then showed up and gave another speech, which was basically to appease these Doric people and congratulate them on becoming a member of New Eden, and then swore to ascend the throne of New Eden. Sherman originally wanted to implement other systems, but they were all rejected by Aura. In Aura's words, "We are only loyal to you, and these Doric people have just been recovered, and we can't give them the slightest hope of restoring their country in the future, so other systems except the Imperial system are not suitable for New Eden. Otherwise, if a new president is elected, can he mobilize the army of New Eden? It is good enough that Aura and others did not put him into the Doomsday Launcher. So the Imperial system is the only system in New Eden." In this way, Sherman, under the advice of Aura and the expectation of the Doric people's high-level officials, swore to ascend the throne of New Eden. But it is only to determine the system. The formal coronation ceremony will be held in the future. At present, the construction of the army is still the top priority. After all, the war may break out in the next second and cannot be delayed. Then, at Sherman's suggestion, the ground landing force of New Eden, the Doric Corps, was officially established with a strength of 100,000 people. It's not that the Doric people refused to expand their army, but there was no need at all. The war that New Eden will face in the future is determined to be mainly space, interstellar warships, and landing operations are destined to be rare, so 100,000 standing ground combat troops are completely sufficient. And even if there are not enough troops in the future, the Doric people can be transferred at any time. These Doric people who have been fighting for many years only need to run in their equipment for a period of time, and they will be the most elite warriors. The race honed by 64 years of uninterrupted war is no joke. After the speech, Sherman left. Ola would handle the rest of the things, such as the resettlement of the Doric people, medical care, etc. Ola would make clear arrangements, and he only needed to take a final look and sign or veto, which was completely a hands-off manager. The transport team also set off to Omega Star City to bring back the mineral resources traded after the auction, and by the way, purchase a richer variety of ingredients to change the current monotonous ingredient structure. Everything was going on in an orderly manner under Ola's planning. Just as Sherman opened the game and prepared to start a new day's work, Chelm Solon and Ola walked in. Okay. There's something else to talk about. After Sherman opened the game to sign in and receive his daily rewards, he got up and took out 2 bottles of Cool Fly from the wine cabinet and placed one in front of Chelm Solon. Because Sherman didn't like to drink, Ola made this Cool Fly drink, which was a bit similar to coffee in his previous life and was very refreshing. After Sherman drank a sip of Kufi, he looked at the 2 people and said, "Speak now. You all came here to drink Kufi, right?" Ola also knew that his commander didn't like to beat around the bush, so he said it directly. "Commander, Chelm Solon and I have some disagreements on fleet construction, so I came here to ask you to make the decision." Sherman felt strange when he heard this. Wasn't it planned long ago? Why is there a disagreement now? Didn't we make a plan at that time? When Omega's resources arrived, we would give you priority in configuring the fleet? Sherman thought that Chelm Solon was the same as Mod before, urging Aura to build a fleet every day. Unexpectedly, Aura and Chelm Solon shook their heads at the same time, indicating that this was not the case. Finally, it was Aura, the steward of New Eden, who first explained, "Commander, this time we participated in the Omega auction and reached a strategic trade with the people of the Omega Federation for 11 batches of fully staffed Hell Angel-class battleships. The shortage of mineral resources has been greatly alleviated. Chelm Solon discussed the fleet with me after seeing that the mineral resources were barely enough, and then we had a disagreement on the composition of the battleships." Sherman was puzzled. Even an outsider like him knew that battleships were the main battleships. He could just build Sasha's Nightmare-class battleships. What was there to argue about? Looking at Sherman's puzzled expression, Chelm Solon knew that the commander had misunderstood, so he hurried to explain. Aura meant to continue with the original plan and build 5 main fleets directly. One fleet would be placed at the Alpha Space Station as a combat reserve, and the other 4 would be stationed at the northern and southern fronts, and the Camp Star region to defend against the attacks of the Freedom Camp and the Justice Camp. Sherman nodded, saying that there was no problem with Aura doing this. After all, this was the decision made at the meeting. Because of the existence of the Sasha Shadow Cavalry, Chelm Solon's Sasha fleet guarded the W-25 galaxy connected to the Beecher meteor field in the north, and the S-36 Galaxy connected to the Camp Star field in the south, the two camps with the strongest defense strength. The Mod Corps was stationed in the A-17 Galaxy connected to the Beta S star field in the west, and the Black Flag Galaxy connected to the Omega star field in the east, to prevent the forces in these two directions from suddenly turning to the two camps and attacking the Alpha star field. Chelm-Solon explained, "Commander, I had no objection to this because of insufficient resources, but now that resources are sufficient, I hope to strengthen the defense of the Sasha fleet and the fortress again." Sherman thought about it. Chelm-Solon's Sasha fleet was facing the impact of two major camps. The pressure must be great, so it is understandable to apply for more resources. Taking out a cigarette and lighting it, Sherman turned to Aura. "Aura, give it to her. The two major camps are indeed difficult to deal with." Chelm-Solon's feelings are understandable. Chelm-Solon's eyes lit up when he heard this, and a smile appeared on his lips, but Aura looked bitter and looked at Chelm-Solon unhappily. "Commander, this is not a small amount of resources. If we strengthen it according to Chelm-Solon's idea, we have to complete at least 20 more transactions to get enough resources." After hearing Aura's explanation, Sherman was so scared that he almost fainted. This time, the resources can build a full 10 main fleets with some left over. These warships can fight a large-scale battle with a large civilization, but this is not enough for Chelm-Solon's needs. Is she going to build a fleet of soul returners? Looking at Sherman's shocked eyes, Chelm-Solon blushed. She also knew that her plan was indeed a bit too much, but she still wanted to stick to it. "Commander, as long as you can complete this plan, the northern and southern gates will be firmly in our hands. Unless the opponent is unethical and sends out a super flagship fleet, there is no possibility of losing it. We can even use this as a basis to counterattack the opponent in the future." Then Chelm-Solon projected his plan. This plan, I call it Sasha Invasion. Chapter 93. Sasha Invasion? After hearing Chelm-Solon's plan, Sherman couldn't help but think of the Sasha Invasion copy in the game. If this could really be copied, then this Sasha could really hold on, or even counterattack. "Commander, my plan is to build position suppression towers in all the Alpha star systems within 10 around the fortress, and the defense fleet will choose to build elite Sasha warships. In the star system, where the control tower is located, the Sasha fleet can tear apart any enemy who dares to come in, and the fortress can be said to be foolproof." Chelm-Solon projected the data of the control tower, and Sherman also looked at it intently. Sasha Suppression Control Tower. The condensation of Sasha's cutting-edge technology can create a plasma storm that sweeps across the entire galaxy. The periodic plasma storm can penetrate, reduce the firepower damage of warship weapons, reduce the energy resistance of warships, and create an artificial wormhole to go to any galaxy space within a distance. In other words, the plasma storm created by this thing is equivalent to a debuff, and it also has a similar effect to jumping off a bridge. It is indeed one of the strategic weapons for the invasion of Sasha. Not bad, not bad. Sherman was full of praise for the data of Sasha's final control tower, and Chelm-Solon smiled brightly when he saw the commander praising Sasha so much. But how many resources are needed to make such a Sasha suppression control tower? Hearing Sherman's words, Chelm-Solon's smile became stiff, and then he raised two fingers and whispered, "Not much. Only the manufacturing materials of 2 fleets are needed." Sherman's eyes widened at these words. Good fellow. They were directly comparing the 2 fleets. If they wanted to fill all the star systems in the Alpha star field around the fortress with Sasha suppression control towers according to Chelm-Solon's plan, even if they sold the entire New Eden, it would not be enough. Now, Sherman finally understood why Aura was so opposed. Poor. Then what is the elite Sasha battleship you plan to build? Although the materials are not enough now, Sherman still wants to hear how powerful the elite battleship that Chelm-Solon plans to build is. Hearing this, Chelm-Solon became excited. Since the commander asked this, it proved that his Sasha invasion plan had hope. "Commander, please take a look. These are the warships I plan to match with the Sasha suppression control tower, including frigates, cruisers, battleships, and supercarriers." After saying this, Chelm-Solon projected the warship data. Guardian class, modified model based on the Witch class 1. Mialga Melon features, ECM, energy neutralization. 2. Shamail Madura features, warp interference, stasis entanglement beam. 3. Tama Cerberus features, warp interference. Cruiser class, modified model based on the Ghost 1. Villard features, command ship, fleet bonus. 2. Oga Hyposis features, warp interference, stasis entanglement beam, high firepower. 3. Mara Perio features, high speed, long-range shield recharge. 4. Almond features ECM, Super Strong, Battleship Class, improved model based on the Nightmare Class 1. Otuni Mason. There is also the Soul Returner Super Aircraft Carrier codenamed Samsara or Kundalini Declaration. Features: long-range ECM Pulse Wave, long-range shield recharge, energy neutralization. In addition, there is also a Shadow Carrier-based aircraft codenamed Lasadin in this Soul Revenant Super Aircraft Carrier, which can ride on guards and fight titans, and its firepower is very terrifying. Chelm Solin's plan is to build an elite invasion fleet with a super aircraft carrier as the core and 5 brigade-level conventional warships. As long as you give me 2 such fleets, I can not only complete the defense mission, but also go to the enemy's hinterland through the wormhole, destroy production and transportation, and control their transportation hub galaxy through the Sasha Suppression Control Tower. Even if I encounter a small number of flagships of the opponent, I can eat them. Sherman interrupted Chelm Solin's chatter and asked directly, how many materials and resources are needed? How strong is the Sasha invasion fleet? In the game, a squadron can kill a phoenix, and the phoenix of the RV King of Omi is a witness. Judging from the current situation of warships, the real ones will only be stronger than those in the game, but correspondingly, more resources are required. Junbu Jian Outlaw stopped building after building 20 Marshall-class ships, because too many resources are needed. Facing Sherman's question, without waiting for Chelm Solin to answer, Ola took over and poured cold water on her. Commander, this Sasha elite warship is different from the regular ones. Each one requires nearly 10 times the resources of the same type. Judging from our current resource reserves, we can't even build one, let alone 2 fleets. This elite warship will be the main force of New Eden in the future, but not now. We can't be too ambitious. But your man wants them all. If nothing else, at least the Sasha Suppression Control Tower must be there. What your man values is not its debuff and wormhole technology, but the plasma storm it produces can penetrate into the subspace, which is equivalent to stabilizing the galaxy space, and can reverse the stealth of warships that enter the subspace, and can also make the enemy's induction useless in the galaxy, preventing the enemy from picking the flagship without honor. If you want the flagship to enter the battlefield, you can only jump normally, but there is no surprise, which makes the flagship half useless. But there is still this damn resource limitation. Aura and Chelm Solin looked at Sherman, who closed his eyes and fell into thought, and they both wisely shut their mouths and stopped arguing. They stood aside and quietly waited for Sherman's decision. Finally, Sherman opened his eyes and looked at Aura. Aura, first build all 4 Sasha main fleets according to the plan, and continue to build the Soul Revenant and Shadow. Then build 2 Sasha Suppression Control Towers in the W25 Galaxy and S36 Galaxy to defend the scouts of the 2 major camps, and create 2 Sasha Elite Battalions for defense. After the Suppression Tower is built, no personnel are allowed to enter, and those who ignore the warning will be destroyed on the spot. Since it cannot be formed directly, let's proceed according to the original plan first, and then manufacture in small batches to see the effect. Yes. Since the commander has spoken, the 2 did not argue anymore and saluted. Then Ola hesitated and said, Commander, although it can be barely built with the current resources, there are not many resources left. If we don't manufacture more warships and advance for war reserves, it will be a bit difficult to face future wars. Sherman also considered this. After drinking the kufia in his hand, he slammed the bottle on the table. Then don't raise those 10 angels in vain. Let them go back and start contact with the Justice Order. Chapter 94. Time flies, and half a month has passed. In the past half month, Sherman has been busy every day. Although Ola has planned the affairs of the Dorit people, after all, the Dorit people have just joined New Eden, so he often has to show up and brush up his reputation. So he didn't play the game much. Fortunately, he only built super flags in the game recently, and usually went online to check the fuel of the building to prevent the building from running out of fuel and becoming abandoned. Moreover, the second test has been going on for more than half a year, and the number of online players has finally reached a new low, less than 300. After leaving aside the studio's scripts and people who have opened multiple accounts, there may be less than 200 people alive. The entire game has begun to enter a sluggish state. The number of online players in major alliances has dropped sharply, and large areas of uninhabited areas have appeared in areas such as null security. Some emerging legions have also taken the opportunity to rise, and have developed quite well. In the past half-month, the Dorit Ground Combat Legion formed by the Dorit people has also been formed, and equipment and weapons have been distributed to them. Now every day they are honing their equipment and tactics in the transformed planet next to the Alpha Space Station. Sure Man can even see mushroom clouds appearing in the atmosphere of the planet from time to time when he stands in the captain's room. Chelm-Solin's Sasha fleet has also been formed. The 4 main Sasha fleets have all gone to the front line, and the Sasha Suppression Control Tower and 2 Sasha Elite Battalions have also been deployed in the W-25 and S-36 galaxies and have begun operation. The Iron Wall Space Station, which serves as a frontline war fortress, has also been established on the 4 battlefields. Under the special transformation of Aura and Chelm-Solin, these iron walls have added countless large, medium and small weapons, turning into a veritable war fortress. However, New Eden's mineral resources have returned to their original state of poverty, and the resource pirates in the resource warehouse have to shed tears when they see it. After the last transaction, most of the resources in the Omega Star region have been emptied, and there are no resources for the time being. So Sure Man has decided to officially start contacting the Angel civilization to discuss New Eden's joining the Justice Order. Why, didn't you say you would let us stay for 3 months? It's only been half a month, and you changed your mind? Wang Yan looked at Aura, who came to inform them, with a playful look on her face. Her brain was also spinning rapidly, analyzing the reason why New Eden suddenly changed its attitude, but because she and others were imprisoned in this space station and could not communicate, the information she could obtain was relatively small, and it was really impossible to analyze. But there were only 2 possibilities: either the Angel civilization already knew that they were here and put pressure on New Eden, or their goal had been achieved in advance, so they no longer needed to be imprisoned. But no matter what the reason is, at least they are about to be free. Our commander highly agrees with and appreciates the justice order created by the Angels, and also recognizes the ideas and means of punishing evil, supporting the weak, and promoting justice in the justice order. So he agrees with the justice order very much, and specially asked me to ask you to be the middleman and guarantor to let New Eden join the justice order. Aura wore a professional smile, first praised a little, and then revealed his purpose. Now Wang Yan finally understood why they were released in advance. It turned out that they wanted to join the Justice Order and accept the protection of the Angels. But it is true that the battle between the camps is getting more and more intense and may break out at any time. New Eden wants to cling to the thighs of the Angels. Joining the Justice Order and accepting the protection of the Angels is not a good idea. But now the Angel civilization will not easily accept civilizations to join the Justice Order. Then you are disappointed. We, the Fighting Angels, are not so valuable that we can push you directly into the Justice Order. You know, this Justice Order not only requires the belief in justice, but also the strength to enforce justice. Wang Yan sat on the sofa with her feet up. Her long white legs were very attractive, and her face was also wearing the same professional smile as Aura. Without strength, justice is a joke. In the final analysis, whether to join or not depends on whether New Eden has the strength. Aura shook his head when he heard Wang Yan's words, and pointed to the angels behind Wang Yan, and said, "If it is these ordinary warriors of the Dark Angel Fleet, they are indeed not so valuable. Although the warriors of the Dark Angel Fleet are very valuable, they are still not powerful enough to push us into the Justice Order. But you are different. Your value can not only push us forward to the Order of Justice, but also win us a lot." Then he changed the subject and looked back at Wang Yan. "Am I right, Your Highness?" As Her Highness Princess Aula spoke, the angels who had been quietly following Wang Yan's back changed their expressions, and stood on both sides of her, staring at Aula, and energy began to fluctuate in their wings. Looking at the angels' actions as if they were facing a great enemy, Aula smiled slightly, and did not raise the energy wall for defense, but looked at Wang Yan and said, "It seems that I was right. To be honest, if it weren't for the extraordinary respect and care these angels had shown Wang Yan over the past half-month, even when Wang Yan went shopping, there would be 2 angels accompanying her, and the habit that Wang Yan showed was not something that could be developed in a day or 2. More importantly, these angels are more like guards than warriors, because many of their habits can only be acquired after professional security training." So after reporting to Sure Man, Aura started to investigate Wang Yan and the angels around her with all his strength, and the investigation lasted for half a month. It was only yesterday that the identities of the angels in front of him were confirmed. Wang Yan is just the alias of the angel in front of us. Her real name should be Angel Wang Yan. Angel Civilization, Royal Family, Yin. And her identity is not just as simple as royal identity. She is the 3rd princess of the angels now. She is a person who can compete for the highest position. She is also the highest commander of the Dark Knight Angel Fleet, Black Hidden Special Forces Fleet, and this is also her escort fleet. More importantly, she is also one of the top leaders of the Southern War Zone and has a high voice. As long as she can speak up, It won't be a big deal for New Eden to enter the Justice Order, and no one will come to stop her, which can save a lot of trouble. More importantly, she can use this opportunity to ask the angel civilization for a lot of resources as a reward. Wang Yan waved her hand, signaling the guards to withdraw, and looked at Aura with the same smile. I have never concealed my identity, but you are just too slow to react. After all, only the royal family of angels will be named Wang, and other angels dare not do so. Aura did not deny this, but waved her hand to unblock the communications of these angels, and resume their external communications. Then she put her right hand on her chest and saluted Wang Yan. This is the sincerity of our New Eden. Chapter 95. When the communication was restored, Wang Yan informed the commander of the 5th Fleet of Angels in the Camp Star region, Vibra Elena. After learning about the safety of the princess and the requirements of New Eden, Vibra Elena hurriedly summoned diplomat Mounts Candace to the office. Report. After a while, Mounts Candace came into the office. Vibra Elena said bluntly, postpone all your current itineraries, rush to the Alpha Galaxy in the Alpha Star region immediately, meet with New Eden, and bring the princess back safely. The princess is still alive? The huge surprise made Mounts Candace's hands tremble a little, and she was a little unbelievable. Since the princess led the team to the Beecher Meteor region to perform a mission a month ago, all the soldiers who participated in the mission suddenly went offline in the server. After reconnaissance and espionage, they finally learned that the mission was a full set, and all the soldiers were either killed in battle or captured. The 5th Fleet of Angels has been suppressing the news and dare not release it, for fear that the demons will know the true identity of the princess. If the princess is not dead but captured, it will be difficult to deal with. After several high-level internal meetings, they decided to activate the Death Spy. They also learned that a squadron of killing angels was captured on the front line, and was going to be sent to Omega Star City for auction to attract the remaining killing angels. Then they took advantage of the situation and instigated the demons to send all the captured angels to Omega Star City for auction, provoking the angels, attracting the angel fleet, and then launching a sneak attack on the angels. Perhaps the demons did not expect that this plan was actually proposed to them by the angels. The plan was very successful. The 36 captured angels were divided into 3 groups and sent to the Omega Star field. In order to ensure concealment, only a small number of elite teams were sent to escort them. The angels who learned the news and the route in advance sent the Dark Knight Angel fleet to conduct a surprise rescue. The operation was very clean and neat. All the captured angels were rescued. From the rescued angels, they learned that the princess was not dead, but in another transport team. However, the Black Flag Galaxy, where they had to pass through, waited for several days, but did not see the demon transport team. The spies planted in the demons did not know where the demon team had gone. The whole team was missing. Although I have never given up the search, I have also prepared for the worst. I didn't expect that I would be rescued by the people of New Eden. Although I don't know how New Eden would intercept, as long as the princess is fine, you should hurry over and take the Dark Angel fleet with you. If this is a trap, let New Eden be buried with it. Being in her position, Vibra Elena always assumes the greatest malice before doing anything, and has also prepared for the worst. Yes. Then, the 5th Fleet of Angels began to mobilize. Your Highness, the communication has been restored and everything is normal. After Aura left, an angel leaned over to report to Wang Yan. Wang Yan nodded, then closed her eyes, and contacted the angel civilization through the combat system in her wings, and reported to Vibra Elena about her and others' current situation. After learning about Vibra Elena's arrangement, she opened her eyes. Everything seems to be normal at the moment, but I still hope that nothing unexpected will happen. Wang Yan looked through the window at the blue-gray fleet assembled outside the space station, thinking with some worry. This is the Mod Regiment that is preparing to return to the Black Flag Galaxy after repairing the battleship. Because the matter is of great importance, Mounts Cantai rushed here without stopping after receiving the order, and arrived at the Alpha Galaxy from the Camp Star region in less than 20 hours. Welcome to His Excellency Mounts Cantai, welcome to New Eden. When Ola saw Mounts Cantai get off the spaceship, he immediately stepped forward to shake hands and welcome him. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Mounts Candy turned the topic to Wang Yan and other angels. Ala also knew her inner anxiety, so she didn't say much and took her directly to the angel settlement. Before they arrived, they saw 2 angels standing guard at the door of the room from a distance, which made Mounts Candy subconsciously relieved. It seemed that the princess had not suffered any grievances. Your Excellency, you guys talk first. I will send someone to the conference room for consultation at 9 o'clock tonight. After bringing Mounts Candy in, Ola left the meeting time and left wisely. Now it depends on whether the princess will keep her promise. After the guard reported, Mart's Candy entered the room and saw Wang Yan lying lazily on the sofa. On the screen in front of her was a battlefield record of an interstellar battlefield. She circled on the screen from time to time. After Mart's Candy came in, he first took out a palm-sized shield from his pocket and put it on the table. He watched the shield scan the room. After finding no problem, he half knelt in front of Wang Yan. Mart's Candy pays respect to Her Royal Highness. Get up, Wang Yan said as she put away the light curtain and sat upright on the sofa. The laziness on her body instantly disappeared, replaced by a sharp temperament like a sword blade. Where is the Dark Angel Fleet? Your Highness, the Dark Angel Fleet is currently on standby in the S36 galaxy and can come at any time. Before Mart's Candy arrived, the Dark Angel Fleet had already come to the subspace of the S36 galaxy and was on standby, ready to jump into the Alpha Galaxy at any time to take them away safely. Wang Yan nodded. As long as the Dark Angel Fleet was there, as long as she could enter space, her safety would be guaranteed. Then she remembered the deal that Aura had reached with her privately before. Mart's Candy, we were saved by New Eden, so I want to help New Eden join the Justice Order. What do you think? Mart's Candy just shook his head. Your Highness, you know that since His Majesty issued the restriction order 5 years ago, joining the Justice Order is not something I, a diplomat, can agree to. Because the Justice Order is too large, the current Angel Queen has issued a restriction order. It is no longer like before. As long as you believe in justice, you can join. Now you need to examine its strength, civilization tendency, etc., and finally you need to hold a meeting and discuss with the top leaders of each war zone before you can join. This is why Aura did not hesitate to make a deal with Wang Yan in private, asking her to help New Eden join the Justice Order. Otherwise, if it follows the normal steps, it is estimated that even if the war is over, New Eden will not be able to enter the Justice Order. You are so slick in diplomacy, not straightforward at all. Wang Yan looked at Mart's Candy with a smile in his eyes, turned on the Cherubim combat system, contacted Vibralena, and said directly, Captain Vibralena, as the princess, I would like to request an online meeting of the Southern War Zone on the issue of New Eden. Chapter 96. For this kind of issue that does not involve much of the interests of the angel civilization, everyone gave Wang Yan face, and the proposal for New Eden to join the Justice Order was quickly passed unanimously. After learning that the princess would leave for home soon, the meeting ended. Done! Wang Yan stretched her body, revealing her seductive curves, and shook her head thinking about the deal. Only you can do this. I, a small diplomat, can't convene such a meeting in a short time. Mart's Candace looked at Wang Yan and said with a smile in his eyes. Then he looked at this playmate who grew up with him with some hesitation. Yan, you are tying New Eden to your own chariot by doing this. It's not that I don't believe you, but is the strength of New Eden really enough? Mart's Candace asked Wang Yan as a friend. You should know that the current king of the angel civilization is about to retire, so it is time for the successors to show themselves. Therefore, when Wang Yan pushed New Eden into the Order of Justice at this time, it was undoubtedly like announcing to everyone that this was hers. What can I do? They saved me and just wanted to join the Justice Order and get some resources. This is not difficult for me. How could I not help? Wang Yan sat on the sofa with her legs together, one hand supporting her cheek, looking at Mart's Candace with helplessness in her eyes. She could imagine how her 3 sisters would tease her after knowing that the first force she chose was actually a small and unknown force. But she really just wanted to repay the life-saving grace. Seeing their own prince punching the sofa cushions, the guards turned around wisely and pretended not to see it. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Wang Yan straightened her clothes and instantly regained her cold and arrogant look. Mart's Candace also sat beside her and looked at the door. Come in. A Doric man came in, saluted the two, and then invited them. Your Excellency the Special Envoy, Your Highness the Princess, Our Majesty asked me to take you to the meeting room for consultation. Lead the way. In the meeting room, Wang Yan sat down as soon as she entered, and then put out an email. It was the document agreeing to New Eden joining the Justice Order. I've helped you get it done, and our contact ends here. Seeing Wang Yan staring at him, Sherman didn't care about it. Instead, he happily received the document and read it carefully. As long as the goal is achieved, it doesn't matter if I get some cold stares. In the end, it was Mart's Candace, who was more diplomatic, who spoke. Congratulations to New Eden for joining the Justice Order. Here, on behalf of all my comrades, I welcome New Eden. Aura also smiled, and walked forward to shake hands with Mart's Candace. We New Eden is a force full of justice, so of course we have to join the same justice camp. After confirming with their eyes, they were the same kind of people, and their smiles became even brighter. The subsequent meeting was basically a special meeting between Aura and Mount Candace, while Sherman and Wang Yin stayed in the main seat and listened quietly, occasionally interjecting a word. The topic then turned to New Eden joining the Justice Order, and wanting the Justice Order to provide resource support. Impossible. Mart Candace looked at the list given by Ola, and couldn't help but stand up and shook his head. So many mineral resources, your appetite is really big. Not to mention Mart Candace, even Sherman was shocked when he saw the list. Although these mineral resources are not scarce, the quantity is too large. The resources on this list are enough for Chelm Solon to form 2 elite Sasha fleets, and the Sasha invasion plan is not hopeless. Aura smiled at Mart Candace's angry expression. Your Excellency, New Eden joined the Justice Order before the faction war, and we are undoubtedly at the forefront of the war. We should ask for more support, right? It's impossible. Now the war is coming, and we can't provide so many mineral resources. But I can convert the 2nd generation battleships and weapon equipment blueprints of the Angels into the 3rd generation and give them to you for free. Mart Candace looked at Aura with a helpless look, saying that there were not so many resources, but as compensation, he would give the 3rd generation Angel battleship technology and weapon equipment drawings to New Eden. But how could Aura not know this routine? It was just to use the high technology for other civilizations to impact the technology tree of these civilizations, destroying and impacting their original technology. When these civilizations really use these technologies in large quantities, they will find that they have to rely on them. It can be said to be a soft knife that does not see blood. But the technology of New Eden is not inferior to that of the Angel civilization in most areas, and is even better in some areas. These technologies can only be used for reference, and will not be used on a large scale. No, our noble envoy of the Mod Corps should also know that we only need resources now, not warship technology. Aura rejected Mart Candace's kindness, and made up his mind to only have resources. After hearing Aura talk about the Mod Corps, Mart Candace knew that he had seen through his tricks, so he stopped being slick and spoke directly. We do have resources, but they are for the civilizations in the Justice Order that will be on the front lines of this war. You've asked so much, and I agree, but these civilizations won't agree. You should eat as much as you can, and you should eat as much as you can. I hope you and New Eden can understand this principle. It's not that I don't want to help you. In the battle between the camps, angels and demons rarely participate. Most of the time, the civilizations under the Order go to fight, and the role I play in most wars is to provide logistics for warships, and weapons, and equipment. Because the industrial capacity of these civilizations is low and the main battleships are different, the Angel civilization has reserved a large number of basic mineral resources in advance, and is ready to start manufacturing at any time. Ola looked at Sherman after hearing this, and after Sherman nodded, he turned to Mount Candace and said, Then my New Eden is responsible for the defense of the entire Alpha Star region. Isn't this enough to exchange for these resources? Are you kidding? Do you know what kind of battle the entire Alpha Star region will face at that time? I'm afraid that you will be scared and turn against us when you see the warships like waves. Mart Candace smiled helplessly, feeling that the 2 guys in front of him really dared to say anything for resources. Ola didn't say anything to Mart Candace, but gave orders to Chelm Solon, and then replied, Sir, since you doubt the strength of New Eden so much, then we will prove it to you. Oh, then we will wait and see. Mart Candace sat upright on the chair, smiling and looking at Aura. But in less than 5 minutes, a message was transmitted to her Angel of Wisdom system. The Dark Angel fleet was exposed and surrounded, requesting the next step of instructions. After hurriedly asking the Dark Angel not to act rashly, she looked at Aura with a pair of eyes in shock. How did you do it? Aura did not answer, but sat on the chair by herself, with a familiar smile on her lips. Sir, this time, let's start from strength. Can we have a good talk? Chapter 97. Mart Candace and Wang Yin looked at each other solemnly, and then Wang Yin, the commander of the Dark Angels, looked at Sherman in a daze. How did you do it? As a special fleet of the Dark Angels, they can equip themselves with covert action devices to enter the subspace, thereby isolating themselves from various detection methods in the main space, just like a venomous snake that can give the enemy a fatal blow from the dark at any time. It is not that there is no targeted anti-stealth equipment now, but the range is small, and it is generally only available at stargates, acceleration orbits, and next to space stations. And this time, the Dark Angels fleet is in deep space. Sherman looked at the 2 people with serious faces and laughed. He couldn't help but praise the effect of Sasha's suppression control tower. In fact, when the Dark Angel fleet arrived at S-36, Although it turned on the covert action equipment and entered the subspace in an instant, the space fluctuations generated by its warships when they jumped in were detected by the space station. Chelm Solon reported the matter to Sherman, and then closed the Sasha suppression control tower at the suggestion of Sherman and Aura, but secretly assembled the elite Sasha fleet to prepare for attack at any time. After receiving Sherman's order, Sasha suppressed the control tower and restarted it. Waves of plasma storms rose from the control tower and began to erupt periodically throughout the galaxy, and the space where these plasma storms passed would be flattened, organized, and reinforced. The Dark Angel fleet was also driven out of the subspace by the plasma storm, and was caught by the fleet led by Chelm Solon. Stay where you are. As long as the other party does not use extreme means, you should not react at all. Wang Yan watched the video projected by the Dark Angel fleet. She saw that the starry sky around them was full of dark warships. There were at least 1,000 of them, and they didn't look like they were easy to mess with. She wisely gave orders to the fleet. Once the war started, her fleet of less than 150 warships would not be enough to deal with. After making the arrangements, Wang Yan smiled at Sherman. Your Excellency is showing off your muscles like this. It seems that you really intend to defend the Alpha Star region alone? New Eden has been wandering in the universe until now, and finally settled down in the Alpha Star region. It may react too aggressively to those who intend to destroy it. Please don't mind, Sherman said, but his face was not embarrassed at all. He smiled and looked at the two with narrowed eyes. The Dark Knight Angel fleet was besieged, and their backup plan was exposed. This led to the end of the retreat that Mounts Candace and others had originally prepared. If they wanted to provide support, they could only dispatch the 5th Fleet of Angels on the front line, which would undoubtedly cause loopholes in the frontline defense. If the demon civilization seized the opportunity, the consequences would be more serious. So Mounts Candace could only look at Wang Yan for help. Only she could decide to hand over the Alpha Star region, which was originally one of the main battlefields, to New Eden for defense. Because this already involved the strategic deployment of the Southern Theater, it was not something that she, a diplomat without real power, could decide. Wang Yan also looked embarrassed. Although she was a princess, she could not decide such a big thing. Her identity did not allow her to make decisions alone in such a major event related to the battle between camps. Then they decided to contact Vibble Elena to make a decision. Sherman certainly had no objection to this, and in order to leave space for them, he took Aura out of the meeting room. After seeing Sherman and the other two leave, Wang Yan called Vibble Elena and told her everything. After listening, Vibble Elena sat in a chair with a frown, and her fingers unconsciously tapped on the table lightly, making a crisp tapping sound. Then she raised her head and looked at the two people. What do you think of the strength of New Eden? Is it capable of defending the Alpha Star region? After analyzing it, Wang Yan shook her head first, then nodded. Because I have been confined to this space station under semi-house arrest, I don't know much about the situation of New Eden. I only know that New Eden absorbed the Dorit people some time ago and organized a ground force of 100,000 people. I don't know much about the fleet. But from this period of time, New Eden has a special feeling for the Alpha Star region, and it seems to really regard the Alpha Star region as its hometown. Then Mounts Candace added, when I came here, I found that there were many space stations in the star systems of the Alpha Star region that I had never seen before, and many industrial fleets were constantly moving in the star systems. This shows that New Eden really regards the Alpha Star region as its home. Weevil Elena neutralized the two people's analysis, and then retrieved the collected New Eden intelligence from the database, and checked it carefully. After a while, he rubbed his brows, and put down the information in his hand. According to the intelligence, this New Eden once purchased a large amount of mineral materials in the Omega Star region, especially a lot of materials specifically used to build space stations. Combined with the intelligence you two have, it seems that this New Eden has really settled in the Alpha Star region. But I don't know where this New Eden came from. There is no record of this New Eden in the Cherubim database. It's as if these guys suddenly appeared from the void, which makes people feel a little uneasy. Looking at Vibralena's expression, Wang Yan couldn't help asking, do you want us to reject the request of this New Eden? No, agree to them, and hand over the Alpha Star region to them. Weibel Elena replied without hesitation. Since New Eden regards the Alpha Star region as its home, there is no need to worry that they will not contribute in the war. We can also take this opportunity to see how strong they are. By the way, in order to prevent accidents, we must make it clear during the negotiations that we will dispatch troops outside the S-36 galaxy to prevent any accidents. After saying this, Weibel Elena authorized Mounts Candace to handle this matter. After closing the communication, Vibralena looked at the information of New Eden in her hand and murmured, I really hope you can become the next FA Corps. Half an hour later, the meeting continued. Facing Aura, who was also cunning, Martz Candace did not choose to waste his saliva, but told him the result directly, and also put forward his own requirements, saying that this was the bottom line. Aura and Sherman had no objection to this, because this was already the biggest concession of the Angels. If they dared to unconditionally trust the Alpha Star Field to New Eden for defense, they might have to worry about whether there was any conspiracy in it. After the two sides reached an agreement on the conditions, they signed various treaties, and New Eden officially joined the Justice Order. As a frontline force, New Eden's territory and defense zone were also updated in the Justice Order server in a timely manner for all people in the Justice Order to view. Name, New Eden. Leader, Sherman. Rank, 2nd class. Territory, Alpha Star Region. Defense area, Alpha Star Region. Chapter 98. New Eden joined the Justice Order. Except for the surprise of planning the defense zone, other things did not cause any waves. Even more civilizations that were preparing to enter the Alpha Star region to fight were even happier about this. How could they not be happy when a young man stood in front of them? So they had no objection to the Angel civilization transferring part of the resources that should have belonged to them to New Eden. They even wished that they could give more to New Eden, so that it could hold on for a while longer. They like this kind of young people who have never participated in the Battle of the Camps, have never seen the cruelty of the Battle of the Camps, and always think that they are strong. After completing the handover, Wang Yin and the others left, and the Dark Knight Angel fleet that had been surrounded was also released at the instruction of Sherman. After receiving the news that the Angels had all withdrawn from the Alpha Star region, New Eden immediately started war preparations and blocked the 4 gates leading to the Alpha Star region, strictly prohibiting any fleet except its own from entering. Then, in order to strengthen the control of the Alpha Star region, New Eden held another meeting. Maud and Chelm Solon, who were guarding the border, also attended the meeting through holographic projection. After seeing that everyone was present, Sherman said, Let's not waste time talking nonsense. New Eden has entered the war preparation. In order to ensure the internal security of the Alpha Star region, a comprehensive investigation and blockade is needed to pull out all the rats hidden in the Alpha Star region. In the past, the Alpha Star field was a desolate star field, and few people came here, so some pirates and mercenaries bases were hidden there, and there were also some secret routes for caravans in the Omega Star field. In the past, Sherman could let them go, but now he can't. He won't allow annoying flies to be in his rear when the war comes. Glancing at everyone, Sherman stood up. Order! Everyone stood up, with a serious face. To ensure that the Alpha Star field is completely under control and ready for the war, order the mod group to eliminate all star systems in the Alpha Star field in a net-like manner, and warn everyone to leave within 3 days. After 3 days, all forces other than ours can be fired without reason. Yes! Mord shouted loudly, and he was so happy to receive the order. This order suited his taste very well. Now the Black Flag Galaxy has been stable until now, except for the early days when some blind people came to make trouble and were suppressed. When they were doing escort missions, the pirates dared not come when they saw them. It has been a long time since they took action, which made him itchy. Chelm Solon, your mission is to impose military control on the 4 portal star systems during the mission of the Mod Corps. Any spacecraft that sneaks in must be detained. Those who dare to fight back can be fired, and any warships of the free camp can be fired. Yes! Chelm Solon took the order and then said, Commander, the East and West portals do not have the help of the Sasha Suppression Control Tower. We do not have effective anti-stealth means for the hidden spacecraft. Can we? Sherman waved his hand, indicating that Chelm Solon did not need to worry about this problem. Now the mineral resources supported by Justice Execution are on the way back. When they arrive, we will immediately build 2 Sasha Suppression Control Towers and place them in the A-17 Galaxy and the Black Flag Galaxy, and we will also build 2 elite Sasha brigades to conduct daily patrols in these 2 galaxies. Today, Sasha's excellent performance in suppressing the control tower and making the Angels' Black Hidden Special Forces fleet invisible proved its value, not to mention that this thing has other functions. In the face of the increasingly tense situation, this thing is much more useful than 10 super aircraft carriers. Seeing that Sherman had considered everything, Chelm Solon saluted and sat back in his seat. And Maud looked at Chelm Solon with envy. This later colleague had more fleets than himself. Sure enough, the commander still liked girls like Chelm Solon. Biased. Aura, immediately make a public broadcast to the entire Alpha Star region. Yes. Aura nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Hurry up and prepare. Adjourn the meeting. After the meeting, Aura called Sherman, who was about to go to the planet to grow mushrooms with the Dorit people. Since Sherman went to observe the training of the Dorit people, he liked the feeling of growing mushrooms. Almost every few days, he would go there to secretly grow mushrooms under the pretext of observation. This also let the Dorit Legion know that His Majesty liked to grow mushrooms, so that all kinds of mushrooms that could have been used for training for half a year were almost consumed in just half a month, and finally Aura had to urgently replenish a batch. Although Sherman was itching to grow some mushrooms for fun, he knew the importance of it, so he sat back in his seat. Aura, is there anything else? Commander, please wait a moment. Aura smiled and opened the star map while explaining. Commander, we have joined the Justice Order, so there will be no more threats at the southern gate for the time being. We only need to maintain daily patrols, and the Black Flag Galaxy in the east has long been under our control. Now we only need to deal with the Beta Star region in the west, so we can concentrate our forces in the north to fight the Freedom Camp. Sherman pondered over the information about Beta and looked at Aura thoughtfully for a long time. You mean, the Beta Federation? Yes. Aura nodded. The Beta Federation was indeed very strong in the past, but that was in the past. Now they can only guard the Beta capital star system circle, and can't even deal with the surrounding pirates. Are you sure you can help us? Sherman expressed doubts. 20 years ago, the Beta Federation was also a well-known first-class civilization with a huge territory. Even the current Alpha Star region, Omega Star region, Beecher Meteor region and Camp Star region are all part of the territory of this empire. It was a glorious time. But the good times didn't last long. After the two major camps opened up the southern battlefield in the south, the Beta Federation fell apart in just 1 year under the two major camps. Even the original capital star was shattered by the Titans with doomsday weapons. The members of the Alliance also became independent in various ways and joined the two major camps, turning into jackals to divide up the original huge empire. The original capital star field, Beta, was also plundered several times by the two major camps, and became a paradise for pirates and mercenaries. There were nearly 100 forces of all sizes in one star field, which completely became a chaotic place. The people of the original Beta Federation also became slaves oppressed by these pirates, and the population dropped sharply, which was miserable. Chapter 99. Speaking of the current Beta Federation, we have to mention two people. The current president of the Beta Federation, Bloody Way III, and the commander of the FA Corps, the only main combat corps of Beta, Old Chien. The Beta Federation fell apart, and many nobles either died on the battlefield or declared independence and joined the two major camps. In the end, only one noble, Bloody Way III, was left to defend the border of Beta. Faced with a plunder of pirates, Bloody Way III had to shrink his troops and defend the galaxy. He also took in countless people who were unwilling to join the enemy with other nobles. In the end, he relied on the weapons left behind to defend against the crazy attacks of pirates. Finally, when the Expeditionary Force FA Corps sent by the Beta Federation received the news, it had been more than a year since the disintegration of Beta. Facing the shattered capital star, the Expeditionary Force drew its sharp blade against the pirates. Although it destroyed many pirates, it had to retreat and reunite with Blood Rose III in the face of the waves of pirates. The fire of the Beta Federation appeared again in that remote galaxy. The FA Corps became the sharpest blade in the hands of Blood Rose III. After 3 years of fierce fighting, it finally recovered more than a dozen galaxies within the capital galaxy circle and regained the face of the Beta Federation. But that's the end. Faced with this huge empire that is showing signs of revival, neither the two camps nor the independent civilizations that were once part of it would agree. Although they did not take action openly, the shadows of these people can be seen in the warships and equipment in the hands of the pirates who surrounded them. Faced with the invisible hands of these people and the blockade of the Pirate Alliance, the Beta Federation was put in shackles and could only barely maintain its existing territory. Recovering its former territory became a luxury. Even because of the blockade of resources, the national strength has been slowly weakening in the past 20 years. Now it can only maintain the FA Corps, an interstellar fleet. Everyone is baring their fangs, waiting for the day when this fire will fall. Commander, the current location of the Beta Federation is only 5 star systems away from the gateway to the Alpha Star field. It can be said that it is the first line of defense in front of us. And they are very hostile to the two major camps, so there is no need to worry that they will fall to one of them. Aura circled a few star systems and explained to Sherman the importance of the Beta Federation. Sherman was of course happy to have another ally standing in front of him, But he also had some doubts about this. Aura, you said they were hostile to the two camps, but now we have joined the Justice Order. Can we negotiate? I have a way to do this, Commander, don't worry. Aura said confidently. Looking at the confident Aura, Sherman said no more. He had no doubts about what Aura said. Aura, then you go meet Bludge Rose III in person, and try to reach an agreement with him. Yes. Aura leaned forward to accept the order, and then continued to ask, Commander, I need a fleet of the Mod Corps, or the Sasha fleet to go with me. I need their help with some things. Sherman didn't care about this. As he walked towards the berth, he said, You decide on the fleet and supplies you need. I will leave this matter to you. Yes. In the end, Maud, who was unwilling to be lonely, accompanied Ola to Betelgeuse. Ola, didn't you say there would be a war? On the bridge of a Bogeyes-class ship, Maud was smoking a cigarette and looking at the space in front of him with a bored face. It's been half a day since we entered the Betelgeuse starfield, and we haven't seen any warships. If he had known that this business trip would be so boring, he would not have competed with Chelm Solon for this mission. Wouldn't it be better for him to lead the fleet to sweep the pirates in the Alpha starfield? Ola glanced at the warmonger and said unhappily, I originally wanted Chelm Solon to follow me, but you insisted on following me, and now you are complaining. Maud was very confident about this, not feeling guilty at all. You said there might be a big battle in this mission. You are telling me false news. You are deceiving me. Take it easy, call me when you reach the destination. Ola ignored the fool and decisively closed his eyes to concentrate on data analysis. Seeing that Ola ignored him, Maud curled his lips, then lit up a cigarette happily. Sure enough, after changing a place to hide, his cigarettes did not decrease anymore. It was comfortable. In the faint smoke rings, Maud's eyes were always looking at one direction in the void, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Betelgeuse Pirate Alliance, a pirate alliance that includes nearly 100 pirate forces of all sizes in the Betelgeuse starfield, although it does not have high-end combat power, but its assembled terror fleet is not easily provoked by even ordinary second-rate civilizations. F-04 Galaxy, the military fortress of the Black Shark Pirates. An excited shout woke up the pirates, who were hung over in the entertainment room. Boss, a transport fleet has arrived from the Alpha Star region. Think Sid woke up by rubbing his sparse eyes, not caring about the report from his subordinates. Let them go, don't pay attention. He was not like this group of ignorant subordinates. Although he didn't say it clearly, he also knew that there were those who supported their alliance. If he offended one of them, his small Black Shark pirates would not be able to bear it. Yesterday, the news that New Eden in the Alpha Star region had joined the Justice Order came down, and he didn't want to provoke them as a target. Seeing Thinksit about to fall asleep again, his subordinates were a little anxious. Boss, but this transport team is heading to the Betelgeuse Galaxy. Huh? Thinksit sobered up after hearing this, grabbed the collar of the subordinate, who came to report, and stared at him with bloodshot eyes. Are you sure this transport team is going to the Betelgeuse Galaxy? The subordinate was a little breathless due to the tight collar, and said intermittently, Boss, I am sure that they will go straight to the Betelgeuse system as soon as they leave the Alpha Star field, and at their current speed, they will enter the territory of the remnants of the Federation in at most 10 hours. Thinksit loosened his hand, and ignored the coughing subordinate, but touched his bald head, and felt a little puzzled. What is this transport fleet doing in the Betelgeuse system? Since they have joined the Justice Order, they should know the current situation of these remnants of the Federation. Why would they transport things there? Thinksit shook his head. The mission of the Black Shark Pirates was to block the road from the Betelgeuse Star region to the Alpha Star region. They also relied on this place to rob civilian spaceships or collect tolls, and they lived a comfortable life. This matter could be big or small. He didn't want to get into trouble when he failed to do it, so he reported the matter to the top leaders of the Alliance. After a while, an order was issued to him. No warning, destroy on the spot. Thinksit grinned at the order, stretched his body, raised his fist and shouted loudly, Brothers, get ready, set off in half an hour, let's eat meat. Then, there were bursts of excited cheers from the military fortress, and various warships sailed out of the military fortress and began to assemble. Chapter 100. Third brother, go and investigate first to see how strong this transport fleet is in escorting. For safety reasons, Thinksit asked the deputy commander to investigate first, when the fleet was assembled. Got it. Mauro Bogato crushed the cigar in his hand with his feet, entered the space capsule to control the warship, started the jump engine, and jumped to the predetermined coordinates. As the only pilot of the reconnaissance ship in the entire Legion, Mauro Bogato has a transcendent status in the Black Shark Legion second only to the commander Thinksit. This transcendent status is because of his current vehicle, the second-generation reconnaissance ship Crystal class launched by Xingchen Heavy Industry. The reconnaissance ship can sail in the gap between the main space and the subspace through special equipment, achieving the effect of stealth jump or cruising. And because it is in contact with the main space, it can connect to external signals. It can not only use the ship's own passive radar to detect the enemy, but also use auxiliary equipment such as scanning probes. The most important thing is that as long as the reconnaissance ship does not show up, it can always be invisible next to the enemy fleet and observe the enemy's movements at all times. Even if the enemy jumps, you can jump with them, without worrying about exposing yourself and alerting the enemy. In many previous operations, Mauro Bogato kept an eye on the target and collected intelligence, which made the Legion gain something almost every time it went out, and also avoided several unnecessary losses of the Legion. After a while, Mauro Bogato arrived at the predetermined coordinate point and used a passive shipborne radar to explore the surrounding area within dozens of light years. The reason for not using combat probes was to avoid alerting the target. After all, when you scan the position of others, you will also expose these combat probes. After a simple adjustment of the radar, Mauro Bogato locked onto the target's route and jumped directly. After a while, Mauro Bogato saw a transport fleet quietly cruising at a constant speed. I am Mauro Bogato. I have reached the target location, 1,300 kilometers away, and have not alarmed the target yet. Mauro Bogato reported while adjusting the warship to the same speed as the target, so that he could continue to monitor. Identify the target force immediately. Mauro Bogato turned on the shipborne observation projection, and saw that all the spacecraft had a light golden spray painting with the 3 words New Eden written in a flamboyant style. After scanning it into the database for comparison, the target force was determined. According to the target marker data, it is determined to be New Eden in the Alpha Star field. Mauro Bogato answered with certainty. Funks had touched his bald head. It was really New Eden. He didn't know if it was a tough nut to crack. After all, they are good enough to enter the Justice Order, and they are also at the second-level authority ladder, so they are definitely not easy to mess with. Then he asked, Mauro Bogato, how is the target's escort fleet? Mauro Bogato looked at the radar, and was stunned for a moment, a little bit unbelievable, and then observed the target fleet through the observation equipment, and finally reported with some doubts. The target escort fleet is a battleship and 10 cruiser-level warships, and the rest are industrial transport ships. Think Sid was also stunned when he heard this. There were more than 30 transport fleets, but only 10 cruisers and 1 battleship escorting them. Isn't this unscientific? Are you sure there are no other combat ships besides these 10 cruisers? Mauro Bogato scouted around. This galaxy is very small, so the passive radar of his reconnaissance ship can completely cover the galaxy. For fear of alerting the target, the ships that the Black Shark Legion used as eyes were evacuated. Except for the transport fleet in front of them, there are no other ships in this galaxy. No other warships were found. It is certain that there are only these 11 combat warships. Think Sid couldn't help but admire the voice of New Eden. This New Eden is too bold. They don't really think that they can sit back and relax after joining the Justice Order and coming to our Beta Star region? Boss, shall we do it? Yes. Why not? Think Sid asked the brothers, who had not yet completed their preparations to quickly leave the station and assemble. If it was their normal transport fleet, I really wouldn't dare to move. But they actually dared to transport things to those remnants of the Federation. Isn't this obviously sending meat to us? After hearing what their boss said, the pirates gathered faster. While standing on the bridge and smoking half a pack of cigarettes, Maud looked at the signal of a large group of warships coming towards him on the shipborne radar and laughed out loud. TND, they are finally here. He cut off the burning part of the half-smoked cigar in his hand, carefully put it back into the cigarette box, and then laid down in the space capsule. Take it easy. Don't let anyone go. Ola also detected the enemy's attack, and ordered Maud without opening his eyes, and continued to analyze the data without waiting for Maud's answer. Don't worry, no one can escape. Maud replied with a rubbing of his hands. Not long after, the fleet of the Black Shark pirates jumped in. As soon as they entered the field, several light interceptors rushed into the transport fleet of New Eden. One by one, the jump interference probes were ejected, reinforcing the space within the interference range, making it impossible for the jump engine to open the space channel, forming a jump-restricted area. Maud just watched quietly without any expression. Such an action made Finksyd very satisfied. Facing such a target, he could save himself a lot of trouble. We are the Black Shark Corps of the Betalist Pirate Alliance. We suspect that you are transporting contraband to the remnants of the Federation. Please stop the ship immediately, and turn off the engine for inspection. After all, New Eden is also a member of the Justice Order. Think Sid doesn't want to make too much trouble, so these people can accept the inspection with peace of mind. It's best. He doesn't want to kill people and offend New Eden. After all, the Alpha Star field is not far from their base, and he doesn't want to be overwhelmed by the army. But how could Maud agree? He was eager to fight, and immediately replied to Think Sid, "You have interfered with our mission. Please leave immediately, otherwise don't say I didn't warn you." Think Sid frowned at the message. Although he didn't know the meaning of the latter sentence, he could understand the general meaning. Why are these guys so arrogant, just relying on his 10 cruisers and a battleship? Your Excellency, please think about it carefully. We really have no intention of becoming your enemy, and do not want to cause trouble lightly. But under his command, the fleet's guns have begun to warm up, and Maud's warships have also begun to be locked and alarmed. Maud curled his lips and entered combat mode. You are already a pirate, and still use this trick. Then 10 cruisers started their engines, and rushed towards the pirates, and the jump scrambler fields were activated one by one while moving. It turned out that these were 10 heavy interceptors of the Mastiff class similar to the Osis class cruisers. At the same time, the hatches of these more than 30 industrial ships were retracted, and one steel behemoth after another slowly slid out from inside. Chapter 101. The white hull painted with golden lions, the proud bridge, and the hull like a throne give the entire warship an inexplicable sense of solemnity. Mauro Bogato watched the warship slide out of the industrial ship, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He finally understood why there were only these escort warships, because they were transporting fully armed warships. And judging by the size, they were battleships. Retreat, retreat. Seeing dozens of warships appear in less than 10 seconds, Mauro Bogato didn't have time to think and quickly ordered a retreat. He knew the strength of his own army. Facing a battleship cluster, the Black Shark pirates' fleet would definitely collapse at the first touch, not to mention that these were battleship fleets of the same type. You have to know that when the same type of warships are organized, in a large-scale battle, the combat effectiveness is not comparable to that of a mixed fleet. While preparing to retreat, he cursed in his heart. Placing the fully armed warship in the transport ship, and even the pilot stayed inside, to deceive his small pirate group tactically, his heart was too dirty. Faced with the order of the deputy leader, the pirates hurriedly pulled away and prepared to retreat. But even if they wanted to retreat, Maud would not agree. You want to leave after offending me? Maud controlled the heavy interceptor of the Mastiff class and rushed forward, entangled with the fleet of the Black Shark pirate group. Facing the jump-jamming force field of the Mastiff class, all warships equipped with micro-jump thrusters within the force field were forced to shut down their thrusters. Moreover, the space was flattened and reinforced, and they could not jump out, so they could only crawl in the force field like turtles. Idiot! Think Sid cursed his idiot deputy leader in his heart, but he was a person who could gain a foothold in the pirate-filled Beta Star field, and he gave orders very calmly in the face of this situation. The frigates equipped with afterburners, go and restrict these heavy interceptors. The others, pull away and concentrate your firepower on attacking the heavy interceptors. Remember, you must concentrate your firepower on attacking. The pirates, who were originally retreating in a panic and not in formation, gradually formed echelons and retreated outward under the command of the captain. The frigates equipped with afterburners also rushed back to the side of the Mastiff class. Although the thrust of afterburners is not as strong as that of micro-jump thrusters, it will not be forced to shut down due to scrambling interference like micro-jump thrusters. Coupled with the light hull of the frigate, it quickly rushed to the side of the Mastiff class and put all the electronic warfare equipment on the Mastiff class. Facing the scrambling and stagnant beams of many frigates, the speed of the Mastiff class was forced to slow down, and even the pirate warships that had not retreated were faster. Then these pirates locked the front Mastiff class, and the entire Mastiff class combat system issued countless locked alarms, and then countless missiles, energy beams, projectiles, and even hybrid guns attacked this Mastiff class. Faced with so many locks, the Mastiff class directly overloaded the multispectral shield enhancer it was equipped with. The multispectral shield enhancer squeezed the energy of the warship and transferred it to the energy shield to enhance the strength of the shield. Countless energy beams accompanied by projectiles hit the shield of the Mastiff class, causing the shield to tremble. Then, missiles with long-tail flames also flew over and exploded the moment they hit the shield. The flames generated by the explosion enveloped the Mastiff class, and several energy beams subsequently shot into the flames generated by the explosion. After the crazy bombardment, the pirates finally stopped the attack. As the shield created by the explosion dispersed, the figure of the Mastiff appeared in front of everyone again. The pirates were shocked. The attack just now did not damage the hull, but only blew pits and dents in the energy shield of the Mastiff, and the energy was much dimmer. However, as a beam of energy came out from the hull, it enveloped the shield like a tide, and then the energy shield was restored to its original state. How is this possible? Think Sid looked at the restored Mastiff class, and could not believe his eyes. Although his fleet had a variety of warships, these weapons were real and bought at a high price. Their power was even a level higher than other types. With such high damage, even the latest heavy interceptor of Xingqian heavy industry could not withstand it. Could these heavy interceptors in front of him be the latest products of angels or demons? But it is not mod style not to fight back. Annoying flies. The missile launchers of the 10 Mastiff-class ships were stretched out, and 8 light missile launchers were spewing flames. Missiles flew like meteors towards the surrounding frigates. Although the Mastiff-class ship was a heavy interceptor transformed from the Osis-class cruiser, it also inherited its fierce missile fire control system, especially for air defense. Mod was even more crazy and changed the missile's original nuclear-loaded conventional warhead into an antimatter bomb warhead, which increased the destructive ability of small ships by several levels. Although the range has shortened, it is more than enough to deal with this kind of small frigate that relies on maneuverability to evade attacks. In a salvo, 8 light missiles rushed towards a pirate frigate, and the pirate frigate also operated at full capacity to make various tactical moves and overloaded the afterburner, intending to increase the speed to avoid the main explosion range of the missile, thereby reducing damage. This method is definitely applicable to conventional missiles, but this time he is facing a light missile with added fuel. The 8 missiles, with their super strong propulsion capabilities, directly caught up with the pirate frigate and crashed into it at the same time under the control of the fire control system. The antimatter bombs in the warheads also exploded directly, instantly blowing up its energy shield, and then the armor melted in the subsequent explosion, and the hull was directly torn apart. The space capsule where the pilot of the pirate frigate was located did not even have time to escape from the warship before it was affected by the explosion, and then it was reduced to wreckage along with the warship. The other frigates responsible for entangling the Mastiff class took a deep breath when they saw their companions die miserably, and then subconsciously moved their warships slightly away from the target. But the Mastiff class would not stop attacking. After Mod had figured out the situation of these pirate frigates in the previous fire test, he immediately opened fire on the Mastiff class, and aimed missiles directly at the surrounding pirate frigates that were entangling him. In just 5 minutes, all the surrounding pirate frigates were completely cleared, leaving only a few that ran out of range and trembled when they saw that the situation was not right. Without the entanglement of the small boats, the Mastiff class immediately entangled the large group of pirates, and remained unmoved no matter how they attacked and drove them away, just like an old tree with twisted roots following them. Don't even think about escaping. Come back and entangle these heavy interceptors, otherwise you won't survive. Think Sid looked at the Mastiff class in the fleet that was like a dogskin plaster, and could not be driven away no matter how hard he tried, and had to threaten the frigate pilots, who were ready to be deserters, to continue to restrict these 10 somewhat outrageous heavy interceptors. But these frigate pilots were already scared by the brutal firepower just now, and didn't want to go again. Captain, it's not that we don't want to go, but our frigate can't withstand a round of volleys from the opposite side. Going like this is just sending ourselves to die in vain, and we won't be able to play a role for more than a few seconds. You guys. Think Sid gritted his teeth and looked at these frigate pilots. He now wanted to kill all of them as sacrifices. Why couldn't they consider the overall situation? But he also knew that now was not the time to punish them. So he said, "The main fleet will provide you with air defense, so you can be bold." Listening to Fink Sid's half-threatening, half-commanding tone, the frigate pilots struggled for a while, and finally obeyed the order and rushed back. But they no longer ran around, but hid in the main fleet to interfere with the Mastiff class. This time, facing the entire craft firepower of the pirate main fleet, the Mastiff class's missiles could no longer play a role. Every time they were launched, they would be destroyed by the entire craft firepower network composed of close-in defense guns and anti-missiles. And these light missiles with added fuel had no effect on large warships, so they could only be worn down like this. Yes, just fight like this, limit these heavy blockades. Seeing that the situation finally changed, Think Sid suppressed his excitement and continued to encourage his team members. But before he could completely relax, he saw a cruiser next to him being pierced and covered by hundreds of rainbow lights, and then turned into some debris. Think Sid's face froze, and he turned his eyes to the New Eden transport team in the distance. I saw a fleet of battleships that had already formed a formation and rushed to the battlefield. These battleship formations with uniform paint, uniform type, and in formation were full of oppression. Think Sid was sweating profusely, but he also responded quickly. The battleships are in the front to withstand the damage, and the other battleships are in the back to provide firepower cover. Also, take out the fission plasma cannons that the Alliance supported last time, and kill these damn heavy interceptors for me. Don't leave them for reproduction. The Black Shark pirate fleet responded quickly under the order. One battleship after another turned the hull to aim the muzzle at the Mastiff class, and then the other battleships were all mixed in the middle or behind the battleships, turning on the air defense mode. 2 of the pirate battleships opened their gun bays, revealing 7 or 8 laser-like energy cannons. After locking onto the target, a blue beam of light hit the shield of the Mastiff class. The Mastiff class energy shield did not explode after encountering the blue beam, but the shield that was hit dimmed like clear water meeting ink, and the thick energy shield became thinner. Ola, who was analyzing the data, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the battlefield, with a little surprise in his eyes. Fission plasma ray? Fission plasma ray is a special energy weapon. It is a new weapon developed by the demon civilization a few years ago to deal with the angels' warships. It itself has no power, and it is almost fine as long as it is not directly hit by the body, but it is highly corrosive to energy, especially for energy shields. It can corrode energy shields, weaken the defense of the shield, and allow friendly forces to output firepower better. Even if the shield can be repaired quickly, the battleship will quickly consume its own energy to repair the energy shield, and eventually the shield will be closed due to energy exhaustion. It can be said to be the nemesis of energy shields. When the Mastiff class faced this fission plasma ray, the shield was corroded severely, and even a battleship main gun penetrated the thin shield armor and destroyed more than half of the external plug-in. It had no choice but to strengthen the energy output of the shield to maintain the shield's defense. But judging from the little energy left now, it is only a matter of time before it is destroyed. Maud, clear out those 2 battleships first, otherwise they will really run away. Ola reminded, by the way, remember to destroy those fission plasma cannons as little as possible. I need to study them carefully. Understood? Maud laughed grimly, and then closed his eyes. Maud connected all the cyborg clones in the battleship space capsules through quantum data, and then connected the signal to the battleship's combat system through the chips in these clones, and then projected it to every part of the battleship through the combat system. All the equipment also started slowly under the signal. His control over all the battleships was accurate to every structure and armor. The gun positions on both sides of the 300 Hell Angels were opened in unison, 8 on each side. A total of 16 main guns were aimed at the target. After the locking system locked the target, all the Hell Angels roared, and thick energy beams rushed to the target. The Hell Angels were equipped with super pulse lasers. Because the energy beams they emitted had a variety of colors due to the spectrum, they looked like rainbows from a distance. Very beautiful, but also deadly. Facing the full-force bombardment of 300 Hell Angels, the shields of the 2 pirate battleships equipped with fission plasma launchers were penetrated by the beautiful rainbow, dissolving the armor and hull structure, and finally being torn in half from the middle. It's over. Watching the 2 battleships that he used as his trump cards being destroyed in an instant, Think Sid looked at the colorful energy tide that rushed towards him after a short cooling, and couldn't help closing his eyes. This time, without Maud's special control, Think Sid's warship was wrapped by colorful energy beams, and then the warship split and dissolved in the next moment, leaving only some insoluble fragments floating in space. Captain! Looking at Think Sid, who couldn't even escape the space capsule, the pirates were quiet at first, and then the original formation suddenly broke apart, and each broke out in all directions, and their morale had collapsed. Looking at these fleeing pirates, Maud controlled the increased ability output of the jump scrambler field of the Mastiff class to leave them all behind. The faster pirate frigates were also devastated by the Mastiff class. This time, there was no fleet to defend them. Half an hour later, with the destruction of the last pirate battleship, the battle came to an end. Mauro Bogato, who had been hiding outside the battlefield, swallowed his saliva as he looked at the wreckage of his own side scattered across the space battlefield, and then jumped to the base in stealth. Black Shark was finished, and he was ready to run away. Ola ignored the fleeing Mauro Bogato, but looked at the void in another direction and suddenly smiled, then called Maud, who was about to clean up the battlefield. Maud, lead the fleet to dismantle the pirate base and show it to our friends. Maud gladly accepted the order, and then the mighty fleet started the jump engine towards the military fortress of the Black Shark pirates. After a period of charging and guiding, hundreds of battleships instantly tore through the surrounding space and disappeared on the spot. The waves of the exploded space did not dissipate for a long time, squeezing a small frigate out of the subspace. Chapter 102. The main force was completely wiped out, and the commander of the corps, Fink Sid, died in battle. Now there are only a few people left in the base, and most of them are still logistics personnel. This is not a small matter. The destruction of the Black Shark fleet means that the Black Shark will disappear in history. The Alliance will send a new fleet to take over the original mission of the Black Shark, otherwise it will open a gap for the remnants of the Federation. So at this time, Mauro Bogato wants to take a gamble, report the matter quickly, and then control the situation in the Black Shark Fortress, waiting for the new fleet to come and take over, so that he can still have a way out and don't have to be a miserable wandering pirate. When Mauro Bogato escaped to the military fortress, the remaining personnel, who received the news of the destruction of the Black Shark main fleet, began to get confused, and countless people began to prepare to flee. He used his identity as the second-in-command of the Black Shark to calm these people down, and then closed the channel in the military fortress, not allowing spacecraft to enter or exit. Then he connected with Nora Byron, a senior member of the Alliance, in private communication. Mauro Bogato told the other party the whole cause and effect of the matter, and finally asked the other party to send a fleet to support. The top leaders of the Betaless Pirate Alliance are actually a few powerful pirate corps, and this Nora Byron is the leader of one of the powerful pirate corps, the Carlo Corps, and has a very high status in the Alliance. So Mauro Bogato put his attitude very low, almost flattering. After listening to the other party's request, Nora Byron did not express his opinion immediately, but pondered whether this matter was worth it. Because the area where the Black Shark Corps is located is under the jurisdiction of the Quay Corps, if he takes the fleet to other people's defense areas, he needs to weigh the pros and cons. It is not uncommon for alliances to trip each other up behind the scenes. Although he has a good relationship with the second-in-command of Black Shark and has never had any enemies with him before, he cannot guarantee that his old enemy will not collude with him. The Betaless Pirate Alliance seems to be a solid block, but it is just a group of pirates formed under the threat of force from the 5 major pirate forces, so the power is also controlled by the 5 major pirate forces. In addition, there is more or less a shadow behind each pirate, and the interests are very complicated. Nora Byron was still thinking, while Mauro Bogato was fidgeting like an ant on a hot pot. Now, every second of delay would leak out the news of the Black Shark pirates' demise, and the surrounding friendly forces would definitely not give up such an opportunity to avenge the Black Sharks and come to the Black Shark base. Sir Nora Byron, if you are worried about the Quay Corps, I can write you an agreement now to hire your corps in the name of the Black Shark pirates to help defend the Black Shark military fortress. Seeing that Nora Byron had not spoken, Mauro Bogato was anxious and could only put the last bargaining chip in his hand on the negotiation table. Once the attack and defense agreement is signed with the Carlo Corps in the name of Black Shark, given the current situation of Black Shark, it can be said that the entire Black Shark will be handed over to the Carlo Corps, and the entire eastern gate of Betaless will also be completely handed over to the Carlo Corps. Faced with this situation, the Quay Corps will definitely hate him to the bone. But as long as they hook up with the Carlo Corps, all of this will no longer be a problem. Hearing this, Nora Byron, who had been silent all this time, stood up immediately with a smile on her face. The Carlo Second Fleet has assembled and is ready to go. Welcome to join the Carlo Legion. Mauro Bogato breathed a sigh of relief. Before he could reply, the alarm sounded in the entire military fortress. This made him a little stunned, and then he reacted immediately. Sir, the New Eden fleet may be here. I will go and deal with it first. I will wait here for the arrival of the Second Fleet. After shutting down the communication, he ran into the combat command room without stopping, and sat down directly on the seat that originally belonged to Fink Sid without paying attention to other people's eyes, and asked directly, "What's the situation now?" The people who were lucky enough to survive looked at each other in silence for a while, and then answered, "There is a hyperspace energy fluctuation at a distance of 30,000 kilometers, and a large number of warships rushed out of the subspace and descended." After detection, it was the fleet of New Eden. Mauro Bogato heard that it was the fleet of New Eden. His hands trembled for a moment, then he returned to normal and said, "The Alliance has sent a fleet to support us, don't worry, and with our solid military fortress, we can hold out for a month or so." Everyone was relieved when they heard that the Alliance had sent a fleet to support them. Before everyone could think about it, Mauro Bogato continued to give orders. Run the military fortress at full energy, and all defensive weapons are also open to prepare for defensive operations. Yes! The Black Shark Pirates base is located on a satellite. This satellite, which is about 500 kilometers in diameter, has been transformed into a military fortress. Densely packed weapons are spread all over the satellite, allowing the military fortress to achieve 360-degree defense without blind spots. There is also a huge berthing port on it, but there are no more spaceships on it now. Because Black Shark is relatively poor, the base can only maintain the most basic operating status at ordinary times. After all, if it is running at full capacity, the fuel cost is too expensive, so now it can only start the full-scale operation mode. A golden energy beam shot out from the vertical energy shield array, exploded 5,000 meters above the military fortress, and then spread out to the surroundings, and then merged to form a huge energy shield. And dense missiles and cannons were pushed out from hidden places, pointing directly at the starry sky, like a hedgehog. In response, Maud said, "Fancy?" Maud led the fleet to jump directly to the direction where the firepower of the Black Shark base was the weakest. 300 Hell Angel-class battleships were lined up more than 1,000 kilometers away from the Black Shark base. The bow of the ship opened like a rotating gear, revealing a sunken circular platform. Then, more than half of the battleship's energy was suddenly drained away, and all of it was gathered into this small circular platform. In just 5 seconds, the energy quickly changed from a light white to gold, which was a manifestation of energy compression to the extreme. Then, the energy compression and charging were completed, and 300 blazing energy beams shot towards the target, hot and beautiful. The barrier-level energy shield that could defend against the dreadnought attack seemed difficult to maintain under these 300 small doomsday weapons. The energy of the entire base was quickly extracted and gathered at the defense point, and then the stored energy was completely drained in just 5 seconds. Without energy maintenance, the energy shield array stopped running directly, and the shield suddenly shattered. Without the energy shield, the remaining small doomsdays flattened the target location by several thousand meters, and all the weapons at the target location were destroyed in this attack. Because this military fortress transformed from a satellite does not have the ability to turn, so after Maud destroyed the base equipment facing his fleet, the result was obvious. Except for the missiles from other directions of the base that can turn around and attack him, the powerful Bastion-class main guns can't reach the New Eden fleet with a straight attack. It's a pity that it's not a doomsday weapon equipped by Titan or Dreadnought, otherwise there wouldn't be so much trouble. Maud shook his head unsatisfied at the result, then sighed, and controlled the Hell Angels fleet to demolish, directly bombarding the base satellite that had been flattened. Each rainbow-like energy beam would bring up large pieces of rubble at the moment of hitting, and the people of Black Shark had no way to deal with it. Missiles launched from other directions would be destroyed by secondary guns before they reached these fleets, and the occasional missiles that broke through the blockade would not cause any waves after hitting these warships, and they were not painful. Every attack would cause a huge shock to the combat command room at the center of the base, and everyone was terrified. Why can these battleships be equipped with doomsday weapons? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Mauro Bogato recalled the earth-shaking attack just now. His eyes were a little distracted. These battleships equipped with doomsday weapons had shattered his confidence. Now he regretted why he had to return to the base instead of escaping directly. Now he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Another round of attacks caused a huge shock to the satellite-transformed space. The outer passage was squeezed and collapsed under the strong internal pressure of the satellite, and everyone was trapped in the base buried deep in the core of the satellite. Alarm, alarm, the life support system has been destroyed. Start the backup system. Alarm, alarm, the base energy system has been destroyed. Start the emergency energy. Alarm, alarm. The alarms rang out in the combat command center, stimulating everyone's hearts like a death warrant. In this situation, even if New Eden doesn't attack, they will be trapped to death in the depths of this satellite as long as they wait for the emergency system that can last for 3 days to be exhausted. Mauro Bogato sent a surrender message to Maud to apply for prisoner treatment, but was ruthlessly rejected on the grounds that the Black Shark Pirate Corps insulted New Eden and must be tried. Then, no matter how they called, New Eden no longer paid attention to them and bombarded the base non-stop. After half an hour of uninterrupted bombing, the base of the Black Shark Pirate Corps hidden deep in the core of the satellite finally appeared, and at this time Maud stopped attacking. Feeling the bombing approaching, Mauro Bogato and others who had closed their eyes and prepared to die listened to the cessation of the attack. Their faces varied. Could it be that this New Eden just wanted to blast open the outer meteorite layer and then capture them? Just as these pirates were thinking about it, Maud activated the heavy capacitor injector equipped on the Hell Angel-class battleship. The 3200 energy battery originally used for the flagship level instantly turned into energy and entered the reaction chamber, instantly replenishing more than half of the battleship's limited energy. Then, the small doomsday weapons that had already cooled down began to recharge. This time, without the defense of the fortress-level energy shield, The 300 small doomsday beams directly blew through the base, and the entire satellite was blown to pieces, with fragments floating around in space. The pirates, who thought they were rescued and were grateful, also lost consciousness in an instant, and their consciousness was still in the golden light that filled their pupils. All the organisms in the base were burned to ashes in the hot beams. Maud nodded at the black shark pirate base that had become fragments, and whistled softly. Another good mining site. Chapter 103. Aula nodded in agreement. The asteroid where the black shark base is located has a high mineral content, so they chose to build the base here, relying on the outer layer of the satellite to protect the base. In addition, a lot of materials were used to reinforce the satellite, and with the base in the core, the mineral content in the fragments of the satellite is indeed very high. And waste is not Aula's style, so he thought about it, and said to Maud, go home and bring a main fleet and a mining team to defeat the pirates, who came to support, and clean up the battlefield and this place. Black Shark is a member of the Betaless Pirate Alliance, and is guarding the gateway to the Alpha Star region. Ola doesn't believe that these pirates will have no reaction to this. Now the 300 Hell Angels class battleships are a gift to the Betaless Federation, and can no longer be used. Maud can only go back and bring another fleet. Maud's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he gladly accepted the order. There is still a battle to fight, and he can also bring his own Maud's group here, which is much more comfortable than using this Hell Angel class. Then Maud directly linked up with a Maud regiment on duty at the Alpha Galaxy base, and marched towards Betaless. Looking at Maud with his eyes closed, Ola shook his head, then took over the command of the fleet, and controlled the Hell Angel fleet to jump towards the industrial fleet that was still there. Controlling the Hell Angel to return to the ship maintenance cabin in the Bowhead Whale, because it was difficult to load ships in space, it took more than half an hour until the last Hell Angel was loaded into the cabin. This time, Aura did not deliberately slow down, and jumped directly to the target location, and its jump speed stunned a frigate that had been squatting in the subspace. Captain, the target has been reloaded and unloaded, and it has started to sail, and the jump speed is very fast. In the combat command room of the Betaless Galaxy Space Station, two middle-aged men looked at each other in surprise, as they listened to the report of the reconnaissance ship. Bloodway III looked at the FA commander beside him, with a puzzled look on his face. Old Chien, what is the medicine sold in this New Eden gourd? Old Chien looked at the battle projection star map and answered uncertainly. Shuewei, does New Eden look like it is trying to make peace with us? The two of them have been together for decades, which has made their friendship indestructible. Therefore, they call each other by their first names in private, which is very casual. Showing goodwill? Shuewei III was very puzzled. New Eden joined the Justice Order yesterday, and had to defend the entire Alpha Star region alone, which caused a lot of waves in the surrounding civilizations. Why did it come to show goodwill to their half-dead Betaless Federation the next day? Moreover, doesn't this New Eden know that it has a blood feud with the Justice Order and the Freedom Front? How dare it come here? Yes, look. Old Chien opened the star map and zoomed out, pointing to the star system where New Eden and the Black Shark Pirates had just fought. This place is the gateway to the Alpha Star field in the west, and our power is the largest in this area, so I have reason to believe that this New Eden is showing goodwill to us, and intends to reach a certain agreement. As a veteran who has fought on the battlefield for decades, Lao Qian's political sense may not be very sensitive, but his military insights are very unique, so he estimated the purpose of this New Eden's coming from the military direction alone. It is very likely that New Eden intends to form a strategic alliance with us to help them defend the Western Gateway. Do we need to form an alliance? Yes. Old Chien looked at Bloodrose III and said seriously, according to the intelligence we have collected, although we don't know where New Eden came from, it has been in the Alpha Star field for only 3 short months, and it has several powerful fleets, and even fully liberated warships. You mean, New Eden has its own manufacturing line? Bloody Way III quickly understood what Old Chien meant. Since New Eden could have several fleets in just 3 months, and even after joining the Justice Order, it was confident that it could defend the Alpha Star region alone, it was clear that its logistical capital was strong. You should know that the Betaless Federation is now trapped in these small star systems, surrounded by pirates, and the 2 major camps are restricting them openly and secretly. As a result, over the years, the Federation fleet has gone from 8 fleets at the beginning to only able to maintain 1 FA core, and is no longer able to maintain other fleets. Because now the Betaless Federation's warship reserves, apart from those already equipped, only have about 200 main battleships in reserve, which can't support a few major battles. And the blueprints and data for their warships, and even the blueprints of the factory that built the warships, were lost in the war, so they couldn't replenish the warships at all, and they used the warship reserves left over from the beginning. In addition to the restrictions of the two invisible hands, they couldn't buy these things from other places, and no one dared to sell them to them. Even if they bought them at a high price, they couldn't transport them back. So this led to the Beta Federation's fleet constantly decreasing in battle after battle, and the territory was constantly compressed. If it weren't for the fact that the FA Corps was famous for its bravery, they would beat up these pirates in every battle, and they were afraid that the Beta Federation would drag a few people down with them before dying. After all, no pirate wanted to face a counterattack before death, so they kept this situation until now, wanting them to slowly weaken until they fell to the ground. If they could reach an agreement with New Eden and obtain the production line for manufacturing warships, then when warships were manufactured like dumplings, the cage of the past few decades would be broken, and they could even counterattack the Beta Star field. But will New Eden agree to trade the warship production line? Bloodway III frowned and said, "This production line is not a warship. If New Eden supports a few of their regular fleets, as long as they are not flagships, then the Justice Order will probably turn a blind eye and not care too much. But if it is a warship production line, then they will definitely be severely sanctioned." In this regard, Lao Qian also sighed, and did not hold much hope for trading the warship production line with New Eden. Everything depends on human effort. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we should go and talk. In the end, even if we just trade some warships, it can solve the urgent problem. Half an hour later, Aura's transport fleet stopped next to the border star system of the Beta Federation. A letter in the name of New Eden Heavy Industry was also sent to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Beta Federation for commercial trade. After receiving the letter, the long-awaited Bloodway III slowly stood up. Let's go and see if this New Eden can really bring us hope. Chapter 104. After obtaining entry permission, Aura's transport fleet arrived at the center of the Beta Federation, the Beta Galaxy, under the tense escort of several medium-sized fleets. Due to the huge size of the bowhead whale, its space channel could not enter, and finally had to stop at an interstellar port transformed from a satellite. After the fleet was moored, Aura, led by several staff members, took a shuttle to the space station on the orbit of the first star of the Beta Federation. Emissary from New Eden, welcome to your arrival. When Aura entered the reception room, Blood Rose III took the initiative to extend his hand to welcome him. Nice to meet you, Mr. President. Aura also extended his hand to greet him, with a very warm and gentle smile, which made people feel comfortable at first sight. After sitting down and chatting normally, Blood Rose III went straight to the point. Although he had a smile on his face, his words were very sharp. Since you are here on behalf of New Eden, and New Eden joined the Justice Order yesterday, your visit should not be just a simple diplomatic visit, right? Old Qian, who had been sitting aside without saying anything, was also staring at Aura, his tiger eyes full of coldness. Everyone knows that the Beta Federation and the two camps have a blood feud, so how could New Eden not know? Feeling the coldness of the two, Aura was calm and collected, leaning on the sofa with his left foot and his hands on his knees. Instead of answering directly, the topic turned to other aspects. Mr. President, when I came here just now, I looked at the escort fleet. They used the Guardian-class battleships, right? Bloodway III did not show any displeasure at Aura's change of subject, but said proudly, Your Excellency the Envoy has a good eye. It is indeed the pride of the Beta Federation, the Guardian-class battleship. The Guardian-class battleship was undertaken by the Central Research Institute of the Beta Federation 30 years ago. It was a warship development project specially carried out to cope with high-intensity combat. It took 10 years to finally succeed, and the super-heavy battleship Guardian-class was developed. The then leader was very satisfied with this, and ordered to make full efforts to mass-produce it, and then gradually replace the entire army. But before it was officially launched, the Beta Federation fell apart under the joint siege of the two major camps, and the relevant information and production lines of the Guardian class were destroyed in the war. Only this batch hidden in the subspace arsenal was preserved, and then taken out after Blood Rose III returned to the Beta system, and played its own brilliance on the battlefield. It was also this batch of Guardian-class battleships that allowed them to persist until now, and made great contributions to the current Beta Federation. It is also the pride of Beta. The Guardian-class battleship has an excellent performance in high-intensity scenes, and it is one of the best battleships even now. Ola did not hesitate to praise himself, but then changed the topic and looked at Blood Rose III with a smile. But, after so many years of fighting, even if a lot of Guardian-class war preparations were stored at the beginning, they should have been almost consumed now, right? Ola's voice fell, and Blood Rose III and Lao Qian were silent for a moment. Then Lao Qian suddenly sneered and looked at Ola. It is true that the Federation does not have many warships now, but it is not a problem to take half of the Betaless forces with them. As long as there is a Federation man alive, we can drag an enemy with us. The Betaless Federation is not afraid of war, let alone death. The tone of this veteran, who has fought for many years, is light, but his iron-blooded and fearless temperament is evident in his words. It makes people believe his words, and they really do so, as evidenced by the wars over the years. After a moment of silence, Ola put down his legs and put down his pride. Ola took the initiative to extend his hand and looked at the two pillars of Betaless in front of him with a sincere face. I think we should get to know Ola, the person in charge of external affairs of New Eden, again. This time, Ola really wanted to reach a strategic agreement with the Betaless Federation, instead of just wanting to support some warships so that they could stand in front as cannon fodder and buy time for New Eden. The two of them gladly accepted Aura's kindness. This time, the invisible barrier between the two sides also quietly disappeared. After returning to his seat, Aura did not beat around the bush. He also knew that doing so would be counterproductive in front of the two, so he spoke directly. Now the battle between the camps is getting more and more intense and may break out at any time, so I joined the Justice Order in order to protect myself in New Eden. For Aura's frank words, both nodded and expressed their understanding. Blood Rose III nodded and said to Aura with a wry smile, I can understand, otherwise you will inevitably become the next us. I'm glad you understand. Aura also nodded slightly to express his gratitude, and then said, because the Alpha Starfield is now under our control, we can't give it up, so we have taken on the defense of the entire Alpha Starfield alone. Once a war breaks out, we may not be able to take care of 4 battlefields, so we come to you to seek strategic cooperation. Aura's straightforwardness made the two of them a little stunned. They thought Aura would be more obscure. But then, they reacted and Blood Rose III also said very straightforwardly, then what can we get? As for why New Eden would only look for them, they didn't need to ask, because in the entire Betaless Starfield, except for them, there would be no force that dared to be an enemy of the two major camps. And to say that they deliberately let the two major camps enter the Alpha Starfield, that would be even more nonsense. They didn't believe that New Eden would not build a military fortress in their portal system. By then, they would be surrounded by enemies on all 3 sides. They would have no other choice but to defend themselves. So Blood Rose III asked directly what they could get. 300 Hell Angel-class battleships, the performance of which is not inferior to your Guardian-class battleships. Before Blood Rose III and Old Chien could talk, Ola continued to spread out his chips. Considering the problem of future war supplies, I will ask His Majesty again for the production equipment that can support your manufacture of the Hell Angel-class battleships. Aura's words immediately made the two of them overjoyed. If they could really succeed, it would really solve a big problem. But then Blood Rose III reacted immediately and asked Aura calmly, these are beyond the scope of support. What else do you need us to do? The battleship is easy to say, but the production line and manufacturing data blueprint of the battleship cannot be handed over to them so easily and simply. Aura grinned. New Eden now needs a large amount of minerals to build defense forces, so... Chapter 105. How much do you need? After hearing this, Blood Rose III asked Aura without further ado. They were not short of basic mineral resources. In the past few decades, although they did not have a warship production line, they were constantly mining resources every day. In addition to the spoils of victory in the battle with pirates and the resources left over from the past, the resources of the Betaless Federation were now innumerable. So they did not care about the resource transactions needed by New Eden, and were even very happy. After all, in their current situation, they only have these basic mineral resources to offer. Seeing the other party's wealth, Aura gave them an apologetic smile and said, everyone, I need to ask His Majesty for instructions first. Okay. Bloodway III nodded. After coming to the corridor and leaving the living room, Aura hurriedly contacted Sherman. Commander, I need to ask you something. The communication woke up Sherman, who had just fallen asleep after browsing the star belt all night without any results. Sherman rubbed his eyes and answered the call with a yawn. Hey Ola, what's up? Commander, I have something to ask you about the Betaless Federation. You go ahead, I'm listening. The Betaless Federation wants to apply to us for the production equipment and manufacturing blueprints of the Hell Angels, and they want to use mineral resources. Ola briefly explained the matter to Sherman, and then quietly waited for Sherman's reply. Sherman stretched and asked, if we give them the production equipment and manufacturing blueprints of the Hell Angels, will the Hell Angels be leaked? The battleships are easy to deal with. After all, there are backups left by Aura in the battleships, and it is impossible for the data to be leaked. But the production equipment and manufacturing blueprints are hard to say. After all, this is equivalent to handing over the entire set of battleship manufacturing data. If the Betelgeuse Federation leaks it to others, especially the two major camps, it will be bad. Sherman will not doubt that the two major camps will not be able to imitate the Hell Angel level manufacturing blueprints after obtaining them, and they may even use this to study some of the technologies of New Eden clearly. You can rest assured about this. Ola understood Sherman's concerns and quickly explained, Commander, the warship manufacturing in New Eden is different from the civilization of this world. All warship manufacturing in New Eden requires blueprint authorization and New Eden's construction equipment. For example, the manufacturing of this Hell Angel class requires New Eden's blueprint plus New Eden's manufacturing equipment, neither of which can be missing. So we just need to keep the supply of blueprints firmly in our own hands. After hearing what Aura said, Sherman also reacted. You mean, after providing the manufacturing equipment to the Betelgeuse Federation, we only need to provide the copy map? There are two types of manufacturing maps for warships and equipment in the game, original maps and copy maps. The copy map is copied by setting up the copy process of the original map, and the original map can be copied infinitely, which is very valuable. In other words, even if the copy map will be used up sooner or later, the original map will not. Yes, we will trade through the copy of the warship map in the future. This will not only prevent the loss of warship data, but also effectively evaluate the future military strength of Betel's fleet. As soon as the voice fell, Ola's mouth showed a strange smile again. Besides, I didn't say that the warships that were not made by us are out of our control. Half an hour later, Ola returned to the room after getting Sherman's approval. As soon as he sat down, Blood Rose III asked with concern, Your Excellency, may I ask what the leader of your side replied? Old Chien on the side also looked at Aura with great concern. He had had enough of the oppressive life forced by pirates due to the lack of warships in recent years. Looking at the concerned eyes of the two, Aura nodded and smiled. In order to show the sincerity of New Eden, His Majesty has agreed to support the Betelgeuse Federation with an engineering complex for the manufacture of warships and equipment, and open a trade channel for the manufacturing copy of the Hell Angel class battleship. Hearing that New Eden could support an engineering complex, Shuawei III and the others were very happy, but their faces calmed down a little when they heard that only the copies of the Hell Angels were available, not the originals. After thinking for a while, Lao Qian said, Can't you provide the originals? After all, if the war starts, the copies may not be enough. For Lao Qian's words, Ola was prepared in his heart. Sir, the Hell Angels is the main battleship of my New Eden, and the confidentiality level is high. If I open the originals to you, can you guarantee that they will not be stolen by others? This. Obviously, both of them knew that they could not guarantee this. But Lao Qian was also unconvinced and refuted. Since you said that this Hell Angel class is the main battleship of your New Eden, why did it appear at the Omega auction? This doesn't make sense, right? At the original Omega auction, they also set people to participate, and they were also one of the main competitors of the Hell Angel class at that time. It can be said that if New Eden had not reached an agreement with the Omega Federation, otherwise the Hell Angel class would definitely have been taken by them. Listening to what Old Chien said, Blood Rose III also turned his head to look at Aura, to see how Aura would explain. Aura smiled slightly, then shook his head. Please don't confuse that batch of castrated Hell Angels with the ones we are trading now. The batch we are going to trade now is the complete version of the Hell Angels of my New Eden. Then, Aura projected the battle video with the Black Shark Pirates just now, pointed to the Hell Angels fleet that fired at the Black Shark Pirates in the projection, and introduced to the two. This batch of Hell Angels, whether in firepower or defense, is nearly double compared to that batch, and is equipped with a full 16 main guns, while the non-castrated version has 8 guns, and is also equipped with 26 secondary guns, and the anti-aircraft firepower is also very fierce. Aura looked at the two people who were watching the projection carefully, and then turned the screen to the scene of the siege of the Black Shark base. Most importantly, it is also equipped with a small doomsday weapon, which gives it a strong attack capability against flagships and space stations. As for the shabby fleet in the hands of the Betelgeuse pirates, this Hell Angel class fleet can completely crush it. Looking at the small doomsday launched from the Hell Angel class battleship in the projection, Bloodway III and Lao Qian couldn't help but stand up, with a look of shock on their faces. Their reconnaissance fleet only detected the first battle between New Eden and the Black Shark fleet, but did not detect the battle between New Eden and the Black Shark base, so they were so shocked. Before they could recover, Aura dropped another heavy bomb. Moreover, The engineering complex we will support you can also carry out ordinary flagship manufacturing after some modifications. Chapter 106. When Aura mentioned that the engineering complex supported the flagship manufacturing, the pupils of Shuo III and the others couldn't help shrinking, especially the old General Lao Qian, whose breathing became much heavier. Sir, are you telling the truth? Lao Qian knew how important the flagship was. Not to mention the overdue, even the Betelgeuse Federation that dominated several star fields around it didn't have this thing, so he couldn't make a comment. But just talking about the Dreadnought class or small aircraft carriers, they played an extremely important role in their current predicament. Even if there are only a few Dreadnoughts, he can build a series of tactics around them. With the powerful firepower of the Dreadnoughts, he can remove the surrounding pirate bases one by one, and he will not be restricted by the pirates' cage tactics for more than 10 years. The main guns of the flagship equipped with the Dreadnoughts can forcibly remove the bases of these pirates, not to mention the doomsday weapons equipped by the Dreadnoughts, which are terrifying weapons that can lift up the continental plates of the planet with one shot. Although it is not as good as the super doomsday weapons equipped by the Titans that can shatter stars with one shot, it is completely enough for the bases of these pirates, and at most 2 shots can destroy them. After all, not all pirate forces have military-grade space stations. The better ones are bases transformed from satellites like the Black Shark pirates, but most of them are space stations that are transformed from civilian space stations. Although small aircraft carriers are not as powerful as the Dreadnought class in removing strongholds, their deterrence on the front battlefield and local battlefields is also extraordinary. Small aircraft carriers can release 5 squadrons of light cavalry carrier-based aircraft at the same time, and each squadron has a full 10 light cavalry carrier-based aircraft. The power of each light cavalry carrier-based aircraft is also not bad. If all squadrons attack together, they can completely destroy a battleship with outstanding defense in 2 or 3 concentrated fires. In the Betelgeuse starfield where there are few anti-flagship means, it is simply a dimensionality reduction strike, sweeping across the battlefield. If there are really a few dreadnoughts or small aircraft carriers, Lao Qian can pat his chest and guarantee that he can take over the entire Betelgeuse starfield in 2 to 3 months and eliminate the pirates. In response to Lao Qian's reaction, Aura nodded affirmatively. Of course, the engineering complex supported to you is the most advanced technological crystallization of my new Eden. Although it cannot manufacture super flagships, it still has the manufacturing capacity of dreadnoughts and small aircraft carriers. Aura and Sherman's plan is to support the Betelgeuse Federation with an Asbel-class engineering complex, and it is a modified version equipped with a flagship manufacturing dock. This is also specially prepared based on the fact that the Betelgeuse Federation will have no power to resist the flagship-class force in the future war. Hearing Aura's reply, Shuo III couldn't sit still and stared at Aura. Sir, as long as you can really support us with this engineering complex, then my Betelgeuse Federation will become the most solid ally of New Eden. I can assure you that before the Betelgeuse Federation army is destroyed, no enemy will pass through our territory and enter the Alpha Star region. This is not an excuse from Blood Rose III, but the truth. Because after the war, the Betelgeuse Federation, will definitely be at the forefront of the war, and they cannot side with any camp, because neither they nor the people of the Federation will agree to it. If they really agree, the Federation will really be gone. And with so many years of grievances, even if they surrender, one of the 2 major camps will not let them go. They have no choice. Only fight to the death. I have no doubt about this point in the Betelgeuse Federation. Ola nodded heavily. Then, Ola continued, at present, His Majesty has given me full authority to do this matter, so I can assure you that as long as the agreement is reached, the Asbel engineering complex can be delivered to the Betelgeuse Federation in half a month at most. Listening to Ola's words, the 2 calmed down their excitement, and then Blood Rose III, who was ready to be ripped off, said, Your Excellency, please set the conditions. As long as it is what the Betelgeuse Federation can do at present, we will do our best to do it. Originally, New Eden came to them to show goodwill and seek allies, but unexpectedly, after Aura threw out various chips, the initiative was transferred from them to Aura, and they had no choice. Aura was not vague and directly stated the conditions. First, the construction materials of the Asbel engineering complex need to be borne by the Betelgeuse Federation, and New Eden will charge mineral resources twice the total construction resources as compensation. Okay, this is absolutely no problem. Blood Rose III nodded vigorously. This is simply a fair price. Not to mention that they have no other channels to obtain the engineering complex now. Even if other forces go to familiar large forces to buy it, the price is at least 5 to 10 times the construction cost. This is a convention. Second, The copy of the Hell Angel-class battleship is twice the construction price, and it can only be traded with mineral resources. This is no problem. The price is also fair. Blood Rose III agreed very readily. After all, the price of warships in the market is usually at least 3 times the manufacturing cost, not to mention the current situation where the price of warships is soaring. Again, this condition is not a loss for the Bayless Federation, and it is even a huge profit. And compared to buying finished warships, which requires sending a transport fleet to transport them back and being intercepted by pirates, this copy is much safer and more convenient. As long as it is built, it can be sent to the front line at any time. Third, you must occupy the entire territory of the Blood Constellation near the Alpha Star region within a week and open up the connection channel with New Eden. Only by allowing the Bayless Federation to border the territory of New Eden can the Bayless Federation become the defense line of the western gate of New Eden and the basis for all cooperation. Otherwise everything is empty talk. As for this request, Bloodway III and Lao Qian looked embarrassed, and finally Lao Qian explained, "Sir, I also know that this is the basis of all cooperation, and even if you don't say it, we will do it, but this week is indeed too short. After all, although we have received your warship assistance, we still need time to run in to fully familiarize ourselves with the performance of the warships, and it will take at least 2 months to form combat effectiveness. After all, their army is not like the intelligent life forms such as Aura, who only need a short time to exert the full performance of the warships and form a battle. They need a certain amount of time to train and run in the warships and equipment. Aura had already planned for this, so he narrowed his eyes and said to the 2 people, "I understand this, so we plan to send a fleet to help you clean up the entire bloody constellation. You just need to send someone to receive it, and as a reward, 75% of the resource output of this bloody constellation in the next 5 years will belong to our New Eden." Chapter 107. Ola had not originally planned to let the people of the Bayless Federation do this, otherwise he would not have asked Maud to bring a main fleet. Otherwise, the pirate support fleet really didn't need a main fleet, and a few ordinary Maud's regiments used for patrols would be enough. That's no problem. If you need help in the process of clearing, we can also provide relevant help. As for Ola's proposal, Bloodway III was very supportive. Not to mention that it was only 75% of the resources mined in the next 5 years. They were not short of resources. The most important thing was that more than half of the Blood Constellation was in the hands of the pirates. If they wanted to conquer it, they would need at least half a year of preparation time. Now that someone was helping, why not agree? And they could also see whether the real strength of the suddenly emerging New Eden is worthy of their big hand. "Thank you for your kindness, but these pirates don't need your help." Aura declined the kindness of Blood Rose III, revealing his disdain for these pirates. They didn't force it, just wait for the result. Lao Qian then asked a question that he was very concerned about. "Your Excellency the Envoy, do you have the blueprints for the manufacture of dreadnoughts and small aircraft carriers?" Hearing what Lao Qian said, Ola's heart skipped a beat, but then he smiled and replied, "To be honest, I do have this dreadnought and small aircraft carrier in New Eden." Before Lao Qian and the others could speak happily, Ola continued, "But these 2 things are more important than others, so before the 2 sides reach a deeper strategic cooperation, let's put it aside for the time being." Hearing what Ola said, Lao Qian's eyes dimmed, but then he perked up again. After all, there was at least hope. Blood Rose III was also expecting this. After all, New Eden has helped the Federation enough. If even the dreadnoughts and small aircraft carriers can be given to them, he will have to be vigilant. The Bayless Federation will use practical actions to prove that the 2 sides have a deeper cooperation. Please convey our wishes to the person in New Eden. I will tell your Majesty the truth. In fact, Ola really wanted to hand over the copies of the dreadnoughts and small aircraft carriers to them. Not to mention the importance of the Bayless Federation to New Eden. Even if the Bayless Federation regrets and joins the arms of the 2 major camps, he can let them know what it means to be sinister. There is no need to worry that these warships will become a weapon to attack New Eden in the future. But his commander is useless. Since he made a fortune from the pirate Sodio last time, it has been so long and no large amount of funds have been deposited. As a result, after unlocking the Asbel engineering complex, the ISK in the account has been drained, and there is no extra to unlock the dreadnought and small aircraft carrier. At this moment, Aura was suddenly shocked and then smiled. "You too, are you interested in watching the performance of my New Eden mod group?" After hearing Aura's words, Blood Rose III and the others knew that the New Eden had already begun to clean up the Blood Constellation, but they didn't expect it to be so fast. It seems that the New Eden has already prepared everything. The two of them had also heard of the name of the mod group, so they were of course eager to watch their battlefield performance in real time. Aura waved his hand, and the small box originally used for the closed signal projected a starry sky full of meteorite fragments, in which some alloy decks could be vaguely seen floating. It was the location of the satellite of the Black Shark base that was smashed by the fleet led by Mod. Not far away, there was a fleet with a skull with two crossed daggers painted on its hull. This was the second fleet of the Kuroka pirates that Nora Byron sent to support the Black Shark pirates. Because they lost contact with the Black Shark pirates not long after they set out, after a brief thought, Nora Byron finally decided to continue sending the fleet. It didn't matter whether the Black Shark pirates were dead or not. The galaxies they were guarding were the most important. After all, this opportunity didn't always come. After arriving at the Black Shark pirates' base, what they saw was the shattered satellite base. Captain, the Black Shark pirates have been destroyed, and the base has been destroyed. The fleet captain immediately reported to Nora Byron after seeing the mess. The base was destroyed? Nora Byron was stunned. What kind of ruthless person did the Black Shark pirates provoke? Even the satellite base was destroyed. How big is the hatred? Captain, I feel something is wrong. The captain of the fleet frowned as he looked at the satellite fragments, feeling that something was wrong. Oh! Then, the captain suddenly reacted and his pupil shrank. These fragments were too round, and there were traces of high temperature burning around them, and many even showed traces of crystallization. Captain, the satellite base of the Black Shark pirates was destroyed by the Doomsday weapon. How is this possible? Nora Byron was a little bit unbelievable about the captain's words. How could a mere Black Shark pirates be qualified to be attacked by a Doomsday weapon? And if they can possess Doomsday weapons, they must be a superpower with dreadnoughts? Is the Black Shark pirates so stupid as to provoke such an enemy? Although the Black Shark pirates are not very powerful, they have been around for such a long time, so they still have some foresight. It is impossible to make such a mistake. Then Nora Byron asked, could it be shattered by the continuous attacks of the energy cannon? After all, the energy cannon will also produce crystallization. Did you make a mistake? I will never admit my mistake. The captain of the fleet answered confidently. He was very confident in his vision in this regard. The cracks on these satellite fragments all show large-scale crystallization, and they are still integrated. This is formed by a fierce energy attack. The bombardment of ordinary energy cannons cannot achieve such a smooth surface. The launch is a flagship-level super-large caliber energy cannon. Retreat quickly. Nora Byron immediately gave the order without hesitation. The forces that possess Doomsday weapons cannot be resisted by his fleet alone. He must unite with other pirates, and even report to the backers behind him. This is no longer an opponent that these pirates with only miscellaneous warships and weapons can face. But before the fleet could evacuate, a fleet jumped from the depths of the starry sky. The captain looked at the blue-gray fleet that had just landed thousands of kilometers away and launched cruise missiles at his fleet, and his face was very ugly. It's too late. Chapter 108. After receiving the instructions from Aura, Mod immediately led a main fleet from Alpha to come. They had just entered the Beta star field when they received the news that the Kuroka second fleet was coming. As the old saying goes, it is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. They just happened to arrive. Mod directly asked the Industrial Collection and Salvage Fleet to stay in the temporary military base of the A-17 star system, and then he led the main fleet to come and intercept the Kuroka second fleet. Facing the mixed fleet of the Kuroka second fleet, which only had a few battleships and cruisers, Mod did not have any fancy tactics. The Mastiff-class heavy interceptor rushed into the enemy fleet and opened the jump scrambling field, and the firepower fleet launched cruise missiles from thousands of kilometers away to attack. The barrage of cruise missiles, with a diameter of 6 meters, flew towards the Kuroka second fleet. The long-tail flames crossed the starry sky, which was extremely beautiful and deadly. Turn on the active radar, and prepare for air defense. The captain of the second fleet of Kuroka was not a pushover either, and immediately issued an order to the fleet. The long rapid-fire anti-aircraft guns and anti-missile guided missiles rushed towards the group of cruise missiles that were coming like meteors. The moment the two sides crossed, a large number of explosions were triggered, and almost half of the first round of tentative missile attacks by the Mod Corps were destroyed. But before they could be happy, they saw that the remaining missiles that broke through the siege hit the predetermined target. The moment the missile exploded, a large number of electromagnetic fireworks were triggered, covering the surrounding area within dozens of kilometers. Then the locking systems of all the pirate warships that were locked on the Mastiff class and ready to attack were disordered under this electromagnetic field and were directly unlocked. Huh? The captain of the second fleet of Kuroka looked at the disordered locking system of his warship, and his eyes shrank. EMP? The warheads of these cruise missiles were loaded with EMP bombs. EMP cruise missile. The explosion can generate an ultra-large range of electronic interference electromagnetic fields, with a radius of 50 kilometers, indiscriminately destroying the locking systems of warships within the range. This kind of low-level electromagnetic interference is useless for first-class warships. After all, these warships have strong anti-electronic interference capabilities, and this kind of low-level electromagnetic interference has no effect at all, or has little effect. But for pirates, who use old warships of unknown generations, this is undoubtedly a dimensionality reduction attack. Because the jump-scrambling field of the Mastiff class belongs to the range-type equipment, it does not need to use the locking system at all, so these EMP electromagnetic fields have no effect on it. But this is very uncomfortable for the Kuroka Second Fleet. If they cannot lock onto the Mastiff class, they cannot attack, and they are very passive. More importantly, these EMP electromagnetic fields also interfere with the radar of the warships, paralyzing the fleet's air defense system. Maud certainly will not miss this opportunity, and rounds of cruise missiles hit the enemy, and the entire battlefield is filled with the tail flames of missiles. In the face of this subsequent attack, the Kuroka Second Fleet, whose air defense system is paralyzed, has no means of counterattack except to overload the equipment of the warships and pray for resistance. At the moment when the Mastiff class took its stand, the pirate fleet was cut off from the base, unable to send out the current situation, and unable to ask for help from the surrounding forces, which also doomed the end of the fleet. Under the attack of the Maud's attack cruise missiles mixed with EMP bombs, and with the close cooperation of the Mastiff class, the battle ended in less than 2 hours. When the last frigate whose fighting will was crushed and fled was taken away by several cruise missiles, the battle was declared over. It's boring. Maud looked at the wreckage of the warships scattered all over the battlefield, and couldn't help curling his lips. I thought that the fleet of one of the 5 major pirates of Betelgeuse would have some strength, but I didn't expect that it would be restricted by a low-level electromagnetic bomb. Shaking his head, Maud controlled the industrial fleet of the A-17 Galaxy to come and clean up the battlefield. After all, whether it was the wreckage of the warships or the fragments of the satellite base, they were all valuable resources. They couldn't be wasted. Bloody Way Third and Old Chien, who had been watching the war holographic projection live, looked at each other in bewilderment. Although they heard that the Maud Corps was very strong and that it took only 1 hour to occupy and control the Black Flag Galaxy, they did not expect it to be so strong. The two also knew a lot about the Kuroka Second Fleet. Although it was not an ace fleet, its strength was among the best in the entire Betelgeuse Star region, and only a few fleets could suppress it. And it was this fleet that was mercilessly beaten when facing the Maud Corps. From the beginning, it had no power to fight back, and was annihilated like a rotten wood. No one could escape. Your Excellency, I wonder if the electromagnetic interference missiles used by the Maud Corps just now can also be traded? Old Chien recalled that the Kuroka Second Fleet had just been passively attacked because of the electromagnetic interference missiles, so he said with envy. Electromagnetic interference missiles? When did New Eden have this thing? Ola was stunned for a moment. After quickly reviewing the information, he realized that it was a special missile that Maud had made himself some time ago when he had been staying in Black Flag and was bored without fighting, just to enhance the battlefield adaptability of the Maud Corps. Simply placing the EMP pulse wave in New Eden on the warhead of the missile, it has no technological content, and it has no strong effect against the fleets of civilizations such as angels and demons. So Aura didn't take it seriously, but he didn't expect that this first appearance would have such a good effect on these pirates with backward warship systems. And it has such a great effect in the hands of warships such as the Maud Corps that are good at missiles. After quickly reviewing the data, Aura replied to Lao Qian without changing his expression. This EMP electromagnetic pulse cruise missile is a special weapon newly developed by my New Eden. This is also the first time it has been used in actual combat. It is still in the confidential test stage. Old Chien listened to Ola's words, and thought that Ola was rejecting him. He couldn't help but purse his lips, and look eagerly at the cruise missile launcher on a bag ace that was escorting the industrial fleet in the projection. But? Ola pulled Old Chien's gaze back and smiled warmly. Considering our common strategic goals in the future, and to deepen our friendship, I can take the initiative to include this electromagnetic EMP pulse missile in the transaction list of both parties. Seeing New Eden being so sincere to them, Bloody Way Third and Old Chien couldn't help but stand up and hug Aura, feeling very moved. In the future, New Eden will be the brother country of our Betelgeuse Federation. As long as we are still here, we will definitely protect this bloody constellation. The friendship between New Eden and Betelgeuse Federation will last forever. Aura was also very moved to hug Bloody Way Third, patted him on the back, and said affectionately, "I believe in you too. The friendship between New Eden and Betelgeuse Federation will last forever." Afterwards, a series of documents were quickly signed after a brief discussion. Even ordinary business cooperation was not so fast. After the signing of the agreement, New Eden and Betelgeuse Federation officially formed an offensive and defensive alliance. Chapter 109. After the Attack and Defense Alliance agreement was signed, Aura declined the invitation of Blood Rose III, and then delivered the 300 Hell Angels he brought back to the Betelgeuse Federation and prepared to return to the Alpha Galaxy. There are many things to do in the Alpha Galaxy now, and he can't be left alone for too long. After Aura came forward to pick up Maud's warship, the two of them couldn't help but put away their professional fake smiles, and their smiles became much more natural, and they laughed and cursed in a low voice. Old fox. Cunning guy. Old Chien looked at Bloodway Third, a little confused. Bloodway, are you unhappy about this alliance? Bloodway Third turned his head and rolled his eyes at Old Chien, saying unhappily, "This New Eden has given us such great support. With these things, the rise of the Betelgeuse Federation is a matter of time. The dream we have worked hard for 20 years finally has hope. How could I not be happy? Then why are you still sighing?" Listening to Bloodway 3RD's answer, Old Chien was even more puzzled. Since it's a good thing, why sigh? Bloodway Third was very patient with this rough man who focused on fighting, and was not sensitive to politics. Old Chien, do you know why New Eden supports us so much? Of course I know. Isn't it just to help them defend the western gate of the Alpha Star Field? The Offensive and Defensive Alliance Agreement just now also wrote it. Old Chien said without hesitation, and even if there was no agreement just signed, he could easily analyze it with his war thinking. In this situation where the battle between the camps can start at any time, it is good to make one more ally. Not to mention that there will be one more ally to help, but at least one less enemy, right? Regarding Lao Qian's words, Shuwei Third did not comment. After both of them got on the car to go back, Shuwei Third explained to Lao Qian, "Let me analyze it for you. New Eden joined the Justice Order for self-protection before the battle between the camps, but the next day, it came to the Betelgeuse Federation with these gifts to sign an offensive and defensive alliance. Don't you think this is too abnormal? Everyone in the South knows about the grievances between us and the two major camps. This New Eden actually came here so openly. It is obvious that it is not sincerely joining the Justice Order, but just a temporary shelter." In response, Lao Qian also nodded. But then he asked in confusion, why does this New Eden have to expose its ideas to the outside world? Isn't it afraid of being held accountable by the Justice Order? In order to deal with the Betelgeuse Federation, the two major camps have secretly funded the pirates of the Betelgeuse Star Field for many years, allowing them to block all the surrounding galaxy routes and restrict the flow of resources, trying to kill themselves with a blunt knife. Over the years, the strength of the Betelgeuse Federation has indeed been weakened by this blunt knife. Bloodway Third shook his head at Old Chien. From the fact that New Eden can enter the Justice Order at the speed of light, it can be seen that New Eden is very important to the Justice Order, or it can be said that they have a relationship with them. So whether we form an alliance or not does not matter to the Justice Order. Then he said self-deprecatingly, "Besides, do you really think that these two major camps have not been able to defeat us for so many years because they have no strength? No, it's because they want to force us to hand over what we have been holding in our hands." Bloodway Third looked at a place in the starry sky, his eyes full of sadness. It was the capital of the Betelgeuse Federation 20 years ago, and now it is a planet fragment. On the other side, Ola looked at the space station that was gradually moving away through the window, and shook his head with a smile. He is a powerful character. Who is it? Maud took out a cigar from his pocket, lit it, and blew a smoke ring. Someone from Betelgeuse? There aren't many people that Ola can praise, so Maud was a little curious. Ola came out of the control center of the bionic robot, and entered the central system of the battleship. While putting the bionic robot away, he said to Maud, "I mean, the leader of the Betelgeuse Federation, Bloodyway Third, is a powerful figure. How powerful can a guy who can't even start the battleship engine be?" Maud didn't think so. Bloodyway Third was just a muggle. How powerful could he be if he couldn't even drive the most basic training ship? Could he be holding a doomsday weapon? A reckless man. Ola looked at Maud with disdain. This guy is obviously an intelligent life like himself, and he should be very rational. But how could he become a reckless man with muscles growing on his brain? If Bloodway Third is not powerful, how can he control the Betelgeuse Federation for so many years as an ordinary person? And the army of the Betelgeuse Federation only listens to Bloodway 3RD's orders, not Lao Qian's. Isn't this powerful? That's right, This guy has good personal charm. In response, Maud did not argue with Aura anymore, but nodded in agreement. Aura's projection was suspended in the air, and he continued to speak while opening the star map. The most important thing is that from the original intelligence collected, this Blood Rose Third is extremely hostile to the two camps. I was prepared to stay for a few more days for meetings and exchanges, but I didn't expect this person to change so much. In fact, from the moment I met him, we both knew that both sides could get the maximum benefit this time, because we are the same kind of people. Therefore, there were almost no objections on support and interests between the two sides, and everything was approved at once. The only exception was that Blood Rose Third tried to make an exception for the Dreadnought and small aircraft carrier, but was not agreed. This is because both sides controlled the conditions within the upper limit of the range that they and the other party could accept the most. Instead of wasting time to fight for a little bit of benefit, it is better to get the biggest benefit in one step. This approach undoubtedly satisfied the interests and needs of both sides to the greatest extent, and it can also deepen the interests of both sides and strive for greater benefits for future cooperation. Then, Ola changed the subject and gave Maud an order. I have uploaded the pirate forces in the Blood Constellation to the New Eden database. I require you to eliminate them all within a week and help the Betelgeuse Federation build a defense line in the Blood Constellation to let them gain a foothold. More importantly, demolish all these pirate bases and bring back all the resources inside. Our resources are too tight now. Maud grinned and saluted Ola. Yes. The main income of these pirates is to sell mineral resources to the two major camps, so they are similar to the Betelgeuse Federation and have a large amount of mineral resources. You can see that the mineral resource industrial fleet in the Black Shark base has already transported twice, and it has not been completed yet. So Aura helped the Betelgeuse Federation to recapture the Bloody Constellation in order to form a defensive line, but at present it is more for the resources accumulated by these pirates. Chapter 110. With Aura's powerful intelligence capabilities, the number of fleets owned by the pirate forces in the Blood Constellation, the composition of the warships in the fleet, and where the bases are located have all been marked one by one. Just waiting for Maud to go and clean them up one by one. Based on the huge gap in strength between the two sides, Aura was very relieved to leave Maud to deal with the next matter, and return to the Alpha space station alone. After Aura left, Maud put his palms together and stretched his muscles. After that, he left a small team behind to escort the industrial fleet, and then led the main force to the nearest target location. On the other side. Ah! Sherman angrily slammed the keyboard. This was the third time he was caught brushing the star belt today, and it was the same person on the same ship. It was outrageous. After running back to the space station, Sherman was furious when he saw the guy in the local galaxy. Starting a week ago, this guy suddenly appeared in the Solar Star region and harvested all the players who were producing indiscriminately, which was very annoying. Brother, there are no valuable ships here. Please be kind and go somewhere else. Sherman couldn't sit still for this guy who was as dedicated as him, and bowed his head and begged for mercy. John Jia, who was picking up the spoils, was very surprised. Then he clicked on Sherman's personal information and found that this was a new account, and then tried to ask, "Newcomer?" "Yeah." Sherman answered very straightforwardly. "I thought, how could you not stand this little bit?" John Jia smiled, but the newcomer couldn't stop him from brushing his record. At most, he would come here less often in the future. Then he didn't say anything else, but left directly. Sherman was so angry when he saw the warlord disappearing from the local area. Since a week ago, this guy somehow appeared in Yuanquan, driving a Stracious-class cruiser around Yuanquan every day, looking for prey. In just 1 week, nearly 50 warships of the various legions of Yuanquan were lost in his hands, including battleships of the Rattler class, which was very powerful. But for Sherman, this guy was very annoying. This guy came to their base every few hours, because Delk Ellis had been using the Night God class super aircraft carrier to spawn monsters, so this guy only dared to secretly fight with mobile traction, and did not dare to touch the Tiger Whiskers. But Sherman was clearing the star belt, so he used the Ishtar class heavy assault cruiser. The Stracious class had no defense against this guy destruction point. Even if he avoided it in time, he was still caught and destroyed due to various emergencies. Because the current number of the Legion, plus the newly joined Darblood Kratos, is only 3 people. He, Delk Ellis and Darblood Kratos. The 3 of them guarded several star systems, and were completely unable to defend against this guy. Moreover, the Stracious-class cruiser used by this guy can be equipped with a stealth action device, which can perform stealth jumps, making it difficult to catch and impossible to defend against. During this period, Sherman and others did fight back, but it was useless. During this week, they used Sherman's Ishtar class as bait and killed him in a script, but then he came back in less than half an hour, and stayed for a whole night. No matter what you say, he will not leave, and he will not give you any reaction. And when you think he is going to work, he will suddenly appear next to you and quickly destroy you. He has a strong desire for revenge. Faced with this guy behavior, the wealthy Dark-Blood Kratos and Delk Ellis simply gave up using conventional ships to spawn monsters, and instead used flagships for production operations. Compared to Delk Ellis, using the Night God-class super aircraft carrier, Dark-Blood Kratos used the Conqueror-class Titan bot from somewhere to spawn monsters. Each one is richer than the other, and each one is more outrageous than the other. As a poor man, Sherman can't afford a super aircraft carrier, let alone a Titan. He doesn't have the money, so he might as well unlock a few warships. So Jean Jie, who was powerless in the face of the super flagships of these two people, turned his target to Sherman, who was squatting in the F-88 Galaxy to brush star belts and officials, and vented all his anger on him, squatting on him for several days. As a result, Sherman lost 7 or 8 warships, including a Rattler-class battleship. Barbarian, that guy is gone. Looking at the War Capricorn that appeared in the 1-5 Galaxy, and then disappeared, Dirk Ellis said in YY. Well, he's gone. I waited for hours, and finally got it, but he left with satisfaction. Sherman was very resentful about this. If he didn't want to waste time on intrigues with this guy and spawn an official as soon as possible, how could he bow his head? And after using the Doomsday weapon to destroy the Shadow Sky Serpent Titan that spawned, Dark-Blood Kratos, who felt very comfortable, also said, Barbarian, I'm not saying anything bad about you, you should also get a flagship to spawn, so as not to be annoyed by this guy every day. Because they are in the hometown of Yuan Quan, they can always raise a rescue team, so they don't have to worry about being caught. In addition, the population of the national server is declining, and there are very few teams that can take the super flagship. It can't be said to be foolproof, but at least they have not been caught so far. Sherman looked at the less than 10 billion funds in his account after temporarily unlocking Asbel, and said bitterly, My family is poor, and I can't afford to buy a flagship. Can you help me? Dark-Blood Kratos picked up the Shadow Serpent 10,000 MN Afterburner blueprint from the wreckage of the Shadow Serpent Titan and put it in the ship's hold. He rolled his eyes when he heard Sherman's words. Get as far away from me as possible. Why are you pretending to be poor? His last transaction with him was several trillion. How could he not have the money to buy a ship worth hundreds of billions? Who is he trying to fool? Sherman has no words to say. But it's not bad. In half a month, his 10 ships will be off the production line, and he can use them then. But now, Old German, can you lend me your small aircraft carrier? Sherman asked Old German shamelessly, and Delk Ellis didn't hesitate and directly gave Sherman the Chimera-class small aircraft carrier that had been in the warehouse for a long time. This is also Old German's newcomer graduation reward. Sherman actually had one, but one night when both of them were asleep, he spawned a Shadow Sky Serpent Titan, so he tried to use his small aircraft carrier to see if he could beat it. Then dead. Thanks, I return it to you when my big aircraft carrier is offline. Just use it yourself. I have Night God. This thing won't be of much use to me. If they hadn't secretly sold the Xiaohang and Dreadnought in the Legion hangar for a lot of Eden coins, Sherman wouldn't have been reduced to not even being able to use the small flagship. After all, these Eden coins will make more money and preserve value than these small flagships in the future, and it's a sure win. Sherman thought about how to equip this Chimera-class airship that hadn't been equipped yet. After thinking about it, he finally used the most basic self-recovery shield configuration. This configuration does not consume energy, but the ship restores the shield by itself, which is very comfortable to kill monsters and very convenient. Then he installed several flagship-level shield extenders and flagship-level capacitor injectors, and then installed scrambling and stasis beams. Finally, after thinking about the warships that the old rogue Jean Jie often used, he installed 2 heavy energy neutralizers. Looking at the modified version of the Chimera-class Xiaohang, Sherman showed a sinister smile. I wonder if you can survive this time. Chapter 111. After Sherman had prepared the ship, Aura, who had returned and stood quietly beside him, spoke softly this time. Commander. Well, Aura, how are you doing? While greeting Aura, Sherman drove the Chimera out of the space station and jumped directly into the F-88 star system. Although the 2 star systems are connected, in order to prevent the harassment of the Ward Lords, Sherman used the large mobile jump disruptor to block the front and rear star gates, just to buy himself some reaction time to evacuate. Large mobile jump disruptor. After being deployed, it can form a jump interference field to prevent all warships in it from jumping. So Sherman did not choose to go through the Stargate, otherwise the slow speed of this small flagship of the Chimera class would make him vomit blood. The offensive and defensive agreement with the Beta Federation has been signed, and we have officially reached an alliance. As for Maud, I asked him to help the Beta Federation to eliminate the pirates of the Bloody Constellation, so that he would not stay in the Black Flag Galaxy and complain every day. This mission is expected to be completed in a week. Ola reported the results of this trip to Sherman in a concise manner. You should always pay attention to the intelligence from Beta. I don't want to spend a lot of effort to support an enemy. If you find that they intend to join or hand over the warship technology to the two major camps, I allow you to kill them first and report later, Sherman said, with a little murderous look in his eyes. Yes. Although the Beta Federation is hostile to the two major camps, and will not surrender to the two major camps, we must be prepared for the worst in everything and keep a hand to deal with it. This is what Aura taught him. By the way, Aura, just in case, you go and pull the newly built Sasha elite fleet to the border, and be ready to support Maud at any time. After all, there are two major camps behind the pirate alliance of Beta, and Sherman has to be prepared first. Yes, Commander. Watching Sherman wave his hand, Aura bowed his head, and his figure slowly turned into Data and disappeared in the room. After stretching, Sherman began to brush the asteroid belt. Compared with Ishtar, it is much more difficult to control Xiaoheng. Ishtar only needs to release the drone, and the drone will automatically attack the monster. But Xiaoheng's iron cavalry carrier-based aircraft is different. It needs to be actively controlled, so it is much more troublesome to operate, but it also brings high firepower. It can be said that there are gains and losses. Before he could brush for a while, he saw a familiar player in the local channel. It was Zhang Jia, who had just failed in a sneak attack on other legions, and came to Sherman out of resentment. Sherman saw this guy appear, and subconsciously turned the bow to prepare to jump back to the space station. But he immediately clicked to stop the jump, and slapped his forehead. Meow, I'm almost beaten into a muscle reaction, but I'm driving a small cruiser now. Then he brushed the star belt with peace of mind and ignored this guy. After leaving the range of the mobile jump position, Zhang Jia immediately jumped to an asteroid belt, and turned on the directional scan to locate on the way. Little boy, let Brother Jia see where you are? Soon, he scanned a Chimera-class ship in a star belt. When he jumped to 100 kilometers away, he was speechless when he saw Sherman, who was having a great time with his iron cavalry carrier-based aircraft. Oh my god, is it necessary? It's only been caught a few times. Is it necessary to use a small aircraft to brush the star belt so unethically? Now in this area, except for the new 9 stars rotation core, which has a lot of newcomers and still uses conventional monster spawning, other core are almost all using flagship operations, and there is no chance at all. And there are too many people in Jiuyuxing Xuan, with about 30 people in a galaxy. It takes less than 10 seconds for the support to come after catching one, so he is often killed by the script. Now even Sherman, the only one who uses Ishtar to brush the star belt, has used Xiaoheng, which makes him a little speechless. How should he fight in the future? I say, is it necessary to use Xiaoheng to brush a star belt? Looking at the news on the local channel, Sherman was furious. Boss, if you didn't come to make trouble every other day, would I be able to use Xiaoheng? With Ishtar, you can fish and watch movies, which is worry-free and trouble-free, but with Xiaoheng, you can only watch it all the time without distraction, and you will be exhausted after a long time. Do you really think Sherman likes to use it? Brother, listen to my advice, the water of the Xiaoheng is too deep, you can't control it, you should switch back to Ishtar. Zhang Jia looked at Sherman, who took back the iron cavalry carrier-based aircraft, and made a star belt jump, and advised earnestly. Sherman looked at the news of this guy and rolled his eyes. While the two were bickering, Zhang Jia was not idle either. He had already thought of a way, and contacted the guy directly. Little 4, do you have a few dreadnoughts in the NPC space station on the first star of the Serpent? Xiang Xiangji, who was leading a team to block the door in the Tama Galaxy, looked at the private message. This Zhang Jia was an old friend of his legion, so he also knew his identity. He was just a little confused about why this guy needed the dreadnought of the source. I do have a few dreadnoughts in the space station on the first star of the source, but why do you want this? In order to capture the high-value targets of the Legion in the Origin star field in the scenario, he buried more than a dozen dreadnoughts in several NPC space stations in the Origin star field, but because of the decrease in the server population, he almost forgot about it. Zhang Jia briefly told Xiangji about the matter. After hearing that the dreadnoughts were used to give Sherman a surprise, Xiong Ji decisively traded him a phoenix. And he said to Zhang Jie earnestly, Zhang Jie, that is my brother, so your surprise must be a big surprise. Understood. After receiving the trade contract, Zhang Jie nodded as he watched the full set of T2 sweeping the Phoenix-class dreadnought. Although it is best to use the flagship gun to attack the flagship, this fast torpedo is enough for this fragile small ship. After all, this small ship of Sherman is used to brush the star belt, which requires sufficient mobility and firepower, so it is highly unlikely to be equipped for battle. But just in case, he decided to test it first to avoid any accidents. Then it appeared and attacked Sherman Xiaohang. Huh? Sherman was stunned when he saw Zhang Jie suddenly appear. Has this guy always been so brave? The cruiser wants to take Xiaohang alone? Although he didn't understand, Sherman didn't give in. He directly put the Scrambler Plus stagnation beam on Zhang Jie, directly reducing its speed. Then the heavy energy neutralizer quickly drained its power, and 3 groups of dragonfly-shaped light iron cavalry carrier-based aircraft attacked it. The Zhang Jie, whose micro-jump propulsion device was turned off, had its speed reduced to the same level as Sherman Xiaohang. It could not escape the range of the jump scrambler, so it persisted for another 30 seconds and was finally destroyed. Looking at the warship turned into a space capsule, Sherman suddenly felt that this little hang was quite good for the star belt. Safe. After destroying the space capsule, the warship was resurrected in the space station of the first star of the Serpent. There was no frustration or disappointment on his face for the destruction of the warship, but a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. After the test just now, he had figured out the configuration of Sherman's little hang, so the next step would be easy. Then he asked the trumpet to board the Phoenix-class dreadnought and wait in the space station, while he changed to an Aras-class reconnaissance ship, and went out of the station and headed straight for the battlefield just now. Chapter 112. Oh sure. Looking at the destruction report of the Civil War GS sent by Sherman to the Legion channel, Dirk Ellis teased with a smile and YY. I told you to drive the flagship a long time ago, but you didn't believe it. Look, how cool it is. That's right. If you drove the flagship earlier, you wouldn't have lost so many ships. Dark Blood Kratos also chimed in. This Sherman is good at everything, but he is reluctant to spend money. I know, let's talk about it after the big ship is offline. Now this small ship is enough. Sherman replied with a wry smile. Now the faction war is about to start, and there are not enough resources, and ISK is even less. If there were enough ISK, he would directly unlock the technology of the entire New Eden, and then directly build an overdue fleet to suppress the surrounding areas. There is no need to worry about this and that like now, fearing that a mistake will lead to a complete loss. Seriously, Manzi, why do you need so much ISK? Dirk Ellis asked in confusion. He has been making a lot of money following Sherman. Now he has all kinds of ships such as Chameleon, Demon, Grand Cruiser and Titan. Even the Cayman is about to be offline. He still has nearly 100 billion ISK. As for Sherman, he has never bought any rare ships and equipment. His business trade is to sell the small cruisers and dreadnoughts of the Legion in exchange for Eden coins as the principal. Now the Eden coins have increased a lot. At least he can make 300 to 400 billion. In general, it was a business without any capital, and he never spent a penny of his own money. But I just don't know why he collected so many ISK. Dark Blood Kratos was also very curious about this, and he pricked up his ears to wait for Sherman's explanation. Sherman thought about it, and sooner or later he would have to find an excuse to explain this to them, otherwise it would not make sense. So he said, I am not interested in any rare ships or rare equipment. Others like to collect various rare ships, and my only hobby is to save ISK, and I like to open the account and see a long series of numbers. My dream is to open my account and make the server lag. Listening to Sherman's boast, Dark Blood Kratos and Dirk Ellis finally understood. No wonder this guy can do anything except borrow money. It seems that he has such a hobby. However, this hobby is normal. After all, everyone who plays this game has some hobbies. Some like to collect corpses, some like to collect rare ships, and some like to collect full sets of official equipment. Even he has started to collect full sets of flagships. So Sherman's little habit is understandable. But Sherman's boast about making the server lag is a bit ridiculous. Do you think you are boss Ren? You can open the warehouse to make the server lag for a few seconds? Why not? As long as the number is enough, this garbage server can still be blocked. Sherman said unconvinced. And the boss Ren mentioned by Dark Blood Kratos is one of the players standing at the top of New Eden's wealth, an old player who studies business, founded and operated the game's largest trading channel Heartbeat, and is also a businessman himself. He claims that opening his warehouse can make the server lag. It is no exaggeration to say that if Sherman gets the assets of this boss run, he can unlock all the technologies in seconds. Ha! Then you keep working hard and try to complete it before the end of the second test, otherwise you will have no chance after the official server is launched. Dark Blood Kratos laughed happily. Why don't you transfer the ISK in your account to me to help? Sherman also joked with him about this. However, Dark Blood Kratos really gave Sherman a chance, and said to Sherman with a teasing face, "Barbarian, I am not satisfied with you. I now have 300,250 billion ISK. Do you want it? Damn, more than 30 trillion ISK. He is indeed a big boss. Yes, of course you don't want it. Big boss, just give it to me," Sherman said flatteringly, and even knelt down. "You are dreaming. You actually want to get it for free." Dark Blood Kratos rolled his eyes at Sherman in annoyance. It is impossible to get it for free. This is conditional. Before he finished speaking, he heard Delk Ellis give a warning. "Watch out, John Gia is here again." Dark Blood Kratos looked at the warlord, who suddenly appeared on the local channel, and disappeared in a flash within a few seconds of entering 1-5. And Sherman looked at the warlord who jumped straight to F88 without stopping at 1-5, and felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. What does it mean? Does he really treat this as a cafeteria and come to eat at any time? You are going too far. Sherman angrily overloaded the scrambler and stagnation beams in advance, waiting for this guy to show up and give him a devastating blow. If you don't teach this guy a lesson, you really think he's a buffet restaurant. Barbarian, do you need help? Sherman declined the kindness of Delk Ellis. No, he can't beat me. A few rounds of cavalry volleys can kill him. That's fine. Just as Delk Ellis finished speaking, Sherman saw an Aras-class reconnaissance ship appear beside him, and then his eyes shrank. Fuck, this guy is driving a guided ship. I saw that John Gia first put on the scrambler, and then a round of induction was turned on. The bright cross-shaped induction froze Sherman's heart. John Gia, driving the Phoenix-class dreadnought, had already left the space station and was ready. With the help of the induction, the flagship jumped to Sherman's side and immediately activated the battle module to output firepower to Sherman's small ship. What the hell? Everything happened too fast, so that others were a little slow to react. This guy activated the induction and jumped into the dreadnought. Help! Faced with the powerful firepower of the Phoenix class, Sherman had to overload the resistance equipment, hoping to hold on for a longer time and wait for the arrival of the two. Here we go, hold on. Dirk Ellis was the first to respond. He put away his cavalry, activated a round of micro-jump thrusters, and his Night God jumped across the Super F-88 Stargate. But just after passing the Stargate, he was stopped by the large mobile jump device used by Sherman to seal the gate, and it appeared right in the middle of the jump interference position. Dirk Ellis activated the micro-jump thrusters to distance himself from the force field, and said to Sherman, "Barbarian, I was stopped by the bubble you blocked the door with. Hold on a little longer." When Sherman heard that Dirk Ellis was blocked by the bubble he had sealed the door with, he couldn't help but feel powerless. Did he hurt himself? Facing the attack of John Gia's Phoenix-class dreadnought, Sherman's Chimera-class Shaohang lost nearly half of its shield in less than 30 seconds. If he continued in this situation, he could only hold on for another minute at most. And it would take more than a minute for Dirk Ellis to climb out of the force field. It's going to be cold. Chapter 113. Sherman regretted his decision so much. Then, he decided to take down the enemy even if it meant death. He attacked the guided ship of the warlords around him, and he would replace any ship he could. Under the attack of 3 groups of light cavalry carrier-based aircraft, the Aras-class reconnaissance ship was quickly destroyed, even though it was equipped with an auxiliary shield recharge. After dealing with the guided ship, Sherman activated the micro-jump thruster and pulled it outward, wanting to leave the jump range of the Phoenix-class ship so that he could escape. But it's easier said than done. Barbarian, hold on for a while. At this time, Dark Blood Kratos used 3,200 capacitor chargers to replenish the capacitors of the battleship, and said calmly in YY. The 3,200 capacitor chargers were squeezed and dissolved, and then turned into energy and entered the capacitors of the battleship. Dark Blood Kratos looked at the energy that was still missing in the capacitors, and he was a little anxious. The only way now was to buy time. As long as he could hold on until the two arrived, he would be saved, because whether it was Delk Ellis's Night God class or Dark Blood Kratos' Conqueror class, they could destroy the Phoenix of the War Capricorn in a few rounds. I say, why are you targeting me? Looking at Sherman's message, John Gia said, who made you easier to bully? Easy to bully? Sherman was furious. You forced him to fly a small ship, but you still didn't let him go. You also wanted to jump in with a fearless ship. Are you really going to force him to fly a Titan to clear the star belt? You forced me to fly a flagship. What else do you want? It's different. Janjia overloaded the fast torpedo launcher and replied to Sherman, there are only 3 people in your family. The other 2 are either flying a large ship or a Titan. Do I have to risk my life to catch them? It's easier to pick on you, the one who drives a small boat. Is it wrong to have no money to drive a big boat? Besides, there are more people driving small boats in Yuanquan than him. Then go and catch the people of Jiuyu Xingchuan. There are more people driving small boats in his family. Jiuyu Xingchuan is a newly emerging army force in Yuanquan, with no shortage of star cities and various industrial buildings, and nearly 30 people online every day. You have to know that now is a period of population decline, and the number of people online every day does not exceed 300. These more than 30 people are a considerable force. There are too many of them. I can't handle them. Janjia gave a very simple answer. Those guys are hiding in a galaxy. If I catch one, 10 will come soon. There are too many people. You are better. It's easier to catch you. Sherman was speechless. Because both Delk Ellis and Dark Blood Kratos used overtime operations, they both stayed in the 1-5 galaxy to support each other, leaving Sherman alone in the F-88 galaxy to brush the star belt. Normally, they will come to help clear the flagship monsters when they appear, otherwise they will not enter the F-88 system. In short, if you don't open the super flag, you are just a tank. While talking, the distance between Sherman and Janjia is getting farther and farther, and the distance has been pulled to 10 kilometers. If they pull more than 1,000 meters, they will be out of the scrambling range of the Phoenix and escape. The battle module of the Dreadnought can bring super attribute bonuses to the battleship, but it also makes it unable to move. So in the face of the situation that Sherman is about to escape, Janjia has to overload the scrambling frequency to continue to restrict Sherman, and then continue to overload the weapon to attack Sherman. Now the shield of Shyman's Chimera class has been lost by more than half, and the shield enhancer is also seriously damaged under continuous overload, and it may stop working at any time. Once the shield enhancer stops working, the shield resistance of the warship will be reduced by a level, and the damage it will bear will be higher. And Shyman's Chimera class is a shield ship. If the shield is broken, the armor will be quickly shattered like a decoration. At that time, only the hull structure equipped with damage control can hold on. Damn, are you ready? Hearing the urgent alarm sound of the shield about to be broken, Sherman was very anxious. Dark Blood Kratos saw that the power still did not reach the jump standard, and hurriedly shouted, "Hold on for another 30 seconds, only 30 seconds." One by one, the 3,200 capacitor charging charges turned into capacitors, and entered the battleship to replenish the Conqueror-class Titan's huge capacitor. But in less than 10 seconds, Sherman's Chimera-class shield had been broken, and the weak armor was directly shattered after being hit by several torpedoes and directly hit into the hull structure. The 60% average resistance brought by the damage control to the hull structure allowed Sherman to delay the time, but it was only for a short time. Under the attack of the fast torpedo, the structure was also rapidly deteriorating. The fast torpedo launcher, as the name suggests, has a super fast firing speed with the bonus of the battle module, and can reach a firing rate of 1 round every 2.7 seconds. It is a missile-based strafing weapon dedicated to the flagship level, and has a huge damage to small targets at the battleship level. At the same time, it also has a strong attack capability against small flagship targets of the same level. After all, this extremely fast firing rate is no joke, which is enough to make up for the disadvantage of insufficient damage to the same level. But correspondingly, this fast torpedo launcher will have a long reload time after firing the ammunition. And this time is more than 30 seconds. So when the stone barbarian structure was more than halfway, the extremely fast firing rate made the Phoenix class of Janjia finally use up all the ammunition after attacking for nearly a minute and entered the reload time. Seeing that the warlord was not attacking him, he quickly realized that it was time to reload, and he breathed a sigh of relief, which meant he could hold out for a while longer. But he also knew that when this guy finished reloading, that would be his death. Sherman could only hope that Dark Blood Kratos could arrive as soon as possible, otherwise his current structure of less than 40% would not be able to withstand many torpedoes. Janjia also knew that time was running out, so after reloading, he directly overloaded the fast torpedo launcher, intending to kill Sherman in the shortest time possible. Watching the structure falling down bit by bit, Sherman's heart also sank bit by bit. At this time, Dark Blood Kratos finally had enough power. He directly jumped the flagship through the fixed induction of F-88. After entering the F-88 galaxy, he jumped to the side of the space station and quickly recovered energy in the stationary state, while continuing to consume the 3,200 capacitor charging. After the energy was sufficient, he jumped to Sherman this time. Barbarian, hold on, I'm coming. After scanning another Titan, John Gia was shocked and attacked more frantically. Because he could not move or jump after opening the module, the Phoenix that he had just opened another round of modules was doomed. If he did not destroy Sherman's small ship now, he would lose a lot. Brother, save me! Seeing the arrival of Dark Blood Kratos, Sherman excitedly shouted in YY, and then reversed the scrambler to John Gia to prevent this guy from slipping away. I saw a Conqueror-class ship coming from deep space, stopping steadily more than 10 kilometers away from Sherman and John Gia, and then after a short period of preparation, a fan-shaped beam covered Sherman and John Gia. Looking at this familiar beam, Sherman and John Gia couldn't help but open their eyes wide. Nah! Dark Blood Kratos looked at the two people who had been covered by Doomsday, and couldn't help but slap his head. He was careless. Fuck, I forgot to bring not a single Doomsday, but a group Doomsday. Chapter 114. Because of the need to spawn monsters, Dark Blood Kratos' Conqueror class usually carries two types of Doomsday weapons. One is a range-type Doomsday for convenience or to counter the capture of small boats. John Gia once wanted to tease him, and died at the speed of light. The other is a single-unit Doomsday prepared to deal with the flagship monsters that spawn. Single-unit Doomsday has concentrated energy and strong power, while Group Doomsday has a large range, but the corresponding power is smaller. But this damage is only for super flagships, and the two ships like Sherman and John Gia are devastating blows. Sherman's speeding car Xiaohang was fragile, and after being beaten by John Gia, only half of its structure remained. Facing the attack of Dark Blood Kratos' Doomsday weapon, it had no ability to resist at all. It was directly melted under the scorching light without saying a word. Even the space capsule died at the speed of light in the follow-up damage of the Doomsday weapon, leaving only the wreckage of Xiaohang and a cold corpse on the spot, which was very miserable. And John Gia's Phoenix-class dreadnought was not much better. His Phoenix-class was originally a strafe dreadnought purchased by Xiangxiang Base for monster spawning. Compared with the Phoenix equipped for battle, it was also very fragile, but it had strong self-repair ability. But facing this Doomsday weapon, no matter how strong his self-repair was, it was useless. Under the attack of the Doomsday weapon, even if John Gia overloaded all the equipment of the Phoenix, the shield was falling down quickly, and then the armor was melted and disappeared, and it did not stop until it entered the hull structure. The attack of the Doomsday weapon ended. John Gia looked at his Phoenix, which was only half of its structure, and his mouth twitched. Brother, in order not to give me KM, you don't have to kill your friendly forces, right? As he said this, John Gia overloaded the flagship-level shield recharge booster to quickly restore the shield of his Phoenix, while locking onto the wreckage of Sherman Xiaohang and attacking it. Since they couldn't get KM, at least they couldn't think of reclaiming the wreckage. Dark Blood Kratos was very embarrassed by John Gia's words. Since I am so embarrassed, I will deal with the person who embarrassed me. Then Dark Blood Kratos' Conqueror class began to attack the Warlord, and the Warlord did not show weakness and also fought back. Then the situation froze. Dark Blood Kratos could not break the Warlord's defense, and he was able to repair the Phoenix class of the Warlord. The Warlord was also struggling to support, frantically eating 3,200 capacitor injection device recharge to maintain the flagship shield recharge booster to devour the battleship's energy. Seeing that Dark Blood Kratos couldn't break his defense, John Gia breathed a sigh of relief, and then sarcastically said to Dark Blood Kratos, "Brother, it seems that your Conqueror is a little weak. Even my Phoenix can't move. Did you buy a fake? You will know whether it is a fake or not in a while. I want to see how much power you have." Dark Blood Kratos smiled grimly. His Conqueror Titan is now equipped with a sweeping cannon for spawning monsters, so it is a little weak in attacking the flagship, but when his Doomsday weapon is cooled down, he will teach this guy an unforgettable lesson. Ship and eggs, don't even think about escaping. Although he knew that Dark Blood Kratos was waiting for the Doomsday weapon to cool down, John Gia still said very stubbornly, "I still have 100 or so 3,200 batteries, enough to last until the game maintenance." Hearing John Gia's words, Dark Blood Kratos realized that there were only 5 minutes left before the system maintenance, which was not enough time for his Doomsday weapon to launch another round. After all, in addition to the cooling time of the Doomsday weapon, a large amount of energy needs to be loaded into the battleship to maintain the launch of the Doomsday weapon. Fuck. Dark Blood Kratos calculated that it would take at least 7 or 8 minutes for the next round of Doomsday weapons to be activated, and the system would have been under maintenance by then. By the time the system was under maintenance, this guy could have escaped. At that time, as long as this guy didn't go online, they would be helpless. At most, they could place a mobile jump disruptor at the offline location to intercept him from going online, just like Shimon's Night God did last time. But that was unlikely. After all, there were only 3 people in their legion, and it was impossible for them to stay online 24 hours a day. Once this guy finds an opportunity, he will run away without a trace. Dark Blood Kratos overloaded his weapon hoping to break the shield of the Phoenix-class dreadnought. As long as the shield can be broken, the rest will be easy. But no matter how he attacked, the Phoenix-class shield of Jean Jia was stable at a certain value and could not be broken. Jean Jia looked at the status in the upper left corner and couldn't help but thank God. Super Blue Pill Enhancer, YYSD. The Super Blue Pill Enhancer can increase the shield recharge by 30%, and combined with the Dreadnought's super self-repair ability, this is what allowed him to persist until now. Increase the shield recharge by 30%, this effect is not weak, it can be said to be a magic weapon. But it also has a fatal disadvantage, that is, it is randomly accompanied by many side effects. Reduce the battleship's power capacity by 30%, reduce the shield capacity by 30%, reduce the turret's optimal range by 30%, and reduce the missile explosion speed by 30%. 1 gain, followed by 4 negative states, this is undoubtedly a gamble. If you are lucky, there will only be a gain effect, no negative effects, and if you are unlucky, there will be all 4 negative states, driving your own death. So this type of enhancer is also called fake medicine by players. But this type of booster can still help players survive many situations where they are doomed to die, making people love and hate it. This time, Jean Jia was lucky enough to have a mild negative state, which reduced the missile explosion speed by 30%. Because his main goal now is to hold on until the system maintenance, rather than eating the Conqueror Titan, which is unrealistic and impossible, so this 30% reduction in missile explosion speed has no effect on him. If the negative state is a 30% reduction in capacity, or a 30% reduction in shield amount, then he can only wait for death. After all, he now relies entirely on power to maintain the shield maintenance, and if the power or shield capacity is reduced by 30%, there will be no fun. Looking at the system maintenance countdown, with less than 2 minutes left, Jean Jia smiled. Brother, it seems that we have to stop here, goodbye. Goodbye. Before the angry Dark Blood Kratos could speak, a night god jumped in from the deep space. It was the Delk Ellis, who finally escaped from the range of the mobile jump disruptor. Seeing Delk Ellis's night god entering the battlefield, Jean Jia's face turned bitter. It's over. Delk Ellis's night god released a heavy carrier-based aircraft, locked onto Jean Jia, and fired a salvo, dealing full damage. The huge amount of damage exceeded the shield capacity of Jean Jia's Phoenix-class dreadnought, so its shield disappeared instantly, and the remaining structure was instantly melted. The flagship-class shield repairer did not play any role, and the dreadnought instantly exploded and turned into a pile of wreckage. Chapter 115. A few seconds after Delk Ellis took the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft back to the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft hangar, the system began maintenance, and everyone was kicked out of the server and forced to log off. In YY, Sherman had a face full of resentment. Damn, you are too cruel, but you didn't leave any for me, my high-level command egg. It doesn't matter if Xiao Hang explodes, after all, it can be built in a few days, he just feels sorry for the brain plug in his clone. A full set of advanced command. This set of brain plugs can increase the warship's jump speed, effectively making up for the shortcoming of the flagship's slow jump speed. It is a god-level auxiliary brain plug for cargo ships and flagships, so Sherman specially brought back a set. Moreover, this set is more expensive than this Xiao Hang, and it can be sold for a full 10 billion. It's outrageous. Not only is it expensive, but the point is that their source market has not sold it at all. They can only sell it in the guitar market, and then pull it down. There are various war forces and enemies along the way, which is very dangerous. Dark Blood Kratos was embarrassed, and then he said with great wealth, Barbarian, this wave is my fault. I will compensate you in full when I go online later. Faced with the comfort of the local tyrant, Sherman decisively refused. Farewell, I was arrested because of my own reasons, and I can't blame you. Sherman asked the robot beside him to take out a bottle of Kufi from the incubator, drank it all and burped. After the system maintenance is over, I will transfer the money to you. Please buy me a set with the gallon transport number you used. It was just a small amount of money, but he could still afford it. Well, It was just all his current belongings. Thinking of this, Sherman felt a toothache. He would be penniless again. Calculating the time, the 10 super aircraft carriers he manufactured would not come off the production line for another half a month. Considering the high price of the super aircraft carriers, the shipment was very slow, and it would take some time to recover the funds. The dreadnoughts and small flagships in the Legion were also exchanged for Eden coins. The current peak price of Eden coins should be in 2 months, so it is not the time to make a move now, and we have to wait. Sherman suddenly found that he seemed to have no channels to make a lot of money recently. In one word, worry. Seeing Sherman suddenly silent, Dirk Ellis thought that he was autistic because of John Gia, and then suggested to the two, "I say, this guy does this every day, we are all so annoyed. Do you want us to go to this guy Legion base?" As soon as these words came out, Sherman and Dark Blood Kratos' eyes lit up. Yes. Since this guy likes to squat, they can also go to his Legion to squat. Let's see who can squat better. Sherman has nothing to do now. He has been brushing the small star belt for 2 months, and has not seen any officials. It's time to go out and relax. Besides, now that John Gia has been squatting here, he can't brush the asteroid belt with peace of mind, at least not before his big ship is off the production line. So the three of them immediately agreed to squat him. After reaching a consensus, Sherman had a question. How do we find this guy army base? After all, they were not familiar with this guy army, and did not know where their army base was. They could not find the location even if they wanted to hide. This is easy. As an old player who has been playing this game since 2006, Dark Blood Kratos said this was not a problem. I will go to KB to find the KM of this army. After a comparison and analysis, I can know where this army base is. KB.com is an auxiliary website for this game. You can see the destruction reports in the game on it. You can find all kinds of weird and incredible destruction on it. It is also a website for players to eat melons, and a platform to show off their combat power. So when they heard Dark Blood Kratos say this, Sherman and Dirk Ellis also reacted. They could also analyze the station of this guy army through this website. It turns out that the routines of old players are still deep. After the maintenance, the three of them immediately went online. Dirk Ellis drove the Night God back to swipe monsters, while Sherman went to recover the large mobile warp disruptors at the Stargate, so as to avoid being tricked by himself again next time. Dark Blood Kratos opened Dirk Ellis' destruction report and clicked on John Gia's personal information. 36-degree Brotherhood? Dark Blood Kratos touched his chin, and then parked his Conqueror-class Titan back to Star City, and then opened the KB website to search for this Legion. After Sherman recovered all the large mobile warp disruptors and swiped the asteroid belt several times, this guy was still searching and analyzing on the KB website. How's the analysis going? Sherman couldn't help asking. He was now extremely eager to take revenge. Dark Blood Kratos shook his head and said with some pain, "It's strange. The destruction sites of the 36-degree Brotherhood are all over the Northern Alliance. There are reports of their destruction from the Absolute Path Starfield, Omist, Petapolis Starfield, Tripis Starfield, and even Amesha Starfield. They are very evenly distributed. I can't figure it out at all." Sherman was speechless for a while, then decided to ask the big guys in the Source Director group to see if anyone knew. "Big guys, does anyone know where the 36-degree Brotherhood of the Northern Alliance is stationed?" After a while, someone in the group replied, "Yishashan God, why are you looking for the station of this gay group?" "Sherman, the people in this group have been squatting on me, so I want to go and squat on their group." After hearing Sherman's explanation, Yishashan God did not persuade him, but just talked about the situation of the 36-degree group. "Yishashan God, then you have to pay attention, this group is full of fighting maniacs." After listening, Sherman knew why Dark Blood Kratos couldn't analyze it, because the 36-degree Brotherhood was indeed too warlike. And they were particularly keen on counter-harvesting the invading enemy. Even if the enemy fleet was dozens of star systems away from them, they would organize a team to go, so it was not surprising that the destruction report was spread all over the Northern Alliance's sovereignty. This 36-degree Brotherhood was formed by the natives of the fertile turbid star field many years ago. It was originally named the 36-degree Leisure Club. There were thousands of people in the Legion. Later, when the universe was in flames, they took up battleships and joined the RAC Alliance. Over the years, they participated in hundreds of battles of various sizes, such as the Zeo battle and the 49 battle. It can be said that they have made great achievements in battle and are a famous group. After the 49th battle, the RAC Alliance collapsed and then joined the Northern Alliance, becoming one of the main armies of the Northern Alliance. Because there are very few girls in the Legion, most of them are men, and they are very warlike, so they are also nicknamed 36-Degree Brothers Legion. Because they often lead the team to the Northern Alliance to harvest, Isher Tion should also knows the location of the 36-Degree Brothers Legion. After obtaining the information and location of the 36-Degree Brothers Legion, Sherman opened the star map and stared at a corner of the star map. 7L9 Galaxy in the Omister Star Field. Looking at the star map, Sherman's grievances of being harvested by Jean Jia like a buffet restaurant surged from his heart, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Let's see who can squat better. Chapter 116. After getting the specific information, Sherman stopped Darkblood Kratos, who was still analyzing in KB. Everyone, I found the location of the 36-Degree Brotherhood Legion. It is in the 7L9 star system of Omister. Darkblood Kratos opened the star map and nodded. Only here can these guys quickly enter the surrounding star field to fight. What are you waiting for? Let's go! After knowing the location of the Guy Legion, Dirk Ellis urged impatiently. Although the guy destroyed his warship, he also hit his mobile tractors many times, so he didn't dare to use the mobile tractors to collect the garbage equipment generated when spawning monsters, which made him lose a lot of ISK. The loss was not much, but it was very frustrating. Looking at the anxious Dirk Ellis, Sherman quickly persuaded, "Don't worry, we don't know what ship to use." "Then it must be the Black Hidden Fleet," Darkblood Kratos said without hesitation. A Black Hidden Special Service ship plus 2 T3 cruisers are completely enough for a surprise attack. The Black Hidden Fleet? Sherman thought about it, and it was indeed suitable for their next plan. It can be invisible, and can also be used for induction, which is very convenient for both attack and retreat. Then do you need to use Jin Peng or Loki's skills to the maximum? Sherman asked the two. I will drive the Black Hidden Special Forces ship, and you will drive the T3 cruiser. Darkblood Kratos directly took the position of the Black Hidden Special Forces ship, and by the way, he took out his officer's marshal to show off. This marshal is the prize for the official recent event. Although the value is not as high as before, it is still about 50 billion. Sherman immediately sold it to the rich man, who didn't participate in the event, and didn't get any prizes. Seeing the marshal dressed like an official, Sherman and Dirk Ellis gave him a proper compliment. As for driving a T3 cruiser, Sherman didn't have any objection. After all, he had full skills for both Jin Peng and Loki, and they were all the same. But Dirk Ellis had a problem. Well, I don't have the skills for a T3 cruiser. Dirk Ellis was a little embarrassed, but then he patted his chest and said, give me some time. I go to Guitar to buy some large skill injectors to max out the skills of Loki or Jin Peng, and buy a ship by the way. I don't have such a ship and you want one. As for the Saint Soldier and the Sea God, Dirk Ellis wisely didn't say anything. After all, these two ships were not good enough. Sherman was not surprised by the behavior of Dirk Ellis, so he didn't stop him. Okay, bring me a set of high-level brains by the way. After checking the time, Sherman said to the two, let's do it at night. There will be more people online at that time, and they should have people working on it. Now let's do our own things. Oka. Understood. The two had no objection to this. Just when Sherman was about to leave the space station and go to the asteroid belt for a while, a steady voice sounded behind him. Commander. Sherman couldn't help but look back, and he knew it was Aura. After all, he was the only one who had the authority to enter his captain's room without reporting. Ola, you're here just in time. Bring me a bottle of coffee, and ask someone to send some food. Ola nodded, and soon, a boxed lunch and coffee were placed on Shyman's table. It's not that Ola didn't make delicious food for Sherman, but Sherman liked the taste after trying the big pot rice made by the Dorit Legion. So he asked Ola to get it for him. After finishing the battle, Sherman wiped his mouth, opened coffee, and took a big gulp. Great. Watching Sherman wolfing down his food, Aura said calmly, Commander, your eating habits are prone to physical problems, so it's better to change them. Sherman burped and waved his hand indifferently. Life is only a short 100 years, so eating meat and drinking wine is the way to enjoy life. Listening to Sherman's nonsense, Aura corrected him. Commander, your life is more than a short 100 years, so you need to take good care of your body. Sherman looked at Aura in surprise. More than 100 years, what do you mean? Hearing Sherman's question, Aura immediately broke away from the human scene and became very stiff and mechanical. The host does not have enough authority to access the relevant data. Please continue to work hard and unlock the relevant authority as soon as possible. Do you still need authority to know? Sherman thought about it, and then asked Aura in confusion, could it be the consciousness transfer technology? After all, in the game, the player's resurrection setting is a clone pilot created by consciousness transfer technology, and the lifespan is almost unlimited. In the face of Sherman's question, Aura still answered mechanically. The host does not have enough authority to access relevant data. TSK. Looking at Aura with an expressionless face, Sherman did not ask any more questions. After all, he could guess it. This thing will be known sooner or later, so he did not ask too many questions. Okay, I won't ask any more. By the way, what do you want to see me for this time? Hearing that Sherman stopped asking questions, Aura instantly exited the previous mode and touched his heart with lingering fear. It seems that he has to be more careful in the future, and can no longer reveal information that has not been unlocked. After a while, he reported to Sherman the purpose of this visit. Commander, the Killing Angel has awakened. The Killing Angel? Sherman slapped his head. He had forgotten about this matter. Last time after the battle with Harry's Desasso fleet, the Killing Angel was not on Harry's battleship, so it was not melted by the Doomsday weapon and survived. Finally, after cleaning up the battlefield, it was taken back to the Alpha space station. Because the injuries of these Killing Angels were very serious, Sherman asked Aura to put them in the repair chamber for recuperation. I didn't expect that the recuperation would take so long. In addition, there were too many things to do recently, so I forgot about it. Don't get me wrong, Sherman didn't ask Aura to add materials to the repair chambers of these Killing Angels this time, but they were so injured that it took so long to repair. What is the status of these Killing Angels? Aura thought for a while, and said with a puzzled look, these Killing Angels are very quiet. After waking up, they didn't do anything except caring about other Killing Angels. They didn't ask about our situation, nor did they try to pass on news to the outside world. Instead, they ate and drank as if they were on vacation. Ola thought that these Killing Angels would be like Wang Yan's group of angels, always thinking about how to get out of here and pass on information to the outside world, but she didn't expect these Killing Angels to be so quiet. They didn't cry or make a fuss, and ran to the entertainment room to play as if they were on vacation. They didn't have the fearless style they had on the battlefield. They are really brave. Chapter 117. Sherman didn't care whether these Killing Angels were big-hearted or not. He just wanted to know how to deal with them next. Ola, I'm thinking of releasing these Killing Angels. What do you think? It's not that Sherman is a good guy, but he has no grudges against these Killing Angels. He doesn't know what to do except release them. The most important thing is that the Killing Angel fleet has a Sky Blade Titan and an unknown number of conventional warships. It would be unpleasant if he made enemies with them. After all, Sherman had seen their style before, and he didn't want to worry every day that a Titan would suddenly blow up a space station in his new Eden. So Sherman wanted to hear Aura's opinion on how to deal with these Killing Angels. I agree with the commander's suggestion. Aura nodded, agreeing with Sherman's opinion, and then changed the subject, but we don't just have to let them go, we also need to use them as a bond to build relationships with other Killing Angels. Sherman was a little puzzled by Aura's opinion. Why? For the Sky Blade Titans in their hands. Aura answered decisively, and then explained to Sherman. The Sky Blade Titans in the hands of these Killing Angels are the latest Titans of the Angel civilization. They are of great value to the improvement of New Eden's technology. As long as they are reverse engineered, it is possible to combine them with New Eden's technology to develop a brand new Titan. Brand new Titan. This word has an extraordinary temptation for Sherman now. New Eden is not short of conventional fleets now, and the super aircraft carrier also has the sole Revenant class to maintain the facade, but there is still no super strategic weapon, like the Titan class, that can make the final decision, so he can't help but worry about future wars. But unfortunately, the Titan technology in New Eden is not easy to unlock, and there are too many preconditions. Take the Komodo-class Titan of the Eurystus pirates as an example. If you want to unlock it, you must first unlock other battleship technologies, and you also need to unlock 4 officials to be eligible for unlocking. But it was only a qualification, because the price of unlocking it was a full 5 trillion ISK, and there was no bargaining, let alone discounts. The same was true for other Titans. So for a period of time in the future, Sherman would not be able to unlock any Titan. Now he was brushing the asteroid belt every day to unlock the 4 officials of the Serpentis group, and then unlock the Serpentis ship system through the discount of unlocking the officials, and then unlock its highest strategic force, the Conqueror-class Titan. But unfortunately, this star belt is so poisonous that I haven't seen many officials, or even ordinary bosses so far. So after hearing Aura's explanation, Sherman immediately made up his mind. Must contact, and then treat these ladies well. Yes. Without hesitation, Sherman ran to the locker room and changed into formal clothes. Let's go, take me to meet these rich ladies. The residence of these killing angels is not far from Sherman's captain's room, which is where Wang Yan's group of angels originally lived, located on the upper floor of the space station. Because the middle level of the space station is where the Dorid people live, at least they will live here before they transform the habitable planet, so these killing angels are isolated. When Sherman came to the entertainment room, where the killing angels were currently, he heard a burst of cheerful singing outside the door, and was stunned. After Aura knocked on the door, the singing inside stopped. After a while, a crisp voice came from inside. Come in. Sherman and Aura walked into the entertainment room, only to see 10 killing angels sitting upright on the sofa, facing the sofa and making a gesture of invitation to Sherman. Sherman sat on the sofa, looking at the killing angels, who extended their hands with a smile. I am the Emperor of New Eden, Sherman. Killing Angel, Ellie. The killing angel sitting in the middle extended his hand to shake Sherman's hand, and they parted as soon as they touched. Then all the killing angels stood up, hammered their right hands on their chests, and bowed their heads slightly. Thank you, Your Excellency, for saving us sisters. Sherman also stood up and saluted. To be honest, compared to Wang Yan's group of arrogant angels, the politeness of these killing angels won Sherman's favor. At least they will thank him after they wake up. After everyone sat back in their seats and exchanged a few words, Sherman asked Ellie a question that he was very curious about. Sir Ellie, why aren't you afraid that I will hurt you? Ellie, the baby-faced killing angel, smiled sweetly at Sherman. Sir, of course you won't, and there is no reason to hurt us. Oh! Sherman looked at the girl in front of him, and was very curious about why she was so confident. Ellie spread her hands, revealing a very confident and sweet smile. We, the killing angels, have no grudges against New Eden, so you have no reason to hurt us, and even if you want to hurt us, you won't repair our injuries. That may not be the case. After all, New Eden has just joined the Justice Order. Aren't you afraid? Sherman narrowed his eyes, and looked at the naive Ellie in front of him, and said in a very grim tone, If you believe that the killing angels of the several destroyed civilizations in front of you are naive, then Sherman can really be retrained. After hearing Sherman's words, Ellie remained calm, and even smiled sweeter. Then we don't have to worry. Although we have carried out a lot of killing, it is also for self-protection. The most important thing is that we have not sinned against any civilization of the Justice Order, so we don't have to worry about the Justice Order at all. As she spoke, Ellie's mouth showed a trace of mockery and helplessness. Besides, we, the killing angels, are still angels, so the Justice Order will not do anything to us. Indeed. After all, although the slaughter angels are abandoned by angels, they are still angels, so no civilization of justice and order has ever attacked them during their exile. At most, they were just expelled. Unlike the free camp, which attacked them relentlessly. Sherman nodded, and his tone became much gentler. It seems that it is not that you are careless, but that you are confident. If you were careless, then all of us sisters would have died in the starry sky long ago. Ellie smiled brightly at the sisters around her, and then continued to say to Sherman, and even if you guessed wrong, our lives are still in your hands. Instead of worrying about it, you might as well live happily every day. Looking at Ellie with a bright smile, Sherman fell silent. It must be said that these killing angels have become much more optimistic and cherish every day of their lives when facing the death or injury of their tribesmen during their exile. The optimism made people feel a little distressed. Now that your injuries have healed, what are your plans? Listening to Sherman's words, Ellie's eyes dimmed, and then she raised her head and smiled. Of course, we will find other sisters, and then continue to wander until we find a place to live, or die on the way. This is our destiny and our dream. Sherman glanced at the other killing angels. These killing angels were silent for a while after Ellie's words, but after looking at each other, they all smiled brightly. They are all willing to accompany their sisters until the end of their lives. I empathize with your dreams and respect them very much. Sherman looked at the killing angels with a smile on his face. But, do you have any idea to make New Eden the end of your journey over the years? Chapter 118. The end of the journey? Ellie looked at the man in front of her, who still looked a little childish, and was a little absent-minded. But then she smiled, like a blooming flower. Sir, do you know what you are talking about? They are the abandoned people of angels, and they have embarked on a road of no return since the moment they were judged. They are not favored by the Justice Order. All the civilizations of the Justice Order regard them as aliens, and avoid them like poison. They are hunted by the Free Camp, so the civilizations of the Free Camp regard them as enemies, and wish to swallow their blood and eat their flesh. Even those neutral civilizations, who claim to be neutral, but have already established relations with the two major camps in secret, are unwilling to accept them, and regard them as disasters that bring disaster. In order to survive, they had to fight through all difficulties, their hands were stained with blood, and they made a great name in the vast sea of stars. They changed from fallen angels of angel heresy to killing angels, who represent killing and death. There is no place for them in the vast sea of stars. I know what I said very well, and I know what I will face in the future. Sherman answered Ellie very seriously, and his face was very solemn. Although my new Eden has joined the Justice Order, it will not be hostile to you like other civilizations, and will not hurt you like those guys in the free camp. Sherman opened his palms, then gently opened them. Although I may give you special privileges in New Eden, what I can guarantee is that I will give you the same equality and freedom as other citizens. Equality and freedom. These two words are undoubtedly two empty words that people sneer at in the eyes of others. But for these killing angels who once saw prosperity and privileges in the angel civilization and then fell to the bottom, this is undoubtedly the most exciting reward. During their journey over the years, they have encountered countless hostility and attacks. Their own people regard them as aliens. Their enemies want to get rid of them, and other people also regard them as ominous. Now they really want to find a place that can accommodate them, and then live a good life, not like now. So this made Ellie, who had calmed down, fall silent again. Then she slowly raised her head and looked at Sherman. Her voice became a little hoarse. Can you guarantee what you said? Sherman stood up and pounded his chest with his right hand towards the killing angels. He told the killing angels his decision with the etiquette of the Star Sea. Before this, he and Aura had discussed the risks of taking in these killing angels, so Sherman made such a straightforward and decisive choice now. If the killing angels were taken in, there would be only one enemy, and that was the Freedom Camp. New Eden and the Freedom Camp would always fight in the future, so it didn't matter whether they were offended or not. It would be better to strive for the greatest benefit for yourself. Although the Justice Order does not like the killing angels and regards them as aliens, it will not be hostile to New Eden because New Eden accepts them. At most, it will be a little surprised. So, accepting the killing angels is now beneficial to New Eden. Looking at the solemn face of Sherman, Ellie fell silent again. Because she didn't know whether the man in front of her was trustworthy, she couldn't joke with the lives of her sisters, so it was better to let the leader make the decision. I need a communicator, and some time before I can give you an answer. Ellie raised her head, her face no longer smiling, but serious. Okay. Sherman winked at Aura, who took out a communicator and put it on the table. Then the two of them walked out of the room, leaving them space. Coming to the corridor, Sherman took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, looked at the planet outside the window, and blew a smoke ring faintly. Aura, do you think these killing angels will agree? This time, Sherman came only for the Skyblade Titans in the hands of these killing angels, and wanted to use the protection of them as a bargaining chip to exchange for the Skyblade Titans. Purely a transaction. And he also has the confidence and ability to protect them, but now, he is very worried that this bargaining chip is not enough. Commander, I think the probability of success of this transaction is still very high. Aura analyzed this. Whether it is the information collected originally, or the information just obtained, these killing angels can be analyzed that they are eager for a place that can accept them to live. If we can prove that we have enough strength and sincerity to protect them, then the probability of success is very high. With the strength we have revealed so far, what is the probability of success? Because many things in New Eden cannot be exposed at present, this is related to future battle plans, so we can only show them the power on the surface. Sherman was a little worried about this. After a comparative analysis, Aura quickly gave Sherman the answer. The probability of success is 50%, and this requires that Chelm Solin's Sasha conventional fleet be exposed. As for the Sasha Elite Fleet and the Sasha Suppression Control Tower, they cannot be exposed, so the probability can only be 50%. If we wait until the war breaks out and let the killing angels truly understand our strength, this probability will increase to 75%. Only 50%? Sherman blew out a smoke ring, then threw the cigarette butt on the ground and crushed it. Enough. At this time, Ellie also opened the room and walked to Sherman and bowed slightly. Sir, our leader wants to talk to you. It's an honor. Back in the entertainment room, a holographic projection appeared in the center of the room, and a woman wearing a white mask sat on the sofa, holding a dagger and staring at Sherman and Aura, who entered the room. Aura frowned slightly as she looked at the projection, and as a stream of data flowed through her eyes, a gleam of light suddenly appeared in her eyes, And then she followed Sherman without any expression. The current leader of the Angel of Death, Yun. The Emperor of New Eden, Sherman. The two nodded to each other, and they were acquainted. After Sherman sat down, the leader of the Angel of Death did not waste words, and started the talks directly. Ellie has already told me your idea. We are also interested in joining New Eden, and are willing to fight for New Eden, just for the fairness and freedom you mentioned. The Angel of Death Yun was so direct at the beginning, which caught Sherman off guard. After a moment of surprise, Sherman asked, "Do you have any requests?" The promise was too straightforward, so straightforward that it made people a little suspicious, so he couldn't help but think that these killing angels would have some excessive demands. The killing angel Yun shook his head. "We don't have any requests, but we have 2 questions to ask you, and this is related to whether we can reach an agreement." Sherman couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's good to have conditions. Otherwise, he would not feel at ease if they just took us in. "Please speak." The killing angel Yun leaned forward, supporting her whole body on the short sword, and the wings hidden behind her were revealed. And the wings of this person also surprised Sherman a little. Half of the wings of this person were the pale blood color of the killing angel, and the other half were the pure white of a normal angel, and with this pair of light golden pupils, it looked very charming. "Sir, please answer me, is this world more suitable for the absolute justice advocated by the angel civilization, or is it more suitable for the absolute freedom advocated by the demon civilization?" The hoarse voice of the killing angel Yun came from behind the mask, and this sword-holding posture coupled with this pair of charming wings made people feel an inexplicable majesty. Chapter 119. Faced with Yun's question, Sherman didn't know how to answer, and was a little speechless for a moment. Justice and evil, this is also a problem that has troubled him for many years. When I was a child, adults always said that justice will defeat evil, and I also fantasized about turning into light and eliminating the evil in the world. But when I grew up, I found that there is not much real justice, and evil is not everywhere, but more of a state of confusion. Take the killing angel in front of me. They destroyed more than a dozen civilizations during their exile, and their hands were stained with countless blood. But can you say they are evil? For them, they destroyed these civilizations in order to protect themselves, and it was these civilizations that took action first, so they were just. But for the ordinary people of those destroyed civilizations, they had to pay for the mistakes of the top leaders. Their homes were destroyed, their wives and children were separated, which was undoubtedly absolute evil. So justice and evil have never been separated, and you may be doing evil to others when you are fulfilling what you think is justice. The difference between justice and evil is just a matter of standing on different positions. So when he heard this, Sherman's life mentor's words rang in his mind, and he told Yun very seriously, "This world is neither black nor white, but a delicate gray." Yun leaned back on the sofa, pondering this sentence, and nodded involuntarily. A very insightful answer. Yun looked at Sherman with her pale golden eyes, and was a little curious. "I just didn't expect that you could say such a philosophical word, which really surprised me." "You're too kind. It seems that this level has been passed." Sherman couldn't help but thank his life mentor for his teachings. Yun looked at Sherman, and didn't let him be happy for too long. She continued, "Second question, what do you think of the absolute justice of angels? Why do you keep asking such philosophical questions?" Sherman thought he would be asked about the strength of New Eden, or the treatment of the future killing angels. This made his prepared words useless, and he looked a little dumb. Because he had not prepared his words in advance, he could only answer this question based on what he thought in his heart. "I admire the absolute justice of the angels, but I do not agree with it." "Oh!" Yun raised her eyebrows. "Since you do not agree with it, why do you want to join the Justice Order?" "Since you do not agree with it, but join it, it is indeed contradictory. Joining the Justice Order is in the interests of my New Eden." Sherman did not hide the reason why he joined the Justice Order. After all, Ola was present at the meeting, and he was not afraid that the video would be leaked. Absolute justice is too idealistic, and does not apply to all civilizations. After all, the law of the jungle is the eternal truth of the universe, and no amount of intervention can reverse it, so I don't agree with it. But the angels have always been practicing their own ideals, helping the weak and spreading justice, and they have done it, so I admire them very much. Sherman's words were very straightforward, so straightforward that Yun didn't know how to refute it. After all, she was originally a member of this truth. However, he later found that there was no hope for this truth, so he was judged and abandoned because he doubted the truth. After calming down, Yun continued to ask, "Do you also not believe in justice?" "No, I believe in justice." Even though he knew that the killing angels in front of him were abandoned by justice, Sherman still answered firmly. Oh! Yunyan unconsciously raised her horns, folded her hands in front of her chest, and looked at Sherman coldly. After organizing his words, Sherman spoke. In my opinion, justice is more often just a kind of self-discipline, an inner force to maintain order, and a minimum requirement for people to control their desires and avoid becoming a beast that only knows killing and desire. After saying that, Sherman smiled at Yunyan. Of course, but compared to restraining the enemy with invisible and intangible justice, I believe in and am more willing to use the cannons on the battleship to persuade the enemy. Yunyan did not comment on this. The last question, what philosophy will New Eden choose to lead it in the future? Justice, evil, or what you call exquisite gray? Yunyan looked at Sherman. Her eyes were like a smooth mirror, without a trace of fluctuation. Ola on the side also looked up at Sherman. He was also very concerned about this question. All along, this commander has been in a state of being unfocused. Except for making decisions and giving opinions on major matters, he would let go of other things if he could, and he was very lazy. He had never been told about the future development path of New Eden. It had been constantly accumulating strength, which made New Eden feel like it was on an unknown road. Looking at Yunyan and Aura's expressions, Sherman was silent for a moment, and then gave an answer. Give justice to the subjects and destroy the enemies. 3 hours later, a huge sea monster appeared in the Alpha Galaxy under the induction star mark, and the blood-red angel on its hull was unusually dazzling. The entire warship is more than 10 kilometers long and is shaped like a short sword, except that the hilt is a pair of blood-colored wings, which looks very beautiful. The densely packed turrets on its wings, and the thick muzzle with a radius of 100 meters on the tip of the sword at the bow make people have no doubts about its combat effectiveness. And this is the Sky Blade Titan of the Killing Angels. Although it is not clear why these Killing Angels joined New Eden so decisively just after listening to his nonsense, it is a good thing after all. However, Sherman was still very grateful for this. He did not rashly provoke the Killing Angel. Even Aura did not expect that the large force of the Killing Angel had actually been staying in the Alpha Star region. It only took a flagship jump to reach the Alpha Star system where Sherman was. This was undoubtedly frightening. One after another, warships came out of the fleet hangar of the Sky Blade Titan, and brought the Killing Angels into the Alpha Space Station. Looking at these main battleships of the Angel civilization, Sherman was thinking about whether he should let Aura do some reverse research on them. Maybe he could also develop new warships. As for these Killing Angels, Sherman doesn't need to worry about them. Aura will arrange everything clearly, and there won't be any mistakes. Because the Alpha Space Station does not have the ability to dock Titans, this Sky Blade Titan can only be placed in the newly built super flagship berth of Sodio. After seeing this Sky Blade Titan follow the channel to enter Sodio, Yunyan and Ailey both took a deep look at this huge engineering complex. Their faces were complicated. Chapter 120. As a member of the former Angel civilization, they certainly understand what this engineering complex that can dock Titan means. Looking at the huge Sodio, Yunyan sighed. I thought I had figured out the strength of New Eden, but I didn't expect it was just the tip of the iceberg. The Killing Angels actually hid in it, when Sherman had not yet established a foothold in the Alpha Star region. It can be said that they watched New Eden develop and expand bit by bit. And it was the rapid development of New Eden in the past few months that made her not doubt whether New Eden could protect them. Joining New Eden and accepting its protection was part of her plan. She thought she could gain a foothold in New Eden and a certain status with this Skyblade Titan, but she didn't expect that New Eden actually had the ability to build a super flagship. This is incredible. Yunyan, it seems that he is really sincere to us. Even this kind of thing is open to me, not afraid that we will leak the secret. Looking at the huge building standing in the depths of the starry sky, Ellie couldn't help but feel that the Emperor of New Eden was really generous. Aren't they afraid that they will tell the angels or demons about this? She believed that as long as the news that New Eden has a super flagship manufacturing engineering complex is released, even if the angels or demons are not interested, the civilizations under their control will definitely flock to it like sharks smelling blood. A civilization that has just been established for a short time has such a thing that can make a civilization ascend to the first-class civilization in a short period of time. This is really too tempting. Sincerity? Maybe? Yunyan nodded, then shook her head and smiled. Our Majesty is not only showing us sincerity, but also showing us strength. Although Yunyan's words were ambiguous, Ellie instantly understood what she meant. This is not only showing the strength and potential to protect them, but also showing the strength to destroy them. It seems that this Majesty is also a stingy person. He just threatened him a little bit just now, but he retaliated so quickly. As she spoke, Yunyan took off her mask and looked at the running Sodio with flashing lights. showing a relaxed smile and narrowing her eyes. But it's good this way. At least this new Eden really accepts us and really has the ability to protect us. We sisters can finally get rid of this exile life of hiding from each other, and don't have to worry about not seeing any sisters again after tomorrow. Hearing this, Ellie's eyes dimmed. She remembered those companions who never came back to collect fuel and supplies, or to protect others. Yunyan patted the disappointed Ellie, took off the mask she had been wearing, and revealed a childish face. No more sisters will leave in the future. In the distance, the lights of Sodio were flickering slightly, and they were running at full capacity. It can be foreseen that a huge monster was slowly taking shape. What? In the captain's room, Sherman looked at Aura and asked incredulously. This killing angel Yunyan is Mu Yunyan. How is this possible? Who is this Mu Yunyan? She is the fleet instructor and commander of the Omega Union. She is a special person in the Omega Union. Her reputation is even higher than that of the chairman of the Omega Union, Barry. Moreover, the last Omega auction, the auction of the killing angels, can be said to be led by them. They auction their own people. This is too ridiculous. Although it is incredible, it is the fact. Ola answered with certainty, and he also analyzed these killing angels. And judging from the current situation, it's not us who chose them, but they who chose us. Maybe from the beginning, our new Eden entered their sight and became their target of choice. Aura's analysis was correct. In fact, when he pulled the first batch of complete warships into the Omega market and occupied the Black Flag Galaxy, Mu Yunyan had been observing them for a long time. And he also made the Omega Federation relax its vigilance against New Eden in both open and covert ways, which prevented New Eden from going to war with the Omega Federation. You have to know that New Eden only had 2 brigades of motor at the beginning. If the Omega Federation was really determined to attack New Eden, Sherman and his men would really have no ability to resist. After all, one was a joint fleet of thousands of main battleships, while the other was only 2 fleets mainly for escort, with a small number of cruisers and battleships. The number and tonnage were enough to ignore the technological gap and completely crush the other. It was not until New Eden completely controlled and occupied the Alpha Star region without knowing it that Mu Yunyan had the idea of cooperating with New Eden. However, before she could contact the Stone Man, the captured Slaughter Angel was auctioned, so she was delayed. At that time, their Sky Blade Titans were only a few minutes away from entering the battlefield, but before their induction ships could start induction, the main fleet of the Desasso civilization had been destroyed by the Mod group, and even its Prince Harry was evaporated by the 10 Doomsdays. Only then did she suddenly realize that the strength of New Eden had become so strong, and it had lost the qualifications for cooperation. So after receiving Ellie's communication, Mu Yunyan agreed without any hesitation. The huge potential and strength shown by New Eden are worth their bet. And the question she asked later was actually to find out whether Sherman is a qualified leader. Fortunately, judging from his performance, although Sherman cannot be said to be excellent, he is at least qualified. Sherman felt a little sad about Aura's words. I thought this killing angel was convinced by me because I conquered him with my personal charm, but I didn't expect that the clown was actually me. In response, Aura could only smile awkwardly. Rubbing his face, Sherman quickly recovered and ordered Aura, start the reverse engineering of the Sky Blade Titan from now on, and try to develop a Titan suitable for New Eden as soon as possible and put it into the battlefield. Yes. Aura immediately took the order and was about to leave. Sherman continued, by the way, you should also arrange the resettlement of the killing angels as soon as possible and follow up on the supplies and medical support. Yes. Watching Ola leave, Sherman deeply felt how lucky he was to have such a loyal manager. If he was asked to do these jobs, with his lazy personality, he might go on strike after a few days. From then on, the king did not attend the morning court, but stayed in his room playing games. At this time, the dissatisfied voice of Dirk Alice also came from YY. Manzi, I'm waiting for you now, where are you? Hearing this, Sherman hurried online. Here I come, here I come! Chapter 121. Sorry, work delayed me. Sherman boarded the Loki-class strategic cruiser that had been prepared, and apologized to Delk Ellis. Because the two of them were already prepared, they followed Sherman out of the space station after he left. It's late at night, why do you have work to ask you? Delk Ellis looked at the time of 3:30 in the morning and said in confusion. It's so inhumane to come to work in the middle of the night. Before Sherman could say anything, Dark Blood Kratos opened the star map to study the path and said, it's possible that Manzi is the boss. What's wrong with working in the middle of the night? Hearing this, Dirk Ellis looked disgusted. This guy is online longer than the two of us combined, almost 23 hours in the game. How can he be the boss? If there is such a boss, it's a miracle that Manzi's company didn't go bankrupt. Yes, sure, Man is online almost all the time except when the game is under maintenance. Even when he is sleeping, his character is still in the game. He is a complete game fanatic. Darkblood Kratos was dissatisfied with what Dirk Ellis said. Who said it's impossible? Take me for example. I am the largest shareholder and chairman of a multinational company, but I still play games online every day. Oh my god, it's impossible? You play games every day, and it's rare to see you do anything for work. Your company didn't go bankrupt. It's a miracle. Even Sherman couldn't believe it. Sherman and Dirk Ellis believed what Darkblood Kratos said, because sometimes they knew through YY that this guy had something to talk about on the phone, so they also knew that this guy was a boss, but they didn't expect that this guy was actually the boss of such a multinational company, which was a bit incredible. How is it impossible? Darkblood Kratos curled his lips, and then said proudly, because I know I can't keep the huge family business left to me, so I just found a top student to help me manage the company. She takes care of the company's affairs. Except for big things that need me, I have nothing to do at other times. Listening to Darkblood Kratos' words, Dirk Ellis was speechless. It turns out that this guy is a super rich second generation. Sherman nodded in agreement, deeply convinced. Indeed, it is so comfortable to have someone capable and trustworthy to help manage the industry. Well, is it possible that your company is also managed by your wife? Darkblood Kratos' eyes lit up. It turned out that Sherman was also the same kind of person. No way, you are also a rich second generation? Dirk Ellis was also shocked. There are only 3 people left in the army. Are they all big bosses except for me? No, I don't even have a girlfriend, let alone a wife. Sherman shook his head repeatedly to explain, but also admitted that he was a boss. Yes, the boss of New Eden, occupation. Emperor, have you not officially taken over the family business yet? Darkblood Kratos guessed, but it's true, it was more comfortable before I took over. I could play whatever I wanted every day. Now I have to look at my wife's face every day when I want to spend money to buy a sports car. I'm worried. Regarding Darkblood Kratos' Versailles literature, Sherman and Dirk Ellis smiled and said nothing, but they wished that this guy's wife would hit him on the head. By the way, Barbarian, what business are you doing? Darkblood Kratos asked with some curiosity. Maybe they can cooperate? Sherman thought about it, but he didn't know what to say. Could it be that he was an interstellar boss who owned a star field and countless fleets? Then these two guys would definitely recommend a better mental hospital for him. Finally, after thinking for a while, he said, I bought a piece of land abroad, so I'm a farmer. The lord of the Alpha Star Field, and he is indeed not in the country, no problem. Hearing Sherman's words, Darkblood Kratos nodded. He also has a winery and vineyard abroad, which are also entrusted to professionals for management, so he understands why this guy is so idle. Dirk Ellis listened to the words of the two big guys with envy. You are all either company bosses or farmers, pity me, a worker who is still starting a business. Hearing what Dirk Ellis said, Darkblood Kratos laughed and patted his chest and said, Brothers, find some time to get together in the Magic City. I will take you to play and introduce you to some people. You should know that in business, connections are very important. Dirk Ellis raised his eyebrows. Damn, is the play you are talking about serious? Of course it is serious. How can I take you to play with something that is not serious? Darkblood Kratos and Dirk Ellis smiled knowingly. At this time, a clear voice suddenly came from Sherman's headphones, and the amount of information was quite large. It's so noisy, are you still going to sleep? If you don't want to sleep, get into the room. Darkblood Kratos' face froze, and he quickly turned off the free microphone, and then returned to the bedroom with a flattering face. Wife, I just speak softly, you go to sleep first. Humph. After a voice that could not be told whether it was angry or disappointed came from the room, there was no movement. Darkblood Kratos wiped the sweat from his forehead, then gently closed the door of the entertainment room, and then sat back in the chair and put on the headphones. I'm back. Something happened just now. In response, Sherman said earnestly, Damn, take care of yourself. If you're not feeling well, buy some supplements. Yeah, men can't be weak. This has to work. If it doesn't work, I give you the recipe passed down from my ancestors. It's very effective. Dirk Ellis also said with great concern, and even took out the secret recipe passed down from my ancestors without hesitation. Get out. Darkblood Kratos was so angry that his face turned red, and he said confidently, I'm only 28 years old, how could I need this kind of thing? You should keep it for yourself. Seeing this guy getting angry, Sherman interrupted him and changed the subject, fearing that he would say something 404. Ahem, stop talking, we're about to enter the Northern Alliance, be careful. The two of them took a look at the star map. While they were talking, the three of them had already arrived at the Asodia star field, and entered the sovereign galaxy of the Northern Alliance. It was less than 10 jumps away from their destination. Because the population of the test server is small now, and it's past 4 in the morning, there are even fewer people online, so they didn't see any enemies along the way. Seeing that the galaxies around the endpoint on the star map showed that there were people in space, Sherman was immediately angry. Get ready for a fight. If we don't wait for him for 10 days or half a month this time, we won't be able to get rid of this hatred in our hearts. Chapter 122. Omis Star Region, 66 PMM Galaxy. An Ishtar-class heavy assault ship was shuttling through the star belt, releasing 5 Berserker heavy drones to attack several NPC pirate battleships, and the projectiles of these NPC pirate battleships also hit the Ishtar-class armor hard, breaking some of the armor. And the damaged armor was repaired by fine nano in the next moment, without causing any ripples. After destroying these NPC pirates, Liangshan ignored the wreckage and jumped to the next asteroid belt. The wreckage would be retrieved by the mobile traction that had been placed long ago, so there was no need to worry. At this time, there was a movement in the Legion channel. Fingertip Reincarnation Sand, Angel Group Consignment Ship Mother or Happy. Liangshan, look at what kind of ore it is. Don't let it be 1,000,000 cubic meters of tri-titanium alloy. It will kill you. Seeing this guy spawn a mother ore in a short time, Liangshan was so envious. He has been grinding from 8 PM to now, not to mention the ore mother. Even the ordinary small boss has not been seen. How can he not be envious? For him, who makes a living by grinding the star belt, the highest goal is indeed to become an official, but he still relies on the ore mother to make a living. After all, the ore produced by this wave of ore mothers is at least several hundred million in income. This is much better than selling junk equipment to the logistics team. After a while, Fingertip Reincarnation Sand shouted happily in YY, "Ha ha, I'm rich. I got 10,000 red stones and some tri-titanium alloys." Then he pulled the produced ore into the Legion Channel Moyer Stone. Liangshan subconsciously looked at the price of this Moyer Stone, and his eyes immediately turned red. This Moyer Stone is a necessary ore for making many T2 warships and equipment. In addition, the output is relatively small, so the current market price is 121,000/piece. In other words, this wave of ore mothers of Fingertip Samsara Sand made a full 1.2 billion. This is enough to catch up with the price of the garbage equipment he had brushed for several days. It's getting late. Eve ends here today. You should also go early. After Fingertip Samsara Sand transported the ore back to Star City, he logged off with satisfaction. Although there was no official today, he was very satisfied with the ore mother today. Looking at Fingertip Samsara Sand after it was offline, Liangshan immediately continued to brush the star belt in disbelief. I don't believe it. There will be no shipment today. In response, the black white-faced man who was brushing the asteroid belt in the 7-8 galaxy next to him was disgusted. Since you got your holiday, you've been running to 66 to brush the star belt every day, polluting that feng shui treasure land. You should go brush the refuge. That's more suitable for you. Get lost. What do you mean I polluted the 66 star belt? Liangshan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Brushing the star belt is a matter of luck. Can you blame him if this guy doesn't deliver? It must be your fault. Before you came to brush, I don't know how many good things I brushed out at 66. Speaking of this, the black pretty boy looked aggrieved. Before Liangshan came to the 66 PMM star system to brush the asteroid belt, he brushed there for half a month and brushed out 5 officials, almost one every 3 days. He also frequently brushed out various flagship bosses and or mothers. In that half a month, he earned the money of 2 super aircraft carriers. But since this guy started to go online after the school holiday and brushed the star belt in 66 PMM for 2 days, no one could find any valuable goods in that star system. Everyone said that he had damaged the star system in that area, which made him feel wronged. I don't know how to refute. After all, his luck in the past half month was really amazing. Wait, I will definitely give you an official today. Liangshan didn't fight for the round again, but buried his head in brushing the star belt proudly, venting his grievances on this NPC pirate. But unfortunately, after brushing the star belt again, he didn't see anything valuable, and the day was about to dawn, so he had to return to the space station in a bad mood to prepare to change the industrial ship to recover the mobile traction in the asteroid belt. Since there is nothing valuable, these junk equipments can be turned into, or, which can also be a source of income. After changing to an industrial ship, he jumped to the asteroid belt. Little white face, I'm going to get off right now, you. Shit! Liang Shan looked at the 4 NPC pirate battleships in the asteroid belt, and suddenly cursed. This made the black little white face very dissatisfied. If you have something to say, just talk about it properly. Why are you cursing suddenly? Dog Liang Shan, are you faking your death? No, I got an official. Liang Shan replied excitedly, his voice trembling. Among the 4 NPC pirate battleships, one of them was named Hakam Stamai. Don't lie to me. How can a non-African like you get an official? The black pretty boy was very skeptical. Why would I lie to you? Liang Shan dragged the official's information to the Legion channel. The black pretty boy also exclaimed when he saw the official. Fuck, official number 3, you, a non-African, really got it. Then he asked excitedly, Dog Liang Shan, do you want me to help you? I have to hang at level 66, and I'm lucky, I will definitely get all purple labeled equipment for you. Purple labeled equipment is also called official equipment, because not every official that gets spawned will get official equipment. Sometimes only green labeled faction equipment will be dropped, which is not even as good as the blue equipment from the dungeon, let alone compared with the official equipment. Moreover, many people buy officials not for their attributes, but for the purple icon, which is rare and therefore impressive. It can be said that the purple icon accounts for half of the official's price, and finally its attributes. No, I have my own Xiaohang, and I'm obviously much luckier than you today. Liang Shan decisively refused, because the industrial ship's jump preparation time was very slow, so his industrial ship was interrupted by this Hakam Stamai and could not jump, and was soon destroyed by its powerful firepower. But he didn't feel bad at all. Instead, he happily drove the space capsule back to the Iron Wall, and exchanged it for a Junyan-class small aircraft carrier. After starting a round of micro-jump thrusters, the hull jumped to the asteroid belt. After jumping to the asteroid belt, Liang Shan directly released 3 groups of Gramo-class light cavalry carrier-based aircraft, but after thinking about it, he took back one group and replaced it with the Siren cavalry carrier-based aircraft that could perform jump disruption. Liang Shan clapped his hands, and nodded with satisfaction. Ook, this will prevent this official from running away. At this time, a red-named player suddenly appeared in the local galaxy channel, which immediately made him nervous. Because his absolute thoughts level was interrupted by the official's jump, and the attack on the official was also very slow, it took a certain amount of time to destroy it. Now he couldn't get away at all, and now he had to catch one. Then he hurriedly issued an alert in the Alliance alert channel. 66 p.m. Sure man. Seeing the alert, the black little white face knew that the situation was serious while changing the combat ship and complaining to Liang Shan. I knew that you were so unlucky, and you could still spawn an official, it must be bad. Chapter 123. On the other hand, after Sherman and his 2 companions entered the Okio Galaxy in Omister, they decided to use Sherman as a reconnaissance vanguard to capture people. Dirk Ellis and Darkblood Kratos stayed hidden in the deep space of the galaxy, waiting for Sherman's news, so that they could enter the battlefield at any time through black induction. But what they didn't expect was that when Sherman just entered the 66 p.m. galaxy next door, he found a Junyan-class small aircraft carrier in the directional scan. There is a Junyan in the next galaxy. Do you want to capture it? Sherman was conducting a 5-degree directional scan while joking with the 2. In fact, he didn't want to catch Xiaohang. With only 3 ships, it would be too difficult to catch Xiaohang. If he wasn't careful, he would die on the spot. It's risking your life to catch him. Delk Ellis rolled his eyes. With only 2 Lokis and 1 Marshal, it was too outrageous to catch Xiaohang. He didn't know if he could beat him. Compared to the lack of confidence of Sherman and Delk Ellis, Darkblood Kratos thought seriously and said, Barbarian, try to catch him first. If it's Xiaohang in racing gear, we can eat him. Darkblood Kratos was not without reason. If it was really Xiaohang in racing outfit, then they could really eat him with their firepower, but it would be a little slower. After all, the combined DPS of the 3 of them was enough, and when racing Xiaohang killed monsters, few of them brought their own repairs, and even if they did, they couldn't last long. Okay. Sherman also decided to give it a try, so after quickly locating at 5 degrees, he immediately jumped over in stealth. Before landing, Sherman saw a unique NPC pirate battleship fighting with him. Fuck, an official. Sherman looked at the pirate battleship with Hakam Stam on top, and his face immediately showed ecstasy. I didn't expect to encounter an official when I came here to harvest. Damn, hurry up and jump me, This Xiaohang is brushing the official, let's grab him. Sherman immediately lifted the invisibility, locked Liang Shan and the official, first fired a missile at the official to assist, and then directly set the scrambler on Liang Shan's Xiaohang. When Dirk and Ellis heard this, their eyes lit up, and they hurried over to Sherman. This kind of opportunity is rare. When Liang Shan saw Loki appear beside him, his heart was hanging, and he hurriedly asked for help. 66 PM Xiaohang was captured and urgently needs rescue. Urgently needs rescue. After Sherman used the hull scanner to detect Liang Shan for several rounds, he was very happy. Brothers, hurry up, this guy is really a shield-resistant racing Xiaohang, and now this official has knocked off half of his shield. Here they come, here they come. Hearing this, Delk Ellis and the others were even more excited, wishing they could fly directly to Sherman. In less than a minute, the two of them arrived at the battlefield. As soon as they landed, they saw a strange scene. A battleship and a Loki were attacking a Junying-class small aircraft carrier together, and they were even very friendly to help the other side attack the iron cavalry carrier-based aircraft released by the small carrier. If the battleship was not all red in the overview, they really thought it was their teammate. The cooperation is too good. Don't stand there, damn, give me a bite, I'm going to break the shield. Seeing the two people still in a daze after landing, Sherman shouted hurriedly. Oh. Dark Blood Kratos immediately reacted, and 2 long-range shield recharge boosters were put on Rocky of Stoneman, and his shield was restored in a short while. And seeing that Dark Blood Kratos' martial class actually had logistical equipment, Liang Shan also gave up Sherman at the right time and took this martial class as the target of attack. When fighting a group, you should attack the healer first. This is the same principle in any game. Seeing this light cavalry carrier-based aircraft turn its fire on him, Dark Blood Kratos was not panicked. His marshal was equipped with 2 Estamel shield enhancers and Estamel shield recharge boosters. His resistance and repair capacity were very strong, and he could completely withstand the firepower of Xiaohang. But just in case, Xiaohang's teammates came to reinforce, so he still needed to destroy the Siren cavalry carrier-based aircraft with the ability to interrupt the jump first, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with the reinforcements later. Barbarian, Lauda, pluck out his feathers that can bounce back. Sherman and Lauda also gave up Liangshan's small ship at the right time and turned their fire to the Siren iron cavalry carrier-based aircraft, which was quickly destroyed. Then they continued to turn their fire to the Junying-class small aircraft carrier. It must be said that in order to balance the game, this flagship was nerfed to a point of disgrace. Their 3 warships were able to make it so passive. If it were in reality, this small ship might not even need to release the iron cavalry carrier-based aircraft. The air defense system it was hanging would be enough to give them a hard time. Liang Shan faced these 3 people. Oh no, it should be the firepower of 4 warships. Especially this officer actually acted as the main output unit. It was outrageous. This forced him to open the flagship shield recharge booster to repair the shield, and this flagship shield recharge booster consumed too much power. After a while, his Xiaohang had little power left. If support did not come, he would die here. So he couldn't help crying in why. Black little white face, help me. Here they come. On the other side, the support from the black pretty boy finally arrived. A Leaf-class combat auxiliary ship entered the battlefield system through the fixed induction in the system, and started the jump to Liang Shan, ready to rescue. This Leaf-class is a professional flagship logistics ship. Once it enters the battlefield, it can instantly repair the shield of Liang Shan's Junying-class Xiaohang, and his own repair ability is also very high. It is not something that the 3 of them can defeat. So it must be prevented from entering the battlefield. Without time to think, Sherman said to Delk Ellis, Olda, you go to the fixed induction, you must entangle this live class, and don't let it jump over. Okay. Delk Ellis didn't say anything more, and directly gave up the current goal and jumped to the fixed induction. Brother, are you not there yet? It's a bit slow. Liangshan's Junying-class small aircraft carrier has run out of power. Now his shield has begun to sound an alarm, and is about to break. It can be said that in 2 minutes at most, his little ship would be gone. Preparing for the jump, hold on a little longer. The black pretty boy also responded anxiously. His Liv-class ship was originally a flagship-level warship with a large tonnage and a very impressive takeoff speed. But just when he was about to prepare for the jump, a Loki suddenly jumped to his side, and a jump scrambler stopped him from the jump state. Looking at the jump scrambler on his ship, the black pretty boy was very desperate. It's over. Liang Shan is going to be finished. Chapter 124. The black white-faced Liv-class trophy auxiliary ship was entangled by Delk Ellis, and could not enter the field. The Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft on Liangshan Shaohang were also almost destroyed, especially the officer Hakam Stamai was simply cruel, accounting for at least 50% of the credit. It's over. Looking at the Junyan class that had broken the shield, broken the armor, and entered the hull structure, Liangshan's face was very ugly. It was past 4 in the morning. Even if he asked for help in the alliance, not many people would respond to come to support. A few minutes later, the Junyan class on the beam turned into a ball of fire. Watching Liangshan escaping in the space capsule, Sherman and Dark Blood Kratos took a look at the wreckage. There was no valuable equipment in it, all T2 equipment, and the most expensive was a few Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft units that increased the attributes of the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft. Moreover, the volume was too large, and they could not take it away. So they simply destroyed the wreckage and left nothing for them. After destroying the wreckage, the two turned their attention to Harkam Stamai. Compared with the two of them, the third official of the Angel group had already opened fire first, and a projectile from a cannon hit Sherman's hull hard. The electronic warfare set Liangshan just ate was now Sherman's turn to experience. But fortunately, Dark Blood Kratos' martial class had logistics equipment, and he repaired Sherman's shield in a few moves. Facing the firepower output of the two, the Harkam Stamai ship, which was somewhat unable to withstand it, sped up and was pulling away. Damn it, put the rebound and net on him quickly, this guy's speed is a bit too fast. Although the double nets of Sherman Loki were effective on him, his speed was still over 1,000 speeds, still faster than the 10MN afterburner equipped by Sherman. If his speed was not limited, he would not be able to catch up sooner or later. Dark Blood Kratos didn't say anything, and a heavy net was cast on Harkam Stamai, and the speed of his ship dropped instantly. Facing the concentrated fire of the two, Harkam Stamai, whose armor had been hit by Liangshan in the previous battle, did not stir up any more waves, and was soon destroyed by Sherman and Shertul. If it could speak, it would definitely greet these two guys in a friendly way. I didn't expect that the teammate who could repair its shield last minute would kill it so cruelly in this minute. Damn it, you go open the box, I go to the deep space point first. As a non-African, Sherman wisely did not choose to open the box, but jumped to a satellite, pulled out a few deep space points, and turned invisible during the jump. Dark Blood Kratos rubbed his hands, excitedly clicked on the wreckage. To be honest, he had played the game for so long and had never brushed an official. After all, brushing the planetary belt was too boring, and he didn't like it very much. Looking at the dazzling array of purple-labeled equipment in the wreckage, Dark Blood Kratos couldn't help but take a breath, and then decisively abandoned the capacitor charger in the ship's hold, picked up all the equipment in the wreckage, and then excitedly jumped to Sherman. Old German, you can also withdraw, we made a small fortune this time. Got it. Dirk Ellis received the message and jumped directly to the stone man, ignoring the black-white face behind him. The three gathered in the deep space of the galaxy, and turned on the stealth. Then Dirk Ellis was a little impatient. Damn, let's see what officer equipment has been produced. You are still not sure about my luck. Dark Blood Kratos proudly dragged his marshal-level equipment to the fleet channel. Dirk Ellis opened the equipment, and ignored the officer equipment that had been equipped on the hull. He directly flipped to the equipment carried in the cabin. Wow, you have 6 purple label equipment with the prefix of Harkam improved. You are worthy of it, you are a dead trust. Dividends, dividends. Dirk Ellis said excitedly. Although these 6 pieces of Harkam's official equipment look a lot, in fact, the price is not as good as 1 STML full resistance on the Dark Blood Kratos Marshal. Even if all of them are sold at a high price, the maximum price is only about 30 billion, and 1 STML full resistance has now risen to 310 billion, the money of a whole ship. I take all these equipments, and I give you 220 billion each later. As the first official he had brushed, Dark Blood Kratos felt that it was very memorable, so he said it to the two of them in a very generous way. As for the boss's own price increase to buy back, the two of them had nothing to say. Of course they agreed with both hands. Otherwise, they would have to sell them to Qatar in the end, and the price would definitely not be as high as this price. After a while, Sherman and Delk Ellis's accounts had 20 billion more, which made them smile crookedly. Delk Ellis was laughing at the fact that he could earn such a lot of extra money just by hiding out, while Sherman was laughing at the fact that he finally unlocked another official. Just when he had just destroyed Hakam Stamai, a system message was sent to him. Congratulations on successfully unlocking the Angel Group's Intelligent Life Hakam Stamai. Unlocking the exclusive technology Hakam Stamai's research laboratory. However, although this official was unlocked, he didn't have the money to unlock the Angel Group's battleship technology. Although because the Angel Group only has frigates to battleships, a total of 3 types of conventional warships. The unlocking price only needs 500 billion. But the key is that his current assets add up to only more than 20 billion, of which 20 billion was just given by Dark Blood Kratos. And even if it is unlocked, it is useless. The current New Eden resources are already struggling to maintain the current fleet and basic construction, and it is impossible to build a new fleet. So this makes the newly unlocked intelligent life a little embarrassed, and there is no exclusive fleet for him. Sherman thought about it, and said to Dark Blood Kratos, a little embarrassedly, "Damn, can you lend me 500 billion? Dark Blood Kratos was a little strange. This guy should have a lot of ISK, why does he want to borrow money? But he didn't refuse, but directly transferred the money. Barbarian, you have more than 700 billion now, why do you want to borrow 500 billion? Dirk Ellis asked a little strangely. After thanking Dark Blood Kratos, Sherman answered Dirk Ellis very confidently, "Make it an integer, otherwise the account will look uncomfortable." Dirk Ellis stopped what he was doing, speechless, and closed the window that was about to transfer money to Sherman. "You bastard." On the other side, the destroyed Liangshan self-destructing space capsule of Xiaohang arrived at the Legion Star City, drove out his Night God class super flagship, and made a flagship hyperspace jump to the 66 pm galaxy. Then, looking at the empty wreckage of the officials, his eyes turned red. This is too much. Chapter 125. Liangshan brought out all the small ships that were originally squatting, and the 3 heavy interceptors blocked all 3 stargates tightly. He wanted Sherman and his men to pay the price. "What do you mean? Do you want to do another wave?" Dirk Ellis, who had tasted the sweetness, licked his lips and asked the two. "Forget it, if I don't sleep, my wife will come to catch me." Dark Blood Kratos looked at the time and decisively refused. "It's almost 5 o'clock. If he doesn't sleep, the Hedon Lion at home may give him a hard time." Sherman also looked at the 3 heavy interceptors and 1 Night God in the directional scanning interface, plus the black and white-faced Lit-class combat auxiliary ship, and shook his head. "Forget it, let's go to bed early. The people around have been alarmed, and there is no chance to launch a sneak attack, and now the Marshal of Dark Blood Kratos is too expensive. If they are ridden by this guy Night God, the 3 of them will definitely be on the headlines tomorrow, and be ridiculed by others. Let's go to bed first." "Okay." Dirk Ellis was not unwilling to insist, so he nodded regretfully. A minute later, the 3 disappeared in the galaxy. "Huh?" Liangshan looked at the 3 people who disappeared. His face was ugly. Black Little White Face was also puzzled. Now the stargates of the surrounding galaxies were blocked by people from other legions, but there was no news about these guys. Did these guys jump away through the Black Hidden, or did they go offline? Because Sherman and the other 2 were all T3 strategic cruisers and Black Hidden special service ships, as long as someone gave them guidance within the jump range, the Marshal class could leave with the other 2 ships. How could he know that? Liangshan shook his head, withdrew his trumpet back to the iron wall, and drove a flagship of Night God back to the star city of the 7L9 galaxy and parked it. After saying goodbye to the black guy, he went offline. What happened today was too uncomfortable, he had to go out and relax. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Not long after, Sherman secretly went online again, but disappeared before the black guy sent a warning. "I almost forgot to unlock the Angel Group." After Sherman logged in, he entered the exclusive mall and unlocked the Angel Group's warship technology, and then he logged off with peace of mind. Although New Eden does not have more resources to build the Angel Group's fleet, and the Angel Group does not have a flagship-level warship, it is not a big benefit to the current New Eden defense plan. But Sherman found a good place for them. Congratulations to the commander for unlocking another ship system, and New Eden has another member. At this time, Aura also appeared beside Sherman at the right time. After Sherman unlocked the Angel Group and Harcom Stamai, Aura, the central intelligence of New Eden, got the news and immediately rushed back from the northern fortress under construction. Unlocking new ships and intelligent life is a big deal, and he, the chief steward of New Eden, must be present in person. "You came at the right time." Sherman looked at Aura and stretched his body. "How is the construction of the northern fortress and the Sasha fleet going now?" Because the north is facing the free camp, which is the top priority of New Eden's defense, so he sent Aura to personally supervise the construction of the fortress. "Report to the commander, the Sasha fleet has been formed and is now in the war reserve stage, and the northern fortress has also been basically built and has begun the operation stage. Because the intensity of future warships is unknown, the Sasha fleet, as the main fleet, must have sufficient war reserves to prevent the embarrassment of finding that there are no warships in the middle of the battle. According to Ola, at least 20 fleets of warships must be prepared in the northern fortress. How is the infrastructure construction going? Since it is a fortress, infrastructure construction is absolutely essential. Aura followed behind Sherman and reported slowly. At present, the Alpha Northern Constellation has formed a comprehensive industrial zone with the W25 system as the tip. The Etano refinery has covered all the northern systems, and 3 Esbel engineering complexes have been built behind the front line. 3 Ensemble jump stargates have also been built to pass through the W25 system for transporting war preparations. One of them has started operation, and the other 2 are still hidden as backup. Although the minerals in the Alpha Starfield are poor, New Eden has built an Etano refinery in the orbit of each satellite to mine satellite minerals, which is barely enough to use. The 3 Esbel engineering complexes cooperate with the Ensemble jump stargate to continuously transport warships to the front line, and they can even rush to the front line as soon as they leave the factory. The entire Alpha Northern Constellation is connected, and even if the fortresses in other directions are breached in the future, New Eden will have a base in the north to gain a foothold. It's a backup plan. If it weren't for the fact that Sodio consumes too many resources, and it's not convenient to put it on the front line now, we can only wait until the future to build one and put it in the north. That's good. Sherman nodded, and now the most important northern fortress can be slightly relieved. The Sasha Fleet, the Sasha Shadow Fleet, the Sasha Suppression Control Tower, and the 10 Soul Returner super aircraft carriers that are about to roll off the production line, and more importantly, the powerful Shadow Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft. The current northern fortress can be said to be like an iron barrel. I can't say about attack, but at least there is no problem with defense. By the way, how many resources are there in other regions besides the north? Thinking of something, Sherman continued to ask. Ola quickly checked the data and gave a report soon. Except for the north, most of the resources are currently in the temporary space station of the A17 galaxy, which was collected by the Mod Corps when they recently cleared out the pirate forces in the Bloody Constellation. How many fleets can be built? For the main fleet, only about 2.5 can be built. That's good. Sherman clapped his hands. As long as there are resources, it's good. The big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Although it's not much, it's enough. Aura, build a real fortress in the A17 galaxy immediately, and build a half of the Angel Group's main fleet to hand over to Hakam Stamai, and then the Angel Group will guard the west. Yes. Then Aura continued to ask, Commander, what about Mod? Sherman pondered for a while, and then said, that guy has played for a long time this time, let him return to the Black Flag Galaxy to continue guarding. Originally, Harry and his first fleet died, and the Desasso civilization is now investigating everywhere like a mad dog, and has already had some small-scale friction and firefights with New Eden in the northern fortress of the Alpha Star region. Now Mu Yunyan, the commander-in-chief of the Omega Fleet, has suddenly become the leader of the Killing Angels. What will the Desasso civilization think? This time the Omega Federation is going to fail. So even if Hakam Stamai didn't unlock it, he would let Mod go to the Black Flag Galaxy to avoid any accidents. Report? At this time, a cold voice came from behind the door. Chapter 126. Sherman turned around and saw a thin man in his 20s standing at the door. The man trotted to Sherman and saluted. Meet the commander. Commander of the 3rd Fleet of Angel Group, Hakam Stamai is reporting in. Sherman stood up and returned the salute, then looked at Hakam Stamai carefully. His chin was slightly pointed, his nose was high, his eyes were half closed, and his whole face had an indescribable sense of rebellion. From the appearance, it was quite consistent with the setting in the game. In the game setting, Hakam Stamai is a rogue of Intaki descent. After wandering in the universe for several years, he joined the main Angel Group. His cruelty and greed were highly appreciated there, and he has been promoted to the top of the Angel Group's pirate fleet. So compared to Mod's Mod Group, a pseudo-pirate group that has close relations with the Caldari Union, but is engaged in security work, this guy is a real pirate. This kind of talent is needed in New Eden now. Sherman stretched out his right hand and said with a smile, Welcome to reality, Hakam Stamai. Hakam Stamai held Sherman's right hand, knelt on one knee, lowered his head slightly, and said almost as if swearing, Meet the commander, Hakam Stamai will be the sharp blade in your hand, and clear all obstacles for you. 2 words, comfortable. 2 more words, that is awkward. Although he knew that he had been here for a while, he still couldn't accept the scene of kneeling when meeting someone. Every time someone knelt in front of him, he felt a chill, for fear that these people would say long live 1,000 years. So when he took over the throne of the Dorit people, the first thing he did was to abolish the kneeling ceremony when seeing him, but unfortunately it had little effect on ordinary people, so he now dared not go to the living area of the Dorit people for a private visit. It was only implemented better in the Dorit Legion, and the military salute replaced the original kneeling ceremony. After all, those who were disobedient were cared for enough. However, that was only for the Dorit people. For intelligent life in New Eden like Hakim Stamai, he had to accept this ceremony even if it was embarrassing. This was the rule. After helping Hakim Stamai up, Sherman didn't want to favor one over the other, so he also prepared to summon others back for a party. But Hakim Stamai declined. "Commander, I have already checked the information when I woke up. Although the current situation in New Eden is good, it is not foolproof, so you should give me instructions." Hakim Stamai's spirit of asking for work as soon as he woke up touched Sherman greatly. What is an excellent employee? This is it. If it were put in a game, I don't know how many black coal mine bosses would want it. After all, no black coal mine can refuse such a good employee with such a passion for work. After persuading him a few times, seeing that Hakim Stamai still insisted on working, Sherman stopped talking nonsense and told him the task. "Stamai, Maud is now carrying out combat missions in the Blood Constellation in the Beta star field, and your current task is to build the A-17 Galaxy into your base camp. While carrying out the defense mission, you also need to eliminate all pirates approaching the base camp." "Yes." Hearing this, Hakim Stamai was eager to try. Like Maud, he had war in his source code and was eager for war. This awakening would allow him to fight a war, which was much more comfortable than staying in the laboratory to study technology. Time is tight, and the mission is heavy, so you should set off immediately with the transport fleet. There are things you need to build a base camp. The infrastructure for the A-17 Galaxy was also built, so Hakim Stamai could transport it there. Although the equipment was not as luxurious as that of the Northern Fortress, it was also fully equipped, from the Sasha Suppression Control Tower, the Atano Refinery, and the Asbel Engineering Complex. Of the two Asbel Engineering Complexes, one is promised to support the Beta Federation, so Hakim Stamai will be needed to send it over when the time comes. "Yes, Commander. By the way, Maud did a good job in clearing out pirates. Remember to ask Maud for advice when you get there." Hakim Stamai's mouth twitched when he thought of Maud. In terms of personal combat ability, he is definitely not as good as the guy whose muscles grow in the source code, but in terms of fleet command ability, he doesn't think Maud will surpass him. And from the data, it's just a pirate alliance formed by a group of rabble, and the threat is really not great. But after all, it was the commander's order, so he still clasped his fists and accepted the order. Before he left, Sherman took out a few Huazi specially made by Allah from the drawer, and put them in his hands. Maud is killing hard now, and he must feel uncomfortable if he is suddenly asked to go back to garrison the Black Flag Galaxy. Give these Huazi to him on my behalf, and let him go back to guard the Black Flag Galaxy. Hakim Stamai nodded, took the things and slowly disappeared outside the door. The commander is too partial. In the temporary military fortress of the A-17 Galaxy, Maud looked at the pretty boy in front of him with resentment. Solon has awakened, the commander personally cooked and organized the welcome ceremony, and now you have just woken up and are about to take over the affairs of Beta S, while I have to go back to guard the boring Black Flag Galaxy. The commander is too partial. Looking at the sturdy man in front of him with a face full of resentment, Hakim Stamai felt a chill, and suddenly realized that having a body was not a good thing. Goosebumps all over my body. He hurriedly threw the cigarettes that Sherman gave him to Maud. "That's enough. Commander is not as biased as you say." Maud looked at the cigarettes in his arms, and his eyes lit up. He immediately opened a pack and lit it, blowing a smoke ring, with a comfortable look on his face. "As expected, Commander understands me. I immediately forgot all the resentment just now. By the way, Commander also asked me to ask you for your experience in defeating pirates. What do you think?" Hakim Stamai stared at Maud with a pair of unruly eyes, looking unconvinced. Then, Maud with a slap on his shoulder, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Hakim Stamai gritted his teeth and looked at Maud with anger, then looked up at Maud, who was almost twice his size, and instantly sobered up. "If you can't beat him, endure it." Maud held a cigarette in his hand, looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, blew out a smoke ring from his mouth, and said earnestly, "Stamai, the commander actually wants to tell you that after the war, there will only be losses. The minerals in these pirate bases, and the wreckage on the battlefield must be pulled back. After all, our New Eden is poor." At this time, Hakim Stamai realized that Sherman wanted him to learn Maud's style of scraping the ground 3 feet. But he likes it. Chapter 127. Beta S's first star space station. Bloody Way Third leaned on the railing and looked at the brightly lit new Betelgeuse capital star below, with a faint smile on his face. 20 years ago, this planet that was devastated by war finally became what it is now. It can't be compared with the original capital star, but it is many times better than before. I still remember the devastation when we just counterattacked. I didn't expect that 20 years have passed in a flash. Old Chien, who was standing by, walked forward and looked at the planet below with a sigh on his face. I don't know if he was sighing at the passing of time, or sighing at the cruelty of the war, or both. Old Chien, how many of the first batch of old brothers are still alive? Shuawei 3RD's turbid eyes revealed a little confusion. In these years, they have been suffering from the ravages of war every day, and countless soldiers have died every day. I don't know how many families below have been separated and broken up because of this. This sometimes made him ask himself whether it was right for him to take over the flag of the Betelgeuse Federation and let these people suffer with him for so many years. So he was a little confused. There are still 32 people left in the old batch of the FA Corps, 31 of whom were seriously injured in the battle, and could not continue to drive the warship. Old Chien looked at the planet with a deep sadness in his eyes. 32 people? In front of this old brother, Bloodway Third also took off his usual strength and revealed a little sadness. When the FA Corps came back, there were 8,312 people. I didn't expect that there were only so few left. After occupying the capital galaxy, they had to face various infiltration attacks from pirates every day. This battle lasted for 20 years. Almost all the veterans of the first batch were killed, and even the second batch of soldiers recruited that year are now few and far between. Even now, every family with the talent and qualifications of a driver is sending their children to the front line with tears in their eyes. Old Chien patted Bludge Rose Third on the back, put away his sadness, and turned back into the serious FA Legion commander with great power. Bludge Rose, everything will be fine in the future. When the aid from New Eden arrives, our children will no longer have to fight with those warships that have been patched up for more than 10 years. Yes, Bludge Rose Third said, putting away his sadness. As a leader, he couldn't keep dwelling on this sadness. He slowly exhaled, and he returned to his usual tough appearance. Old Chien, where is the New Eden transport ship now? Old Chien opened the optical brain on the mechanical arm and reported, it has entered the territory through the border galaxy half an hour ago, and will reach the Betelgeuse galaxy in 10 minutes. Let's go and greet them. Old Chien nodded and followed Bludge Rose Third to the port. The huge transport fleet docked in the satellite port. Hakam Stamai got off the warship, and next to him was the bionic robot remotely controlled by Aura. Your Excellency, the special envoy. As soon as they met, Bludge Rose Third extended his hand to Aura with a bright smile on his face. Aura also extended his hand with a smile on his face, and the two held hands tightly. If you didn't know, you would think they were old friends, who hadn't seen each other for many years. Because Aura was in a hurry and needed to finish the business quickly, he refused the welcoming dinner and proposed to finish the business quickly. When they arrived at the meeting room, Aura didn't waste any words and got straight to the point. You too, I will bring the Asbel Engineering Complex with you this time, and you can find a suitable place to build it at any time. Maud had already gone back under the order of His Majesty, and this Hakam Stamai took over Maud's responsibility for the pirate elimination mission of the Blood Constellation. After speaking, Hakam Stamai stood up and extended his hands to the two people to introduce himself. Hakam Stamai, the captain of the Third Fleet of the Archangels. After shaking hands, Bloodway Third looked at Hakam Stamai strangely, hesitant to speak. Of course, Ola also knew what he was worried about, so he explained. The Archangel Group is a military group under the New Eden civilization, not a fleet of the Angel civilization. Apart from the similarity of the name, there is no relationship at all. Bludge Rose Third smiled upon hearing this, and lightly resolved the embarrassment. He stepped forward and continued to hold Hakam Stamai's hand, saying with great emotion, Your Excellency can take over the task of Captain Maud, and it seems that you are also a hero who is not inferior to Captain Maud. Hakam Stamai, who is not good at speaking, can only smile awkwardly at the enthusiastic Bludge Rose Third, and then look at Aura for help. It's okay for him to fight and kill, but he is really not used to facing this situation. Looking at Hakam Stamai's pitiful expression, Ola smiled and shook his head. Sir Bludge Rose, we are in a tight time this time, and the handover mission has not been completed yet, so you see Asbel now wants us to help you anchor? Bludge Rose Third also followed the latter and agreed, because he really cared about the actual performance of Asbel, and he didn't want to spend a lot of money to buy a rip-off. Thank you for the trouble. Ola nodded to Hakam Stamai, who returned to the port and drove an industrial ship away from the berth, while Ola and the other two watched the real-time holographic projection. Because Blood Rose III had already chosen the anchoring location of the Asbel engineering complex, Hakam Stamai launched a huge container in the ship's hold to the predetermined location after leaping to the predetermined location. Then, the container suddenly opened, releasing 3D light to depict the general outline of a steel behemoth, and then the construction module stored in Planck space automatically flew out from it, absorbing and assembling little by little along the light outline. Because the materials are stored in the Planck space of this container, they will be very fragile when released, and the assembly will fail if they are slightly attacked. So Aura reminded, Sir Blood Rose, this Asbel engineering complex needs 24 hours to assemble, and it will be very fragile during this period. You need to protect it well. Blood Rose III smiled and nodded, and immediately ordered the guards to personally carry out armed alert, but his heart was already full of ups and downs, and he looked at Lao Qian. Interstellar Space Station Storage Technology. How deep is the research of New Eden on wormhole technology? This is a technology that even angels don't have, and it's still in the testing stage. But it's okay, the stronger the strength of New Eden, the more help they can get. They are more confident about future wars. Aura looked at the industrial transport ships that came with empty warehouses, but were now filled with highly compressed minerals, and a bright smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Chapter 128. Compared to the joy of the Betelgeuse Federation, the atmosphere in the Omega Federation Star City meeting room was much more depressing. Because the meeting was highly confidential, there were not many people, only 5, namely the CEOs and leaders of the 5 forces. Faced with the dull meeting, it was the always impatient Tadelmashi who finally spoke up. Chairman Barley, besides such a big thing, won't you explain it? The captain of the Omega Federation's joint fleet, the chief instructor, Mu Yunyan, who was originally a half-blood angel, suddenly became the leader of the Killing Angels. This news caught them off guard. Now, apart from New Eden, which has always refused to communicate with the outside world and has blocked the entire Alpha Star region by force, the Omega Union is the most eye-catching. New Eden is now desperate to protect these Killing Angels, even if the Free Camp threatens them with war. There have even been several small-scale battles between the two sides. Compared with New Eden's tough counterattack, the Free Camp is afraid that the war will expand and lead to a full-scale war. Now it is fighting timidly. But they are not New Eden. Facing the war threat of the Free Camp, they have to consider the consequences. Facing Tadelmashi's question, Barley, wearing a black woolen coat, sat expressionlessly on a chair, smoking a cigar quietly, looking up at Tadelmashi, his eyes full of bloodshot, sneering, "How do you want me to explain? When Mu Yunyan was captured and auctioned, it was a decision made by everyone at a meeting. They wanted her, a top student, to help train the fleet, and she could get that position without you guys? Now you blame me, where's your face?" Hearing this, Tadelmashi sat back in his seat without saying anything, his face was dejected. At first, Mu Yunyan was auctioned off by the people of the Freedom Camp as a half-blood angel. They were attracted by her experience of studying at the Angel Supreme Military Academy, so they held a meeting to buy her, and hired her to work in the Omega Federation for 3 years as a reward. And Mu Yunyan lived up to expectations. In less than a year, she raised the strength of the joint fleet by several levels, and truly became the overlord of the Omega Star region. In addition, her profound knowledge brought countless benefits to their future forces. So in order to win her over, she was promoted to the position of Commander-in-Chief and Chief Instructor of the Joint Fleet this time. But what they didn't expect was that within 3 days of the 3-year agreement, she was revealed to be the leader of the Angel of Death and had joined New Eden, which put them in a difficult position. Matt, the CEO of Lambert Heavy Industries, also took a deep puff of cigarette, his eyes deep. "Don't argue about these useless things. Now we should discuss how to solve the problem instead of shirking responsibility. If they continue to argue like this, I recommend that everyone eat and drink well and get ready to go. Who knows how many people are watching us now?" This time, Tadelmashi, who had always been at odds with Matt, did not refute, but looked worried. "The problem now is that everyone thinks that we secretly sheltered the Angels of Death for 2 years, and they all want us to give an explanation, and they are all civilizations in the Free Camp. Especially the Desasso civilization, which is now like a mad dog and has deployed troops on the border, with the potential for a large-scale invasion." Barley took a puff of his cigar, and slightly refreshed himself. Now the Omega Union is facing the crisis of disintegration and collapse. Don't hide it. Contact the forces behind you, and make these civilizations calm down. Otherwise, the Omega Union will be gone, which will be of no benefit to anyone. No one refuted Barley's words. After all, they can get along so well in the gap between the 2 major camps, and they all have a backer behind them. I can calm down the civilizations of the Justice Order and reduce the influence of this matter in the Justice Order. At least it won't be too high profile. Matt was the first to express his opinion, because his Lambert Heavy Industries still has some prestige in the Justice Order. In addition, the Justice Order actually doesn't pay much attention to these killing angels, so it's not difficult. Hearing this, Tadomashi rolled his eyes. Of course, your Justice Order is not big, but although the person behind him has a certain status in the free camp, there is no guarantee that he can dissuade other civilizations in the free camp. After calling the person behind him, he gave an answer soon. At present, there is no problem with most civilizations in my head, but I have no way to deal with this Dasazoi civilization. After all, Prince Harry, who was trained as a successor, and one of his main fleets were all destroyed. No one could swallow this resentment. Bailey glanced at the people from the other two families. The leaders of the two families shook their heads slightly, indicating that they had no way to deal with it. The disappointment in his eyes flashed away, and then he forced himself to cheer up. Now there is only one Dasaso civilization left. I will go and talk to them in person and try to resolve it peacefully, even if it costs some money. For the Omega Union, war is a business. As long as the price is enough, it is enough to smooth out all conflicts. Moreover, the current period is too sensitive. Once the war breaks out first in the Omega Star region, it is possible that the Omega Star region will become the main battlefield of both camps. At that time, no matter who wins, the entire Omega will be destroyed beyond recognition. This is unacceptable to them. So even if there is a war, Omega cannot be the main battlefield. Also, the combined fleet should be pulled out for exercises and be prepared for war. If a war breaks out, it must be resolved as quickly as possible and not allowed to escalate. Barley said to Matt and Tadomashi seriously. After all, after Muyunion was gone, only the two of them had some command ability. Chairman, there is something else I need to tell you. Matt interrupted Barley, looking worried. Barley looked up at Matt and nodded, motioning him to continue. Matt said solemnly, although Muyunion has left the Omega Union, her reputation in the army is too high. Even all of us here combined are not as high as her reputation. Now because of Muyunion's departure, many troops are demoralized, and some even propose to follow her to New Eden, including many soldiers and officers. The current joint fleet is a mess, let alone fighting. Barley crushed the cigar fiercely, his eyes full of helplessness. Fuck it! Chapter 129. Beecher Meteor Field, the Gilly Galaxy connected to the W25 Galaxy in the Alpha Star Field. The originally desolate Gilly Galaxy quickly became the front line of the battle after the arrival of Dasaso's fleet half a month ago. Countless war fortresses were densely distributed in various places in the galaxy in just half a month. Only a second-rate top civilization like Dasaso, which is almost entering the first-rate civilization, can have such a huge and effective logistical capability. At the original free conference, the Emperor of the Dasaso civilization fought hard to obtain the qualification to attack the Alpha Star region in order to avenge Prince Harry and the destroyed fleet. I thought that New Eden would be like a lamb to be slaughtered, and would throw away its armor and surrender to the Dasaso fleet, but I didn't expect that it would be very difficult from the beginning and the battle would be very passive. Humph! In the meeting room, Grey Dasaso clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the table. Temple Herman, why is your attack progress so slow? It's been almost a week, and you haven't even scouted out the defense situation of New Eden in the W25 Galaxy. What do you do? Temple Herman, the commander in charge of the Alpha Star Region War, looked bitter and explained quickly. Your Majesty, it's not that we don't care, but that New Eden manages the W25 Galaxy like an iron barrel. We can't enter through the Stargate, and the entire galaxy has a very strong anti-stealth capability. Our reconnaissance team will be destroyed if we enter, and we can't get any effective intelligence at all. Facing this anti-stealth stance covering the entire galaxy, our infiltration operations cannot be carried out at all. We can only conduct a frontal assault. Once a frontal assault is carried out, it will undoubtedly trigger a formal war, which is not in line with our current interests. So at present, both sides are fighting small battles, sending reconnaissance teams to the other side's control area to disrupt its production and transportation. But in terms of the current results, New Eden, which has the Sasha Suppression Control Tower, is still better, and can completely destroy the reconnaissance fleet of the Dasaso civilization every time. Grey Dasaso also knew that what he said was right, so he took a deep breath and calmed down. Your main task at present is to manage and build this Gilly Galaxy for me. Don't have any friction with this New Eden recently. Wait until the fleets of other civilizations arrive. Yes, Your Majesty. Temple Herman asked hesitantly, Your Majesty, What about the Omega Union? Prince Harry and his direct guard fleet died because of the slaying angels, which has a lot to do with the Omega Union. After all, who made the commander-in-chief of the joint fleet suddenly become the leader of the slaying angels? How would people feel about this? Therefore, when the offensive of the Jelly system was blocked and the party did not dare to expand the war, they could only turn their attention to the Omega Union, which was much easier to deal with than the stubborn guy in New Eden. I will go to discuss it in person, and you will be responsible here. Remember, I don't ask you to make any contributions, but I just ask you not to make any mistakes. Yes, Your Majesty. Jolly System, Asteroid Mining Belt. A dozen mining barges were quietly docked around several pieces of ore, and beams of collection light were shot out from the ships, breaking some of the ore, and then recycling it into the mining cabin. Boss, when do you think our daily mining days will end? A pilot adjusted the position of the ship so that the mining machine could play a better role and improve mining efficiency, and then said it in a bored tone. The captain of the mining team took a puff of cigarette, squinted his eyes, and sat on the sofa with a relaxed look. He responded to the complaints of the team members without caring. Xiao Lu, it's good that we can mine. I even hope that such days can continue. This war is not as romantic as you think. It will kill people. Xiao Lu didn't take the boss's words seriously, and still complained, there will be casualties in this war. I was prepared when I joined the army. Moreover, the military merits exchanged for mining are too little. The military merits earned from mining for a month are not as much as those earned from fighting in the battlefield. The military merits of the Desasso civilization are hard currency in their country. 1 legion can be exchanged for a full 100 star coins, and their basic salary is only about 100,000 star coins per month. But if you can kill the enemy on the battlefield, you can get 1,000 to 1 million military merits for destroying an enemy warship, depending on the tonnage and type. You can also get corresponding rewards for assisting in destroying enemy warships. It can be said that as long as you fight a battle and survive, it will be much more than the 5,000 military merits they can earn in a month. Isn't it better to survive until the end of the war? Why do you need so many military merits? The boss shook his head, not understanding the young man's thoughts. This war is not a child's play. People will die. More people drifted in the starry sea with the explosion of the warship. Even their remains could not be found. Boss, I want to be a noble. I want military merit. I don't want people to look down on me anymore. Old Six clenched his fists and said heavily with his head down. The boss opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. For the lower-level personnel like them, earning military merits on the battlefield to exchange for titles is the fastest way to climb up. After a moment of silence, the boss put out his cigarette. Xiao Lu, I have some connections with the staff of the reconnaissance battalion. They have suffered heavy losses recently and are in urgent need of personnel reinforcement. If you have any ideas, I can help you transfer there. The reconnaissance battalion is not an easy job. It is the first to enter the battlefield and the last to exit the battlefield. The average casualty rate is over 50%, but the military merits obtained are 10 times that of other troops. Anyone who can participate in 3 missions and survive can exchange their military merits for a title, and the treatment is very generous. High risk, high return, nothing more than that. Thank you, boss. Xiao Lu did not refuse, but said gratefully. The boss sighed and shook his head, hoping that this guy could really live until the end of the war. While they were chatting, several hideous figures passed through the meteorite belt hundreds of kilometers away from them. Under the illumination of the stars, a hideous shadow covered with spikes was reflected on the meteorite. The green-yellow hull gently shuttled through the meteorite belt, tightly attached to these meteorites. In the radar, they were just part of the meteorite. When they slowly approached less than 30 kilometers away, they suddenly launched a surprise attack on the mining fleet of the Desasso civilization. With more than a dozen Witch-class frigates and Ghost-class cruisers approaching, these mining industrial ships equipped with only basic clothes and defense guns turned into a sea of fire without any accident. Before they could drive the space capsule to escape, they were locked and disrupted by the Witch-class frigates that had been prepared for a long time, and then destroyed. At the same time, the industrial fleets and transport fleets within a 5-hop range around the Jelly Galaxy suffered a devastating blow, and few people could return alive. Chelm Solon commanded several industrial ships that came with him to pick up the spoils from the wreckage, and then a wormhole opened, and all the fleets disappeared and evacuated before the arrival of reinforcements. It was not Chelm Solon's style to remain indifferent to the invasion and provocation of the Desasso civilization's reconnaissance fleet, and when it came to this kind of invasion-style destruction and sneak attacks, Sasha was the real expert. Chapter 130. In the combat meeting of the Desasso forward fortress in the Jelly Galaxy, urgent alarms and requests for help were heard. Report: the 1st Fleet Transport Team and the BCL-15 Galaxy were attacked, half of the transport ships were destroyed, and more than half of the baggage was lost. Report: several mining teams under the Logistics Department were attacked while mining in the surrounding galaxies, and all of them were wiped out. Report: the 3 military fortresses being assembled in the Jelly Galaxy were harassed, and the components were damaged to varying degrees. Report: the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat waved his hand, indicating that the reports could be stopped. Temple Herman looked at the people in the staff department. His tiger eyes were not angry, but only surprised. Although there were many reports, they were all small losses, so he did not take it to heart, but was confused by the strangeness of this matter. At present, the route to the Alpha Star field has been blocked by us. Where did these enemies come from? The Jelly Galaxy is similar to the W27 Galaxy in the north of the Alpha Star field. It is the southern end of the Beecher meteor field. Therefore, at the beginning, the Desasso civilization established a forward base here, preparing to stockpile supplies and fleets again. Fortunately, after the outbreak of the war, they will join forces to go south and capture the W27 Galaxy in the Alpha Star field, and then take the initiative on the battlefield. In fact, at the beginning, they were planning to directly capture the W27 Galaxy, hoping to gain the upper hand in one step. However, the fleet of hundreds of people sent out lost contact soon after entering. Finally, several reconnaissance ships were sent in to investigate. One of the scouts passed on part of the defense intelligence of W27 before his death. After learning that New Eden was well prepared, they organized several small-scale exploration operations, but they all failed without exception, and the losses were very heavy. At that time, the Emperor Grey Dosses, who was at the front line, was furious and prepared to march south with his army to suppress the rebellion, but he was stopped by Temple Herman in the end, because it was not the right time. In the following time, in order to spy on the defense intelligence of the northern fortress of New Eden, he continuously sent reconnaissance battalions to conduct reconnaissance. Although the loss was large, it was all worth it. At least he found out the defense intelligence of New Eden. For example, the suppression tower that can have an anti-stealth effect on the entire galaxy, the fleet of strange warships that are yellow and have spikes, and the location of some war fortresses in the W27 Galaxy. However, although their offensive and intelligence-gathering activities were hindered, the blockade was very strict, and it can even be said that there was no disclosure, and no one knew where these warships came from. Commander-in-Chief, could these warships be enemies that have been ambushed in the Beecher meteor field for a long time, and are now coming out to harass? When everyone was afraid to make a sound, a staff officer raised his hand and spoke. After all, there was no force stationed in the southern part of the Beecher River at the beginning, and they rushed here only after they knew that the battle between the camps was about to start again. So it is not impossible that New Eden had buried a fleet in the nearby Jelly Galaxy and its surroundings in advance, and this can also explain why there were so many attacks today. Temple Herman nodded, agreeing with the staff officer's guess. Gather the patrol team, scan and observe the surrounding galaxies, search for the enemy's base, and carry out 24-hour uninterrupted patrols to prevent such attacks from happening again. Yes. Temple Herman looked up at the officers around him and reminded them word by word, it is not the time to start a war. I hope that no matter what kind of losses and provocations you have suffered, you will not bring your fleet into the Alpha Star field. We have not yet fully replenished our personnel and supplies. You also know the enemy's strength through recent contacts. If anyone dares to provoke a war before we are ready for war, don't blame me. It's not the right time now. In addition, Grey Dosses is now on his way to the Omega Star region. The outbreak of war now will undoubtedly disrupt and destroy Grey Dosses' plan, and even put their majesty in danger. So he can't provoke a war at this critical moment. Everyone looked at Temple Herman, who was full of murderous intent, and immediately suppressed their thoughts. Grey Dosses stood up, put his hands on the table, and glanced at his serious subordinates with a sharp gaze. This is an emergency, so the frontline intelligence gathering work in New Eden needs to continue, and all ships in New Eden or heading to the Alpha Star field must be carefully inspected and persuaded to return. Once a target is found, it can be killed on the spot without asking for permission. Yes. Everyone agreed. On the other side, Chum Solon, who was staying in the northern fortress, also received a call from Aura and had to stop the Sasha fleet that was about to cross the wormhole to continue the harassment mission. Aura, give me another 3 days, I will definitely be able to cut off the transportation route of Desasso, and then they can delay the time to build a forward base for at least another month. This is a rare opportunity for us. Chelm Solon was very dissatisfied with Aura's obstruction. Recently, she was annoyed by the continuous reconnaissance team sent by Desasso. Every time she was at the critical moment of research, the enemy invaded, making it impossible for her to conduct research properly. That's why she was so angry. Ola looked at Chelm Solon, who was now clenching his fists. His originally cold eyes were now full of anger. It seemed that this research node was very angry. Then he comforted her. Solon, you should also know the current situation. Now is not the time to start a full-scale war. Otherwise, the eyes of all the star regions in the southern universe will be focused on us, which is not what we expect. Both New Eden and Desasso civilization do not want a full-scale war to break out because of them. Once a full-scale war breaks out because of them, the eyes of the entire southern star region will be focused on them. But at that time, no matter which side, they cannot lose the first step in the public eye. At that time, both sides will definitely increase their support for them, and at the same time, they will put both forces on the fire. At that time, the intensity of the war between the two sides will continue to rise until one side can no longer hold on. At that time, the main forces of both camps will appear, and the full-scale war will turn the entire New Eden into a sea of fire. Facing a few civilizations, like Desasso, is acceptable, but it is not arrogant enough to face the entire fleet of the Southern Freedom Camp alone. In general, the Desasso civilization cannot accept such a high-intensity war loss, and New Eden cannot accept that the Alpha Star region will really become the main battlefield of the two camps. So Aura and Grey Desasso both tacitly want to maintain the current small-scale combat friction, instead of expanding the war. They can accept war, but not such a high-intensity war. Chapter 131. Chelm Solon understood the reason, but she was really angry. It was because of these annoying flies that her research progress had been stagnant. Ola, Maud is back. I will switch places with him for the time being. Let him come here to guard, and I will stay in the Black Flag Galaxy for a while. Chelm Solon thought of Maud, who had just returned to the Alpha Space Station, and was about to steal Sherman's Huazi for a few days, and her eyes lit up, and she thought of a compromise. Although the two represent different forces and warship technologies, they can still bring out the full power of the other side's warships. This is the reason why Maud led the Hell Angels class main fleet to destroy the Black Shark pirates last time. It's just that these warships can exert their strength more in the hands of the corresponding commanders. The most important thing is that both the Black Flag Fortress and the Northern Fortress have been equipped with cloning service facilities. No matter which side has problems, the two can transfer consciousness and quickly reach the battlefield. Okay, you two can discuss this matter between yourselves. You can do whatever you want as long as it does not affect the plan. So, Ola agreed without any hesitation, but he was a little confused. Solon, you are now starting to study your own officer equipment. Are you ready to start building your own vehicle? Generally speaking, intelligent life, like Chelm Solon, will start to build their own vehicles after waking up, and then load their own named equipment onto them, so as to better exert their ability to command the fleet. But Chelm Solon shook his head, which surprised Aura. No, I just plan to research the radiator and several laser weapons first. I found that the T2 radiator and weapons are still not good enough, which seriously restricts the performance of the attack system of the Sasha Elite warship, so I plan to improve their firepower. During this attack, there were many opportunities to kill more targets, but because of these equipment, the firepower that should have been strong could not be effectively exerted. Even many warships' weapons had various problems, because they could not withstand the weapons system, so they still had to be replaced. Unlike ordinary Sasha warships, these elite Sasha warships have been specially modified. Both the weapons system and the defense system have been greatly improved, which has led to some equipment mismatch. The defense equipment can still play a better performance, but ordinary weapons can't withstand it. Several times, the weapons were unable to withstand the energy transmission and connection brought by the weapons system, resulting in the energy beam power fluctuating. Even more serious is that the weapons were damaged on the spot. Therefore, Chelm Solon was determined to research and equip the weapons and heat sinks first, otherwise the strength of the Sasha invasion fleet would be greatly limited. Aura looked at Chelm Solon with a serious face, and thought of the Sasha invasion fleet that would be fully equipped with official weapons and heat sinks in the near future, and couldn't help but pray for future enemies. It is worth mentioning that each type of official equipment can only be researched in the official's exclusive research laboratory. Even Aura has no authority to unlock it, because this is the exclusive technology of each official. Aura also pointed out a problem to Chelm Solon. Your exclusive equipment requires a lot of materials. Even if you succeed in your research, you will need a lot of resources to fully equip the Sasha invasion fleet, right? Hearing this, Chelm Solon's face froze. She had indeed overlooked this point. This official equipment is not like ordinary equipment. Ordinary equipment only needs basic minerals and a small amount of rare mineral materials to be manufactured, but this official equipment is not like that. It requires a large amount of rare materials. But now New Eden lacks resources, not to mention precious resources. Even basic mineral resources are still in great shortage. So her plan can only be postponed indefinitely, at least until New Eden has a fixed and stable supply of resources. Chelmsolin was immediately deflated, and suddenly felt that this research was meaningless. But after seeing Aura's calm expression, he immediately knew that this guy definitely had a solution, and then half closed his eyes, and looked at Aura, without any ripples in his eyes. Seeing that Chelmsolin wanted to know, but had no expression on his face, Ola curled her lips. You should learn from Motor. Every time he asked me for something, he was always flattering. You don't ask me for anything at all now. Instead, it's more like you're asking me for a debt. Chelmsolin had no expression on his face when he heard Ola's words. He turned on the communicator and prepared to contact Sherman, as if to say, if you don't tell me, I let you contact the commander to ask you. All right, you're such a boring person. Ola quickly shut down Chelmsolin's communication, rolled her eyes, and said unhappily, now the first fleet of Desasso is already stationed in the Gilly Star system, and the second fleet and Grey Desasso's direct guards are also on their way. Do you know this? Chelmsolin nodded. This information was collected by her reconnaissance ship in the Beecher meteor field. How could she, the person reporting the information, not know it? So what? Chelmsolin showed disdain when she heard the 3 fleets of the Desasso civilization. Let alone these 3 fleets, even if all the fleets of the Desasso civilization came, what would happen? Just destroy them all. Chelmsolin really didn't care about the war with the Desasso civilization, because if necessary, she could destroy these Desasso fleets within 3 days. There was no other reason. Whether it was the warship technology or the command ability of the fleet, they were all here. She really didn't take opponents of the level of Desasso seriously. Are you stupid? Aura looked at the guy who was not as quick as Hakam and said angrily, although the fleet of the Desasso civilization is not very good, they have a lot of resources. After Aura's reminder, Chelmsolin reacted instantly. Are you talking about the baggage they brought with the army? Because it is an interstellar war, there will definitely be cases where warships are damaged, which means that even pirates, who rob wherever they go, will bring a repair ship and carry a large amount of parts and minerals for repairs, not to mention the expeditionary force of Desasso that came with a large army. Therefore, the Desasso civilization will definitely prepare one or several warship hospitals for warship maintenance, and there will definitely be a large number of rare minerals in them for repairing warships and equipment. As long as they wait until the war starts to hijack 1 or 2 repair stations, they will have the resources to fully refit the Sasha invasion fleet. And they are not New Eden, which can build a large space station at any time. At that time, the warship repair station will definitely be a temporary military fortress. Although the firepower is strong, the defense is weak. It is easy for the Sasha fleet to break in. Chelmsolin looked at Ola, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on his cold face. His long black hair was blown away by the breeze in the room, and his light red eyes narrowed slightly. He sighed, Your Excellency the Commander is right. People like you who play tactics and tricks have dirty hearts. Can you speak? Ola rolled his eyes and argued, What do you mean by dirty heart? I call it making reasonable use of the opponent's resources and booking the spoils in advance. Chapter 132. When I woke up, it was already noon. Sherman got up and stretched, eating the lunch that Aura had prepared long ago, and sat down on the sofa. He opened YY, and saw that Dirk Ellis and Dark Blood Kratos had already started chatting in YY. Why did you get up so early? Dirk Ellis looked at the scorching sun hanging high outside the window, and said unhappily, Barbarian, it's already 11:30 in the afternoon, you overslept. Sherman thought about it. He had arranged a series of things last night after Hakam woke up. It was already 7 or 8 in the morning when he went to bed. Well, it's because I'm abroad. It's only past 9 in the morning now. Sherman said calmly. He changed the topic to another one in a few words. Lauda, damn, what were you two talking about before? Hey, Lauda and I were online at the same time before, and we ate the Ishtar of the death suit of that unlucky guy last night. Now Lauda and I are trapped in the 66 PMM star system. Lauda just went through the gate for reconnaissance. If it wasn't for the fast recoil of the star gate, he would be gone. Dark Blood Kratos briefly recounted the incident, but after listening to it, Sherman could not help but mourn for the unlucky guy named Leon Shan for 2 minutes. Last night, the official was robbed, Xiaohang was blown up again, and today I continue to brush the star belt Ishtar, and was blown up. What kind of luck is this? It's really bad luck. Wait for me to go online. Old German's Loki didn't bring the interception annihilator, so he can't avoid the bubble. Because Delk Ellis's Loki is a PvP configuration that purely pursues firepower, he didn't bring the interception annihilator subsystem that can be immune to the jump blocking position, so he was blocked by the light and heavy interception, and couldn't escape from the Stargate. The point is that because of Delk Ellis's skills, his Loki did not carry the secret induction, and even if he escaped by chance, he could not leave the trapped Dark Blood Kratos, so the two of them just brag and chat with the invisibility in the deep space, and wait for the Stone Man to come online. After all, the Stone Man is the only reconnaissance ship and forward scout among the three, so he naturally carries the interception annihilator subsystem and secret induction. As long as he can escape, the other two can also escape. Okay, wait for me for 2 minutes. Sherman swallowed the last bite of food, washed his hands, and started the game. In the channel of the 36-degree brothers, Liang Shan, who is usually very lively, was now a little scary. He didn't say a word for a long time. He just distributed all his small heavy interceptors to the Stargate, and his Night God-class super aircraft carrier was stationed steadily above the iron wall, ready to go to the Stargate in any direction at any time. These people are too bullying. Not only did they blow up their own small aircraft last night and rob the officials, but today he just went online to drive Ishtar to the Star Belt and turned to go to the toilet. In just less than 2 minutes, he had turned into a space capsule and returned to the Star City. I won't mention the Ishtar in death suit, after all, the equipment on it can be obtained at any time, but the high-level crystal suit that he had saved up money to buy was taken away, which made him furious. Last night, he lost a set of high-level control brain plug suit, and not long ago, he lost another set of high-level crystal suit, each of which is more than 10 billion. This is not the most infuriating thing. He is most angry that several local Ishtars and plunders chose him as the target, and he feels targeted. Lianshan, don't worry. We have blocked all the Stargates around the 66 PMM galaxy. We guarantee that they can't escape. You can avenge yourself then. When they heard that their family had suffered huge losses, and that 3 old friends were coming to their hometown, the 4 people who were about to lead the Beifu fleet to clear out the low-security pirates found an excuse to log off, switch back to their main account, and return to the Legion base to command the anti-harvest of Sherman and others. Yeah. Lianshan had nothing to say, so he had to respond in silence. At this time, another red-named player appeared in the local galaxy. Lianshan gritted his teeth when he saw the newcomer. You are finally here. This is Sherman who just came online. After coming online, Sherman immediately opened the covert action loading, and the warship was hidden in the deep space, making Lianshan's combat scanning probe useless. After joining the fleet with Delk Ellis and the others, Sherman looked at the star map and fell into thought. According to Delk Ellis and the others, the surrounding galaxies are now blocked, so it is impossible to return home by the original route. They can only continue to go deeper into a mister and evacuate at the right time. If they take the flagship gap, even if Sherman can leave, Delk Ellis and the others cannot leave. After all, the existence of the flagship gap across the star field made it impossible for his secret induction to bring them out. Olda, go to the 7-8 star gate and show your face. Understood. Dirk Ellis understood, and then Invisible jumped to the Stargate leading to the 7-8 galaxy 100 kilometers away, and appeared, attracting everyone's attention, and Sherman also took the opportunity to dive into the UP0 galaxy. Before the several ships blocking the gate could react, he started the invisible jump to the next Stargate, and neither the jump interception position of the heavy interceptor ships around nor the large mobile jump disruptor above the Stargate had any effect on him. Loki-class propulsion subsystem interception annihilator. Immune to all non-locking interception methods. Rough effect, simple description, extreme enjoyment. It can be said that unless he is locked by the second lock ship blocking the gate, these light and heavy interception ships or mobile jump disruptors are of no use to him at all. On the contrary, the mobile jump disruptor 100 kilometers above another star gate did not attract Sherman, but attracted several friendly forces chasing Sherman. There is a Loki-class interceptor annihilator, and it is now heading towards the heart of a mister. Who can send me a second-lock ship to stop it? The 4 people looked at Sherman, who was not affected by the mobile jump disruptor, and immediately realized that these light and heavy interceptors could not stop him. Only the second-lock ship had a chance to catch him. After all, there are gains and losses. Because of the equipment of the interceptor annihilator, Sherman's Loki-class jump preparation time will be longer, which gives them an opportunity. As long as he reacts quickly enough, he can lock and disrupt Sherman in the moment before he activates the covert action device. When facing O'Mister's anti-harvest fleet, he will be a lamb to be slaughtered, and the other two who have lost Sherman's induction ship will be trapped here alive. Got it. After hearing the words of the four people, the autistic man who had been guarding the gate of the OKO Galaxy drove his sweep-class tactical destroyer through the 66 PMM jump bridge to the 1L6F Galaxy, and took advantage of the jump bridge to the Stargate of the Galaxy in front of Sherman. The attack mode of the autistic sweep-class tactical destroyer was turned on, and then the sensor enhancer was pre-overloaded, which greatly improved the scanning resolution of the entire ship. Chapter 133. It's going to be bad. After passing the Stargate, Sherman looked at the sweep-class tactical destroyer quietly circling the Stargate not far away, and his heart sank. Although the sweep-class tactical destroyer lacked combat power, it was a master at blocking the gate in seconds. Sherman was in some danger now. As expected, just when Sherman was about to take a gamble and force his way through, he had just lifted the 1-minute stealth time brought by the plasma storm after jumping the Stargate, and before he could activate the covert action device, he was already locked, and a jump disruptor was put on the ship. Damn it, I'm caught. Looking at Loki, who was interrupted by the warp, Sherman couldn't help but take a breath. This Sweeper-class instant lock is outrageous. It really locks instantly. Barbarian, you start the induction. We will go over to help you. Dark Blood Kratos frowned, ready to jump at any time. No! Sherman frowned as he looked at the sudden increase in the number of people in the local area. Now he has scanned a Night God class and several battleships. Now they come just to send them away, which is not worth the loss. There are too many people, and your marshal of the number 1 official is too expensive. We don't want to be on the KB website's list of gods. The marshal of the number 1 official came to fight with this Night God level. If this gets out, it will be ridiculous. Don't do this. Wait for my news first. After saying this, Sherman took a deep breath, and then overloaded the afterburner to recoil towards the Stargate. As long as he could recoil back, he would survive. Although the Scrambler could not shut down the afterburner of Sherman Loki, the other warships that followed to block the gate directly put several stagnation beams on the entangled Sherman, reducing Loki's speed by more than half, like a turtle crawling. Leave one bite for me, let me finish him off. When he knew that Sherman was captured, Liang Shan jumped to the battlefield star system with a flagship, and drove the Night God-class super aircraft carrier to jump to the Stargate. He wanted to use this heavy cavalry carrier-based aircraft to smash Sherman to relieve his hatred. In response to Liang Shan's words, the others said to come quickly, but they all had overloaded weapons, and were ready to destroy Sherman before he arrived. Just kidding, how could this anti-harvest specially leave a bite of meat for others? It's not enough for himself. Therefore, under the attack of these warships with overloaded weapons, the shield of Sherman's Loki was quickly destroyed by more than half. Under this situation, it would only take a dozen seconds to be destroyed. At this time, another blocking team that had been chasing him also came from another galaxy. Sherman looked at several warships and couldn't help but despair. My life is over. However, things always turn around inadvertently. Battle report. Plus 408 MLI HP Jinping class. Geese Tam medium long-range shield recharge booster A type X6. 6 consecutive maintenance reports shocked Sherman. After Jean Peng locked onto him, he suddenly attached several medium-sized long-range shield recharge boosters to his Loki, which greatly increased the shield of Loki, who was about to break the shield. After 2 rounds of repairs, Sherman recovered the shield to about 80%. And with this milk, Sherman finally insisted on reaching the Stargate and leaping away. There were no enemies behind the gate to intercept him, so Sherman leaped directly into the deep space and became invisible, and stopped moving. Looking at Loki, who had been hit to a half-structure, Sherman couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That was close. On the other side, everyone was looking at the culprit, who caused the interception failure in shock. Liang Shan looked at MLI Shui, who was at a loss beside the Stargate, and his mouth twitched. MLI Shui, are you ready to sign your name right here? MLI Shui looked at his Jean Peng class full of logistics equipment, his face bitter, and said awkwardly, I said I just wanted to get an assist, but I forgot that my Jean Peng is a logistics configuration. Do you believe it? You are a logistics supporter. Why do you need to take advantage of assists? Liang Shan complained. If this guy hadn't mistakenly given Sherman 2 mouthfuls of healing, Sherman would have been destroyed long ago, and now he could be dragging his corpse around to play. MLI swore in blood and said, Don't worry, I promise I won't make this mistake again next time. The four people Chung Yu were not so optimistic about this. Although he and Sherman didn't go out to play often, he was impressed by Sherman and Delk Ellis's caution in PvP. As long as he has been caught and not killed, he will definitely waste hours without moving, and will not move until your patience is exhausted. Very alert. You can continue to block, I log off first. The four of them said a few words and then logged off, turning around and switching to Xiang Xiangji's account. He was planning a large-scale operation these days, and he couldn't let it be delayed because of such a small matter. And what he said was not wrong. Sherman, who had escaped by chance, was indeed not planning to pass through the Stargate again. What a close call. Sherman took a screenshot and posted it on YY, expressing his gratitude to the battlefield quack doctor for saving his life. Without the doctor's milk, he would definitely not have survived. He couldn't walk on the dirt road, and the Three Gods expansion pack hadn't been updated yet, and there was no fiber, a magical artifact that could leave at any time, so he had to think of a way. Then, Sherman looked at several local space signals, and the combat probes immediately splashed out. Looking at the local combat probes, Liang Shan raised his eyebrows and was very puzzled. We are already trapped here. Do you want to drag another one into the water? After looking at his night god and the fleet blocking the two stargates, he wondered which ship this guy wanted to capture. After a while, a round of secret induction was launched in deep space, and Dirk Ellis and Dark Blood Kratos crossed the stargate directly through the induction and joined Sherman. Quick, block the two gates, let me see how they can escape. Seeing that Sherman and the other two came to this star system with only two stargates, Liang Shan was overjoyed. These two stargates are much easier to defend than the three stargates of 66 PMM. But before he could be happy for too long, he saw Sherman and his three companions disappear in the local galaxy in an instant. What's going on? Could they have a guide ship to pick them up from the outside? But there is no warning about the three of them on the Alliance warning channel now. Liang Shan was puzzled. Nearly half an hour later, a wormhole appeared in a galaxy in the Jedi domain, and three warships rushed out of the wormhole and came to the main world space. It was Sherman and his three companions. Dark Blood Kratos looked at the place that was a distance away from the base, but already within the sphere of influence of the Alliance, and he was relieved. Barbarian, you have a solution. It's just a small matter, Sherman said indifferently. Fortunately, there was an unknown wormhole in the galaxy. The three of them went in after gathering. Fortunately, Liang Shan and his team had a misunderstanding, which gave them a chance. Otherwise, they couldn't escape even if they blocked the hole. That is, after the directional scanning of the combat probe, they thought Sherman wanted to scan the ship blocking the door or wanted to catch a lone person, but ignored that the combat probe could actually perform space scanning, and the effect was not worse than the scanning probe dedicated to space scanning. They also scanned the unknown wormhole for half an hour before they turned out. Let's go home, and continue to kill monsters, Delk Ellis said as he prepared for navigation and was ready to go home. Sherman looked at this galaxy and felt familiar. Then he seemed to remember something and hurriedly asked Delk Ellis to wait, and then he sent out the combat probe to verify his idea. There is no one else in this place except us. What are you scanning? Dark Blood Kratos directed the surrounding combat probes and asked Sherman in surprise. Fuck, it's really here now. After a while, Sherman suddenly cursed. Dirk Ellis and Dark Blood Kratos were puzzled. Sherman didn't explain to them, but directly jumped the fleet to a place. After landing, Dark Blood Kratos looked at the huge building not far away and couldn't help but exclaimed. Super Flagship Assembly Array. Chapter 134. Looking at the Super Flagship Assembly Array in front of him, Dark Blood Kratos felt incredible. You know, this is already an ancient relic in the game. Many years ago, when the Super Flagship was just released, there was no engineering complex like the current one that was specifically used to manufacture super flagships, nor was there a space station where super flagships could dock. And this Super Flagship Assembly Array is the assembly array of the control tower used to manufacture and park super flagships. At the beginning, there was a joke because of the powerful deterrent power of the super flagship. That is, the two hostile alliances would send special people to the missing person agent every day to keep an eye on the movements of the super flagship driver. But since the advent of the industrial version, the emergence of various engineering complexes and star cities, the era of control towers has gradually faded, and this kind of super flagship manufacturing array has also become outdated and eliminated. Moreover, in these years, this kind of building has long been demolished and moved away, and it is rare to see it. Once you encounter it, it is no less than a huge blind box. So Dark Blood Kratos is now surprised and excited. And this thing was a big melon that broke out in the game forum when the second test was about to end in the previous life. It once caused a sensation, so Sherman remembered it so clearly. Speaking of this super flagship assembly array, Sherman still remembers that there is one in the territory of the Northern Alliance, and it is left by an old regiment with a long history not far from the 36th degree Brotherhood. Turtle, an abandoned super flagship assembly array, this is too surprising. Delk Ellis on the side was also very surprised. He was also an old player who had experienced the ancient version and knew this thing. Dark Blood Kratos rubbed his hands and said excitedly, "What are you waiting for? Let's start." Just as he was about to start, he was stopped by Sherman. "Why are you stopping me? There may be a Titan in here. Don't you want to be tempted?" "Tempered? How could I not be tempted?" Back then, 2 overdue ships were found here, one of which was the Titan of the Serpentine Group, the Hatred class, and the other was the Titan of the Serpentine Group, the Conqueror class, and both were equipped with a full set of official equipment. That's why such a big news set off a wave of searching for the super flagship assembly array at that time, and people still mentioned it after a long time. However, it is not convenient for Sherman and his team to do such things now. Although there are not many people in this legion now, it is still in the same alliance as us. If we dismantle it like this, won't we be fined? Sherman explained unhappily, and the 2 people who were overwhelmed by this super surprise also reacted immediately. Indeed, they are still in the same alliance now. If they are caught, they will be fined. Then, not wanting to give up such a big cake, Dirk Ellis looked at the super flagship assembly array in front of him, gritted his teeth, and said, "Then I will withdraw from the Legion and dismantle it now. At worst, I can go to Gallon to show off. No, I dismantle it. I don't have much stuff in the base. If something goes wrong, I can just give the stuff to you." Dark Blood Kratos is not short of money. Although he doesn't know what's inside, of course, he doesn't care even if he knows. He just wants to open this thing. This is much more interesting than opening the box after brushing the official. "No, let me do it. I can still bear this pressure." Dirk Ellis refused to give in, and Dark Blood Kratos did not dare to fall behind. "Olda, listen to my advice. The water of this thing is too deep. You can't grasp it. Let me do it." Sherman couldn't help but sighed when the 2 of them were scrambling to quit the Legion and dismantle the super flagship assembly array. These 2 people are usually very smart. Why can't they turn around now? "I say, stop arguing." Sherman interrupted the 2 people who were arguing about leaving the Legion. "Although I don't have a trumpet, you have one too. Can't you just let the trumpet do this dirty work?" After hearing Sherman's words, the 2 of them woke up instantly. "Yes. They all have trumpets. Can't they just let the trumpet do this dirty work?" "Hey." Dark Blood Kratos slapped his head, speechless. "You've led me into a trap. Otherwise I should have thought of this trick earlier." "You led me into this trap, okay?" Dirk Ellis said unhappily. "This is a dirty job with a disguise. I have done it with Sherman before, and have a lot of experience. Why didn't you say it earlier?" "It's hindsight." Dark Blood Kratos rolled his eyes, and said unhappily, "Sherman hasn't taken me to do this for a long time. I just can't remember it for a while." Dirk Ellis's righteous answer immediately made Sherman's teeth itch. It seems that he has always taken him to do bad things in the past. "Okay, stop talking nonsense. The most important thing is to bring the trumpet over." Sherman was too lazy to talk nonsense with the 2 guys, and quickly asked them to bring the trumpet over. "Okay. Got it." After the 2 replied, they logged into the trumpet account and prepared to bring the trumpet over. Because this galaxy is far away from the Guitar Galaxy, it will take some time for the 2 trumpets to arrive, so the 3 people can only stay where they are and brag and wait. But before their 2 trumpets arrived, they received bad news. Suddenly, Delk Ellis was quiet for a while, and then said depressedly, "My trumpet was hijacked by the army on the way here, and the ship eggs flew away. Now it has been resurrected in the guitar." Dark Blood Kratos also said with an ugly face, "Mine is the same." Because they needed to carry out demolition work, both of them drove the warships, but they were all blown up. After all, there are too many places to pass along the way, and there are many legions stationed along the way, so it is normal to be blown up. Sherman thought about it, and thought that if he let 2 more trumpets drive the warship over, the risk of being exploded would still be great, so he had to change his mindset. Then Sherman discussed with the 2, "Lauda, sure to, you 2 trumpets can just drive the shuttle over, and Lauda and I will leave the Loki we are driving to them to dismantle." "Okay." The 2 had no objection to this. After all, this was the best way. "By the way, do your trumpets have Loki's skills?" In order to avoid the misunderstanding that the two trumpets could not use Loki after they arrived, Sherman asked hurriedly. He did not want this accident that could have been avoided to happen again. No problem, my trumpet's Loki skills are already full. Yes, my trumpet is prepared to be used for expeditions, and this Loki skill is also full. The two answered without hesitation, with a very sure tone, no doubt. But secretly, they bought several large skill injectors in the market almost at the same time, and instantly maxed out Loki's skills. Chapter 135. That's fine. Sherman nodded, and then continued, Old German, when the trumpet arrives, you will start the demolition, and then you and I will go back to the base to get the induction ship, so that we won't be able to take away the Titan if it really explodes. Dirk Ellis looked at Sherman in surprise, a little unbelievable. Manzi, you usually look silly, and you always forget to bring things when you go out to kill monsters. How come you think so carefully when you do something bad like this? +1. Dark Blood Kratos also expressed his agreement. This guy is usually lazy and forgetful, even forgetting to raise a 6/10 expedition, but once something big happens, he will be very smart and have a plan. It's like two different people. How can you slander someone's innocence for no reason? I'm going to sue you for slandering me. Sherman couldn't help but feel a lump in his heart. Could it be that for so long, this is the image of him in the minds of these two people? Normally, it was because he was focused on how to make money, and inevitably, he would not consider other aspects, but now this is a big deal. How could he not consider it carefully? Moreover, these are two super flagships of the power. According to the current price, each ship is more than 1 trillion. He couldn't help but concentrate. But before the two trumpets arrived, another team arrived. Looking at the three familiar guys in the local area, the leader of the team said viciously, TND finally found you. After thinking about the problem, he followed Liang Shan and others, who were scanning the wormhole and catching up. But this time he had no teammates. The others had retreated in the face of the strange and complex wormhole environment. Now the 8-man team left was all his. And just in case, the ships driven by Liang Shan's team were all firepower Loki and logistics Jinping. So he turned on the stealth action device, and became invisible the moment he came out of the wormhole. Looking at the familiar people, Dark Blood Kratos felt a toothache. Oh my god, this guy is too vindictive. He even chased us after scanning the wormhole. Should we fight him again? Dirk Ellis said eagerly. Sherman frowned as he looked at the combat scanning probe in the directional scanning interface. Now is not the time to fight. Now we have to dismantle the super flagship assembly array and transport the two overdue ships inside. If this guy also scans out the super flagship assembly array, it will be troublesome. We must solve this problem before this guy sweeps over. Lauda, Shertu, jump to the star gate and prepare for battle. If we want to fight, we have to go to the next star system to fight, and we can't expose the super flagship assembly array, even if the probability is less than 1 in 10,000. Okay. Explode this guy again. The two of them gladly accepted the order. Unconsciously during this period of time, the two of them did not resist Sherman's command. After all, there was no one else in the Legion, and the two of them were insignificant, so only Sherman, a half-hearted commander, could carry the banner. Because this galaxy is very small, and it is a dead-angle galaxy, Liang Shan quickly discovered the three people who appeared at the Stargate. He then led the fleet to jump to the Stargate. Just after landing, he saw the three people jumping out through the Stargate, and then he also clicked the Stargate to jump over. After passing through the gate, Sherman reminded the two, "You must listen to my command this time, otherwise it will be easy to get into trouble." The two said they understood. "Instructor, I hope the team battle you taught is useful." Sherman silently recalled the squad battle knowledge taught by the instructor, and then led the two to start to distance themselves from the Stargate. Liang Shan saw the three people distance themselves, and then led the fleet to open the pusher and rush forward. He could see that the three guys wanted to engage in battle. However, he had 6 firepower Loki and 2 logistics Jinping. What could these three people do to fight him? You know that they were outnumbered. After a chase, Liang Shan's team was out of touch. The 6 firepower Loki were already running dozens of kilometers ahead of the logistics Jinping. Seeing the opportunity, Sherman immediately led the two to jump to the position mark along the way, and just collided with the 2 Jinpings. First, focus on the golden rock numbered A, keep your destruction power on him, and don't let it run out. After landing, Sherman immediately divided the 2 golden rocks into groups and numbered them, and began to direct the focus and command. Because they were left behind, the position of Liangshan's 6 Lokis was awkward. They were less than 80 kilometers away, neither far nor close, and could not make a return jump. It would take at least more than 20 seconds to rush over. In these more than 20 seconds, Sherman and others had to destroy one of the logistics golden rocks, otherwise it would be troublesome when the Loki team arrived. Liang Shan controlled the Loki team to rush to the battlefield, and at the same time switched the view to another Jinping to remotely repair the attacked Jinping. Seeing the shield of the attacking Jinping begin to be repaired, Sherman was in the right place, and then decisively ordered to switch to another Jinping. Now Jinping A has not much power to remotely repair the other Jinping under the energy destruction of the dead support officials. This is a good opportunity. Switch to Jinping B, dead support, overload 2 rounds of destruction, make sure to keep Jinping A in an empty state, don't let him perform remote repairs. Dark Blood Kratos, the old man, understood it instantly, and then overloaded the 4 Chelm's improved heavy energy neutralizers he brought with him. To draw power from the A Jinping, and the ECM drone he carried also conducted electronic interference on it, instantly destroying the power of the Jinping. And Sherman and Delk Ellis overloaded their firepower and started firing at another Jinping. Without the remote maintenance of another logistics Jinping, the Jinping was quickly destroyed by the concentrated fire of the 2. Then the 2 of them turned their fire to another Jinping, and under the combined siege, they also killed it before the Loki team arrived, and the Loki team of Liang Shan arrived late. We are ready to officially engage in battle. You can disable the power destroyer, and keep an eye on me and Lauda for remote maintenance. When Sherman just killed the Jinping, he scanned the Loki with the hull scan and found that these Lokis were all equipped with shield expansion plus heavy attack missiles, and had no self-repair equipment, so he asked Dark Blood Kratos to disable the neutralizer to save some electricity. As soon as the battle started, Sherman and his 2 men concentrated their fire on the Loki in the front. Without logistics, the Loki was quickly destroyed. And Delk Ellis was also concentrated by the opponent, and his shield dropped down, but fortunately, with the overload of active resistance equipment, and the repair of Dark Blood Kratos' 4 remote repairers, he barely withstood the damage. As long as the damage is withstood, and the logistics are better, the rest will be easy. In less than 5 minutes, Liangshan's Loki team was destroyed one by one. When the 3rd ship was destroyed, it was too late for him to leave. Sherman and his 3 men were seen. One of them jumped and scrambled to the other, preventing him from leaving. Liang Shan knew he couldn't escape at this time. Seeing that the marshal had already moved away from the 2 Loki in front of him, because he was chasing another Loki, he laughed sinisterly. Even if you die, I will drag you down with me. Then he turned the tables, and put a jump scrambler and stagnation beam on the marshal to limit his speed. The remaining 2 Loki no longer separated and evacuated to fight alone, but overloaded their weapons, and attacked Delk Ellis, who was in the middle of them. Under the firepower of the 2 Lokis, the shield of Delk Ellis dropped rapidly, and Dark Blood Kratos was far away from him, so remote repair was impossible. Even if Sherman tried his best to rescue, it was useless. After destroying a Loki of Liang Shan, Delk Ellis Loki also exploded, and the remaining 2 Lokis were also destroyed with the cooperation of Sherman and Dark Blood Kratos. After destroying the space capsule that actively stayed on the battlefield waiting to be resurrected and go home, Sherman looked at the space capsule of Delk Ellis and comforted him. The weakest one died in this battle, we didn't lose. Dirk Ellis rolled his eyes. Your sister, do you want me to give you a thumbs up for your good command this time? Oh, don't praise me, I'm shy and will be embarrassed. Sherman replied with a pinched throat and a pinching tone, which made the 2 of them feel cold. Get out of here. Do you believe I will beat you with this size 42 shoe sole? But this guy called Liang Shan is too miserable. We have killed him 3 times. He is much weaker than you, old duh. Sherman, you are a loser, you are as loser as Liang Shan. After the battle, the 3 of them relaxed and started to collect the spoils. It must be said that the Liang Shan people are a little losers, but they are really rich. The spoils and the wreckage left behind are worth billions. This made Sherman write down the Liang Shan in his notebook. Losers and rich people, a fat sheep, you can always pay attention to it. At this time, the trumpets of Dirk Ellis and the others finally reached the destination. The demolition of the super flagship assembly array can finally begin. Chapter 136. Because Delk Ellis's Loki class had been destroyed, the Explosion Society replaced it with a decoy ship. After Sherman handed his Loki class to Dark Blood Kratos' trumpet, he drove the shuttle to the entrance of the wormhole to guard it. After all, Liang Shan knew the location of the hole, so he had to be on guard. And because there were not enough combat ships, Delk Ellis's trumpet was also placed in another galaxy as an eye, always paying attention to whether there was any arrival. The entire dismantling of the super flagship assembly array was handed over to Dark Blood Kratos' trumpet. The price was that Dark Blood Kratos didn't want anything that could be dropped. He just wanted this KM. After all, it was a test server. Even if there were something worth a fortune, it would be restored to the original data before the server was shut down in the end. So it was better to get a KM now. Besides, if something really dropped, just spend some ISK to buy it. In this regard, Sherman and Delk Ellis agreed 100%. After all, they were both poor, and the more money they could make, the better. And he was a little selfish, because he had never dismantled this super flagship assembly array, and he didn't know if there would be any accidents, such as the things inside would be like warships, and there would be things that were not exploded, so it was more reassuring to let Dark Blood Kratos, the European Emperor, to dismantle it. Because this super flagship assembly array was already in the abandoned stage, it was dismantled quickly, and it seemed that it would be dismantled soon. Sherman, who had been on guard in the wormhole, was also very glad that there was no movement in the wormhole. It was also true that Liang Shan was beaten up by Sherman and his 3 companions because he was in a hurry to open the 8th-level strategic cruiser. The people in the Legion knew about it, and he was still being taught a lesson. He didn't think that Sherman and his companions would wait for him to seek revenge, so he had to humbly ask Omi 8th-level War God Friendship Knight for more experience. After all, this third Uncle Great White Fleet had made a great name for itself in Omister. That's why they didn't come for revenge. Time passed by little in the anxiety and expectation of the 3 people, until the guidance ship of Dirk Ellis had entered the Jedi domain starfield. Dark Blood Kratos trembled and sent the good news. Barbarian. Olda, it's red. Then he sent the destruction report of the super flagship assembly array to the fleet channel. Sherman quickly clicked in, looking at the green in the destruction report, and his worries were put down. Fortunately, the worst result did not occur. Because Sherman had known what was inside long ago, and was mentally prepared, there was not much surprise, but more of a sense of relief. But Delk Ellis and Dark Blood Kratos were completely unprepared, and immediately fell into ecstasy. A Hatred-class ship exploded inside. Dark Blood Kratos said excitedly. Although he thought that a faction flagship would explode during the demolition, it was just an idea. He thought that it would be good to explode an ordinary super flagship. But I didn't expect that a super aircraft carrier of the power like the Hatred class would actually be revealed. The Hatred-class super aircraft carrier of the Serpentis group can be said to be an improved version of the Gallente Federation's Nox-class aircraft carrier. Compared with the Nox class, the speed of the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft has been increased, making it more suitable for monster hunting and face riding, referring to the flagship crushing a small tonnage fleet. Moreover, even if its attributes are similar to the Nox class, it can be distinguished from other flagships with just a green icon. A must-have for the rich. And Delk Ellis was flipping through the destruction report, his voice trembling. Not only that, there is also a big chicken leg under this Hatred. The Conqueror-class Titan, because its main equipment is on the head, it looks like a big chicken leg, so it is called a big chicken leg compared to its prototype Orowa Titan. Looking at this Conqueror-class Titan, Dark Blood Kratos has no interest, because he already has one, and his eyes are now on this Hatred-class super aircraft carrier. I don't know which brother left it. I don't know how long it will take to collect the manufacturing materials for these 2 Serpentis super flagships. Dark Blood Kratos sighed, as he looked at the 2 super flagships of the Serpentis group. The Serpentis group's flagship is much more difficult to manufacture than other flagships. Compared with other flagships, the Serpentis group's flagship requires a component called Serpentis Improved Flagship Microprocessor, and it requires a lot. There are only 2 ways to obtain this Serpentis Improved Flagship Microprocessor. One is to obtain it by scanning and analyzing the ruins of the Serpentis group, but the probability of scanning is very low, and only one may appear in dozens of ruins. Therefore, the main way to obtain it is to kill the flagship of the Sky Serpent group, and you can get a few to a dozen each time. But this Sky Serpent flagship is not a cabbage. Like Sherman, who has been brushing the Star Belt for several months, he has brushed out quite a few Sky Serpent flagships, but this Sky Serpent Improved Flagship Microprocessor has only collected less than 200, and it is unknown how long it will take to collect the materials needed for a Sky Serpent flagship. The Conqueror-class Titan requires 8,000 Sky Serpent Improved Flagship Microprocessors. The Hatred-class Supercarrier requires 4,000 Sky Serpent Improved Flagship Microprocessors, and even the Fierce-class Dreadnought requires a full 2,000 Sky Serpent Improved Flagship Microprocessors. In the market, the price of this Tianchi Improved Flagship Microprocessor is between 130 million and 150 million. The cost of purchasing materials through the market is obvious. Even if you have the money to buy all the materials on the market, you can't get the required quantity. Because of the difficulty of obtaining materials, the way to obtain the flagship blueprint of the Tianxi group is also very simple. You can redeem it through loyalty points by completing the tasks of the Tianxi group. The price is very cheap compared to the flagships of other forces. Barbarian Old German, I like this hatred class. Give it to me as an internal digestion. Dark Blood Kratos liked this hatred class more and more, so he said to Sherman without hesitation. Sherman had no objection to this. After all, these two big guys also need to be sold, and it would be better if they can be digested internally. But I like it too. Dirk Ellis also looked at this hatred class, and was very envious. He was thinking that if this hatred class was used to kill monsters, it would be very cool, right? 5 trillion per person, this hatred is mine. Dark Blood Kratos said lightly. Faced with Dark Blood Kratos' money power, Dirk Ellis lowered his head, and could only regretfully give up the fight for the hatred class super aircraft carrier. But then Dirk Ellis said to Sherman, Barbarian, can you give me this Conqueror Titan? All the 10 trillion will belong to you. Without the hatred class super aircraft carrier, this Conqueror Titan would also be very impressive. Faced with 2 local tyrants, who were so poor that they only had money left, Sherman had to flatter and agree. The 2 bosses are generous. These 2 super flags of the faction can be kept until now. At first glance, they are prepared for you. Chapter 137. In order to determine the ownership as soon as possible, Dark Blood Kratos transferred 10 trillion ISK to Shyman's account without blinking. Looking at the account that has returned to its peak, Sherman smiled. Seeing Dark Blood Kratos impatiently releasing 2 warships from the wreckage and directly changing ships in space to board the hatred class, Sherman hurriedly stopped him. Damn it, you should drive the Conqueror class first. I don't have the Titan skill, so I can't drive it. Because Shyman's skill planning is towards the direction of super aircraft carriers, he did not have the Titan skill. If he wanted to transport these 2 super flagships back, he could only drive the hatred class, and Dark Blood Kratos had to drive the Conqueror class. Okay. Hearing Sherman's words, knowing that now was not the time to waste time, Dark Blood Kratos quickly ejected from the hatred class and boarded the Conqueror class Titan reluctantly. After the 2 boarded the super flagship and stuffed the warship, they were originally driving into the ship maintenance warehouse. When Sherman was about to ask Dirk Ellis to start the induction, Dirk Ellis' trumpet sent a bad news. Barbarian, damn it, someone is coming next door. The 2 frowned. They didn't want to fight now. The most important thing was to transport the 2 super flagships back to the base. If they were caught, whether they were killed or asked the Alliance for help, their actions would be exposed, and it would be difficult to deal with them. Olda, how many people, what kind of ship? Dirk Ellis reported after taking a look at the local channel and directional scanning interface. 8-man team, with 4 Markray-class battleships, 2 Bagulon-class battleships, and 2 Sabertooth-class light interceptors. Hearing the team configuration, Sherman was shocked. This is the team configuration for capturing Shaohang or plundering. Others are easy to deal with, but these 2 Sabertooths are not easy to deal with. Once they are covered by their jump interception probes, they will be passive. Quickly flipping through various countermeasures in their minds, Sherman and Dark Blood Kratos said, Dead, open the fleet hangar and install the stealth action device, and hide first and wait for these guys to leave. Because Dirk Ellis's guidance ship has not yet reached the guidance range, Sherman finally chose this more reliable plan. Okay. Because when these 2 ships exploded, they were equipped with effective battle equipment with a lot of HP, and the equipment used for racing was placed in the fleet hangar, so the 2 of them needed to use each other's fleet hangar to change equipment. If a warship wants to change equipment in space, it must either anchor to a mobile warehouse for assembly, or the teammate's warship must have a fleet hangar. Because the fleet hangar is the standard configuration of each flagship, Sherman said this. Sherman quickly installed the Astamel's improved cloaking device in the hangar, and after asking Dark Blood Kratos to change his cloaking equipment, the 2 immediately distanced themselves. Because the 2 ships were too close to each other, and because of their large tonnage, they had a slow start, so Sherman said to Dirk Ellis, Olda, try to delay time and give us some time. Dirk Ellis looked at the shuttle driven by Xiaohao, and gritted his teeth. Okay. Then he drove the shuttle towards the Star Gate, and pretended to navigate automatically. When the 2 saber-toothed tigers landed, and saw the shuttle with automatic navigation, they immediately opened the bubble and turned on the slider to chase it and destroy it, and the space capsule did not escape, and was also destroyed by it. Looking at his destroyed trumpet, Dirk Ellis was relieved. Barbarian, the 2 saber-tooths have already opened fire, hurry up. That's right, because Dirk Ellis is just a shuttle, there is no way to keep anyone, so it can only use the attack mechanism between players to keep the 2 saber-tooths for a while. Because after attacking a player, the attacker will have an attack countdown, which will prevent the player from performing a Stargate jump within 30 seconds. This time is enough for Sherman and others to distance themselves and become invisible. Qi Jiao looked at the shuttle KM he had just got and couldn't help but whistled in his YY. He hadn't met anyone along the way, and it had been almost 2 hours, and he got one this time. It's just a broken shuttle and a white egg. What are you so proud of? Nan Feng, who was also a pilot of the saber-toothed tiger, couldn't help but say sourly, because he was a step late, he didn't get either the shuttle or the space capsule KM. TSK, he didn't encounter any enemies along the way. It's good enough to get a KM, who cares what kind of ship it is? Qi Jiao said cheerfully. At this time, the belated Markree team finally arrived, and the fleet commander Quang Lan looked at the local galaxy with a look of nostalgia. I'm back again. Qi Jiao couldn't help but smile when he heard Quang Lan's words. Quang Lan, how does it feel to be home? It's okay, but I feel that things have changed and the familiar people are gone. Quang Lan looked at the place where people used to come and go for production operations, and now there are only a few people, and couldn't help but sigh. This time, he originally wanted to lead the team to find his old brothers to play, but he didn't expect to see no one on the way here, which made him feel very upset. Quang Lan, why don't we occupy this place? Anyway, there are not many people in the national server now. We can have a base if we occupy this land. Qi Jiao clicked on the star map and looked at this blind corner constellation with envy. The location of this constellation is really great. As long as the entrance galaxy is blocked, the production in the back can be said to be very safe. The location is excellent. Listening to Qi Jiao's words, Quang Lan was somewhat moved, and after thinking about it seriously, he felt that this plan was feasible. Now the population of the national server is declining, and most of the population is concentrated in high and low security areas. There are fewer 00 people, and many uninhabited areas have appeared. Many newly emerged legions dare to go around the sovereignty of the remote areas of the PIBC alliance, and no one cares. Their current place is also quite remote, so there may be opportunities. And now their new legion really needs a stable base. I'm familiar with this area. The output of the satellite moon mine is very good. It's very suitable for our legion's base. Seeing Quang agreed, Qi Jiao clapped his hands. Okay, we go around this sovereignty tomorrow, and then buy a few Atnos to test the reaction of this PIBC. Quang Lan nodded. This is the best. However, when it comes to buildings, he suddenly remembered the super flagship assembly array left by the Legion. There are still Hatred class and Conqueror class ones that a big boss spent a lot of money to buy back then. Thinking of this, his heart tightened, and he hurried through the Star Gate to enter the old boss's base. He saw a Conqueror class and a Hatred class ship displayed in the directional scan, but when he scanned again, they disappeared again. When he jumped to the control tower where the super flagship assembly array was placed, he suddenly saw an empty wreckage, and his face darkened. When Sherman saw Quang Lan not far away from him, his heart tightened. This Quang Lan was the original owner who dismantled the super flagship assembly array and took the 2 super flagships of the forces in the original history. This is the real owner showing up. Chapter 138. Quang Lan looked at the empty wreckage with a gloomy face. It's easy to stop it. Use the wreckage of the super flagship assembly array as the radius to seal the surrounding area. Although it was a step late, judging from the 2 flagships of the forces that were scanned when they just entered the galaxy, they did not leave the galaxy, but now they are gone, 100% invisible. But the stealth range will definitely not exceed the wreckage too far. As long as the surrounding area is sealed with jump interference probes, they will be doomed. They have plenty of time to slowly knock them out. Okay. Qi Jiao and Nan Feng took the order, and immediately showed the level of a lightly intercepted driver. They were seen emitting jump interference probes in one direction at the same time after pulling away to a certain distance. After being launched, the jump interference probes quickly expanded into a field, like a huge bubble of prototype, and the intersection of the 2 bubbles was exactly the wreckage of the super flagship assembly array. Then the 2 continued to change the direction to launch jump interference probes, and in just 20 seconds, the space around the wreckage within dozens of kilometers was covered. And Sherman and the other 2 were just in this bubble. Seeing himself being wrapped by this jump interference probe, Sherman was a little anxious, but he still calmed down and asked, Olda, how long will it take you to reach the scheduled induction location? Dirk Ellis looked at the navigation and quickly responded, there are still 3 jumps to arrive. 3 jumps? Not far or near, it's okay. But, looking at the 2 saber-toothed tigers, Sherman felt a toothache, and then continued to instruct Dirk Ellis, Olda, After you reach the scheduled galaxy, turn on the induction in deep space, and the induction must be always on and don't turn it off. Okay. Looking at the people from the Xingtuo United Army, who have already started to release drones to circle the wreckage, at this speed, Stone Barbarian and Dark Blood Kratos will be knocked out of their stealth state in less than a minute. Barbarian, what should we do? Dark Blood Kratos was a little anxious. It's not that they can't beat this team, but once they are entangled by them, let alone other things, as long as they send out a message saying that they have captured 2 super flagships of the forces, then within 20 minutes, people from all over the universe will come to join in the fun. And even friendly forces may change into a white name and try to take their KM, so this is not easy to deal with. Sherman thought about it, and decided to evacuate the most cumbersome Conqueror class safely first. Damn, when the old German induction is turned on, you jump away directly on the flagship, and I will attract their attention. Dark Blood Kratos frowned. What will you do then? I am sure I can run away, don't worry. Sherman said very confidently, although he was not very sure in his heart. By the way, you must keep enough power. Don't be unable to jump away when the time comes. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Dark Blood Kratos nodded, indicating that he understood. Half a minute later, a message came from Delk Ellis. The induction has been turned on, the front is clear, you can jump. In response, Sherman took the initiative to cancel the stealth state, and the heavy cavalry flew out of the carrier-based aircraft hangar, and complained to Delk Ellis, "Don't clear it, I haven't cleared it yet." Looking at the suddenly appearing Hatred class, Quang Lan had an indescribable excitement and annoyance in his eyes, perhaps regretting that he came so late. Otherwise, this Hatred class ship would belong to them. Without the commander saying anything, 2 Sabertooths rushed to Sherman and launched several warp interference probes to surround him. At this time, after seeing the warp interference probes that wrapped around him disappear, Dark Blood Kratos' Conqueror class immediately ended its stealth state, and a flagship jumped and disappeared on the spot, leaving only a burst of space ripples. Oh my god, this Conqueror ran away. Looking at the disappearing Conqueror class, Qi Jiao scratched his head with regret. Don't feel sorry for now, this Hatred class has released the Iron Cavalry. Brothers, be careful. Quang Lan looked at the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft released by Sherman, and immediately reminded others. Saber-toothed Tiger stays, and prepares to replenish bubbles at any time, and the Colts evacuate first. Facing the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft flying in the air, Quang Lan gave the order very sincerely. He didn't think that his 6 Markray-class battleships could swallow the Hatred class. In addition, he and others didn't bring any logistics ships, and they didn't want to face the fierce firepower of the Hatred class. After receiving the order, the 6 Markray-class battleships immediately withdrew from the battlefield, and the 2 Saber-toothed Tigers also activated their stealth devices not far from Sherman after launching the warp interference probes, silently waiting for the force field to disappear before adding another one. Quang Lan, what should we do now? Yes, although we have caught it, we can't eat such a big piece of meat. Qi Jiao and Nan Feng, who were loading the warp interference probes with stealth, looked at the graceful lines of the Hatred class, and said with burning eyes. There were only a few Saber-toothed Tigers warp jammer probes left. If they didn't have support or swallowed the Hatred before they ran out, they could only watch it escape. Don't worry, this guy can't escape. Quang Lan showed a sinister smile. He wouldn't let this thief get away like this. Then, Quang Lan began to contact the pirate forces of all parties. Facing such a big meat, these pirates would not easily let go of the opportunity. This is the fact. After hearing that a Hatred ship was captured, and it was in the sparsely populated Jedi area, the pirates from all parties wanted to join in the fun. In less than 5 minutes, they organized a mighty stealth bomber team to come. All of a sudden, pirates from all over New Eden were rushing here, like sharks smelling something. Barbarian, these people are asking for help from the pirate group. Now many pirates are rushing here. Should we ask for help from the Alliance? The powerful Dark Blood Kratos also received the news, and immediately reminded Sherman. Wait a minute. Sherman rejected Dark Blood Kratos' proposal, then took a deep breath, and controlled the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft to begin circling him. Instructor, I hope your teaching on escaping from the great aircraft is useful. Then, 3 bombs were launched from the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft, aiming directly at the surroundings of Sherman's own warship. Fuck. Qi Jiao and Nan Feng looked at the flying bombs, their eyes shrank, and then they lifted the stealth state and overloaded the thrusters to pull away. They didn't think that their Saber-toothed Tiger class could withstand the bombs of the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft that could kill even cruisers in seconds. Luckily, although the bomb was very powerful, it flew slowly, so the two of them quickly flew away from the explosion area, while Sherman took all the damage from the 3 bombs. In the violent explosion, the jump interference probe that had been wrapped around Sherman was also destroyed by the explosion, which restored the space around Sherman's hatred class to normal and allowed normal jumps. Seeing the jump interference probe being blown up, Sherman didn't even want the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft and jumped directly towards Delk Ellis's induction. Goodbye. Chapter 139. Looking at Sherman, who disappeared with a jump, Qi Jiao and Nan Fong were stunned. What kind of operation is this? Where is the hateful person? Quang Lan looked at Sherman, who disappeared from the local channel, and hurriedly contacted the two. He ran away. He ran away? Quang Lan's voice was a little distorted. Even if the 2 saber-toothed tigers were replaced in turns, they could have kept the hateful person before the jump interference probe was used up. How did he get away? This guy used the Iron Bomb, Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft that can launch bombs, to launch 3 bombs, and blew up all the bubbles around him. Nan Fong and I avoided the bombs and stayed away from that guy, so he ran away. By now, Qi Jiao also understood Sherman's operation. This is the same principle as using ordinary battleship bombs to blow up the jump interference probe, but Sherman's operation is better. After all, they are not afraid of ordinary battleship bombs. If the jump interference probe is blown up, they can just replace it with another one. But these 3 bombs from the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft are not something they can withstand. They can only evacuate or wait for death. Moreover, the bombs launched by the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft will not consume their own power, and will not cause them to be unable to jump due to lack of power. However, this technique is quite high and has certain requirements on the battlefield. If the person being captured is a heavy interceptor, then this tactic will be useless. The strong defense of a heavy interceptor cannot be destroyed by a few bombs. At least before the heavy interceptor is destroyed, the captured flagship should not think of leaving. Quang Lan did not blame the 2 people, but opened the star map, adjusted it, and locked his eyes on a galaxy with an induction mark 11 jumps away. Then, the galaxy was marked. Qi Jiao, Nan Fong, you go to this galaxy immediately, catch up with them, and see if you can catch them again. Okay. Although they knew that the chances of catching Sherman and others again were slim, they still rushed to the target location without stopping, just in case they could really catch them. And Quang Lan also began to send messages to other pirates, who were on their way. There was no meat. Jumping to the induction of Delk Ellis, Sherman immediately jumped to the deep space point, and then turned on the stealth device, and finally breathed a sigh of relief this time. That was really close. Barbarian, how did you get away? Did you kill them all before leaving? Dirk Ellis was very curious. Based on the situation just now, the fleet was well trained. If they hadn't encountered the super flagships of Sherman and his men, they would have definitely eaten up an ordinary small ship. Sherman rolled his eyes, and replied to Dirk Ellis unhappily, Didn't the instructor teach us how to save ourselves before leaving? Have you forgotten it? Dirk Ellis frowned, and immediately remembered the means of self-rescue given to them by Xianzhou and others when they saw that the 2 of them had a big ship before going to the international server, and asked tentatively, Throw bombs and blow up bubbles to save yourself? Yeah. Sherman lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and calmed down. If the operation just now was wrong and he failed to escape, then the 10 trillion would have to be returned to Dark Blood Kratos. It's more painful than killing him to return it before it's warm. Spitting out a smoke ring, Sherman said to Dirk Ellis, Old duh, stop the induction and go to the second induction galaxy. We have to transport these 2 flagships to a safe place before maintenance today. Don't be so anxious, right? Dirk Ellis was a little puzzled. Now the pirates from all sides must be paying attention to them. If they continue to evacuate now, some of them will inevitably be captured. Sherman patiently explained, It's more dangerous for us to stay here now. We may be trapped like last time. There will be no super flagship fleet to rescue us at that time, so we have to find a safe place to dock the ship first. If we are really captured now, with the current number of people in Yuanquan, we can't organize enough people to rescue like last time. Therefore, only after parking all the warships can we completely stop the pirates. Okay. Dirk Ellis nodded, and after the induction was over, he was ready to go to the next induction galaxy. At this time, Dark Blood Kratos suddenly said, Barbarian, those guys are coming to us again. How many people? The 2 saber-toothed tigers are still in front, and they are about 7 jumps away from us now. Dark Blood Kratos switched to the trumpet and took a look, and quickly reported the news. Sure enough, this group of people haven't given up yet. Don't worry about them. Let's continue to hide, and Lauda will continue to go to the induction system. Sherman quickly made a decision. He didn't want to get entangled with these guys. The best way was to transport the 2 flagships back as soon as possible. Dirk Ellis didn't say anything and rushed to the target system. But Dark Blood Kratos had an idea about this and said with some dissatisfaction, "Barbarian, kill these 2 saber-toothed tigers, otherwise what's the point of these 2 saber-toothed tigers chasing our 2 super flagships?" He has never been so angry before, and he can't help but feel angry. But our 2 ships can't be touched by KM now, otherwise they will be stained with dirt. Although they have been discovered by these guys after doing this bad thing, as long as they never admit it, others can't do anything to them. After a while, they can take it out and say that it was bought by others, and no one can say anything wrong. But if the super flagship assembly array of the friendly army explodes, they will drive the exploded warship to ride on people, which is not self-incrimination. Barbarian, hatred is not allowed, but my conqueror can. Dark Blood Kratos also knew the reason, so he reminded, "Don't forget, I already have a Conqueror-class Titan." Yes. This guy already has a Conqueror-class Titan. Even if it is exposed now, it doesn't matter, just insist that this is his. Sherman gritted his teeth and did it. Sherman has never been so angry since he played the game. Since there is a chance to explode, why not do it? Then he said to Situa, "Situa, you will do this for a while." A few minutes later, 2 saber-toothed Tiger-class ships appeared after jumping through the Star Gate and appeared in the directional scan of Sherman and others. It was Qi Jiao and Nen Feng who came all the way. Qi Jiao immediately conducted a directional scan after entering the galaxy. Because this galaxy is small, he quickly found the approximate direction of the 2 flagships. At another Star Gate, they are going to leave through the Star Gate, Qi Jiao said excitedly. He thought these 2 guys would be invisible in deep space, but he didn't expect them to leave on the dirt road. Isn't this a chance for them to stay here? At this time, the hatred level in the directional scanning interface disappeared instantly, and a person disappeared from the local channel. Then the 2 reported the news while jumping to the target Star Gate. Dark Blood Kratos suddenly grinned at the 2 saber-toothed tigers in the directional scanning, and activated the Doomsday weapon at the targets prepared in advance in the 2 Star Gates. "Little bastards, try this." When Qi Jiao and Nen Feng were about to reach the jump collapse point, they saw a golden energy beam like a spear surrounding them. When they ended the jump state and began to slow down, the battleship and the space capsule melted in this scorching energy spear. Thousands of words in the hearts of the 2 people merged into one sentence: no martial ethics. Looking at the 2 people who disappeared in an instant, Dark Blood Kratos pretended to blow the Ferrarica thermal spear icon on the screen with disdain. A bunch of people who are willing to sell their heads, they are vulnerable. Chapter 140. After being sent back to the resurrection base by a doomsday spear from Dark Blood Kratos, Qi Jiao immediately explained the situation to Quang Lan, who was rushing over. Knowing that all the interceptors were destroyed, they had no means to keep anyone, so they withdrew angrily. The pirate fleet that was rushing to watch the fun also returned the same way. After Dark Blood Kratos fired the doomsday spear, he jumped into deep space and activated the stealth device to wait for the power to recover, while bragging to Sherman and the other 2. "Barbarian Lauda, you didn't see it. They were all dumbfounded by my spear. The people died before they even hit the ground. Come on, if I wasn't good at acting, would you have a chance?" Sherman argued. If he hadn't deliberately passed through the gate to give the 2 saber-toothed tigers the illusion that they were going to pass through the Star Gate on a dirt road, the 2 saber-toothed tigers wouldn't have been so stupid to jump to the Star Gate. That also requires that I release Doomsday at the right time, otherwise I wouldn't have let them crash in directly. Dark Blood Kratos said with a smile, and after this Doomsday, he felt refreshed. Comfortable. "Don't argue, hurry up. I've already started the induction." After arriving, Delk Ellis saw that there was no one in the area, and started the induction. "Come on, brother." Half an hour later, as the induction of the 1-5 galaxy flashed, 2 behemoths appeared in the space. Looking at the familiar station, Sherman was relieved. "Finally I'm back." After returning to the station, the nervousness of the 3 people disappeared instantly. Delk Ellis said to Dark Blood Kratos impatiently, "Damn, give me the big chicken leg quickly. While it's not maintained yet, I want to try to use this thing to kill monsters." "Bah, with your artillery skills, you can't kill any monsters," Dark Blood Kratos said, and after returning to Star City, he traded the Conqueror-class Titan to Delk Ellis, and then took over Sherman's Hatred-class Titan and happily went out to kill monsters to try his hand. Seeing the 2 of them excitedly going out to kill monsters, Sherman shook his head. It was less than 10 minutes before the maintenance, and he still had to test the new ship. Just when Sherman was about to call Aura back to see how to plan this 10 trillion funds, a piece of news came to him on QQ. Sherman, did you dismantle the super flagship assembly array of the XX core this morning? Sherman frowned slightly when he saw the news. The person who came was EP91, the current head of the source. Sherman was not surprised at all that EP91 could obtain information. This morning, the super flagships of the two major forces were captured, and pirates from all over the universe went to the Jedi domain to join in the fun. This game circle is very small, and there are many vests, so it is very easy to get this information. Especially Quan Wan and Chi Jiao did not hide anything about it, and told everything that Sherman and others did. So when Sherman saw the message from EP91, he realized that this had happened. No, we just went to the Northern Alliance for a while these 2 days, but we didn't do this. No matter whether it happened or not, he would never admit it. Don't even think about asking him to return the 2 super flags he had obtained, or to compensate him. EP91 smiled at the message, with a little helplessness. The old brothers in the Legion said that after he took charge of the source, he became much more shameless, often asking for resources and sponsorship, but they didn't expect that Sherman was even more shameless than him. People have posted the 2 Sabertooths killed by the Conqueror on the forum, and you still don't admit it? Then, he posted a screenshot. It was the destruction report of the 2 Sabertooths destroyed by the dead toe with a spear. Huh. Looking at the destruction report, Sherman had expected it, and then he posted a screenshot of the transaction contract that Dark Blood Kratos had purchased the Conqueror from a big boss in the source. Old Shun, this Conqueror was purchased by our team members themselves. This is a transaction contract, and you can also go to the other party to verify it. EP91 looked at the transaction screenshot and smiled. Good fellow, you guys had planned this. Old Shun, don't say that. Sherman defended, this is our own Conqueror, how can there be any premeditation, they are just slandering. Now he is extremely glad that Dark Blood Kratos couldn't wait for the Komodo class to come off the production line, and bought this Conqueror from another big guy who was about to be to use it to kill monsters. Otherwise, this matter will be difficult to handle. EP91 looked at the message sent by Sherman in silence. This guy really won't cry until he sees the coffin. Then he continued to ask, then explain, what is the hatred level you drove? Hate level, what hatred level? Sherman pretended to be stupid and said, we only have the T1 version of the hatred level, the Night God level, and this hatred level will not be available for another week. Speaking of this, Sherman quickly sent a message to Dark Blood Kratos, asking him to stop spawning monsters and drive the ship into Star City quickly. In case someone enters the base and sees this hatred spawning monsters. Why are you pretending? EP91 directly took a screenshot of the destruction report of the super flagship assembly array and sent it out. It was very easy for him to get this with his ability. Since you said that the Conqueror was originally owned by your members, then tell me, why did the people who arrested you say that you also drove a Hatred-class ship, and the destruction report also revealed a Hatred-class ship? Nonsense, I was driving the Night God that was donated to us by my Legion members for special operations. There was no hatred. Sherman rolled his eyes, thinking back to the time when he had not destroyed any ship on the way here. His only attack was to use the bombs of the Iron Cavalry to blow up bubbles and escape, and because the 2 saber-toothed tigers escaped in time, they did not cause any damage to the enemy. The only flaw was the 5 groups of Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft that were left on the battlefield and not recovered, so he could only insist that he was driving the Night God at that time. Unless he was unlucky and these guys took screenshots or even recorded the video, there would be no evidence that he was driving the Hatred class. Seeing Sherman's stubborn attitude, EP91 was speechless. Good guy, you are indeed a notorious money grubber from Yuan Quan. You are really a pai shio. You only take in and never give out. Then he said unhappily, okay, stop talking nonsense. I am not here to accuse you. If I had known that you had prepared the evidence and excuses, I would not have come to you. Although he was a little surprised by EP91's words, Sherman was afraid of fraud, so he kept it secret. What do you mean by excuse? This is the truth. Get lost. EP91 rolled his eyes at Sherman, who was not showing any signs of betrayal. You are my source, and now that Legion is all A. If you don't attack the super flagship assembly array, it will be attacked by others sooner or later. It is better for these 2 ships to be in the hands of our own people than in the hands of the enemy. Besides, your Legion is my source. Will I be biased towards others? After saying that, he left a message and went offline without waiting for Sherman to speak. This time you privately dispatched the super flag to other galaxies, with the intention of carrying out combat missions. Remember to give me the 20 billion fine later, and write a self-review and send it to the Alliance email. Seeing this news, Sherman couldn't help but smile. This fine is equivalent to a disguised proof that the 2 flagships originally belonged to Sherman and others, but they were caught when they took them out privately to prepare for combat. Isher Tianshan's approach is equivalent to raising high and putting down gently, guaranteeing the ownership of the 2 flagships of the forces. Okay, I will transfer the fine to you after the maintenance is over, and the review must be profound enough. After the system maintenance is over, Sherman immediately went online to transfer the fine, and seriously reviewed his mistake of taking 2 super flags to the Northern Alliance, but being caught. No matter what others say, within the Alliance, this matter is over. As long as we wait for a week, when the hatred level made by Dark Blood Kratos is off the production line, we can take it out openly to kill monsters. Forced whitewashing. Chapter 141. After cleaning up the mess, Aura returned to the Alpha space station. Sherman took the cool fly drink from Aura and opened the exclusive merchant ship. Aura, what technology do we need to unlock now? The 10 trillion ISK in his hand made Sherman feel swell. You know, this money can unlock the ships of 2 forces. He couldn't help but feel swell. But Aura hit him hard on the head. I'm sorry, Commander, all your officers have not been unlocked yet, so we can't unlock the Titan technology we need. New Eden doesn't have much demand for conventional warship technology, so unlocking 1 type of dreadnought is enough. Aura was telling the truth. New Eden already has 3 conventional fleets, the Mod Corps, Sasha, and the Angel Group, so there is no shortage of conventional warships. What is lacking is strategic-level military power, that is, flagship-level strategic warships. Because the official Sherman of the faction with Titan technology has not been unlocked, even if Sherman spends a huge amount of money to unlock a certain ship system, he cannot unlock Titan. The aircraft carrier already has the Soul Revenant class, so only the Dreadnought needs to be unlocked. Besides, even if Sherman unlocks Titan now, it cannot be built with the scarce resources in New Eden now. So Sherman couldn't help but curl his lips. He didn't expect that now that he is not short of money, he would be restricted by the condition of unlocking officials. As a non-African, who hasn't seen an official in a few months, he doesn't know how long it will take to unlock all the officials of a certain faction. But speaking of Titans, Sherman wanted to think of something. Ola, since you said that Titans need to unlock the officials of the faction to unlock, it's fine for the pirate faction with officials, but what about the 4 empires without officials? In the game, officials are pirate-exclusive boss monsters, but the 4 empires that dominate New Eden don't have them. So how can he unlock the Titan? Could it be that he can only unlock the technology of the 4 empires up to the super aircraft carrier, but not the Titan? That's nonsense. Aura smiled and explained to Sherman. The 4 empires are the dominant forces in New Eden, so the conditions for unlocking their Titans are much more complicated than those of the pirate forces. Hearing this, Sherman was not convinced. Why? The Titans of the 4 empires are not as good as the Titans of the pirate forces, so why should they be more complicated? Although the Titans of the pirate force are more expensive, it is only because of their rarity. It would be a bit too much to say that they are not as good as the Titans of the 4 great empires, so Sherman changed his words when he realized something was wrong. Moreover, the Titans of the 4 great empires are harder than the Titans of the pirate forces, and are more suitable for large-scale battles. Looking at the puzzled Sherman, Aura patiently explained. Commander, you should know that the prototype of the Titans of the pirate forces is actually the Titans of the 4 great empires, right? Yes, I know. The Conqueror-class Titan of the Serpentis group is an improvement on the Erebus-class Titan of the Galeni Federation, with some Minmator technology added. A lot of technology has been added on the basis of the Erebus class, increasing the damage of the flagship gun. So when Dark Blood Kratos chose the Titan to kill monsters at the beginning, he set his sights on the Conqueror class. But what does this have to do with unlocking the Titans of the 4 empires? Sherman was a little puzzled. That's because the Titans of the 4 empires are at the basic model in their respective fields and have great potential, which gives them the possibility of further upgrading in the future, which is something that the pirate Titans do not have, so the unlocking mechanism is more complicated. As he said this, Aura joked, to use the words of the commander's hometown, you get what you pay for. Okay, then what are the unlocking conditions for the Titans of the 4 empires? Sherman can still tell the difference between a Titan that has already been finalized and a Titan with great potential. Aura scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Commander, in fact, among the 4 empires, I only know the unlocking conditions for the Titans of the Emma Empire. This surprised Sherman. Is there anything in New Eden that Aura doesn't know? Commander, although I am currently the central intelligence of New Eden, many permissions and information are still in your hands. I don't have access to them. If you want to unlock many technologies, you have to explore them yourself. Sherman was speechless. It seems that it was because he was too useless that Aura didn't have enough permissions to access more information. Sherman waved his hand with an embarrassed look on his face, and said, "Then you can first tell me how to unlock the Titan of the Emma Empire. At least it's good to have the information about the unlocking of the Titan of the Emma Empire. After all, this big mushroom is the backbone of the battlefield." Ola didn't say anything more, and told what he knew. "Commander, the unlocking of the Titan of the Emma Empire is related to an intelligent life, that is Jamil Salam." Hearing this, Sherman blurted out, "Emma Queen?" "Yes." Ola nodded. Sherman was a little unbelievable. It turned out that this Emma Queen was also an intelligent life. This Emma Queen has a deep fan base among the player community. Even Sherman, a Caldari missile party, knows about it. Because of the charm of this Emma Queen, some players even formed a Queen's Guard Corps on their own, promoting the Emma Fanatic Bible that the players themselves modified. These players even compiled a fanatical Bible based on the equipment of the commonly used Emma Fanatic class heavy assault ship. Chapter 1, RF Crystal Dual Computer Distance Script. Chapter 2, Double Gun Harassment. Look at the squadron name overview arrow arrangement. Chapter 3, Free Sweep when landing. Chapter 4, Zealot play is good, a gun is good, long live the Queen. Long live Emma. Often use this Zealot Bible to have fierce debates with other Empire players in the forum, and then people like Sherman, a Caldari missile party, will add Chapter 5, the capacitor is out of power. But this shows how famous this Emma Queen is among the players. In the expansion pack a long time ago, after this Queen was ambushed and killed by the Wanderer fleet, I don't know how many Emma players were heartbroken, and when this Queen returned as a clone pilot, these players swore to follow her to the death. Although it's useless. Shaking his head, Sherman asked Aura, "How do we wake up this Queen Emma?" Aura smiled and said easily, "It's very simple. Just complete the killing of 500 digital masters and 100 wanderers to counterattack the battleships." Sherman's face froze, and he looked at Aura in disbelief. Chapter 142. Let me go and brush the wanderer daddy, are you kidding? Sherman's mouth twitched slightly. This is a bit crazy. Wanderer, the existence called daddy by players in the game, is said to be the descendant of the ancient civilization Jupiter Empire. It is mainly concentrated in the unknown area, that is, the wormhole, and is the nightmare of many players. Brushing this wanderer copy is also one of the main benefits of wormhole players, and the benefits are much higher than other similar types. But high returns also mean high risks. This wanderer has high defense and high attack power far exceeding other monsters, plus a full set of electronic warfare means. So players who want to brush it need to invest huge amounts of money in armed funds, and in this process, even the most skilled old players will fall into trouble if they are not careful. The digital master mentioned by Aura is not bad. Some wormhole wanderer copies will be refreshed, although it is a bit dangerous to brush, but it can still be found. But the other wanderer counterattack battleship is different. This is the real wanderer father, usually called Apollo or Alcinous. Not only is it powerful in firepower and defense, but once its blue shield is broken, it will give you a doomsday, and ordinary small boats and even plunder ships can't withstand it. Of course, although it is very powerful, it is not impossible to fight. A super aircraft carrier will do it. 600,000 damage and the huge HP of the super aircraft carrier are barely enough to scratch the itch. But the problem is that this wanderer battleship is not like the digital master, which has a fixed channel for brushing. This guy whereabouts are uncertain, often appearing in various wormholes, and there are few of them. I don't know how long it will take to get 100 of them. Commander, this is the method to awaken Jamil Salam, and I have no right to change it. Ola spread his hands and continued. Jamil Salam's self-awareness was awakened after he was killed by the Wanderer fleet, so he has a special feeling for the Wanderers, and this has become the condition for awakening him. Sherman recalled that in the expansion pack of that year, the Emma Queen's vehicle was attacked by the Wanderer fleet with the Spear of Lux, and instantly turned into wreckage. He could barely understand her feelings. He was sitting in the God's Messenger, singing a song, and was suddenly hijacked by the Wanderer. His car exploded, and he lost face. If he hadn't undergone surgery to become a clone pilot, he would probably have died. He had died once, so how could he not have deep feelings for the Wanderer? Now it seems that the only information about the unlocking of the Emma Empire Titan has been lost. At least it's not reliable to continue to brush officials to unlock the Pirate Titan. Sherman shook his head. At least before all pirate forces were unlocked, he would not consider unlocking the titans of the four empires. However, their conventional warships were still worth unlocking. Aura, besides the Dreadnought, what else do you think needs to be unlocked in New Eden? Aura pondered for a moment and gave an answer. Commander, besides the Dreadnought, there are a few more things that need to be unlocked. Sherman, who was not in the mood to play games anymore, lay on the sofa and listened to Aura's report. Tell me about it. First, 10 Soul Revenants are about to roll off the production line, so we need a place to dock on the front line. Originally, I was planning to place a Sodio directly in the Northern Fortress as a flagship docking space station, but now that the commander has sufficient funds, we can consider a more reliable space station, Star City. Although Sodio can dock super flagships, it is, after all, just an engineering complex dedicated to manufacturing. No matter how much Aura modifies it, and how much firepower it adds, it is still not as good as a dedicated military fortress. The Star City can not only accommodate all types of warships, but also is a strong military fortress. It not only has solid defense, but also carries a lot of weapons, including fortress-level doomsday weapons, which have good combat effectiveness against all types of enemies. It is very suitable for the current situation. As long as this Star City is anchored on the northern front, as the core defense fortification of the northern fortress, and combined with a steady stream of warships and shadow cavalry, it can be said to be foolproof. Even if the opponent comes to the flagship team, it is not impossible to touch it. But then Sherman considered the current situation of New Eden and asked, Ola, if this Star City is unlocked, what about the construction materials? Unlike Sodio, the construction materials of this Star City are huge, which is not something that New Eden can support now. New Eden now can hardly even build another Sodio, let alone this Star City. Ola was not worried at all, but smiled and said, Commander, don't you forget that there is a big family in the West. Sherman quickly reacted, Betelgeuse Federation? Yes. Ola nodded. The Betelgeuse Federation has accumulated a lot of resources over the past few decades. In addition, they have inherited the legacy of the original civilization, and the resources they have are countless. If they didn't have the technology to build warships, they would have been able to counterattack with these huge resources. That's right, but how can we get them? The resources belong to others. Why would they give them to us for no reason? Besides, now that the two sides have signed an agreement, it is impossible for him to threaten them with force, right? He still wants to survive in this universe. Looking at Sherman, who was in a dilemma, Aura hurriedly reminded him, Commander, you forgot that the Betelgeuse Federation currently has only the manufacturing equipment for the flagship, but not the manufacturing data for the flagship. You mean, the Asbel Engineering Complex? Yes. The Asbel Engineering Complex was originally modified by them, equipped with a flagship manufacturing dock, and had the manufacturing capacity of an ordinary flagship. This was also a special modification made by Aura after asking Sherman for instructions in order to strengthen the trust between the two sides. At that time, Aura planned to use this to gain some benefits for New Eden, but he didn't expect that this opportunity would come less than 3 days after the delivery. As expected, as long as the commander is capable, there will be plenty of opportunities. Commander, we were originally going to unlock the technology of a Dreadnought. I was thinking whether we could sell them the copy blueprint of the Dreadnought that is about to be unlocked, so that we can have the resources to build the Star City. Since Aura has made a plan, Sherman said no more and directly unlocked the Star City technology. Congratulations to the commander for unlocking the Star City technology, and reward Upwell Deluxe Star City construction technology. Search for the commander to unlock the Star City technology, and reward the Star City exclusive barrier-level Doomsday Weapon Standing Arc String Projector technology. Chapter 143. Sherman didn't feel much about Upward Luxury Star City. It was just a special Star City. At most, its defense was a little better than the ordinary ones, but if it faced a force that could demolish an ordinary Star City, the increased defense would be useless. However, it was much more luxurious than the ordinary Star City, and it was very suitable to be the central base of New Eden. Apart from anything else, it was at least much better than the current Alpha space station. However, the other reward Standing Arc String Projector made Sherman much happier. This was the deterrent power of the Star City. Standing Arc String Projector, also known as Lightning Chain, it is different from the regional attack of the Doomsday weapon equipped by the Titan, but transmits energy attack to all enemies around the target in a form similar to Lightning Chain, causing indiscriminate attack. The energy is more concentrated than the Titan's Doomsday weapon, and the power is more powerful. Even a fully armed Titan cannot bear it. The most important thing is that unlike the game where you can only equip one, the real Star City can equip a full 10. Once the 10 standing arc string projectors of this star city are activated, even if the opponent is an overdue flagship fleet, we must be prepared to leave more than half of them. What is a military fortress? This is a military fortress, okay. Compared with this star city, the military fortress of the Black Flag Galaxy currently guarded by the Mod Corps is the difference between the Great Wall and the Courtyard Wall. However, you get what you pay for. In order to unlock this star city, Sherman spent half of his funds, and now there is only 5 trillion left in the account. Looking at the account, Sherman suddenly found that the 10 trillion seemed not enough. Looking at the account with a distressed face, Sherman continued to ask Aura, now that Star City is unlocked, which dreadnought do you think is better to unlock now? Unlocking a dreadnought requires a full 2 trillion, so he can't help but focus on it. I think the Emma dreadnought, the Divine Revelation class, is more suitable. Aura answered without hesitation. Currently, the Northern Fortress is guarded by the Sasha fleet, so only the Divine Revelation class, a dreadnought equipped with energy cannons, is more suitable for the current battlefield. Currently, because of Sasha's suppression of the control tower, New Eden's energy weapons can be strengthened to a certain extent in the plasma storm released by it, so only the energy weapon specialized dreadnoughts, such as the Divine Revelation class, are more suitable. In that case, the Blood Raiders Gamma class dreadnoughts are also okay, as they also use energy weapons. Sherman asked Aura, after all, the Gamma class dreadnought is an improved version of the Divine Revelation class, so it also inherits its energy weapon system, and also adds the technology of stasis beam, which is still very restrained against small warships. Aura shook his head. Commander, we are preparing the dreadnought fleet as a backup to prevent the enemy from using the dreadnought fleet, so we will face more dreadnoughts and even super flagships, so the God Revelation class is more suitable for large flagship battlefields than the Gimos class. Because the Gimos class has reduced armor resistance in exchange for the technology of stagnant beams, its defense is weaker than the God Revelation class. In the battlefield of flagships of the same level, defense is the most important. After all, as flagship guns, whose firepower will not be strong. But no matter how powerful the firepower is, you have to be alive. After all, you can only output if you are alive. Okay. Ola's words made Sherman not know how to refute, so he had to unlock the God level, and the 2 trillion was gone again. Congratulations to the commander for unlocking the God level dreadnought. It was a simple notification, but this time there was no extra reward, which made Sherman a little disappointed. Ola, you can do the rest yourself, no need to ask for instructions. Sherman waved his hand, ready to let Ola start preparing. After all, whether it was the construction of the Star City, or using this God-level dreadnought to go to the Betelgeuse Federation to exchange resources, these were not things that Sherman, a salted fish, could do. Things have to be handled by professionals. Just as he was about to close his eyes, and think about what business he could do with the remaining 3 trillion to make money, Aura spoke again. Commander, there are still some warships that need you to unlock. Sherman opened his eyes, and looked at Aura. He now seriously suspected that Aura just couldn't stand the money in his account, and wanted to force him to do some sneaky things to make a lot of money. Aura noticed Sherman's weird eyes, and said aggrievedly, Commander, what bad intentions can I have as an intelligent life? It's all for our New Eden. Come on, your aggrieved look doesn't match your handsome uncle face. Sherman hurriedly stopped Aura, because Aura's look was too awkward. Tell me, what kind of warships do you need now? Report it together. Looking at Aura's look, he knew that he couldn't keep the 3 trillion, so Sherman asked directly. When it came to business, Aura put away his aggrieved look and returned to his original serious look. Commander, judging from the current situation, although the conventional fleet of New Eden has strong firepower, it is seriously short of logistics ships. Currently, only Sasha's elite fleet has logistics ships, and the others do not. Especially the Mods Regiment, the losses in these battles are all caused by the lack of logistics ships, especially the heavy interceptor ships of the Mastiff class that intercept enemy fleets, which have suffered heavy losses. So it is necessary to add logistics ships and command bonus ships to the conventional fleet. Although in a large battlefield, facing the concentrated fire of a large number of enemies, under the overflow of firepower, this logistics is almost the same as having nothing. But it is undeniable that a logistics fleet still has an indispensable effect on the main fleet. For example, this heavy interceptor of the Mastiff class has stopped all the enemies, but it will also face the enemy's attack. Although its defense is excellent, it can't withstand it. But if there is a logistics ship, the situation will be different. It can become a nail and firmly nail the enemy fleet in place. Unless you are killed by the absolute superior firepower, or the logistics are all dead, don't think about pulling out such a nail. Because the defense of New Eden's conventional warships is mainly based on energy shields, we need Caldari's Crown Lizard-class logistics ships, Stork-class command ships, and Dragonbird-class combat auxiliary ships prepared for the Sol Revenant-class super aircraft carrier. And because of the current needs of New Eden, you also need to unlock a strategic cargo ship. Aura said the warships currently needed, and also added strategic cargo ships. After Sherman unlocked these warships one by one, Aura left with satisfaction. Sherman looked at the game account with less than 200 million left, and couldn't help complaining in his heart. Good guy, it's really stuck, everything is back to zero. Chapter 144. Just as New Eden was preparing for a new round of arms expansion, a special guest arrived in the Omega Union. In the empty conference room, there were only two people. Barley, who should have been the host, sat on the left side of the conference table, while another middle-aged man sat at the main seat. "Why, are you surprised to see me, Lord Barley?" Grey DeSasso said with a smile, as he looked at the fierce man in front of him. Faced with Grey DeSasso's question, Barley could only force out an ugly smile. "I thought DeSasso would send someone, but I didn't think you would come in person, especially at such a special time." When he learned that Harry DeSasso, the first heir of the DeSasso civilization, was killed by the Killing Angel on his way back from the Omega auction, he didn't care much, and even thanked the Killing Angel for not attacking him in his Omega star field. At that time, he only expressed regret when facing the inquiry of the DeSasso civilization, because without sufficient evidence, the DeSasso civilization had to take into account the forces behind the Omega Federation, so he was not worried at all. But when Mu Union left the Omega Union and announced his joining of the neighboring star field's New Eden, as the leader of the Slaughter Angel, he felt that something was wrong. The captain, chief instructor, and one of the top members of his own joint fleet turned out to be a Slaughter Angel, and the leader. This made the Omega Union unable to clear itself even if it jumped into the Yellow River. Moreover, this situation made the forces behind them very dissatisfied. "My most outstanding and beloved child died because of you. How do you think I, as a father, should avenge you?" Grey DeSasso looked at Barley. Although he had a smile on his face, his eyes did not hide his anger. But Barley just shook his head and sighed. "Sir Grey, you should tell me your conditions. We don't know when the war will break out. Time is limited. After all, you don't want others to know your whereabouts, right?" The Emperor of the DeSasso civilization came in person, so he definitely didn't come to take revenge. But he had to be prepared to bleed heavily. Grey DeSasso stared at Barley with a pair of sharp eyes, like a hawk, and his upper body bent forward slightly. "Oh! Are you so confident that I won't retaliate against you?" Looking at Grey DeSasso's expression, Barley was more certain of his judgment. He leaned back in his chair, took out a cigar from his pocket, lit it, and said to Grey DeSasso with great certainty, "War is just an extension of interests. If you can get enough benefits without bloodshed, why start a war?" Looking at Barley, Grey DeSasso gave a sinister smile. "You are right, but don't forget, he is my son, my favorite and most outstanding son. What kind of benefits do you think can make me give up revenge?" Barley looked at Grey DeSasso, and put out the cigar he had just smoked. "If you want to start a war to take revenge, there is no need to come here in person. You only need a notice or even no notice, so what you are seeking most is benefits. Besides, you are still young, and you have many outstanding children. You have enough time to train a satisfactory successor. You don't need to gamble the fate of the entire DeSasso civilization, and go to war with the Omega Union," Barley said, pointing to the ceiling above. "You also know that it's okay for you to teach the Omega Union a lesson, but it's impossible to cause great damage or even destruction to the Omega Union. Those people will not really sit idly by. After all, we are their cash cow." Listening to Barley's words, Grey DeSasso also put away his sinister expression just now, showing a gentle smile, with unspeakable sarcasm. "As expected of a businessman, you really understand the interests thoroughly. Businessmen pursue interests, and so do civilizations. As a leader of a civilization, you should not only consider yourself, but also the entire civilization," Barley said in a very humble manner. "Although the people behind them will not sit idly by and watch the Omega Federation be destroyed, they will not mind replacing an agent and using them to calm the anger of the DeSasso civilization." Just as he said, the whole universe is pursuing interests. Having an agent can solve this problem. This is undoubtedly the most beneficial for the people behind them, so he has to be humble. He doesn't want to be a sacrifice. And Grey DeSasso is also very afraid of the people in the Omega Union. Behind the formation of the Omega Union are three giants, the Freedom Camp, the Justice Camp, and the Pan-Civilization Business Alliance as a neutral camp. After the faction war that year, the Freedom faction and the Justice faction in the Southern War Zone confronted each other, and the Omega Star region, as a military détente zone between the two factions, was initially occupied by the survivors of the war and gradually developed. These people relied on the convenience of this location to start a reselling business and made a lot of money, but then they were spotted by the Pan-Civilization Business Alliance, which sent the Barley family as an agent to share a piece of the pie. Later, with their support, they grew bigger and bigger. But after seeing how profitable the reselling business was, people from the two camps began to send agents. At first, the three parties fought fiercely, forming a three-way confrontation in the Omega Star region, but the long-term war made their business difficult. So under the mediation of Barley, the Omega Union, a purely commercial organization, emerged. After seeing that this method was more profitable than fighting alone, the two camps also acquiesced. Then, in the development of these decades, the Omega Union gradually broke away from the control of the three forces and became an independent organization. Of course, Barley and others also know that their existence is due to the support of these three forces, so most of the benefits of the Omega Federation are still given to the three parties in exchange for protection. So the Omega Federation is in such an awkward situation that it is neither independent nor controlled by the three parties. It is a bit like opening a store and paying protection fees to the three gangs on time. Grey DeSasso handed a list to Barley and said no more. If you agree to the above conditions, the matter will be settled. If you don't agree, then be prepared to accept the anger of a civilization. Barley looked at the list and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sir, the money and resources are fine, but do you think our business union can provide the manufacturing technology of the third-generation dreadnought? Although the compensation money and resources in Grey DeSasso's conditions are huge, they can still be provided with the strength of the Omega Union, but the manufacturing technology of the dreadnought is too outrageous. Don't say they don't have it. Even if they have it, they can't agree. The manufacturing technology of the third generation of dreadnoughts is top secret even to the people behind them, so how could they be given it? You should know that even the main fleets of the Angel civilization are still using the third generation flagships, or even the second and a half generation flagships. The technology of the third generation of dreadnoughts is probably too expensive to buy even if the entire Omega Federation is sold. Barley looked at Grey DeSasso and smiled bitterly. How about this? The other conditions will be increased by 50% on the original basis, and the manufacturing technology of the third generation of dreadnoughts will not be used as a joke, otherwise we would rather accept the war. Looking at Bale, Grey DeSasso showed a hint of disappointment in his eyes, but then disappeared. Originally, he just wanted to give it a try, and he didn't have much hope for it, so he replied simply, "Deal." With this, the two sides settled their grievances. Shortly after the end of the talks, an Omega Federation fleet escorted hundreds of large transport ships to the Beecher Meteor region. The mighty fleet made other fleets along the way avoid it. In Omega Star City, a pair of eyes narrowed as they watched the mighty fleet leave, with a mocking look on their lips. As he turned to leave, he clicked on the communication and sent an encrypted email. Chapter 145. On the way back to the Jilly system, a communication from the Southern Supreme Command of the Freedom Camp made him lose interest in the large amount of resources and compensation he had just obtained, and his face was very ugly. Then an encrypted communication was made to the head of the Southern Freedom Camp. Sir Burrell Saxon, my fleet has just arrived at the Jilly system, and all the fortifications are still under construction. Neither the fleet placement nor the supplies are ready yet. How can I start the formal attack? As soon as the communication was connected, Grey DeSasso spoke, feeling very angry. This order required him to prepare for a formal attack on the Alpha Star field. Isn't this using him as a pioneer? Moreover, from the small-scale frictions during this period, he also understood that the new Eden in Alpha was not easy to mess with. If a fight really broke out, he would suffer heavy casualties regardless of whether he won or lost. This was not what he wanted. Grey, are you questioning the order of the Southern Supreme Command? Biller Saxon in the holographic projection was covered by shadows, and only a faint voice came out of it. Mr. Billel, I will absolutely obey the orders of the Supreme Command, but can you give me a little more time to gain a foothold in the Jilly Star region, otherwise this attack cannot be carried out. Since he was chosen as the pioneer to provoke this camp war, Grey DeSasso had to obey even though he was unwilling, but he just wanted to buy a little more time. Now the frontline base of the Jilly Star system has just been established, and neither war preparations nor basic supplies have been stored. It would be good if everything goes well after the war begins. Once the war fails, the weak logistics capabilities will greatly limit them. Don't worry, I have ordered the Donneck United States, the Erba United States, and the Quaid Democratic Alliance to carry war supplies to the Gili Star system. After the war begins, they will also serve as your logistics transportation team, and they will arrive in 3 days at most, so you don't have to worry about logistics. 3 civilizations that are only slightly weaker than them are serving as logistics. This is a big deal, and it also makes the Desasso civilization the vanguard of this camp war. Sir Burrell, our Desasso fleet accepts this mission. Grey Desasso could not refuse, nor did he dare to refuse. Even if he knew that there was a meat grinder ahead, he had to bite the bullet and step in. Otherwise, they would no longer have a foothold in the free camp. But, Grey Desasso continued, Sir Burrell, after this period of reconnaissance, this New Eden has been built into an iron road in the W27 galaxy, with countless military fortresses and space stations. The most important thing is that it has a strange control tower with anti-guiding and anti-stealth functions. If you want to win, you must first dismantle this control tower. At present, the fleets that I sent from Desasso are mainly heavy assault ships, and only one is a battleship-class fleet, and the attack force is relatively weak. So I want to apply for more support from the main battleships. Since I can't refuse, I can only take the opportunity to apply for more resources. No matter what, I can't suffer too much. And what he said is the truth. The W27 galaxy controlled by New Eden is too tight. The plasma storms raised by the control tower at all times make his reconnaissance fleet miserable, with heavy casualties. Seeing Grey Desasso seeking war resources, Burrell Saxon did not refuse, but laughed in the shadows. Don't worry, I will give you 10 Slaughter-class battleship formations before the war. Not only that, I will also dispatch a Titan team to build a temporary bridge to send your Desasso civilization's dreadnought fleet over. This should make you more confident, right? Hearing this, Desasso's pupils shrank instantly. It was not because of the 2nd generation and a half Slaughter-class battleship, but because Burrell Saxon wanted to dispatch the dreadnought fleet, which was the foundation fleet of Desasso. This can only prove one thing, that is, in their analysis, if there was no dreadnought fleet, their regular fleet might not be able to capture New Eden. The strength of New Eden might be more than what he knew now. Before Grey Desasso could speak, Burrell Saxon continued to speak after pondering. Well, maybe 1 dreadnought fleet is not enough. How about this? I will dispatch another dreadnought fleet. Commander, is New Eden so strong that it needs 2 dreadnought fleets? Grey Desasso said in disbelief. He was now wondering if it was a wrong decision for him to take on the attack mission on the Alpha Star field. He thought that such a new force would be easily crushed after the war, but he didn't expect it to suddenly become a prehistoric monster? Looking at Grey Desasso, who was hesitant, Burrell Saxon laughed strangely. Grey, New Eden is not enough for us to send out 2 dreadnought fleets. Your mission is to quickly open the gate of the Alpha Star field, and it is best to occupy half or even the entire star field in the shortest time possible, and focus the attention of the entire South on the Alpha Star field. If you don't have too few dreadnought pilots, I still think these 2 dreadnought fleets are not enough. Grey Desasso's sudden realization was just to make him attack from the east, while making a feint to the west. Although he didn't understand what conspiracy these LYBs in the Supreme Command had, his mission was to attract as many people as possible, and let everyone focus on the war in the Alpha Star region. This made Grey Desasso feel relieved. And Burrell Saxon also walked out of the shadows, looking at Grey Desasso with a pair of narrow eyes, like a venomous snake. Don't be too careless. After you break through the gate of the Alpha Star field, you must occupy as many key star systems as possible, and be prepared to face the support fleet of the hypocrites of the Justice Order. These 10 Slaughter-class battleships, and 2 dreadnought fleets are to deal with them. You must fight them beautifully, and don't let me down. Grey Desasso looked at these eyes, and lowered his head. He answered firmly, Please rest assured, Commander, the Desasso fleet will complete this mission beautifully. Since it was not New Eden's fault, Grey Desasso was relieved. When the support arrived, he would have 16 full-strength conventional fleets, and 2 dreadnought fleets in his hands. In the face of absolute power, no matter how strange the defense of New Eden was, it was just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. After all, New Eden, a newly joined force of the Justice Order, he did not believe that it would be able to get the support of the dreadnought fleet like him. Not to mention that New Eden's suicidal acceptance of the Killing Angel, and its alliance with the Betelgeuse Federation had already touched the interests of some hypocrites of the Justice Order. In this battle, he has placed the main opponent on the Justice Order fleet that will support him at any time in the future. The big stick has been hit, and it is necessary to give a sweet date at the right time. As the Desasso civilization wants to impact the first-class civilization, Burrell Saxon knows what they want. After completing this mission, the 3rd generation Dreadnought class and below warship technology of my demon civilization will be open to you. If I am satisfied, the 2nd generation and a half Titan technology can also be handed over to you. A big reward will always bring a brave man. Faced with this kind of reward, Grey DeSasso couldn't help but breathe heavily. As long as he got these technologies, the DeSasso civilization would be able to be promoted to a first-class civilization and occupy a larger territory and population. It can be said that as long as he can get this reward, he would not even blink an eye even if he threw all the fleets in his hands into the future death mill. Because it's worth it, the DeSasso civilization will swear to complete the mission, and will definitely contain those hypocrites and attract the attention of the entire South to the Alpha Star field. Don't be careless. Be careful of New Eden. I don't have complete information about New Eden, but since the Angels let it defend the entire Alpha Star region alone, it must be quite powerful. Don't let it capsize in the gutter. Biller Saxon looked at Grey DeSasso, who had a fierce face and greedy eyes, and reminded him. He didn't want his plan to be ruined by this idiot. In response, Grey DeSasso grinned, patted his chest, and answered confidently, "Don't worry, it's just a force that has just risen for less than half a year. It can be destroyed in a blink of an eye. New Eden has only been around for less than half a year, and has joined the Justice Order for less than half a month, so it will get very little help from the Justice Order." According to their intelligence, after joining the Justice Order, New Eden rejected the technological support of the Angel civilization, and instead exchanged a large amount of resources to build its own warships. Although the performance of New Eden's warships in previous battles has only reached the top of the 2nd and a half generations, although it is also very strong, it is still not enough to face the 3rd generation main battleships of the demons that are about to fall. P.S. In previous battles, New Eden always sealed off the battlefield and fought quickly, so the true strength of the warships was not exposed. The intelligence obtained by others was limited to the mod core with restricted attributes and the warships used for trade. However, after taking over New Eden, the New Eden warship technology will also belong to his DeSasso civilization. This 2nd generation top warship is still very tempting to them. As long as he gets the New Eden technology, even without the support of the demon civilization, he has the confidence to be promoted to a first-class civilization. As for the Justice Order getting support from the Dreadnought like him, that is simply a fantasy. The Angel civilization that is still defending this justice may give it, but other hypocrites will definitely try their best to stop it. They don't want another guy to share the cake, and they will definitely try their best to stop it. Moreover, even if the technology of the Dreadnought is really given to New Eden, it is useless. New Eden cannot build it in such a short time. If the Dreadnought enters the Alpha Star region, they will also receive intelligence about such a big movement, but there is no relevant intelligence so far, so facing the New Eden with only a conventional fleet, Grey DeSasso has only one sentence to describe it. This Dreadnought is about to ride on his face. How can he lose? Chapter 146. Just as Grey DeSasso was looking forward to the end of the war, and the advancement of civilization, the pirates in the Beta Star field were not so lucky. After Maud left, he left a lot of resources to Hakam Stamai in the Western Temporary Space Station. Relying on these resources, after the Asbel Engineering Complex was anchored, an Angel Group fleet was built in less than 3 days. Because Hakam Stamai was the 3rd official of the Angel Enterprise Consortium, and because the Angel Enterprise Consortium had 4 major groups, he was the captain of the Guardian Angel Group, and this fleet was also called the Guardian Angel Group 3rd Fleet by him. The fleet is composed entirely of Marker-class battleships, equipped with 16 battleship-class main guns, and 40 small and medium-sized rapid-fire guns as air defense and auxiliary firepower. The most important thing is that it is equipped with small doomsday weapons. The unique internal structure of the Marker-class battleships, coupled with its excellent propulsion system, makes it a battleship of the same level as the Bag Ace class of the Mod Corps, with extremely high firepower, extremely high mobility, but moderate defense. But that is also compared to other battleships of the same generation. Facing the pirates of Beta-less, this Marker-class fleet is no less than a dimensionality reduction strike. So after Hakam Stamai's 3rd fleet was formed, he couldn't wait to set off for the Beta Star field. Because of the destruction of the Black Shark pirates, especially the support of the Karoka 2nd Fleet, the entire Beta Pirate Alliance was immediately on edge. The 5 forces that controlled the entire Beta Pirate Alliance were also holding a meeting for this. In the holographic meeting, Nora Byron, who knew she was in the wrong, reported the intelligence she had recently collected to other families one by one. I have already found out that the mysterious force that attacked the Black Shark pirates and the Karoka 2nd Fleet was the Mod group under the New Eden, which currently controls the Alpha Star region. Its leader is named Mariah Mod. The Mod group appeared after occupying the Black Flag Galaxy, the western gate of the Omega Star region, and then became the mercenary group with the highest mission completion rate in Omega in a very short period of time. It is a very powerful group. The warships in their hands are a type of ship that has never been seen before. From the existing information, they are particularly good at missile weapons and are very flexible. The two major camps evaluated the warships as the top second-generation warships. As soon as he finished speaking, Carnegie Koch, the commander of the Quake Corps, took over and said, "Not only that, now even the expulsion and elimination of our forces in the Alpha Star region is also completed by the Mod group. In less than half a month, the entire Alpha Star region was cleared, and all the pirates, mercenaries, and even smuggling caravans hiding in the Alpha Star region were severely hit. In just half a month, no less than 20 pirate organizations died at the hands of the Mod group, which also cut off our intelligence on the Alpha Star region." When this was said, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. It seemed that the Mod group was a bit tricky. "Nora Byron, how did you and the Black Shark pirates provoke the Mod group?" The leader of the Yangming Temple, Doyle Gustav, frowned and asked Nora Byron. Nora Byron told everything that happened in detail with an ugly face. It was not that he could not hide it, but with such a powerful enemy at hand, losing this little face was really nothing. After he finished talking about the period, he continued to add, "Now New Eden has formed an alliance with the remnants of the Federation of Betelgeuse and promised to help them capture the Bloody Constellation in the east. This is also the reason why the Mod group initially attacked us. As for the Black Shark pirates' hijacking of their transport fleet, it was just an excuse." It must be said that Nora Byron's intelligence ability is still very strong. She was able to unravel the matter in such a short time. Hasn't New Eden joined the Justice Order? Why is it helping these remnants of the Federation, and even forming an alliance with them? Because the news that New Eden joined the Justice Order at light speed shocked the entire South. Doyle Gustav also knew about it, so he was a little surprised. Hearing this, Carnegie Koch smiled grimly. "Haha, what's the point of forming an alliance with the remnants of the Federation? New Eden even took in the ominous group of people from the Angel of Death some time ago. I really don't know who gave them the courage." Angel of Death? Doyle Gustav felt a little unbelievable. He had been meditating for half a month, but why did so many outrageous things happen? This made his mind, which had finally calmed down through meditation, waver again, and then he asked a very fatal question. "That means, now the Sky Blade Titan of the Angel of Death is also in the hands of New Eden?" This sentence immediately froze Carnegie Koch's smile. "Yes. Since the Angel of Death has joined New Eden, the Sky Blade Titan in its hands will also be controlled by New Eden if nothing unexpected happens. This is a bit fatal. You have to know that the Sky Blade Titan is fully armed. The Doomsday weapon has destroyed countless planets and civilizations. They don't think their base is stronger than that planet, so they can't help but feel a little scared. If New Eden doesn't follow the rules of martial arts and drives out the Sky Blade Titan, then they can just announce their withdrawal from the Betelgeuse star field. With the little things in their hands, they don't have the ability to fight against the Titan. This Titan can't be killed by just looking at the number of people, and it's not something that their shabby warships can do. Don't worry, this Sky Blade Titan New Eden will never be used to deal with us," Nora Byron said calmly. "Why?" "Because the current enemy of New Eden is the Beecher Stream. This Sky Blade Titan will only be used to deal with the fleet of the Free Camp. We, the inferior pirates, are really not worthy of it. After all, the Mods Corps has put us in such a passive position." Nora Byron's words were straightforward and rational, but this was the truth. After all, although they were a pirate alliance with many conventional fleets, they were not qualified to use strategic weapons such as Titans against them. Using dreadnoughts against them was considered a sign of respect for them. Forget it. Now they are still racking their brains to come up with countermeasures to deal with the Mods Corps. Ahem, let's get back to the point. Doyle Gustav blushed, coughed dryly and said, "Nora Byron, Carnegie Koch, you two families have fought against the Mods Corps. Do you have any good ideas?" Nora Byron could only smile bitterly. His Kuroka Second Fleet had lost contact with him at the beginning of the battle. He did not know the specific details of the battle, so he could only look at Carnegie Koch. Because the Bloody Constellation belonged to the territory of Carnegie Koch's Quake Corps, the subsequent battles were all fought between his Quake Corps and the Mod Corps. Carnegie Koch said with a very ugly face, "In the 3 formal battles with the Mod Corps, our Quake Corps suffered heavy losses. The first Quake Third Fleet was annihilated, and the Quake First and Second Fleets responsible for defense also suffered heavy losses. Judging from the situation of the battle, The firepower of the Mod Group's warships is very terrifying. The missiles can gather into a meteor shower, and there are many types of missiles, from electromagnetic interference missiles to offensive missiles. In particular, 2 of the electromagnetic interference missiles are very powerful. One can isolate the link between the drone and the warship, and the other can destroy the lock system of the warship. It is these 2 missiles that have caused us a lot of trouble. Is there any way to restrain it? Nora Byron interrupted and asked directly. As long as it is a warship, there must be means to restrain it. It cannot be perfect unless it is a creation of God. Carnegie Koch looked at Nora Byron unhappily, and knew that now was not the time to quarrel, so he cleared his throat. In the 3 battles, we found that the fierce firepower of the battleships of the Mod Group relied on their own strong mobility, so as long as we engage in close combat, have an interstellar bayonet-style battle, and restrict their mobility, it is entirely possible to swallow them. It's a good idea, but they won't give us a chance to get close. Nora Byron frowned. From the combat data of the Mods Regiment he collected, the close defense capability of the Mods Regiment is also unique. From the combat videos of the Mods Regiment I collected, the Mods Regiment also has a very strong close defense capability. The light missile launcher it carries is a nightmare for small boats. In the data I collected, no ship can get close to its main fleet within 1,500 kilometers. So this is what we need to plan. Find a way to restrict the Mods Regiment's fleet, and then engage in close combat. Carnegie Koch leaned back in his chair and said sarcastically, I have only found this flaw in the Mods Corps. If you have any other ideas, please share them. I am all ears. You? Stop arguing. Doyle Gustav was in no mood to listen to the 2 people's intrigue, so he interrupted them and took over the meeting. Since the Mods Corps has a flaw, we have a chance to defeat them, so let's plan how to restrict the Mods Corps. Doyle Gustav glanced at the 2 of them and said, after we drive New Eden back to the Alpha Star Field, you can quarrel as much as you want, but now just sit still. Afterwards, under the mediation of Doyle Gustav, everyone began to make a series of plans on the issue of the Moda Corps, and from time to time, there were bursts of rebuttals and curses. But what they didn't know was that the Moda Corps had already returned to the Black Flag Galaxy for garrison, and it was Hakim Stamai who took over the Betelgeuse cleanup mission. At the same time, he also led his 3rd fleet into the Betelgeuse star field, with his target directly at the base of the Quake Corps. Chapter 147. Just as everyone was arguing over the issue of the Mod Corps in a combat meeting, an urgent intelligence was sent to Carnegie Koch. Carnegie Koch's face became even gloomier after reading the intelligence. Everyone looked at Carnegie Koch, who was originally excited but became gloomy after looking down at the intelligence, and couldn't help but look at each other, not knowing what had happened. Finally, Doyle Gustav frowned and asked, Carnegie Koch, what happened? Carnegie Koch directly sent the information to everyone and said gloomily, while we were discussing, New Eden started to attack the bloody constellation again. In the past half an hour, the 2 pirate organizations that I originally sent to take over the territory of the Black Shark pirates have been eliminated. At present, the fleet of New Eden has begun to attack the heart of the bloody constellation. It was a fleet of full-strength main battleships, so the 2 pirates I sent were defeated before they could form any decent resistance. At present, the star systems within the 5 jump positions around the Alpha Star Field have been occupied by New Eden. Hearing this news, everyone was very surprised. A whole fleet of main battleships. This is impossible. Nora Byron couldn't believe it. Now in the north of New Eden, the fleet of the Desasso civilization is already gathering, and both sides have friction. Under the current circumstances, how dare they fight on 2 fronts? This made him very confused. Now, because New Eden is solely responsible for the defense of the Alpha Star Field, it is not allowed to join other civilizations to help it defend. So New Eden has not received any military support except for the resource assistance of the Justice Order. It can be said that the fleets in New Eden are all his direct fleets. With these fleets, New Eden is sure to defeat the Desasso civilization, and even dare to launch an attack on Betelgeuse. Are they really not afraid that this 2-front war will drag them down? Impossible? Carnegie Koch projected a warship record attached with the intelligence. Then open your eyes and take a good look. Are these the main battleship formations? In the projection, they saw a fleet that they had never seen before slaughtering the other 2 mixed fleets. Yes, massacre. In front of this fleet, they had never seen before, all the warships they were proud of were defeated under its fire. They even saw several Shield-class battleships famous for their defensive capabilities being instantly penetrated by the shields like paper in front of this fleet, and then the hull was dismembered and exploded. You should know that this Shield-class battleship is the 2nd-generation battleship of the Demon civilization. It is a second-generation main battleship specially developed to deal with the increasingly powerful attack power of the Angel civilization battleships. Its shield system is said to be able to withstand 10 rounds of firepower from a full-strength battleship formation of the same level without being destroyed. It has made great contributions to the Free Camp's victory in the Second Camp War. It is also because of its excellent defensive power that it is still equipped in some fleets of the Free Camp even after decades. And such a battleship, famous for its defensive capabilities, was quickly destroyed by the attack of this unprecedented battleship. Nora Byron looked at the battleships in the projection, frowning. This fleet is not the Mods Regiment. The battleships of the Mods Regiment are easy to recognize, with flat hulls, blue-gray paint, and densely mounted missile launchers. The battleships of the fleet in the projection are streamlined hulls, and the external weapons are not missile launchers, but large cannons, and the paint is also black in the back half and yellow in the front half, with a black grinning skull in the middle. Whether it is weapons or paint styles, they are very different from the Mod Corps. They claim to be the third fleet of the Guardian Angel group in the Angel Enterprise Consortium under New Eden. Carnegie Koch looked at his fleet being destroyed in the projection, and continued to supplement the information with a gloomy face. Angel Enterprise Consortium? Guardian Angel Group? What is the relationship between this fleet and the Angel civilization? Doyle Gustav looked at Nora Byron in astonishment, because Nora Byron was supported by one of the civilizations of the Justice Order, and his status was not low. Nora Byron waved her hand and said firmly, "This fleet has absolutely nothing to do with the Angel civilization. The aid that New Eden received was all provided by them. Apart from some basic resources, they did not receive any technical help, not to mention that the style of this warship is contrary to the Angel civilization. It is definitely not the work of the Angel civilization. From the projection, the warship of New Eden uses projectile cannons as its main weapon, which is contrary to the energy weapons that the Angel civilization is good at. You have to know that the type of weapons a warship uses is determined at the beginning of its construction and design. This weapon system is not like ordinary equipment that can be changed at will. Since it is not the work of the Angel civilization, why is this fleet called this? Do you want to use the name of angels to suppress us?" Doyle Gustav didn't understand it. Although angels and demons had no reaction to the naming of other forces, most people would not choose a name related to angels or demons. After all, facing two major cosmic forces, it is inevitable to have concerns. Of course, some business organizations that cooperate with these two civilizations also use this name, but it is rare. Nora Byron hesitated for a moment and expressed her guess. Could this be the work of the Killing Angels? These Killing Angels have been wandering for so many years, and I don't know how many civilizations they have destroyed during this period. This kind of battleship may also be their spoils of war, right? After all, the Killing Angels have been fighting for so many years, so it is not surprising that they really have such a battleship technology. Whether he is related to the Angel civilization or the Slaughter Angel, our goal now is to eat up this fleet. Otherwise, my Quake Corps will lose its territory, and you will not be able to have a good life." Carnegie Koch looked at the hesitant people, and slammed the table, and said viciously. Looking at Carnegie Koch, who suddenly became emotional, Doyle Gustav drank a sip of water without panic, stood up, stared at Carnegie Koch with his eyes, and then scanned the crowd. His tone was very solemn. This New Eden has formed an alliance with the remnants of the Federation, and is now helping them occupy territory. This is no longer just a matter for the Quake Corps, it is also related to our survival. After all, I don't need to tell you why we can live so comfortably, so everyone should prepare to assemble the fleet and head to the bloody constellation. We are going to fight a new bloody war again. Chapter 148. After the meeting, each army began to assemble its fleet and prepare to go to the bloody constellation immediately. Doyle Gustav looked at the fleet assembling outside the space station in silence. He could only hope that the Quay army could hold on for a little longer, otherwise the Beta star field would really change. On the other side, Harcom Stamai, who had just finished a battle, commanded the fleet to reform, and looked at the remnants of the enemy that were about to exceed the scanning range, and could only shake his head regretfully. What a pity. Then he controlled the industrial fleet to salvage the wreckage, and sorted the intact or damaged equipment. The remaining hull wreckage was not wasted, and would be towed back to the base for refining or refining. After all, the content of these wreckage was much higher than that of ordinary minerals. After cleaning up the battlefield, Hakam Stamai went directly to the frontline base that the two pirates were building. Because all the fleets were out to stop him, and the two bases had just started construction, their defense capabilities were equivalent to nothing, and they were shattered after a few rounds of bombing. After scanning the fragments of the pirate base, Harcom Stomai couldn't help but smile. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that these two small bases would have so many mineral resources. Because the Quake Corps wanted to recapture the gateway to the Alpha Star region, they provided the base resources of these two medium-sized pirate groups. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that the New Eden Bayou Freedom Camp had no time to go to Beta-less, rebuild the base, and cut off the route between New Eden and the Beta-less Federation. So the support investment was huge. But they didn't expect that New Eden would send a fleet to attack them without paying attention to the threat from the north. After the industrial fleet transported all the valuable materials back, Hakam Stamai set out again with a fleet for escort mission. This time, he wanted to go straight to Huanglong and take down the entire bloody constellation. After all, New Eden was in urgent need of resources, and these pirates were undoubtedly a qualified ATM. Harcom Stamai abandoned the original Mordcorps' steady and cautious approach of clearing out the star systems one by one, and instead simply ignored all the pirates along the way. Unless these pirates took the initiative to stop them, no one could stop Harcom Stamai's fleet. What? Carnegie Coke, who was dispatching the fleet in the combat command room to prepare for a joint operation, was stunned when he heard that the New Eden fleet ignored the defenses along the way and rushed towards his own Quake Corps base. Is the commander of this fleet crazy? Isn't he afraid that the entire fleet will be surrounded and eaten by us? He has been a professional soldier for more than 10 years, and he has been a pirate for a long time, but he has never seen a main fleet lead directly into the enemy's base, and it is so blatant and undisguised. Aren't they afraid that the frontline fleet will return to defend, form a circle around them, and then eat them in one fell swoop? After all, this main fleet is not like the Black Hidden Special Forces fleet, which can leave the battlefield at any time with the help of induction, and it is even more impossible for Titans to build a bridge for them to leave. Once they go deep into the enemy alone, isn't this giving up? Unless this fleet is really strong enough to defeat them, if they don't evacuate now, they will just die. Carnegie Coke also keenly sensed the opportunity. This is an opportunity set by New Eden itself, an opportunity that cannot be lost. Doyle Gustav, New Eden's fleet is now leaping towards the base of our Quake Corps, and the estimated time is 13 hours. My fleet has set off, try to avoid fighting, delay time, and wait for our support. Doyle Gustav connected the communication and hurriedly told Carnegie Coke that the strength of this New Eden fleet was not something that the Quake Corps could resist. He was afraid that they would engage in battle all at once. If their fleet arrived, the bloody constellation would be lost. That would be bad. Carnegie Coke said excitedly, this New Eden fleet is too proud. They want to directly fight a decisive battle with the main force of our Quake Corps, and want to determine the ownership of the bloody constellation in one battle. This is our chance. Doyle Gustav looked at Carnegie Coke, who was now very excited, and tried to persuade him. Don't get excited yet. Judging from the situation of the New Eden fleet, it is not something you can handle alone. You have to wait for our fleet to come to support you. It's just that the upcoming war makes my blood boil, but my mind is very calm. Carnegie Coke looked at Doyle Gustav and nodded his head excitedly. Then what do you need us to do? It's very simple. You just gather in the galaxy next to my Quake Corps and wait for me to give you the news to enter the battlefield. That won't work. It takes a full hour to cross a galaxy and enter the battlefield. Compared with the strength of your fleets, I don't think your fleet can hold out for that long. What's more, our fleets are of different types, and the jump speed cannot be consistent. This will make our support fleets enter the battlefield one by one and face the New Eden fleet alone. I don't agree. Doyle Gustav decisively refused after hearing this. His idea was to directly send the fleet to the station star system of the Quake Corps and hide it, so that the support would be faster, and such a short distance would also reduce the time for several fleets to enter the battlefield to an acceptable level. Instead of placing them in adjacent star systems, because of the jump speed, one after another to face New Eden alone. Then this should not be called a joint operation, but a death sentence. Don't worry about that. Carnegie Coke said confidently, I have anchored acceleration tracks in the neighboring star systems where my legion is stationed, and I can throw you into the battlefield in an instant, so there will be no fleet disconnection. Doyle Gustav looked at Carnegie Coke, who was confident, and nodded. He instantly understood Carnegie Coke's idea, which was nothing more than using his Quake Corps' fleet as bait to entangle the New Eden fleet, and then let them come to support at the most appropriate time to surround and attack the New Eden fleet. It's a very simple, but very practical tactic. If the tactical effect can be achieved, then this New Eden fleet will not be able to leave. However, there is a weakness in it. Although we can catch New Eden by surprise, New Eden is good at long-range kite tactics. Even if we launch a surprise attack, this New Eden fleet can quickly leave the battlefield with its own mobility. Only a small part of us can stay. If we don't take this opportunity to wipe them out, there will be no such good opportunity in the future. Doyle Gustav looked at Carnegie Koch meaningfully, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he was also pointing to something. Carnegie Koch showed a sinister and ferocious smile. Don't worry about this. Since it is my plan, my bait will definitely hook them. Chapter 149. Along the way, Harcom Stamai maintained full power. The expensive brain plug adapted chip in his brain linked and processed all kinds of information of the entire fleet, and dozens of frigates used for reconnaissance were stationed in the star systems around the main fleet. A lion will fight a rabbit with all its strength. Although he looked down on these pirates, who were like chickens and dogs that collapsed at the touch of a button, he still maintained the necessary vigilance. Strange. Does this Quakor really want to fight a decisive battle with me? The reconnaissance ships in the surrounding galaxies have already detected that countless small fleets have begun to set out for the K satellite system, where the Quakor is stationed. Although each fleet does not have many warships, after so many small fleets converge at the destination, it is also a force that cannot be ignored. However, relying on these broken copper and iron that are not known how many generations behind to stop his Markray battleship formation is too fantastic. Harcom Stamai shook his head, and was not prepared to cause trouble for these small pirate fleets. Instead, he maintained the jump speed, and continued to move towards the K satellite system. Since the Quakor wanted to fight him, he would meet his request. There were no more abnormalities along the way until a few hours later, when the fleet stopped when it was about to enter a star system. This is the gateway star system to the K satellite system in the east. If you want to enter the K satellite system from the east, you must pass through here. As long as you can pass through here, you will be less than 3 jumps away from the K satellite system. It is a place that has been famous for decades, the Blood Fortress. Speaking of the Quakor, we have to talk about the predecessor of the Pirate Corps, the Quake Guards. It is called the Guards, but in fact, it was when the Bayless Federation faced heavy casualties on the front line of the invasion of the two camps, so it recruited fleets formed by various regions to supplement the front line. The Quake Guards were a temporary reserve army formed in the Quake satellite system at that time, but before they could go to the front line, the Bayless Federation front line was quickly defeated. Facing the massive invasion of the two major camps, the first star of the Federation fell, and their leader at the time, Carnegie Koch's brother, had no choice but to shrink back to protect himself. The Quake Guards were renamed the Quakor, aiming to surround the Quake people. However, after the two major camps left, pirates from all sides gathered in the Bayless star field like vultures, and the Quakor was forced to become a corner of this feast. When someone said that there were treasures left by the Federation in the K satellite system, the Blood Fortress really became a veritable Blood Fortress. In just 1 year, it reported 4 battle-level battles, and hundreds of thousands of warships fell into the Star Sea. It was also in these battles that almost all the old men of the original K Guard Corps died, and even Carnegie Koch's brother died on the battlefield. So after Carnegie Koch succeeded to the throne, he immediately changed his attitude, made friends with the Pan-Civilization Business Alliance to find a backer for the K Guard Corps, and then started a foreign war, and forcibly conquered the entire Blood constellation. He became one of the 5 leaders of the Bayless Pirate Alliance. In the history of the rise of the Quakor, the Blood Fortress played an outstanding role, so Harcom Stamai had no choice but to stop the fleet and prepare. This Blood Fortress is not like the small pirate bases along the way. It is a large fortress that can hide dozens of fleets. If it is not completely removed, then when he bypasses the Quay satellite system, it will be equivalent to handing his back to the enemy, and the consequences will be disastrous. Therefore, if you want to attack the Crimson satellite system, you must first conquer the Bloody Fortress. And Carnegie Koch also deliberately placed the battlefield in the Bloody Fortress instead of his own base. He was not stupid enough to place the battlefield in his hometown. So before the arrival of Harcom Stamai's fleet, his 3 fleets of the Crimson Guard Corps had already assembled in the Bloody Fortress. As one of the 5 major pirate forces, the Crimson Guard Corps has 3 main fleets composed of star-level battleships. This is the basis for the Crimson Guard Corps to maintain its power in the Bloody Constellation and their foundation. Nearly 1,000 battleships, each more than 1,000 meters long, were neatly arranged outside the Scarlet Fortress space station. Around the main fleet, there were also various small warships. The Dark Fleet obscured the starry sky, which was very scary. In the Scarlet Fortress Operations Command Center, Carnegie Koch sat with his eyes closed and waited quietly. The star map that kept rotating around him was very fascinating. Report: the main fleet of the New Eden Fleet has arrived at the next star system, and a small number of reconnaissance fleets have entered this star system for reconnaissance. A report pulled Carnegie Koch back to his thoughts, and he suddenly opened his eyes. The Galaxy anti-reconnaissance system is turned on to detect the position of the enemy scout fleet. The escort fleet is ready. Once the position of the enemy scout fleet is detected, go and destroy it immediately. Run the space disruption and detection system of the Blood Fortress at full power to detect the jump position of the enemy's main fleet. Once detected, the first fleet will rush over immediately. The second and third fleets are also ready for battle. Orders were issued in an orderly manner from Carnegie Koch. Under Carnegie Koch's orders, the entire Scarlet Fortress and the fleet of the Quake Corps began to operate. Space ripples were launched from the Scarlet Fortress, spreading 360 degrees in all directions, and the anti-scout fleet composed of frigates and destroyers also began to preheat the engine, ready to jump at any time to turn the scouts of New Eden into ashes. The 20 or so Delamere-class frigates controlled by Harcom Stamai felt the space position ripples covering the entire galaxy, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. This pirate actually has this kind of technology. Interesting. This is different from the space detection device in the Black Flag military fortress. The former can only detect the approximate jump collapse point of the fleet, while the one in the Blood Fortress now integrates space detection and space scanning. Even the space detection ripples emitted have certain anti-stealth capabilities. Although the intensity and speed of this space detection are not as good as the space detection device in the frontline combat base of the Desasso civilization that is now confronting Sasha, the Desasso civilization is a second-rate top civilization. As a relatively small pirate force, the Quake Corps actually possessed the technology that only large civilizations could possess, which surprised Hakam Stamai. But it was only a surprise. Hakam Stamai controlled the Draniel-class squad to start the thrusters, and spread out to various places in the Blood Fortress galaxy for reconnaissance. All weapons were also preheated, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Quake Corps' anti-scout fleet. Chapter 150. An unknown warship space jump signal has been detected. An unknown warship space jump signal has been detected. The rapid alarm sounded throughout the entire Quake fleet. In the combat command room, dozens of red marks appeared on the star map. These were the detected unknown warship space jump collapse points. The nearest one was less than 300,000 kilometers away from the Quay main fleet. This was a naked provocation. Bach, lead your scout fleet to catch these rats for me. Carnegie Koch listened to the alarm, ignored it, and gave orders to Bach, the commander of the scout fleet, without even looking up. This small warship used for reconnaissance is flexible and maneuverable, and its jump speed is also very fast. It is not something that a battleship can catch up with, so scouts can only be used to deal with scouts. Yes. Bach took the order and immediately led his scout fleet to jump to various target locations. And Carnegie Koch could not let New Eden idle, so he also sent a scout team to the New Eden fleet for reconnaissance. When Bach led the fleet to the jump collapse point of one of the Dramiel-class ships, the ship had already jumped to another place, which did not surprise him. After taking a look at the targets detected on the star map, Bach immediately numbered the 26 targets and divided his fleet into 26 small fleets. The target grouping is completed, and each team will go to chase their own target, let these rats move, and once they catch the nearest team, they will give up their own target and go to support, and work together to eat it up. Bach is also a veteran, and is very familiar with this scout battle. He knows that in the face of such a small target, he must make the enemy move and catch their flaws in the movement. As long as he finds the flaws, he can eat up these scouts. And he and his people have the advantage of home field. The fleet has more people than the opponent, and there is also the assistance of the Bloody Fortress space detection, which will undoubtedly make this tactic more vivid. But this tactic is based on the fact that the driver will face endless pursuits and will be highly nervous. There will be a certain degree of mental fatigue in the long-term avoidance and pursuit, resulting in slow reaction and being caught. However, the pilots of these Draniel class were all intelligent beings, Harcom Stamai, and it was undoubtedly wishful thinking to catch him in this way. So after 2 hours of chasing, Bach and others were the first to give up. Fuck, these guys are rabbits. After a long period of high-intensity jump, Bach and others were already mentally exhausted. What was even more terrible was that the link neurons had already reacted strongly. If they continued to chase like this, they would die from physical collapse before they caught up with the enemy. Seeing the exhausted people, Bach could only angrily order them to go back and rest temporarily. But how could Hakam Stamai give up such an opportunity? He turned the tables and controlled all the Draniel-class ships to jump to one of the teams. Fuck. Bach saw one of the teams being surrounded on the star map, and immediately endured the discomfort and ordered all the fleets to rescue. But when he led the fleet to the destination, He saw that the last brother's space capsule was penetrated by several projectiles and torn into pieces. The exploded space capsule instantly burned the pilot inside beyond recognition, and then quickly cooled in the cold space, leaving only a fragmented cold body. Pop! Bach looked at the dozen or so mutilated bodies on the field, and couldn't help but clench his fists. Not only did he destroy his own fleet without any scruples on his home field, he even didn't let go of the space capsule. How arrogant! But at the same time, he also felt a strong fear of the 26 dark red frigates in front of him. In the previous chase, the warships in front of him could leave one step ahead of him. Sometimes both sides jumped at the same time, but these warships jumped and landed first. Both the jump speed and jump acceleration were faster than them. Now they can eat up their 8-man team in less than 20 seconds. It can be seen that the firepower of this warship is also good. This is a crushing blow to them in terms of mobility and firepower. If he knew what Bach was thinking, Hackenstammel would definitely sneer at them. With their scrap metal, they want to compete with his warships in flexibility and firepower. Isn't this just waving a sword in front of Guangdong? In the game, why do players like to use the warships of the Angel Enterprise Consortium? Isn't it because of its powerful maneuverability and firepower? Let's not talk about the Delamere-class frigates, just say that the Marcray class, which is a battleship, not only has battleship-level firepower, but also has the maneuverability comparable to that of a cruiser. Whether it is harvesting or counter-harvesting, it can enter and exit quickly, which can be said to kill one person every 10 steps, leaving no trace in 1,000 miles. Not to mention the Delamere class as a frigate. There are not many in New Eden that can compare with it in flexibility, not to mention the frigates of the Quake Corps that have been eliminated for who knows how many years. Cross cover, evacuate first. Looking at the enemy, who has started the thrusters, and reached the cruising speed, Bach wisely ordered the retreat. Now his people are exhausted, and he doesn't know whether the strength of the warship can be exerted to 80%. Although he has a crushing number of people, it is simply a foolish dream to want to leave all the enemies in front of him. Seeing Bach preparing to retreat, Hackenstammel was not happy, and immediately controlled the warship to rush towards the enemy, leaving behind several frigates and destroyers. Under the restrictions of the jump scrambler, these warships were left behind, and then faced the fierce bombardment of 26 Delamere-class projectile guns. In just 2 seconds, a destroyer had its shield broken, and several projectile guns just penetrated the armor, penetrated deep into the hull, and came to the space capsule, killing the driver with one blow, and the warship lost control instantly after the driver was killed. Seeing that one of his squads was left behind, Bach immediately ordered the fleet to stop the jump, turn on the thrusters, and rush towards the enemy. The two sides immediately fought. On the other side, Hackenstammel, who was controlling the scout team to conduct a scout battle, suddenly frowned. He saw a scout team of the Quake Corps turning on the thrusters, and conducting reconnaissance 2,000 kilometers around his main fleet at an ultra-high cruising speed. Even the distance between them and the main fleet was getting closer and closer. This was the rhythm of conducting firepower reconnaissance. Hackenstammel looked at the fire reconnaissance team with disdain, and then controlled several Marcray-class battleships in the center of the fleet to aim their large guns at the team. After the lock was completed, dozens of projectile guns were activated at the same time. The projectiles instantly came to the front of the reconnaissance team under the powerful thrust. Before they could react, the shields and armor were torn apart by the large projectiles. The entire hull was torn into pieces from head to tail, and the driver was killed instantly. The space capsule could not escape. Bah, they're still doing fire reconnaissance at this level. Hackenstammel controlled the Marcray-class ships to retract the 1,400 howitzers they were equipped with, and looked at the wreckage in the distance with disdain. The fire reconnaissance actually dared to rush over so straight, aren't they really afraid of not being fully injured? On the other side, Carnegie Koch, who was always paying attention to this reconnaissance fleet, looked at the holographic projection of the battlefield that had fallen into darkness, and was not angry at all because of the loss of this reconnaissance fleet. Instead, he nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the fleet of this Guardian Angel group is similar to the original Mods Corps. They all rely on powerful firepower and mobility to fight. That's easy to deal with. Chapter 151. Although the Battle of the Scouts was not as spectacular as that of the main fleet, the battle was more brutal because of their fragile hulls. In less than 5 minutes, Hackenstammel 26 Delamere-class frigates had lost more than 20 ships in the face of the siege of an enemy that was nearly 10 times their number, and the others that were still capable of fighting were all injured. The Bach fleet was not easy either. The fleet originally had nearly 200 ships, but now only had less than 50 ships left, with a loss of more than 3/4. This was a loss ratio he had never thought of. If it weren't for the fact that the enemies would destroy the space capsule after destroying a warship, which gave them many opportunities, the loss ratio would be even greater. At present, both sides have stopped attacking and are separated by a safe distance of nearly 1,000 kilometers. After seeing the 3 teammates controlled by the enemy being killed instantly, Bach's eyes were filled with blood and looked at a bloody red. Then, he ordered his teammates to tow the 10 enemy space capsules captured by his fleet to the front of the fleet, and personally turned a space capsule into a ball of fire. Looking at the enemy with only 6 warships left in the distance, his face showed a bloodthirsty look. "I want to see if you will come to rescue me." Then, the answer was the explosion of these space capsules. Looking at the bodies exposed after the explosion of the space capsules in front of him, Bach, the executioner, who has done countless dirty things for decades, felt a little scared. This kind of enemy, who not only kills all enemies, but also does not care about his own life, is really frightening. Not to mention that these enemies have crushed him in terms of driving skills and the advanced nature of their warships, which is the most terrifying thing. At this moment, the space detection device of the Bloody Fortress scanned the signals of 30 unknown warships, and the jump collapse point was around the Bach fleet. Before he could react, he saw another 30 Delamere-class frigates appeared on the battlefield around him. After the jump, they started the thrusters and rushed towards them in battle formation. This is another Delamy scout team that Harcom Stamai sent to other star systems for reconnaissance. Looking at the newly joined Delamy scout team, Bach's face changed, and he hurriedly ordered the fleet to form a defensive formation. Just now, 26 ships defeated his fleet of 200 warships, and now there are 30 more ships. This is not something that their current remnant army can resist. So Bach formed a defensive formation to resist the attack while hurriedly asking for help from the headquarters. This rubbish. After receiving Bach's call for help, Carnegie Koch could not help but slam the table and curse after learning that his scout fleet, which was 10 times larger than the enemy's, was defeated by the enemy. Even if he was a pig, he would not be beaten like this even if he led a fleet 10 times larger than the enemy. Although he was very angry, he had to rescue them after all. He then communicated with Bach. "Hold on for a while, I have ordered the 3rd fleet to support you." "Yes." Bach felt bad when he heard that the main fleet was coming to rescue him, but then he breathed a sigh of relief. Compared with face, life is more important. Because the Quay 3rd Fleet had already prepared for battle, and the jump engine was fully charged, it jumped to the location of Bach's fleet instantly after receiving the order. Because the Quay 3rd Fleet came too suddenly, Hakam Stamai's Drami scout team was entangled with Bach and others. They were hit by the firepower of the 3rd Fleet before they could dodge. Only 3 ships left the battlefield, and the rest were all destroyed. Seeing the 3 Delamere-class ships that had already escaped at super high speed, the Bach scouting fleet did not dare to chase them anymore, because if they chased them any further, they would be beyond the fire support range of the 3rd Fleet, so they could only return angrily. After manipulating the remaining 3 Delamere-class ships to cruise at high speed outside the enemy fleet's range, Hakam Stamai opened his eyes and supported his arms. The appetizer is over, it's time for the main course. Then he closed his eyes again, and when he opened them again, they were already blood red. Battle Command Mode open. Commands are quantum linked to the cyborg clones in all battleships, and then amplified to the battleship's main control system through the brain-inserted chips in these cyborg clones, and then amplified to every hold, every deck, and even every structure of the battleship through the battleship's main control system. At this moment, Harcom Stamai is the god of this Markray-class battleship formation. Main thruster operation detection, normal. Hyperspace jump engine detection, normal. Shield enhancement system detection, normal. Weapon detection. All ships have been tested, everything is normal. As the self-test of the warships of the entire fleet was completed, under the command of Harcom Stamai, the fleet, which had already fully charged the jump engine, instantly jumped into the hyperspace state and appeared on the battlefield in less than 5 seconds. The space ripples left after the hyperspace jump turned the space of the entire battlefield into a muddy water, and also pulled Carnegie Koch's heart into the valley. Hyperspace jump. After seeing the battleship in front of him so shockingly appear, he instantly realized that the battleship in front of him was not a 2nd-generation top battleship, but a 4th-generation main battleship, like the current battleships of the Angel Civilization and the Demon Civilization. Only this 4th-generation battleship will have a hyperspace jump engine like the flagship. Damn it! Carnegie Koch looked at the Markray-class fleet on the battlefield, and made up his mind to keep them. Otherwise, there will be such a fleet that can perform hyperspace jumps without the help of flagship bridges and acceleration orbits in the future. Don't even think about letting him sleep well again. The Third Fleet rushes into the enemy camp. The Bloody Fortress immediately analyzes the enemy fleet's movement position and sends the Second Fleet and the First Fleet in. The Marker-class fleet that jumped from hyperspace disrupted all his original plans, but now it is the same. As long as his fleet rushes into the enemy fleet to form a close combat and prevents the fleet from exerting its long-range strike capability and mobility, then his mission can be completed. After receiving the order, the Third Fleet immediately turned on the thrusters to attack the Hakam fleet. Seeing the Quay army approaching, Hakam immediately controlled the fleet to exert its mobility and quickly distanced itself from the enemy. The enemy ship in the front also became Hakam first target. During the march, the 50 Markray-class battleships in the center revealed their hideous and thick 1400 howitzers. Chapter 152. With the roar of hundreds of 1,400 howitzers, the three battleships at the front of the Quay Third Fleet were hit by huge projectiles. The thick energy shields were bombarded by electromagnetic pulse bombs, and the energy was rapidly attenuated until they were broken. The subsequent shells penetrated the additional armored deck with the force of tearing everything apart, splashing bursts of explosive sparks in the dark space. The ultra-long range, deadly penetration, and electromagnetic pulse bombs that can cause additional damage to the energy shield completely tore the three warships apart. This is the terrifying power of the 1400 howitzers. The sudden death of three battleships caused the formation of the Quay Third Fleet, which was conducting a full-scale raid, to stagnate. The momentum that was originally like a tiger descending from a mountain disappeared without a trace. Became timid. Looking at the Quay Third Fleet frightened by this round of firepower attack, Carnegie Coke realized that something was wrong and hurriedly gave an order. They are just better at long-range attacks. As long as we rush into their fleet and fight them in close combat, they will be lambs to be slaughtered. Seeing the fleet still timid, he then dropped some more bombshells. Brothers, in today's battle, if you destroy a battleship on the opposite side, you will be rewarded 100 million star coins. If you can stay close to the enemy, you will also be rewarded. There must be brave men under a high reward. Under Carnegie Coke's high reward, all the people in the Third Fleet of Quay rushed towards the enemy regardless of life and death, like vultures smelling a rotten corpse. They became pirates for money. As long as they destroyed an enemy battleship today, they would not have to worry about the rest of their lives. For these pirates, profit is the best stimulant. If the original Quay Third Fleet still had a viable formation at the beginning, then the current Quay Third Fleet is like a group of mad dogs, recklessly overloading the thrusters and rushing towards Hakam without any rules. In particular, Bach's Scout Fleet is the craziest. As long as they can keep the enemy, they can get the same reward as destroying it. This is the heavy reward for his scouts. Under Carnegie Coke's heavy reward, the scout teams of the Quay Corps all overloaded their engines and performed various maneuvers at an ultra-high speed of thousands of kilometers per second. Faced with the extremely high angular velocity brought by the spiral maneuvering route, the 1400 howitzer main gun of the Markley battleship rarely hits. Because of the super-large caliber and super-high power of the 1400 howitzer, its firing speed was very slow. During this interval, the frigates and interceptors of the Quay Corps quickly approached the main fleet after losing a small number of unlucky ones. Looking at the rapidly approaching scouts of the Quay Corps, Hakam also released a group of 50 Delamere-class frigates that were kept in the main fleet as a reserve air defense force. The high speed of the scout warships made the two sides quickly encounter each other on the battlefield. Unlike these scouts of New Eden, the scouts of the Quay Corps did not choose to engage in battle with them, but continued to rush towards the target at high speed. They had only one goal, which was to capture the main fleet of New Eden. The extremely high relative speed of both sides made the Drami class rarely achieve results when engaging in battle. Many times, at the moment of the collision, the enemy was out of their attack range, leaving only a few enemy scouts. Watching his scouts behind fighting with the enemy, Carnegie Coke immediately ordered the pursuing fleet to fire at the scouts of New Eden. Lasers, shells and missiles roared from the Third Fleet of Quay. Because of the entanglement with the enemy scouts, the speed was restricted and many mobile tactics could not be implemented, so these entangled Drami-class frigates were covered by enemy fire. Facing the concentrated fire of the entire fleet, all of them were destroyed without exception. Without the entanglement of the Drami-class fleet, these scouts of the Quay Corps quickly approached the main fleet as if they were in an empty space. Just as they broke through the middle distance and entered the close range of the main fleet, the anti-aircraft firepower loaded as the Marker class opened fire. Because the Marker class battleship fleet has super mobility, in order to play its strengths and avoid being restricted by this small boat, the Marker class battleship is not only equipped with 16 main guns, but also has 40 small and medium-sized projectile guns for air defense against enemy small boats. When the 40 anti-aircraft guns of the Marker-class battleship came out of the arsenal, the scouts of the Quake Corps stared at the battleship that suddenly turned into a hedgehog. They had fought for so many years, but had never seen a warship that used its firepower to such an extreme degree. Then, they frantically made various maneuvers to avoid the attack of the anti-aircraft guns. But this was easier said than done. Although there was no means to limit the speed of the Quake Corps scouts, the dense anti-aircraft artillery fire completely ignored this point. Facing the dense artillery fire, more than half of the scouts of the Quake Corps turned into flames the moment they moved, and even the wreckage was shattered under the artillery fire, not to mention the space capsule. Faced with such crazy firepower, he could only overload the thrusters and squeeze every bit of power, hoping to break into the main fleet, and then quickly maneuver behind other warships to escape the lock attack. Finally, under the powerful propulsion, the remaining scouts finally broke into the main fleet of New Eden, and finally escaped the lock of anti-aircraft firepower with flexible maneuvers. Hakim Stamai was concerned that the projectile gun would cause damage to his other warships, so he also stopped some anti-aircraft guns. This finally allowed the surviving scouts of the Quake Corps to play their role. As hunters in the darkest areas of the war, these scouts made full use of infiltration, interference, and capture. After the main fleet suddenly approached, the high angular velocity brought by the high-speed maneuvering made the occasional anti-aircraft guns ineffective, and electronic interference was hung on the target. Warning! The intensity of the jump interference increased, and the jump engine failed. Warning! The intensity of the gravitational field increased, and the micro-jump thruster failed. Warning! Encountering interference from the search computer, the artillery lock is inaccurate. Warning! Due to energy neutralization and energy plundering, the capacitor power is reduced. A series of shrill alarms came from the trapped Marker-class battleships. These Marker-class battleships, which were restricted by the scouts, had their speed restricted and were about to be disconnected from the main fleet. Once disconnected, what awaited them was the crazy attack of hundreds of battleships that were about to catch up. At this time, the space detection loading and central calculation of the Blood Fortress finally analyzed the moving position of the New Eden main fleet. Carnegie Coke looked at the coordinates with ecstasy on his face. All scouts and interceptors outside the Bloody Fortress will immediately jump to the target location and leave all the enemies behind. First Fleet, Second Fleet, prepare for the jump and enter the battlefield after intercepting the enemy. The war situation seemed to have turned to the Quake Corps in an instant, which made him feel like he was dreaming. Chapter 153. Faced with the dozens of Marker-class battleships trapped, Hakim Stamai immediately ordered the fleet's anti-aircraft firepower to fully open up in an attempt to destroy these scouts. However, these scouts were too flexible, so these rounds of anti-aircraft salvos had little effect. It was because of this delay that the various scouts and interceptors that came to support jumped from deep space. Interference probes were ejected from light interceptors, and they expanded rapidly in space to support jump blocking positions, while heavy interceptors also activated jump jamming positions, forcing the micro-jump thrusters of all warships in the entire area to be shut down. Afterwards, the First Fleet and the Second Fleet of Quay also jumped in from deep space, and the jump collapse point was less than 20 kilometers away from the New Eden fleet. At this moment, Hakim Stamai's fleet was surrounded. Looking at the New Eden fleet surrounded by his fleet, Carnegie Coke laughed heartily. Let's see how you are going to fight me in this close combat. At this time, the fleet of other pirates from Betelgeuse, who came to support, was about to reach its destination. Carnegie Coke, we still have 15 minutes to reach the acceleration track. Hold on a little longer. Doyle Gustav was afraid that the Quake Corps would collapse and lose the chance to fight, so he immediately sent a message to Carnegie Coke after receiving the news that the Quake Corps and New Eden had engaged in a firefight. Carnegie Coke projected the holographic projection onto the battlefield and laughed wildly. Now that the fleet of New Eden has been surrounded and approached by my three main fleets, the long-range firepower advantage of New Eden cannot be used. The rest is the killing time for my Quake Corps. Beautiful. Doyle Gustav looked at the New Eden fleet in close combat, his eyes lit up. You must entangle them. I don't ask you to annihilate them, as long as you can entangle them for another 15 minutes. Don't worry. Carnegie Coke showed a sinister smile. After you arrive, just prepare to clean up the battlefield. Then he closed the communication and turned his attention back to the battlefield. All-out assault, break through the New Eden camp, and divide the battlefield. Carnegie Coke looked at the battlefield and gave the most appropriate order. As long as the fleet of New Eden was penetrated, his fleet could divide the battlefield with the advantage of numbers and devour the enemy one by one. On the other side, Harkomstame looked at the two fleets of the Quake Corps approaching, and a smile appeared on his expressionless face. Finally. Then, with Carnegie Koch's dull expression, the Markray-class battleship located on the periphery of the fleet finally deployed its main guns, and the twin-mounted muzzles pointed directly at the approaching enemy ships. The projectiles hit the battleships of the Quake Corps with flames, causing the shields to tremble. 800mm rapid-fire cannon, twin-mounted, powerful cannon with medium and short range. Although it does not have the ultra-long range and powerful power of the 1400 howitzer, its extremely fast firing rate makes up for this shortcoming. Nearly 200 Markray-class battleships, each equipped with 16 guns, a total of 3,200 800mm rapid-fire cannons, made the close combat of the Quake Corps a joke, not to mention other small and medium-sized projectile guns used for air defense. With Carnegie Koch's dull expression, thousands of guns were activated at the same time, tearing the vanguard of the Quake First Fleet, which was at the forefront, to pieces. At this time, he finally realized that this new Eden fleet not only had powerful long-range firepower, but also had even better melee capabilities. Then, looking at his slaughtered fleet, he gave a heart-wrenching cry and issued an order. Attack! Attack! They don't have as many people as us. We can kill them with our numbers. Now the two sides have been mixed together. Even if he wants to retreat, he can't. And this was originally one of his original plans. But he never thought that the opponent's firepower would be so fierce. Knowing that retreat would result in more losses, the Quake First and Second Fleets also launched an attack on Harkomstame's fleet. Countless laser beams exploded violently after hitting the energy shield of the Marker-class battleship. After seeing that the shields of many warships were broken, and some even had their armor penetrated, Harkomstame hurriedly performed micro-manipulation, moving the undamaged warships forward to cover the injured warships, so as to ensure that the warships would not suffer large-scale casualties, and to ensure that the firepower of his own fleet would not decrease. Watching the actions of the new Eden fleet, Carnegie Koch took a breath. This tactic is simple, but not everyone can play it. This requires not only the commander to know every situation on the battlefield, but also to know the situation of every warship in his fleet at all times, and in this coordination process, the fleet members must cooperate with each other tacitly. After so many years of fighting in the Star Sea, he has only seen this kind of fleet once, and that time was the Demon Fleet in the Camp War decades ago. Seeing that the other side used this tactic to exchange wounds in turn without any combat losses, while his own fleet suffered heavy losses under the attack of the other side, Carnegie Koch quickly ordered the commanders of the three fleets. You are pigs, focus your fire. Focus your fire on specific targets, and don't let the other side use this exchange wound tactic. This exchange wound tactic is also easy to crack. As long as you concentrate your firepower on one or several warships, you can directly take away the opponent with saturated firepower, which will not give the opponent a chance to rotate. After receiving Carnegie Koch's order, the commanders of the three fleets of the Quake Corps immediately changed their tactics and began to target and concentrate fire on Harkomstame's fleet. After all, the Quake Corps had a numerical advantage, so under this saturation attack, Harkomstame's fleet also began to suffer casualties, but Harkomstame's face did not show any expression, and continued to control the warships to bombard the enemy's weak points. While the warships equipped with 800mm frequency fire cannons on the periphery were bombarding the enemy, the warships equipped with 1,400 howitzers in the center of the fleet were also not idle, and they were overloading firepower output on the approaching Quake Third Fleet, forcing its forwards to retreat again and again. The three fleets of the Quake Corps seemed to have lost their minds in this fierce battle. They no longer moved and maneuvered. They all overloaded their firepower, squeezed every bit of potential of their weapons, and launched a fierce attack on the enemy. The same was true for Harkomstame. Facing the current close combat situation, movement and maneuvering were not important at all. The most important thing was to overload the firepower and send the opponent to hell. Close combat is brutal, and the outcome can be quickly determined. Chapter 154. In the short battle of less than 10 minutes, the First Fleet of Quay, as the vanguard, had suffered more than 90% casualties. The Second Fleet of Quay also suffered more than 10% casualties after taking over the frontal battle. The Third Fleet of Quay, as the long-range firepower support, had suffered more than 65% casualties in the battle with the 1400 howitzer marker. Harkomstame's fleet was not easy either. The current casualties exceeded 60%. The surviving ships were also injured. Many of the warship's weapons had been damaged due to long-term high-intensity overload shooting. Now the firepower of the entire fleet has dropped seriously. Looking at the fleet with more than 65% casualties, Carnegie Coke's mouth twitched. Although he thought the battle would be very intense, he never thought it would turn out like this. If this continues, his fleet will definitely be destroyed. After all, the firepower of both sides has dropped severely. His firepower can no longer kill the opponent's warships instantly, and the opponent's warships can use the wound exchange tactic. Now the fleet of the Quake Corps is on the verge of collapse. Carnegie Coke grabbed the communicator to connect with Doyle Gustav, and the other party roared at him as soon as he connected. Doyle Gustav, my fleet is almost destroyed, aren't you here yet? If you don't enter the battlefield, my Quake Corps will be wiped out. You are too slow. If my Quake Corps' fleet is destroyed by New Eden, you won't have a good life in the future. Looking at Carnegie Coke, who was screaming with all his might, Doyle Gustav frowned. It was only a dozen minutes later, and Carnegie Coke, who was extremely confident that he could solve the battle before they arrived, now looked like this. In just over 10 minutes, what kind of blow did this guy suffer? Quickly clear your distracting thoughts. Now is not the time to think about these things. Keeping the New Eden fleet is the important thing. Doyle Gustav looked at Carnegie Coke expressionlessly and said, "Send all 3 fleets up and hold the enemy back. We only need to delay for another 3 minutes, and we will be there soon." Carnegie Coke's eyes turned red as he looked at the first fleet, which was about to be wiped out, and the second and third fleets, which suffered more and more casualties. These 3 fleets are the capital of his survival. Looking at the New Eden fleet ruthlessly harvesting his fleet's warships on the battlefield, Carnegie Coke gritted his teeth. Now that he has paid such heavy casualties, if he does not keep this New Eden fleet, then he will really lose everything. As long as he can keep this New Eden fleet, then someone will naturally replenish the warships he has lost now. 3 minutes, just 3 minutes. After hanging up the communication, he immediately ordered the fleet to stop the crazy attack, but to adopt a defensive tactic, not to kill the enemy, as long as they can entangle the enemy. Under this tactic, the losses of the Quake Corps were also reduced a lot. Facing the unreasonable firepower of Hakam Stamai's Markari fleet, it was only reduced a little. Under this situation, the entire Quake Corps fleet would be wiped out in less than half an hour. Now it is not the Quake Corps that are entangled with Hakam Stamai's fleet, but Hakam Stamai's fleet is entangled with them, trying to annihilate the Quake Corps in one fell swoop. And compared to the bombardment with the New Eden battleship, the people of the Quake Corps are more afraid of the dozen or so surviving Delamel-class frigates. Because these dozen Dramiel-class frigates specifically targeted the pilots of the Quake Corps, who had become space capsules, and with their high mobility, they hunted these Quake Corps space capsules wantonly on the battlefield. Because the battlefield was blocked by the light and heavy interceptors of their own legion, the space capsule could not jump to a safe position at all, and could only watch the New Eden frigate rushing towards them, and then lost consciousness in an instant after a few shells. For a time, the internal combat channel of the Quake Corps was filled with scolding of their comrades, who were driving light and heavy interceptors. Seeing that the space capsules of the Quake Corps could only reach a safe place with a handful of spaceships, Carnegie Coke realized that New Eden had never attacked his interceptors from the beginning, and even took the initiative to approach his fleet. He originally thought that the New Eden fleet wanted to fight to the death. Now it seems that this was intentional. Now the fleets of both sides are fighting together, so the interceptor not only stopped the New Eden fleet, but also stopped his own fleet. His interceptors turned this battlefield into a huge coliseum, a coliseum where there is no end. And recalling that from the beginning of the war to now, the goal of this New Eden fleet has always been very clear, that is, the pilots of his Quake Corps. As long as the warships are destroyed, few space capsules can return safely. Knowing all this, Carnegie Coke no longer has the desire to fight. Now whoever wants to fight can fight. Anyway, he can't bear it. If they continue to fight, even if they win, the Quake Corps will exist in name only. For an interstellar force, warships are easy to get, but pilots are hard to come by. Interceptors, remove the force field. The 3rd Squadron of the 2nd Fleet move forward to resist the attack of New Eden. The 3rd Fleet will provide long-range firepower cover, and the other fleets will retreat. Now only the 3rd Squadron of the 2nd Fleet is relatively complete, and only they can resist the attack of New Eden. It's worth it as long as most of the pilots can be withdrawn. The soldiers of the Quake Corps, who were fighting with all their might, breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Carnegie Coke's order. Then they activated the ECM pulse wave transmitters as the frontline warships, trying to interfere with the locking system of the New Eden fleet and evacuate, but how could Hakam Stamai let them get their wish? Hakam Stamai looked at the Quake Corps preparing to retreat and smiled. "Oh, have you finally reacted?" Looking at the Quake Corps pilots, who were evacuating the force field, their smiles gradually faded and turned into a sinister look. "But it's too late to react now. As soon as the words fell, the bows of all the surviving Marquis-class battleships pointed at the main force of the Quake Corps. High-energy reactions began to gather at the center of the bows. After a few seconds of energy storage, dozens of fan-shaped energy beams covered a large area within 500 kilometers in front, completely covering the first and second fleets of the Quake Corps. The space capsule exploded quickly without any defense under this energy beam, and the covered warships were not doing well. The warships that were already seriously injured were destroyed with the space capsule after resisting for a few seconds. Only the warships that were originally in a relatively intact state were able to withstand the attack of dozens of small fan-shaped doomsday weapons, but they were also damaged to varying degrees. Carnegie Coke in the combat command room of the Bloody Fortress stared blankly at the golden energy beam covering a large area. After the attack ended, he looked at the wreckage of the space capsule all over the ground and sat down on the chair helplessly. Quake Corps, it's over. Chapter 155. Warships. The Quake Corps still has reserves in the Blood Fortress, and the number is not small. But what's the use of these reserves now? There are not enough people to drive them. A qualified warship pilot is not easy to find. The cost of training a qualified pilot is at least dozens of times that of an equivalent warship, not to mention that it takes a long time. Now 2 of the 3 fleets that the Quake Corps used as its foundation have been destroyed. As for the dozen warships that still survived on the front battlefield, he knew without thinking that they could not escape. Now only the 3rd Fleet, which had been conducting long-range fire strikes, was relatively intact. Although the 3rd Fleet suffered heavy losses in warships, its pilots did not suffer many losses. Most of them drove the space capsules back to the Scarlet Fortress as soon as the warships exploded. After watching the dozen or so warships remaining on the battlefield being destroyed by the New Eden Fleet, the Delamere-class frigates that had already come to their side and were ready instantly captured their space capsules and destroyed them. Even though Carnegie Coke knew that if the 3rd Fleet went to fight the New Eden Fleet now, it would have a great chance of winning, but he didn't want to gamble anymore. 3rd Fleet withdraw? Carnegie Coke's order to retreat was full of decadence, no longer as vigorous as at the beginning of the battle. Looking at the retreating 3rd Fleet, Harkomstein did not chase, because he did not have the strength to chase now. The launch of the Doomsday weapon just now made many of the already scarred Marquis-class warships unable to hold on, and they stopped operating directly. There are only 16 ships that are still capable of fighting now, and it is not realistic to want to keep the Quake 3rd Fleet that is determined to retreat. Because Harkomstein's goal this time was to consume the manpower of the Quake Corps, he did not choose the larger spear-type single-body Doomsday weapon, but chose the AoE-type Doomsday weapon with a wider range and lower damage. Not to kill their warships, but to kill the pilots in the space capsules. So even when the battle was the most intense, Harkomstein did not use this Doomsday weapon, but insisted on fighting to attract attention, allowing the Dranu class to secretly attack and kill those space capsules. After killing all the remaining warships of the Quay Legion on the battlefield, Harkomstein did not prepare to leave. Instead, he surrounded the fleet in a defensive formation, looking at the center of the battlefield with a pair of eyes that seemed to smile. I saw a reconnaissance ship jump out of the subspace, and then a bright cross-shaped induction suddenly lit up. After receiving the induction beacon, the Betelgeuse Pirates United Fleet, which had been waiting for a long time, quickly entered the hyperspace jump state through the acceleration orbit, and in less than 5 seconds, it crossed the distance between 2 galaxies and arrived at the battlefield. Carnegie Coke, let's go! Doyle Gustav looked at the empty battlefield, his pupils shrank slightly. The wreckage of warships scattered over thousands of square kilometers, and the biomass found everywhere in the wreckage, his face showed horror. Looking at the tragic battlefield in front of him, he finally understood why Carnegie Coke suddenly changed his attitude and asked for help so urgently. But he only asked Carnegie Coke to entangle the New Eden Fleet, and didn't let him fight to the death. Looking at the biomass analyzed by the warship detector and comparing it with the scale of the warship wreckage, it is easy to imagine how fierce and cruel the battle between the two sides was. He is now very grateful that Carnegie Coke, this reckless man, helped them to take the blame, otherwise they would have to face it. Carnegie Coke is a capable person, and he really goes all out when there is trouble. Just when Doyle Gustav was distracted, Nora Byron, who was standing by, looked at the New Eden Fleet on the battlefield and was extremely jealous of the enemy when they met. She immediately let her fleet surround it, and one interceptor after another blocked the battlefield again. The Kuroka Second Fleet that he had sent to support the Black Shark pirates was completely wiped out, not to mention the warships. Not even a space capsule escaped. The entire Kuroka Corps only had 4 main fleets, and a quarter of them were gone in one go. How could he not be angry? Looking at the wounded New Eden Fleet in the encirclement, Nora Byron drove and opened the public channel. I am Nora Byron, the commander of New Eden. Tell me your name and unit number. I don't want to grind you to ashes without knowing your name. Looking at Nora Byron, who was full of hatred in the public channel, Hakamstamai smiled. Interesting. He then exited the combat mode, returned to his usual appearance, opened the public channel communication, and showed a cynical look. New Eden Angel Enterprise Consortium Guardian Angel Group 3rd Fleet Commander, Hakamstamai. Then looking at Nora Byron with a look of disdain, you are the commander of the Karoka Corps, whose main fleet was completely wiped out by Mod without much effort. You are really useless. You? Hearing Hakamstamai exposing his scars like this, Nora Byron couldn't help but widen her eyes, and her veins jumped. Just as he was about to order the fleet to smash all these guys, Doyle Gustav stopped him. Looking at Doyle Gustav, the commander of the coalition fleet, Nora Byron snorted coldly, wanting to see what this guy was up to. Doyle Gustav looked at Hakamstamai and said with a smile, Sir Hakamstamai, you and your men have proved your courage. Why don't you surrender and save your lives? I believe your leader will not be stingy with the ransom and give up on you. Compared to Nora Byron, as a businessman, Doyle Gustav thought more about how to maximize his profits. Rather than destroying these 16 warships, it is better to persuade them to surrender and capture these 16 warships. When the time comes, hand them over to the people behind him. Based on the performance of these warships on the battlefield this time, he and others can also get rich rewards, and even use them to jump out of this small Beta star field. Moreover, if this guy really surrenders, whether he lives or dies is up to him and others, right? The plan was a good one, but don't forget that as an intelligent life that has loyalty and fighting engraved into its source code, this kind of persuasion to surrender is undoubtedly testing his loyalty. And for these intelligent life forms in New Eden, loyalty is the most supreme existence. So Hakamstamai's originally cynical and smiling expression gradually turned expressionless after hearing this, and his eyes staring at Doyle Gustav turned blood red, which meant he had returned to the fighting state. Are you doubting my loyalty to the commander? Before Doyle Gustav could speak, the 16 Markray battleships equipped with 1,400 howitzers that survived because they were in the center of the fleet performed the last round of overload on their weapon systems. In the surprised eyes of everyone, the muzzles suddenly roared. The energy shield and armor of the battleship driven by Doyle Gustav, which was thousands of kilometers away, were easily pierced through as if they were made of paper under this round of artillery fire. The shells exploded violently after entering the hull, blowing the entire ship to pieces. Because the control cabin was not hit, Doyle Gustav's space capsule survived, and was hit in space by the violent explosion shock wave. The guards around him also hurriedly towed his space capsule to their own battleship, thus avoiding the fate of being hit by the next round of attacks. Chapter 156. Doyle Gustav hid in his escort ship with lingering fear, his face full of disbelief. Don't these people understand the situation? They now have 5 full-strength main fleets, and they only have a total of 16 warships. How dare they? After seeing Doyle Gustav's miserable condition, the other pirate leaders instantly came to a place tens of thousands of kilometers away from the battlefield, and their guards also protected them. Unfortunately, they thought too much. The last round was already Hakamstamai's last attack. In the previous battle with the Quakor, the weapons had been severely damaged. The attack on Doyle Gustav just now was still overloaded and forced. Now the weapons of his 16 Markray-class battleships, from the main guns to the secondary guns, have been damaged, and even the thrusters have been damaged. Now the whole thing is an immovable interstellar target, and can only quietly wait for death to come. Looking at the severely damaged New Eden fleet in front of him, Doyle Gustav suppressed his fear and anger, and continued to say, in a deep voice, I will give you one last chance. Surrender to us, and I will forgive your rudeness just now. It must be said that he is worthy of being a businessman. He will never give up his interests. Even if he has just experienced a life-and-death crisis, he can still persuade people with kind words. Listening to Doyle Gustav's words, Hakamstamai glanced at the surrounding pirate fleet and said something intriguing to everyone. If these 5 fleets are also destroyed, then your Beta pirate alliance will also collapse without a fight, right? What do you mean? Doyle Gustav listened to this, and frowned at the defeated soldiers in front of him. Do you think you can destroy his 5 fully staffed fleets with just these 16 battleships? What a joke. However, after hearing what Hakamstamai said, he always felt that something was wrong in his heart, but he couldn't put it into words. While sending out the scouts, he pretended to be relaxed and said, It's just these 5 fleets. As long as we are willing, we can always pull out more than a dozen fleets, but can your New Eden, which has just emerged, have enough warships and pilots? Harkon Stamai's face froze. Doyle Gustav's words really hit the nail on the head. At present, the main task of New Eden is to build dreadnoughts and supercarriers, which means that his guardian angel fleet does not have enough resources to build them. There is only one fleet, and now there are only 16 ships left. It can be said that if the whole army is wiped out this time, he can only shamelessly ask the commander for resources. Scouts were spread out in all directions, and intelligence was gathered to Doyle Gustav's ears. There were no other fleets around, let alone the fleet of New Eden. Currently, all the fleets of the entire constellation were here. Looking at the stubborn Harkon Stamai fleet, Doyle Gustav's patience had reached its limit. I give you 5 minutes to consider. If you don't surrender, don't blame me. But the response to him was still a dead silence, like a pool of stagnant water. Time passed by minute, and the patience of the Betalist pirates was exhausted bit by bit. Without Doyle Gustav saying anything, all the pirates had already started to warm up the muzzles of their warships. The high-energy reaction of the guns caused Harkon Stamai's 16 warships to start to sound a shrill alarm. Facing the heavy encirclement and attack of the 5 fleets, even if the technological level of the Marquis-class warships was higher than that of the pirate fleet, they could not escape. After all, if there were many ants, they could kill an elephant. As the time that Doyle Gustav said was getting closer and closer, the pirates' guns had already seen obvious energy gathering, but Harkon Stamai smiled. Finally, it's here. Then, a bright cross-shaped induction light appeared on a Marker-class battleship in the center. Seeing the induction light of the New Eden fleet, everyone's pupil shrank. Although he didn't know what would jump in next, Doyle Gustav still decisively gave the order, fire. The muzzles that had been preheated long ago roared at the New Eden fleet. The sky full of shells and energy rays covered Harkon Stamai's fleet. Under this saturation attack, the fate of these 16 Marker-class battleships could be predicted. As the attack ended, the remaining New Eden warships were reduced to ashes, but the Marker-class battleship that was inducing was still firmly inducing. Before the next round of attacks came, the 2 fleets finally jumped out of the hyperspace jump under the beacon set by the induction, and tightly protected the only remaining Marker-class battleship in the center of the fleet. The closest Kuroka 3rd Fleet suffered the first wave of attacks. The rainbow-like energy rays crossed the Star Sea and hit the Kuroka 3rd Fleet fiercely, setting off a series of violent explosions. Looking at the logo on the newly entered fleet, Doyle Gustav finally understood what he had overlooked. The remnants of the Betalist Federation. This blood fortress was originally built as the last line of defense to guard the Betalist Prime Star Circle, so it is very close to the Betalist Prime Star. As long as a driving track is established there, the fleet can be quickly transferred here. After the initial contact, the Kuroka 3rd Fleet finally withdrew from its attack range after paying the price of more than 20 warships. The fleets of both sides were lined up in the starry sky and confronted each other. Looking at the bloody fortress, which was originally the last line of defense, but now became the first blockade line, Lao Qian was filled with emotion. Everyone, we meet again. FA Corps Commander. It's you? Carnegie Koch, who was originally sitting in the combat command room, stood up suddenly after seeing the words on the local channel. If we say that the most irreconcilable forces between the Betalist Federation and the Pirate Alliance are undoubtedly these two. The others are foreign pirate forces, while the Quay Corps was formed by the original rebels, and they also guarded the most critical eastern gate, which blocked the Betalist Federation tightly, and also relied on the excellent location of the bloody fortress to enter the Federation from time to plunder. The conflict between the two sides can be said to be at the level of never-ending. Without paying attention to Carnegie Koch's words, after reorganizing the fleet, Lao Qian immediately led the fleet to attack the pirate coalition. A series of round gun muzzles appeared in front of the heavy hull, and bursts of golden light appeared after the terrifying high-energy reaction. Chapter 157. Looking at the familiar light, Carnegie Koch immediately warned everyone. Doomsday weapon, be careful to avoid it. In fact, he didn't need to say it. When they detected the energy reaction in the muzzles of the 2 full-strength Hell Angels, everyone was worried. But after hearing Carnegie Koch's words, they couldn't help but have some doubts. Although they could predict that this would be a fierce attack, it would be too much to say that this was a doomsday weapon. If it was really a doomsday weapon, they would have no chance to fight. Just wait for death. Afterwards, 2 fully staffed Hell Angel-class fleets spewed out anger at the Kuroka 3rd Fleet that was evacuating to the front line of the main force. Old Qian organized each warship of the Kuroka 3rd Fleet, with 2 of his own warships responsible for one. As hundreds of dazzling golden light beams swept across the starry sea, the entire pirate coalition's front suddenly exploded with violent explosions. The violent explosion was completed silently in the starry sky, but seeing this violent explosion, everyone could imagine the explosion in their minds. Along with the warships, the space capsules were also melted and had no time to escape. After this attack, the entire Kuroka Third Fleet was annihilated. Nora Byron looked at her third fleet, which was reduced to ashes in just 10 seconds, with a pale face. In less than half a month, she had lost half of her combat effectiveness, which would have irreversible and serious consequences for the Kuroka Corps. When seeing the Kuroka Third Fleet that was waiting through the mines for them, the pirates were also horrified. This was really a doomsday weapon. Then the fleet could not help but retreat a little further, while the Hell Angels fleet, which had just completed a single doomsday salvo, was taking the time to consume 3,200 capacitor batteries. Although this doomsday weapon had high damage and a large scene, it was too energy consuming. Just one shot drained the capacitor of the entire ship. The energy cannon equipped by the Hell Angel class still needed energy to start, so it needed to be restored before these pirates had time to react. This action was not hidden from Doyle Gustav. He reacted in shock and immediately gave orders to the fleet. These remnants are out of power, everyone, move out. Just in time. Old Chien snorted and happily accepted the battle. Since they got the Hell Angel class, they have conducted a detailed test of the attributes of this warship and found that the attributes of this Hell Angel class far exceeded their own Guardian series warships. The firepower has doomsday weapons and powerful energy weapon systems, which directly kill the original warships in seconds. The unique encrypted electromagnetic technology and nanotechnology are used in defense, which enables the Hell Angel class to weaken or even eliminate the damage it receives, and its defense is excellent. In terms of mobility, it is equipped with a hyperspace jump engine, which can quickly reach the battlefield by itself through hyperspace jump, and its battlefield support capability is excellent. The only disadvantage is that the power of this conventional engine is insufficient, and other kits make the hull too bulky, making the warship's mobility on the battlefield relatively slow. So when Ola introduced the Hell Angel class to them at the beginning, he said that this ship is suitable for high-intensity combat. Its design purpose is this: enter the battlefield from the beginning of the battle, lock the enemies within the range, and continuously shoot them with firepower until all the pagans in sight are swept into pieces, and finally it still stands intact on the battlefield. It can be said that it is a warship born for high-intensity bloody battles. So facing the attack of the pirate coalition, Lao Qian was not only not solemn, but his eyes revealed a little joy. Then both sides deployed battle formations, and began to bombard each other. It turned out that the Federation hid in the capital star system circle, relying on their advantages. They did not dare to attack easily, and the Federation was also trapped for decades, and could not develop because the Pirate Alliance blocked the channel. As the saying goes, enemies meet on narrow roads, and both sides wanted to take this opportunity to keep the other side, so the battle entered a white-hot stage at the beginning. Every minute, warships fell into the Star Sea, and from time to time, the space capsules of the unlucky ones were destroyed by stray bullets, but both sides still ignored these casualties, and only thought about how to kill each other. After all, this kind of battle has broken out many times in the past few decades, and they have become accustomed to it. But as time went on, the offensives of both sides also became exhausted. After all, this is not a game. The full power driving of this battleship is a serious burden for the driver. It is not a big deal for ordinary sailing, but such high-intensity and high-intensity combat is a serious mental and physical drain on the driver. Although the Federal Fleet wiped out the Kuroka Third Fleet with doomsday weapons at the beginning, the Pirate Coalition still has 4 full fleets, which is twice their strength, so it is very difficult to fight. Now both sides are fighting with one breath. It depends on which side has stronger willpower. Looking at the anxious battlefield, Lao Qian nodded slightly in his heart. It's time. Then he transferred a fleet to the rear, and a fleet was in the front to hold on. The fleet retreating to the rear was frantically eating 3,200 capacitor batteries, trying to charge their warship capacitors to the maximum. After seeing the actions of the Federal Army, Doyle Gustav knew what this old opponent wanted to do next without thinking. Then, he ordered his fleet to launch a crazy attack on the rear fleet of the Federation, not seeking to really break through the defense line, just to prevent it from recovering energy. But it was too late. With the consumption of several 3,200 capacitor batteries, the capacitor of this fleet of Hell Angels was finally full. As the two fleets rotated with each other, the familiar high-energy reaction warning sounded in many pirate warships, which also stagnated the offensive of the Pirate Coalition. The familiar golden energy beam swept past, destroying half of the oncoming pirate fleet and suppressing the morale of the Pirate Coalition. The battlefield situation opened up with this round of doomsday volleys. This time, no matter how much Doyle Gustav prepared to threaten and bribe, he could not stop the fleeing pirates. Retreat to the Scarlet Fortress. Carnegie Coke looked at the irresistible pirate coalition and said with an unpleasant face, "I still have war preparations in the Scarlet Fortress, and I can defend it again." Although his own Quake Corps pilots suffered heavy losses, there are still many war reserves. Looking at the defeated fleet, Doyle Gustav had no choice but to nod his head and grit his teeth and order to withdraw to the Scarlet Fortress. Facing the retreating pirate coalition, Lao Qian could only destroy dozens of approaching pirate warships instead of pursuing them. After all, the mobility of the Hell Angels could not catch up with the pirates, who were determined to retreat. After destroying the last pirate warship on the battlefield, Lao Qian could only look at the pirate coalition that had all entered the Blood Fortress with regret and said, "What a pity." The pirate coalition had already entered the solid Blood Fortress, and the opportunity had been lost. If they wanted to dismantle the Blood Fortress, they could not rely on their Hell Angels alone. Hakem Stame looked at the Blood Fortress in the distance and sneered. "Do you really think you can rest assured with this so-called Blood Fortress?" Then, another round of induction lit up. Chapter 158. Inside the combat meeting room of the Bloody Fortress. The leaders of the 5 major pirate corps of the Bayless Pirate Alliance gathered together, but the atmosphere seemed too quiet. "I have handed over all the war preparations to you, so please equip them as soon as possible." Finally, it was Carnegie Coke, the host, who spoke up, because he had to rely on them to help him defend the Bloody Fortress. Now his own Quake Corps suffered heavy losses and only had the 3rd Fleet left, and only half of its establishment was left, while the 1st and 2nd Fleets had been completely wiped out and their establishment was destroyed. Now the Quake Corps still has a full 2,000 warships in the Blood Fortress, but it is facing an embarrassing situation where no one is available. Now it can only contribute them, and hope that these teammates, who used to intrigue against each other, can help. Hearing Carnegie Coke's words, Nora Byron snorted coldly. Her face was very ugly. "The fleet that came to support my Kuroka Corps now has less than 20 people left. Even if there are warships and supplies now, what can we do?" Now the Kuroka Corps only has 2 fleets left. They are fleets used for defense and cannot be easily dispatched. Now that its 2 expeditionary fleets have been destroyed, it can be declared that the current Kuroka fleet has lost the ability to actively expand its territory. It can be said that the destruction of these 2 fleets has a great impact on it. To restore the original strength, it would take at least 2 years to select, train, or recruit pilots. Before restoring the original 2 fleets, the Kuroka Corps could only be conservative. Doyle Gustav's face was even worse. The 2 fleets he brought were only half of the fleets, and 3/4 of the fleets were destroyed. Compared with the other 2, he was a little luckier because of the intensity of the battle at that time. Everyone's attention was on the other warships. So except for the fleet that was melted by the Doomsday weapon at the beginning, the remaining fleets could still escape even if their ships were blown up, but the space capsules were still able to escape. The original plan of luring the enemy into a trap turned out to be like this. Originally, the strength of the New Eden fleet was highly evaluated, but after the battle, I didn't expect that I still didn't know enough about its strength. I defeated the 3 fleets of the Quake Corps by myself, and even 2.5 of the fleets were completely destroyed. It's terrifying. Carnegie Coke, the coalition forces need rest and supplies now. How long can your Bloody Fortress withstand the attack? Because of the fierce battle, the bodies of the pirate coalition pilots have been damaged and need to be repaired and rested. More importantly, facing the main battleships of New Eden and Bayless Federation that can launch doomsday weapons, the morale of the entire coalition has been lost. At least before thinking about facing this miniaturized doomsday weapon, he didn't plan to fight again. Otherwise, he would lose a fleet just after the war started. What's the point of fighting? At present, the Blood Fortress has all kinds of defense facilities, and both ammunition and food are sufficient. If the remnants of New Eden or the Federation come, I can use this Blood Fortress to keep most of their fleets. Although the fleet of the Quake Corps has suffered heavy losses, this only makes Carnegie Coke feel distressed, and it is not to the point of making him desperate. For him, as long as the Blood Fortress is still there, he can use the complete training equipment in it to train pilots and recruit free pilots. It can be said that this Blood Fortress is the base of his Quake Corps. Therefore, Carnegie Coke put a lot of effort into this Bloody Fortress. The main guns of the Bastion class have a total of 20 guns, which are terrifying cannons that even a battleship cannot withstand being hit head-on, not to mention other large and small secondary guns, and this is why he dared to say that at least half of the enemy fleet could be left behind. In terms of the defense system, It was replaced with the Bastion-class energy shield defense system bought at a high price from Star Heavy Industry. The defense power is beyond doubt. Even if the Hell Angels fleet of the Federation came to demolish it, even if their battleships had doomsday weapons, it would take at least several days to dismantle it. Such a long time is enough for him to use the defensive firepower of the Blood Fortress to destroy it dozens of times. Okay, let's just hold on for now, and wait until the coalition forces have recovered. Doyle Gustav waved his hand, his face showing fatigue. On the other side, Nora Byron said goodbye and chose to return directly to the Legion base. He had to rush back to take charge of the situation before the news of the annihilation of the two fleets spread, so as to avoid riots after the news was spread. Just as Nora Byron left, the combat center in the Blood Fortress sounded another alarm, which was another induction start. Carnegie Koch frowned and operated the combat instrument, and immediately retrieved a space ripple with a wide coverage. Is there another fleet coming? Doyle Gustav frowned, as he looked at the area covered by the space ripples in the combat center. Because the Blood Fortress uses space detection devices to monitor the space signals of the entire galaxy, it can judge the scale of the incoming warships by analyzing the space ripples around the induction. Carnegie Koch looked at the wide space ripples and said, it should be 2 fleets. The strength and range of this space signal are very large. I just don't know whether it is the fleet of New Eden or the fleet of the remnants of the Federation. Although he said this, his tone was relaxed. Although the enemy's support came again, he still had the confidence to resist. The main guns of the Bastion class in his bloody fortress, which could hit a battleship with one shot, were not vegetarian. At most, it would only consume a little more ammunition. Seeing the confident Carnegie Kocher, Doyle Gustav was relieved. Okay, I go and place the fleet first, you keep an eye on this place. Well, I didn't ask. Shit! Before he finished speaking, Carnegie Kocher stared at the holographic projection in the combat command center with a dull face, and saw a white interstellar giant beast coming from the deep sky and slowly stopping outside the bloody fortress. Doyle Gustav stopped the script and turned his head. After seeing the holographic projection, his eyes suddenly became dull, and he murmured, the whole body is white, shaped like a sharp sword, and protected like wings. Is this a Sky Blade Titan? At this moment, the two finally understood who brought about the abnormal space ripples brought about by the previous round of induction. Chapter 159. Outside the bloody fortress, a Sky Blade Titan that was more than 10 kilometers long was hanging high above it like a galaxy sword. This Sky Blade Titan inherited the usual style of the angels, and was incredibly beautiful. But Doyle Gustav and Carnegie Koch looked at the sword-wielding angel with extra dazzling blood-red wings on the Sky Blade Titan, and they no longer had any luck in their hearts. The Sky Blade Titan that kills angels. Doyle Gustav looked at the Titan, and his heart was chilled, and cold sweat instantly wet his back. The civilization that would be destroyed by this killer angel Sky Blade Titan flashed through his mind, and he felt even more desperate. Because compared with the interstellar fortresses of those civilizations, this Blood Fortress was obviously not good enough. He didn't think that this Blood Fortress, which was built on the original foundation, could withstand a doomsday weapon from this Sky Blade Titan. We can't wait any longer. Only by leaving this dangerous place can we have a glimmer of hope, otherwise this is just a giant coffin. Everyone board the ship and prepare to evacuate. Doyle Gustav made a wise choice in just 5 seconds. Carnegie Koch looked at Doyle Gustav's command, opened his mouth, and then sighed. He wisely did not choose to resist, and hurried to prepare for evacuation. The movements in the Blood Fortress were clearly detected by Mu Yunyan on the Sky Blade Titan. Looking at the fleet preparing to evacuate in the space station channel, Mu Yunyan sighed. If you want to blame someone, blame you for blocking the road to New Eden. Afterwards, Mu Yunyan activated the single doomsday weapon carried by the Sky Blade Titan without hesitation. Sky Blade Sword of Judgment. The wings of the Sky Blade Titan began to release violent energy fluctuations, and the white energy gathered from the wings along the energy lines to the tip of the sword. The violent energy caused the space to begin to distort and wrinkle. Looking at the activated doomsday weapon, Doyle Gustav cursed inwardly, and then boarded a shuttle, trying to escape before the doomsday judgment came. Carnegie Koch looked at the people around him, who were fleeing in panic, but he did not choose to flee in such a panic. Instead, he returned to the combat meeting room with a calm face. He knew that he could rise to his current status and survive until now, because of this bloody fortress. If this bloody fortress was gone, it was unknown how many fleets could escape now, and they could no longer get the protection of the free camp, so his enemies would not mind adding insult to injury. Touching the gorgeous throne under him, the events of these years flashed through his mind quickly, and Carnegie Koch smiled, no longer gloomy as before, but very bright and gentle. This life is enough. But I am not a person who passively accepts being beaten. Then, Carnegie Coke lay in the control cabin in the command room, and the sticky life support fluid slowly flowed over his mouth and nose and soaked into his lungs. After a moment of suffocation, he felt like a fish entering water. 3 neural networks were also inserted into his spine and brain stem in turn, and a huge amount of data was gathered in his database. At this moment, he is the Blood Fortress. Hundreds of artillery and missiles stretched out from the arsenal, instantly turning into an irritable hedgehog, especially the 20 barrier-level energy cannons, which no one can ignore just by looking at the appearance. Come on! Carnegie Coke smiled and controlled all the weapons to fire at Mu Yunyan's Sky Blade Titan. Countless attacks instantly fell on the energy shield of the Sky Blade Titan. Except for the 20 barrier-level energy cannons that could cause damage to its shield, the rest of the attacks seemed to be like a drop in the ocean, unable to stir up a wave. Mu Yunyan looked at the Blood Fortress firing at her, a little surprised. The people of the Quake Corps should understand that this attack might have some chance against a single or several dreadnoughts, but against Titans, the attack of the Blood Fortress was just a tickle. There was no chance at all. And, with such a high-intensity attack, how long can this operator last? 1 minute, or 5 minutes? The gathering of so much data puts a huge pressure on the neurons. To operate such a fortress's weapon system, at least 30 to 50 people are needed, but Mu Yunyan can clearly feel that there is only one person operating it now. How much pain must he endure every second? In fact, in the operation cabin of the Combat Command Center, Carnegie Coke's body was on the verge of collapse, and blood could not be stopped from flowing out of his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes, staining the life support fluid red. Because the injury was too serious, even the life support fluid could not repair it quickly. If it continued like this, Carnegie Coke would die of physical collapse in no more than 10 minutes. Out of respect for this unknown operator, Mu Yunyan had been accumulating energy and not releasing it for me. As time passed, the firepower in the Blood Fortress became weaker and weaker, until 15 minutes later, no weapons were firing. If someone could walk into the Combat Command Center of the Blood Fortress now, they would see that the person in the control cabin had no pulse, and the originally light green life-sustaining liquid had turned light red, through which a gentle smile could be seen. As the firepower of the Blood Fortress disappeared, the doomsday weapon of Mu Yunyan's Sky Blade Titan finally accumulated to the extreme. As Mu Yunyan's thoughts moved, a thick beam of light with a radius of 100 meters shot out from the tip of the Sky Blade level sword, instantly piercing through the upper part of the Blood Fortress. All energy shields, thick armor, and solid structures were like tofu in the face of this lightsaber that was like the judgment of the gods. Mu Yunyan controlled this doomsday weapon from top to bottom, splitting the entire Blood Fortress in two and destroying the maintenance system in the entire fortress. A violent explosion first came out from the incision of the Blood Fortress, and the collapse of the Blood Fortress was just a few inches away. So Mu Yunyan did not attack, but watched the destruction of the Blood Fortress with cold eyes. And the belated Betelgeuse Federation fleet finally arrived. Lao Qian looked at the Sky Blade Titan not far away. His expression was very complicated, and it was hard to tell whether it was hatred, fear, or gratitude in his eyes. His mouth trembled for a while, and finally he sighed and said to Mu Yunyan, "Thank you. It's just the commander's mission." Mu Yunyan answered indifferently. This was the first mission that Sherman gave them to kill the angels, and she also knew that this was also a test. So she personally drove the Sky Blade Titan here. It can be seen that this killing angel has a rather cold personality, so Lao Qian did not exchange pleasantries, and commanded the fleet to start beating the fallen dogs, and began to inhumanely finish off the pirates who had managed to escape by driving the warship. For a moment, the flames of the explosion illuminated the entire starry sky. Chapter 160. The highly concentrated energy beam cut the Blood Fortress like a sharp sword. With the explosion of the Blood Fortress, except for the people on the spaceship who had a chance to escape, the rest of the people inside could be said to be dead. Mu Yunyan looked at the splendor in the starry sky, silent, and then drove the Sky Blade Titan to a hyperspace jump and disappeared on the spot, leaving only a turbulent space ripple. The Betelgeuse Federation fleet blocked the entire starry sky, staring closely at the Blood Fortress that was still exploding, ready to make a fatal attack on the battleships and spaceships that escaped by chance. Old Qian looked at the Sky Blade Titan that suddenly disappeared, his face showing a lonely and complicated expression, mumbling something. On the other side, the Alpha Galaxy. Sherman stood in Sodio, looking at the gradually formed steel behemoth, and couldn't help but get excited. "Commander, the 10 Soul Revenants have been roughly assembled, and will be off the production line in just 3 days. Before Aura could speak, Chum Solon, who had been keeping an eye on the 10 Soul Revenants since the beginning of production, said hurriedly, "You know, these 10 Soul Returners will belong to her Sasha fleet, and are also an important defense force for the Northern Fortress. She can't help but care about them." Seeing Chum Solon's eager expression, Aura was happy. "Chum Solon, don't worry, these 10 Soul Returners will be sent to the Northern Front as soon as they come off the production line." After getting Aura's guarantee, Chum Solon looked at Sherman with his big eyes. After all, the commander has the final say on this matter. Sherman couldn't help laughing when he saw that the originally cool and domineering Chum Solon had now become a neighborly big sister. The relationship is really getting richer and richer, which is good. Without teasing her, Sherman said that all these things can be decided by Aura. Aura must be stronger and more reasonable than him in the allocation of resources. "By the way, Chum Solon, how is your elite Sasha fleet changing its equipment?" Sherman remembered that Chum Solon had been immersed in her research room during this period of time, and heard from Aura that some Sasha equipment technology had been unlocked. Upon hearing this, Chum Solon projected the information of several pieces of equipment and explained complacently, "During the recent scouting operations, I found that the offensive capabilities of the Sasha elite fleet were weak, resulting in the failure of some raid missions, so I specifically strengthened its weapons and equipment to increase its offensive power. Due to resource limitations, I can only unlock the faction equipment with lower manufacturing costs first." As he spoke, Chum Solon introduced several pieces of equipment to Sherman. "At present, in order to cope with various forms of battles, I have unlocked all kinds of laser weapons of Sasha Patriot, large, medium and small, and in order to further enhance the attack power, the radiator of Sasha Patriot has also been unlocked." Sherman is not unfamiliar with these equipments. After all, he has no idea how many of them he has brushed in the game. But he was still a little disappointed. He thought Chum Solon would directly unlock her exclusive officer equipment. But thinking of the current shortage of resources in New Eden, he was relieved. How much do these equipment cost? How much help will they provide to the fleet? Although these equipment in the game are better than the regular T2 equipment, the improvement is not much, so Sherman asked. After all, judging from past situations, these unlocked equipment should not be as simple as in the game. Not disappointing Sherman, Chum Solon said proudly, "Commander, because this Sasha Patriot series equipment is specially made for Sasha warships, it has a very large attack power bonus to Sasha warships. If the weapon is combined with a radiator, the attack power of a Sasha warship can be increased by more than 150%. Moreover, these equipments are improved from T2 equipments, so the cost is about 10 times of that. But compared with the bonus to the Sasha fleet, this amount of material is not worth mentioning at all." When Chum Solon talked about the manufacturing cost, he glanced at Aura and explained hurriedly. "Recently, this guy has been bothering her a lot because of her resource consumption, which really annoyed her. With an increase of 1.5 times on the original basis, the attack power of the Sasha elite fleet was originally terrifying, so now it must be sky high. With that little manufacturing material, it would probably be just a little more than making a frigate, which is completely acceptable." So Sherman said to Chum Solon without hesitation, "Build. It's better to equip the Sasha fleet for me. Now that the war is imminent, any point is very important and critical to the improvement of the strength of the New Eden fleet." "Yes." Chum Solon gladly accepted the order, and then raised his eyebrows to Aura, with a proud look in his eyes. Aura also raised his eyebrows, and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Sherman. "Ola, is the equipment of the Soul Revenant ready?" Sherman looked at the 10 steel behemoths that had already been formed and asked Ola without turning his head. He didn't want to wait for the equipment after the Soul Revenant came off the production line. That would be a mess. Hearing this, Ola immediately explained that he would not make such a low-level mistake when the war was about to begin. "Commander, the equipment of the 10 Soul Revenants has been prepared and can be installed at any time. And its exclusive Shadow Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft has also been manufactured. It can enter the battlefield as soon as the warship comes off the production line, and be put into battle at any time." Good. Sherman was very satisfied with this. It turned out that having a good housekeeper would save trouble. Everything can be considered for you. You don't have to worry about small things. For big things, you just need to choose one of the prepared plans and make a decision. This is a model worker. Afterwards, Aura continued, "Commander, there is another important thing to report to you." "You say?" "According to the information from Sasha's invasion scout team, a large number of dreadnoughts have appeared in the Jelly Galaxy in the Beecher meteor field. Moreover, There are inductions in the southern star systems of Beecher Meteor Field. I suspect that there are flagship fleets gathering towards the Gioli star system. They are coming with bad intentions. Aura frowned and told the intelligence and his own analysis. The war has not yet broken out, and the enemy has transferred such a large number of flagships. This is the rhythm of placing the main battlefield in their Alpha Star field. Flagship fleet? Sherman also scratched his head, and then asked Chelmsolin, "How is the preparation of the northern front fortress at present?" Chelmsolin understood instantly, and then straightened his chest and said, "At present, the Sasha fleet on the northern front is fully prepared, the buildings are complete, and the Standing Shadow Iron Cavalry is also fully prepared. There is no problem in dealing with the Dreadnought fleet." Chapter 161. Dreadnought Fleet. Sherman sighed, as he thought about the Dreadnought fleet that the other party was gathering. You have to know that the Dreadnought in reality is not like the one in the game. It is equipped with doomsday weapons, and is a representative of high defense and high attack. Although it is not as oppressive as the Titan, it is also a godlike existence in this remote star region. After all, the southern region of the known universe civilization is notoriously poor. Not to mention the flagship, even the better battleships are very popular. It seems that the Freedom Camp is planning to attack New Eden. Smack, the Dreadnought fleet really thinks highly of us. Chelmsolin also smacked his lips. Although he said this, he was also highly alert to this news. If the conventional fleets of both sides were fighting fiercely, and a Dreadnought fleet of the other side suddenly came, the scene would be painful to think about. It might even ruin the entire battle. So now it is urgent to form New Eden's own Dreadnought fleet. Titan or super aircraft carrier fleets are not worth thinking about. After all, the construction of these 10 Sol Revenant-class super aircraft carriers has almost emptied New Eden's funds. It is impossible to even think about forming a super flagship fleet of 255 warships. Therefore, the more economical and affordable main flagship such as the Dreadnought has become the best choice. Moreover, a group of Dreadnought fleets can also destroy super strategic weapons such as Titans, so it is also one of the necessary means for New Eden to deal with the current emergency situation. However, with the current resources of New Eden, even a Dreadnought fleet cannot be formed. Sherman thought of Hakam Stamai, who was carrying out a clearing mission in the Beta star field. With his Markri battle fleet, he should have captured many pirate groups, right? Then he called Hakam Stamai. Looking at Sherman, who was calling Hakam Stamai, Ola and Chelmsolin looked at each other, and then lowered their heads. Hakam Stamai, who was about to return to the western fortress in the Alpha Star field to rest, saw Sherman's communication and his face was bitter. Then he took a deep breath, changed to a bright smile, and answered the call. "Hello, Commander." "Yes." After greeting him, Sherman looked at the arrangement behind Hakam Stamai and asked in confusion, "Are you still in the western fortress? Haven't you gone out to clear out the pirates?" Looking at the familiar arrangement behind Hakam Stamai, Sherman could recognize at a glance that this was the space station of New Eden. It stands to reason that Hakam Stamai's Markri fleet had been formed long ago. With a personality similar to Maud, he should have gone out to carry out the clearing mission now. It's not his character to sit in the space station and do nothing. Report to the commander, my fleet has completed all the predetermined goals, and the Blood Fortress has been destroyed by us. Hakam Stamai replied with a smile, looking at Sherman with a pair of sincere eyes. Sherman rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "You are talking nonsense. I even sent you the only Skyblade Titan. If you can't take it, then don't come back." It was because he noticed the existence of the Blood Fortress, the base of the Quake Corps, and in order to avoid heavy casualties in Hakam Stamai's fleet that Sherman sent the Skyblade Titan, which should not be suitable for the present, to Beta to help Hakam Stamai. After all, the appearance of each Titan is a big event, which will attract the attention of various forces. By the way, what is the situation in Beta now? Sherman asked Hakam Stamai. The Bloody Fortress, which is the most critical and difficult in the current clearing mission, has been taken down. Now there are only a dozen small and medium-sized pirate forces in the Bloody Constellation. Now the fleet of the Beta Federation is clearing them out. Hearing that the fleet of the Beta Federation is now carrying out the clearing mission, Sherman frowned. We signed an agreement to clear out the Blood Constellation. Why are they here now? Although Sherman said it in a very cryptic way, Hakam Stamai knew what he meant. That is, if the Beta Federation clears out the remaining pirates, the resources of these pirate forces will not be available. The resources of the pirate forces in the Blood Constellation have long been targeted by New Eden, and are in urgent need. Faced with this question, Hakam Stamai could only lower his head and said honestly, "Commander, my fleet is currently unable to carry out the clearing mission, so I let them handle it on their own. Looking at Hakam Stamai, who suddenly buried his head like an ostrich, Sherman's mouth twitched. How many warships did you lose in this battle? Hakam Stamai lowered his head and raised one hand. Looking at Hakam Stamai's gesture, Sherman breathed a sigh of relief. It's only half a fleet. The remaining half is enough to carry out the clearing mission. Hakam Stamai shook his head and whispered, my fleet has been completely wiped out. Sherman suddenly covered his heart and almost got a stitch in the side. After finally recovering, he looked at Hakam Stamai with tears in his eyes and said, Hakam Stamai, that's a whole Markri fleet. Not to mention that I was afraid that you would suffer heavy casualties, so I specially asked the Killing Angel to drive the Skyblade Titan to assist you. You actually wiped out my entire fleet? You know, because there are too few resources now, even the manufacturing materials of the regular fleet are almost gone. In order to avoid the serious loss of Hakam Stamai's fleet and the inability to effectively replenish it, Sherman sent the Angel of Death. I didn't expect that Hakam Stamai's Markri fleet could be completely wiped out by him. Isn't it too outrageous? Sherman couldn't help but wonder if the Angel of Death accidentally destroyed his fleet and the opponent's fleet when releasing the Doomsday weapon. Report to the commander, the situation is like this. When our fleet was sailing towards the Blood Fortress, we received news that other pirate fleets of the Betaless Pirate Alliance had also assembled and set out to devour our fleet. In order to solve the problem once and for all, I used my own fleet as bait and urgently contacted the Betaless Federation to seek their support. Finally, I chased all the enemies into the Blood Fortress, and then let the Killing Angel enter and destroy the Blood Fortress. After Hakam Stamai briefly reported the entire battle to Sherman, he quietly looked up at Sherman and waited for Sherman's reaction. Sherman felt a little better after hearing that Hakam Stamai seized the opportunity in this battle and annihilated most of the pirate fleets that came to support him at the cost of his own fleet being annihilated, thus weakening the strength of the entire Betaless Pirate Alliance. By the way, Commander, the fleets that the Betaless Pirate Alliance sent to support are all led by 5 leaders. Therefore, when the Bloody Fortress was destroyed, except for Nora Byron of the Karoka Legion and Doyle Gustav of the Yangming Temple, the leaders of the other 3 pirate groups were all killed in the battle. Now is a good opportunity to wipe out the other 2 and collect resources. Ola on the other side also told Sherman about the results of this battle, and proposed to Sherman to wipe out the other 2 pirate forces that had lost their leaders. It must be said that Ola can seize any opportunity to strengthen himself very keenly. Sherman shook his head at Ola's statement and looked at Hakam Stamai unhappily. Now Chelm Solon needs to guard the northern fortress. The war is imminent, and her fleet cannot. Now the Omega Starfield Federation has also been acting strangely recently, so Maud is needed to guard the Black Flag Galaxy and be on guard at all times. Now there is no fleet that can carry out this clearing mission. Now let's not talk about the Northern Free Camp gathering the enemies of the Dreadnought fleet. Since Grey DeSasso returned from the Omega Union, the Omega Union's attitude towards their new Eden has become a little weird. The Omega Union's joint fleet has already begun to assemble outside the Omega Star City. The target is unknown, and the route from the Black Flag Galaxy has been abandoned by them, making the Black Flag, which used to be bustling, very quiet recently. This has also caused the recent sharp drop in the income of the Mod Corps, which is less than 1/10 or 2/10 of the past. Seeing the Omega Union sharpening its knives, Sherman had no choice but to let Mod perform the first-level combat readiness and keep an eye on the Omega Union fleet. In order to prevent accidents, Mod was given the power to make decisions during the war. As long as the Omega Union fleet dares to make any dangerous moves, Mod's group can take the initiative to attack it according to their own judgment. So now Mod is sharpening his knives and staring at the Omega Union fleet, waiting for a big battle. So now he is asked to go to the Betaless Starfield to clear out the pirates. I guess he is not happy. There are still too few commanders for the battle fleet. Sherman sighed, then looked at Hakam Stamai unhappily, turned to Aura and said, "Can the resources in New Eden now be used to assemble a Markri fleet?" A burst of data flashed through Aura's eyes, and he replied after a while, "Yes, although the resources in the base are now in a critical situation, Hakam Stamai has also cleared out several small and medium-sized pirate forces in the past few days, and seized a batch of resources. The fleet can be reorganized within 3 days. Because the captured mineral resources are not compressed minerals, the transportation cost is high, and the manufacturing tasks cannot be dispersed to various space stations as before. They can only be completed in the Asbel Engineering Complex in the Western Fortress, so it takes a long time. If it is compressed, or it only takes a day and a half to transport it to various spaces to pull up another fleet, and the time cost can be greatly reduced. Aura, give all the captured resources to this guy, and complete his fleet first. Sherman looked at Hakim Stamai unhappily and said, "Yes." Ola had no objection to this. Sherman called Hakim Stamai, who was bowing his head, and said, "Don't pretend to be an ostrich. After this fleet is formed, you will go and wipe out the 2 pirate forces for me. You can use the resources you harvest to build your other 3 fleets first, and then hand in the rest." At that time, due to the resources of New Eden, Hakim Stamai only formed one of his 4 fleets. If all 4 of his fleets could be fully equipped at that time, the situation of the war might have changed, and he would not have to be as embarrassed as he is now. Yes. Hearing that Sherman would equip him with a full fleet, Hakim Stamai immediately raised his head. I knew that the commander was not a person who valued beauty, and he treated us male intelligent beings equally. Hearing this, Sherman's eyes narrowed slightly, and a few dangerous lights flashed across his eyes. So in your mind, I, the commander, am such a person? Hakim Stamai realized that he had spoken out of turn, and his eyes turned, and he sold Maud without hesitation. This is what Maud told me. What did he say? Chelm Solon on the side also clenched his fists, as if he was not satisfied with the explanation, and went to talk to him. And Harkam Stamai sold Maud completely without changing his expression. When I just woke up, Maud told me that the commander preferred female intelligent life, and said that when Chelm Solon woke up, he personally prepared a large table of dishes for the welcome dinner, but the 2 of us had nothing. Maud. Sherman gritted his teeth when he heard this, and turned to Aura and said, "Aura, you must strictly control the tobacco production equipment and raw material factory for me, and don't let Maud take advantage of the loopholes, and then put all the cigarettes produced now in my room. Maud only smokes New Eden cigarettes and doesn't like other cigarettes, so just cut off his cigarettes and give him a small punishment." It turns out that this guy often takes advantage of loopholes to produce cigarettes by himself and secretly take the inventory in the warehouse. Sherman didn't care before, but now? By the way, move the cigarettes that Maud hid in the cabinets of the 3rd storage room and the combat meeting room to my room. Because Maud and his friends have the right to open the rooms in the New Eden space station, and only Sherman's captain's room and Aura are given the right to enter and exit freely. Maud can't enter, so this is the safest place. Yes. Aura happily accepted the order. Maud, who was sitting with his legs crossed in the combat command room of the Expedition Black Flag Galaxy, also sneezed and rubbed his nose. When Hakim Stamai was about to hang up the communication and start preparing to re-prepare his fleet, Aura glanced at Hakim Stamai and said, "Commander, I suggest that during the 3-day window period, let me take care of the clearing mission in the Bloody Constellation." Do you have so much time? Sherman asked angrily. At present, there are a lot of things in New Eden that need Aura's attention all the time. How can he have time to go to carry out the clearing mission? No. Before Aura could speak, Hakim Stamai was the first to disagree. There is no extra fleet for you to carry out the clearing mission. The fleets of Sasha and Maud Corps cannot be moved now. I will go there myself after my fleet is reorganized. Aura glanced at Hakim Stamai and said with a smile, "Now the commander's personal guard fleet has been expanded to the current standard fleet, which is enough to eradicate the current pirate forces in the Blood Constellation. The personal guard fleet Aura mentioned is actually the fleet of the Unified Cooperation Department. In order to protect Sherman's safety, with Sherman's consent, this Marshall-class fleet was expanded from the original 20 ships to the current full fleet. Of course, Sherman's fear of death is one aspect, but more importantly, the Marshall-class is a Black Covert Special Service ship, and it can be equipped with various weapons flexibly. The last decapitation operation on Harry impressed Sherman even more. He thought that New Eden should also have a fleet for special missions, so he asked Aura to expand this fleet. Because all the ship systems of the Angel United Enterprise were unlocked, Aura unlocked the Force Field Reconnaissance ship of the Unified Cooperation Department Cruiser class, the Enforcer class, at Sherman's suggestion. The Enforcer class can be said to be the most flexible and compact fast attack cruiser in the New Eden Cruiser class. Its design core is a hybrid version based on the Caldari Giant Bird class and Galeni Fury class battleship frame. Like the Marshall class, it also has rapid deployment and electronic warfare kits. It can be said to be a smaller Marshall class. The reason for unlocking the Enforcer class is that although the Marshall class is a Black Special Service ship, it cannot perform stealth jumps. Therefore, in order to exert the true strength of the Marshall class fleet, a force field reconnaissance ship that can penetrate deep into the enemy is also needed. Originally, Sherman just wanted to unlock a force field reconnaissance ship of the Four Empires, but in the end, he thought that this reconnaissance mission would require this scout to have strong combat power, so he asked Aura to unlock the Enforcer class. Currently, there are 230 Marshal class ships and 25 Enforcer class ships in his personal guard fleet. Among them, the Marshal class is not all firepower warships. A small part of the Marshal class is positioned as logistics plus electronic jamming ships. It can be said that the configuration is very complete. With the strength of this personal guard fleet, it would be easy to wipe out the remaining pirate forces in the Bloody Constellation, not to mention that the current pirate fortress base is not as strong as the Bloody Fortress. Judging from the strength of their base, it is estimated that it is about the same as the Black Shark pirates that were crushed by Mod, and it is only a matter of a few rounds of doomsday. So Sherman was very tempted by Aura's proposal, and then he made a decision and said, Aura, you take the personal guard fleet to wipe out the Bloody Constellation, and you can also go to clean up the pirates in other pirate-controlled areas according to the situation, as long as you don't make yourself too embarrassed. Yes. Ola saluted and took the order with a serious face. He was very happy. He was busy with the logistics of New Eden, which made him feel very depressed. He had to play for a few more days this time. After seeing Sherman's order, Hakam Stamai had to raise his head with a look of despair. He knew that after receiving the combat order, Ola would not be able to leave him any meat or even soup after 3 days with the strength of the Royal Guard fleet. Sherman turned to look at Hakam Stamai and said, As for you, prepare the industrial fleet to follow behind Aura, and pull the spoils back to the western fortress after the battle. Yes. Hakam Stamai answered loudly, but he looked weak. For 3 days, he could only watch Aura's performance, and he was also asked to be Aura's transport captain. This was simply a murder for him who was warlike. But he also knew that this was also a small punishment for Mod, so Hakam Stamai did not complain in his heart. He just thought that after 3 days, his fleet would be reorganized and there would be no combat missions, which was a bit uncomfortable. Ignoring the sad-looking Hakam Stamai, Sherman turned to Aura and asked, Have the Killing Angels who went on the mission returned? On their way back, you know how eye-catching the Killing Angels Skyblade Titan is, so you need to be careful. Yes. After all, this is the latest main force Titan of the Angel civilization, and it is impossible for this appearance not to attract attention. Then Aura continued to add, By the way, Commander, Mu Union went to the Killing Angels mission this time. Mu Union? Sherman was stunned for a moment, then smiled. It seems that the leader of the Angel of Death is quite sensible. Commander, you are the leader of the Angel of Death now, Ola said in an unquestionable tone. He would not allow a second voice in New Eden beside Sherman. This is their bottom line. Even Hakam Stamai and Chelm Solon looked serious, with cold light flashing in their eyes. Okay, you know what I mean. Sherman patted Aura on the shoulder and told him not to get too excited, otherwise these guys could really make the Killing Angels disappear overnight. Hearing this, the 3 people's faces relaxed a little. Sherman asked the Killing Angels to support Hakam Stamai. Wanting to reduce losses was one aspect, but the most important thing was to see the attitude of the Killing Angels. And they did not disappoint Sherman. As the commander of the Killing Angels fleet, Mu Union personally drove the Skyblade Titan to carry out the mission. This was undoubtedly announcing to everyone. The Killing Angels really belonged to New Eden and accepted New Eden's transfer. Even Mu Union was no exception. Mu Union's approach undoubtedly made Sherman very satisfied. Ola, since the Killing Angel has proved that he is sincere in joining New Eden, we should not be too wary of him. Sherman said after a pause, Except for the core secrets, New Eden is open to the Killing Angel, and restrictions on freedom of movement and special supervision are lifted. As Sherman's orders came down, New Eden truly opened its arms to him and officially accepted the special group of Killing Angels. Chapter 162. With the help of Chelm Solon, Mu Union finally drove the Skyblade Titan back to the Alpha Star field. As a light outside the Sodio in the Alpha Star system lit up, an interstellar steel behemoth crushed the space and appeared in front of her, and then slowly entered the channel under the traction of Sodio. Mu Union came out of the cockpit, took the towel handed over by her subordinates, and wiped her hair that was sticky with the life-sustaining liquid. And her subordinates were also reporting the situation to her. Leader. Before she could finish, Mu Union interrupted her and said seriously, Qing, now we have joined New Eden, you must remember that we will only have one leader in the future, and that is the Emperor of New Eden, His Majesty Sherman. Before His Majesty reappoints us the newest fleet captain, you can just call me the fleet captain or Yunyan. Mu Union was very clear about the positioning of herself and other Killing Angels, otherwise she would not have personally driven the Sky Blade to carry out the mission, and informed everyone of her determination. After all, the biggest reliance of myself and others in joining New Eden is this Sky Blade Titan. If I and others do not obey the order, it means that I will be forced to withdraw from New Eden and return to my original wandering life. This is unacceptable. It's the fleet captain. Qing hesitated for a while, and then changed his words a little awkwardly. Yeah. Mu Yunyan nodded slightly, continued to wipe her hair and asked, Qing, what did you want to tell me just now? Qing quickly realized the purpose of coming to report this time, and hurriedly said, Fleet Captain, just now, His Majesty lifted our action restrictions, and now we can go to other space stations and galaxies. Well, I understand. Compared to Qing's excitement, Mu Yunyan had expected and prepared for this. After all, she had given the answer, and that person would also give a certain reaction. Since they were expelled by the angel civilization, these killing angels have been discriminated against by the world. The free camp wants to kill them, the justice camp regards them as heretics, and those neutral civilizations dare not contact them for fear of being feared by the free camp. So in these years, except for these sisters, they have never contacted anyone else except on the battlefield. After joining New Eden, they were ordered by Sherman to stay in Sodio and not go out, let alone contact with the Dorit people, so they are still a little excited to contact other people. Mu Yunyan looked at Qing, who was expectant, threw the towel into the trash can, and waved her hand. Qing, called the sisters, you can go shopping at Alpha Space Station in a while. Okay. After hearing this, Qing immediately left Mu Yunyan, and sent the message to all the killing angels, and her excitement was beyond words. Watching Qing running away, Mu Yunyan smiled, and shook her head. After changing her clothes, she took a shuttle to the Alpha Space Station. She had to deliver the briefing of this mission, and Sherman summoned her. After a while. Report, Mu Yunyan is here to deliver the mission. Come in. Because they were all his own people, Sherman did not summon her in a formal place, like a conference room or a living room, but in his own private dining room. After serving the last dish to the table, Sherman looked at Mu Yunyan, who was still standing there with a serious face, and said, Sit down. You came back at the right time this time. There will be other people coming soon. You can also meet them. Mu Yunyan knew without thinking that the person who would come later must be a major figure in New Eden. After all, it is impossible for an ordinary person to cook for this person. And Sherman's behavior was undoubtedly an apology for monitoring the killing angels some time ago. Now he has officially accepted them, and she, Mu Yunyan, is likely to be in charge of the killing angels again. Then, Mu Yunyan sat down obediently and waited quietly. After a while, people arrived one after another, and Sherman introduced them to Mu Yunyan one by one. This is the commander of the Sasha fleet, Chelm Sola. This is the commander of the Mod Corps, Nuria Mod. This is the commander of the Dorit Corps, Nicholas Kai. This. Following Sherman's introduction, Mu Yunyan also stood up and shook hands with each other. After everyone was seated, Sherman said, Today is the second gathering of my New Eden, and there are many new members who have joined New Eden, so today I will take this opportunity to get to know everyone. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, everyone started to get familiar with each other, especially Maud, who said to Hakam Stamai, Brother, I said that the commander obviously prefers women. Look, after Chelm, he organized another banquet to welcome the Angel of Death. When Hakam Stamai heard this, and saw Sherman's eyes glancing at him, he was shocked and said righteously, Maud, the commander has to control the overall situation after all, so how can he have so much time to organize a banquet himself? TSK. Maud looked at Hakam Stamai and said disapprovingly, Look, after me, you, and Dorit's brothers came, the commander didn't hold a party. Hakam Stamai looked at Maud and winked wildly, and Maud understood instantly, and hurriedly changed the subject. That's right, the commander is so busy every day, it's really not easy to take time out. After saying that, he secretly glanced at Sherman, only to see a gentle smile. The meaning of this smile was very clear. You're out of cigarettes. In fact, Sherman really didn't want to hold this kind of banquet, unless he was in the mood. This time, he just wanted to use this dinner to assure the angels of death, and the Dorit people that New Eden really accepted them completely. And because the angels of death lifted the restriction order, it was inevitable that they would have contact with the Dorit people. GE was discriminated against in the universe by the angels of death, so in order to avoid unpleasant things, he needed to communicate with both parties, and get to know each other. Facts have proved that Sherman thought too much. Compared with the killing angels, the Dorits were not better than them in the past. As a fierce slave army, the Dorits were liked by all forces, but it did not mean that they were not discriminated against. On the contrary, they were excluded because of their military merits. So after knowing the reason why the killing angels became like this, they felt a sense of sympathy. After the banquet, Nicholas K. invited everyone to visit the Dorrit's living area, because as the Dorrits settled down, the Alpha space began to prosper, and various shops and entertainment facilities were also being built rapidly. Except for Sherman, who went to the planet to inspect the Dorrit core accompanied by Aura and wanted to set off some fireworks. Everyone else went there happily, especially after Maud's tobacco was confiscated by Sherman. He was even more eager to see if the Dorrit tobacco suited his taste. His stock was running low. On the other side, the Jelly Galaxy in the Beecher Meteor region. In less than half a month, the entire Jelly Galaxy became a real military fortress-based galaxy under the efforts of the Desasso civilization. Various space stations were densely distributed in every corner of the galaxy, and one of the huge Iron Wall-class space stations was the most eye-catching. This is the Iron Wall that the Freedom Camp and the Dreadnought fleet support to the Desasso civilization. It is also the docking space station for the main fleet of Desasso. Grey Desasso sat in the observation room at the highest point of the space station, looking at the Dreadnought fleet neatly arranged outside the space station ready to enter, and he was in a very good mood. Although he was very dissatisfied with his civilization being the vanguard of the war, the Dreadnought fleet and the Iron Wall were really good. But his good mood was also destroyed by a knock on the door. After waving his hand to let the maids go out, Grey Desasso straightened his clothes and said in a deep voice, "Come in." The combat staff came in and saluted and said, "Your Majesty, the Demon Fleet just sent us intelligence saying that the Angel of Death has completely joined New Eden, and 5 hours ago, it drove the Sky Blade Titan to raid the Betelgeuse Pirate Alliance and destroy the Blood Fortress of the Quake Core near the Alpha Star region." After speaking, a video was projected. Grey Desasso looked closely, and saw the scene where the Sky Blade Titan activated the Doomsday weapon to destroy the Blood Fortress. Looking at the steel behemoth in the projection, Grey Desasso frowned. Does New Eden have such great potential that even the Angel of Death has placed its bet on New Eden? Originally, although the joining of the Angel of Death to New Eden caused a stir in the outside world, everyone was just talking about it verbally. The most extreme thing was to send a protest document to New Eden without any substantial action, because they didn't think that such a new force in New Eden would really dare to take the Angel of Death for their own use, and thought it was just a temporary shelter. After all, they never thought that there was really a force that dared to take the Angel of Death. You have to know that taking in the Killing Angel is equivalent to offending two major camps at the same time, and will also be rejected by the neutral civilization. Not to mention the Free Camp. After all, the two sides already have a blood feud. And the Killing Angel, as an abandoned angel, is also despised and rejected by the Justice Camp. So over the years, even if these Killing Angels want to join other civilizations with this Sky Blade Titan, these civilizations dare not accept it even if they are jealous, because after all, a Titan cannot withstand being besieged by everyone. Your Majesty, the Southern Theater Command also asked us to pay attention to the Killing Angel Sky Blade Titan, and ordered us to destroy it if we have the chance. Hearing this, Grey Desasso realized that the guys in the command had already anticipated this, so they supported him with a Dreadnought fleet and helped him send the Dreadnought fleet from the rear to him, hoping that he would eat the Killing Angel Sky Blade Titan. After all, destroying an enemy Titan at the beginning of the war was a great boost to the morale of the entire army. Not to mention that the Killing Angel Sky Blade Titan is stained with the blood debts of many civilizations in the Freedom Camp. In the past, these Killing Angels hid too well, and it was impossible to find their location, and there was no target for revenge. This time they joined New Eden, and New Eden would definitely not give up such a strategic weapon. As long as they appear on the battlefield, it will be the time for the Freedom Camp to take revenge. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. I was saying that this is just a New Eden. How can it be worth the attack of 2 Dreadnought fleets, even if it is to guard against the hypocrites of the Justice Camp? There is no need for so many. It turns out that the real purpose is not to drink. Grey Desasso shook his head. He finally found the target of his vanguard. The combat staff beside him smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, this is the main Titan of the Angels after all. Although we can take it with our current strength, the casualties will be heavy. Maybe half of the Dreadnought fleet will be lost, which is not a good thing for us Desasso. Their Desasso civilization has exhausted the power of the entire civilization, but it has only formed such a Dreadnought fleet. Even if one of these Dreadnoughts is lost, the entire civilization will be heartbroken. Grey Desasso grinned upon hearing this, not hiding his plan. We just need to lure out the Sky Blade Titan of the Angel of Death, and let the siege be handled by the Dreadnought fleet that has been transferred. When they are almost done fighting, we can enter the battlefield. The captain of the Dreadnought fleet that has been transferred, relying on his background, does not disrespect the leader of this second-rate civilization, and he does not have a good impression of him. If he can trick this guy while ensuring the war, Grey DeSasso will not be soft-hearted. I'm afraid he won't want to join the first wave of battle, the combat staff said hesitantly. After all, he must be no fool to be the captain of the Dreadnought fleet. How could he not see the tricks here? Besides, he has a big force behind him, and his strength is not weaker than their DeSasso civilization. If a gap is created, it will be bad for them who are in a state of war. An internal enemy is much more terrible than an external enemy. I am the supreme commander in this Jelly Galaxy battlefield. It is not up to them to decide whether to go up or not. Grey DeSasso snorted coldly, and said very viciously. At this time, a document from the Supreme Operations Command of the Southern Theater of the Freedom Camp was sent to Grey DeSasso. After Grey DeSasso read it carefully, a smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he said to the combat staff, "Notify them, all fleets are ready for combat." Yes. The combat staff stood at attention and saluted, and after receiving the order, he trotted out. The war is finally here. Grey DeSasso stood up and looked at the fleet that stretched as far as the eye could see outside the window, and thousands of heroic feelings surged in his heart. This time, the DeSasso civilization will surely rise with a great victory. Chapter 163. Early the next morning, everyone returned to the guard star system, and an old friend also came to the Alpha space station. After the shuttle with white wings docked at the Alpha space station, Sherman and Aura met this old friend in the conference room. Wang Yan sat on the sofa with ease, crossed her legs and looked at Sherman, and said with a speechless face, "Leader of New Eden, you should know the purpose of my coming this time, right?" Sherman couldn't think of anything that could make this princess come in person, except for the last time when the Sky Blade Titan of the Killing Angel was used in the Beta Star region. But she still joked without changing her expression. "Maybe you miss me." Wang Yan suddenly froze when she heard this, raised her hand to signal the guards to be quiet, and rolled her eyes at Sherman in anger. This guy really didn't know whether to live or die. The current situation is getting more serious, and she didn't want to tease Sherman. She squinted her eyes and looked at Sherman, saying bluntly, "Their life and death have nothing to do with us now. It doesn't matter to me whether you take them in, but you shouldn't use the Sky Blade Titan." And it was just for a pirate fortress, which was simply a case of losing the big picture for the small one. Wang Yan added in her heart. In fact, when the Killing Angel just announced to the outside world that it had joined New Eden, someone in the Angel civilization proposed to take back the Sky Blade Titan. In the end, she overruled all the opposition, and put the matter on hold on the pretext that it was still unknown whether the Sky Blade Titan had fallen into the hands of New Eden. She was thinking that this Sky Blade Titan would shine on the battlefield of New Eden, but she didn't expect that the war had not officially started yet, and New Eden would deploy this killer weapon for a small pirate, which made many voices in the Angel civilization to take back the Sky Blade Titan. Facing Wang Yan's questioning, Sherman calmly drank a bottle of Kufi and said, "Since this Killing Angel has joined my New Eden, this Sky Blade Titan will also become my New Eden's property, so it is my New Eden's business to use it at will, and it should have nothing to do with your Angel civilization, right?" "Then do you know why the Sky Blade Titan is in the hands of these abandoned people?" Wang Yan asked back. "I don't know, and I don't want to know." Sherman shook his head, threw a bottle of Kufi to Wang Yan and continued, "Since this Killing Angel has joined my New Eden, I don't want to ask too much about their past. As long as they are loyal to me and loyal to New Eden, I will definitely protect them forever." Although the tone was light, it carried an unquestionable meaning. And this was also Sherman's true thought. He didn't want to ask about their past and their grievances. The moment he accepted the Killing Angel, he was ready to take over their grievances. In the eyes of New Eden, there are only two kinds of people, our own people and outsiders. But Wang Yan didn't care whether Sherman wanted to know or not, but continued to talk to herself. After being expelled by the judgment, the Killing Angel drove this Sky Blade class at the signal of my king to use it as their foundation. Although after the trial, their lives and deaths have nothing to do with the Angel civilization, they were once members of the Angels. We can't be so heartless as to let them die in vain. Since this Sky Blade is given by you to the Killing Angels, what does it have to do with you whether I use it or not? Sherman drank the cool fei in his hand, gently slapped the bottle on the table, his eyes full of confusion. Ignoring Sherman's pretended doubtful expression, Wang Yan got up after drinking the cool fei, and took out a few more bottles of cool fei from the wine cabinet in a familiar way. After throwing a bottle to Sherman, he continued, "Don't be so hostile to me. It is other people who want to recycle this Sky Blade. I helped you suppress their voices, and came to you to negotiate. Although this Sky Blade is very powerful, it is not really rare for Wang Yan. because she has a clear understanding of the strength of the angel civilization. Rather than letting this sky blade collect dust in the warehouse, it is better to keep it in the hands of the killing angel and use it to slaughter the bastards in the freedom camp. For the angel civilization, the cost of this sky blade titan is very expensive, but it is acceptable, and the number of pilots is the most limited. Besides, the main purpose of my coming this time is not to collect this sky blade titan, but there are two things I need to tell you in person. Oh! Sherman raised his eyebrows, and looked at the beauty in front of him with surprise. The first thing is that according to the intelligence we intercepted and analyzed, the Desasso civilization of the Free Camp will attack the Alpha Star region in 2 days, and your Alpha Star region has also been selected as one of the main battlefields. I came here this time to ask you again, does New Eden need support? In addition to resource support, no military support is needed. Please keep the agreement, and do not set foot in this Alpha Star region before my New Eden is defeated. Although he was a little surprised by the news, Sherman still rejected Wang Yan's kindness without hesitation. With the current strength of New Eden, it is not a problem to block the enemy in the outer periphery of the Alpha Star field. The only variable now is the 2 dreadnought fleets in the Jelly Galaxy, which is a bit of a thorn in the throat for the current northern fortress. Just resources, no military assistance? Wang Yan asked in surprise. This is about to become the main battlefield. It is obvious that the future battle will be fierce. Others are eager to pull a few more people to share the firepower, but New Eden still insists on defending alone. I really don't know if it is self-confidence or arrogance. Shaking her head, Wang Yan confirmed with Sherman that they only needed resource assistance and said, if you only need resource assistance, then it's easy. The first batch of resources will be delivered to New Eden before the war breaks out. After that, as long as you can really resist, it is not impossible for the supplies originally prepared for the coalition forces to be given to New Eden. For this, I believe others are also very happy. Those civilizations would of course agree 100% to use these supplies in exchange for peace. After all, this main battlefield is no joke. If you are not careful, you will lose all your belongings. They don't want to play this horror game that gambles the fate of the entire civilization. As long as the resources are sufficient, my New Eden can die on the northern front of the Alpha Star region. Even if I have to risk all my belongings, what's the harm? Sherman said righteously. Although she didn't understand why this guy in front of her had such a strong desire to control the Alpha Star region, and even gambled the fate of the entire civilization, Wang Yan was still very satisfied with the New Eden's fighting spirit and determination. After all, this was one of the main purposes of her coming. That is to let New Eden hold on to the Alpha Star region. After all, this is related to the face of the 2 camps. Okay. Since you New Eden are so determined, I won't be stingy. Wang Yan calculated the time and said, 3 days later, in addition to the resources I promised, there will be 5 main fleet warships delivered to you as your war reserves. Thank you. Sherman was of course very happy about this unexpected surprise. Although I look down on these main battleships, it is also good to use them to exchange resources from other civilizations. At the very least, they can be turned into minerals, which are still a lot of valuable resources, right? Now, as long as it is resources, Sherman will accept them all and eat them all. Looking at Sherman's performance, Wang Yan was very satisfied and continued without hesitation. The specific list of materials and battleships will be given to you after the meeting. Remember, this is only the first batch. As long as you can withstand the attack of the Desasso civilization for half a month, the second batch will be 10 times the current batch. Sherman roughly calculated that as long as the second batch of aid materials and resources were in hand, he would have his dreadnought fleet. Looking at Wang Yan, who didn't care about these resources, Sherman was considering whether to sell his body to seduce this rich woman in front of him. No other reason, it was just too much. In fact, Sherman's vision was too low. This angel civilization had 10 rich star fields, and there were also many civilizations under the order of justice to attract blood. This amount of resources was really nothing. Not to mention the Princess Wang Yan. Even the ordinary senior officials in the 5th Fleet of the Angels can make the decision. Wang Yan looked at the slightly excited Sherman, and smiled and said, don't be too happy too soon. Whether you can get the second batch of supplies depends on whether you can hold on for half a month. It's only half a month. I still have confidence in this. Sherman did not reveal the strength of New Eden, but patted his chest to make a guarantee. If you want to rely on the Sky Blade class of the Killing Angel, then you have to be mentally prepared. The Freedom Camp has already transported the Dreadnought fleet of Desasso from the rear to the front line, and even sent an additional Dreadnought fleet to target your Sky Blade Titan. Wang Yan sneered. Although the Sky Blade Titan is powerful, you only have one. Facing the siege of the two dreadnought fleets of Desasso, I'm afraid it will fall. After the fall of this Sky Blade Titan, facing the attack of the two dreadnought fleets, are you sure you can hold out for half a month? Obviously, Wang Yan was not optimistic that New Eden could hold out for half a month against the attacks of two dreadnought fleets. Sherman, who knew his own situation, did not say much, but followed Wang Yan's words and said shamelessly, "In that case, why don't you support New Eden with a Sky Blade-class Titan fleet?" "How dare you say that?" Wang Yan rolled her eyes at Sherman and rejected his request without hesitation. "Let alone a Sky Blade-class Titan fleet, there is not even one. Do you really think that this Sky Blade Titan is a cabbage?" The first thing he asked for was a fleet. Sherman never thought that he would really get the support of the Sky Blade Titan. It was just a joke just now. But he had to cry poor. "My lady, I'm not saying this, but you see that the Freedom Camp can support two dreadnought fleets for the Desasso civilization. As a member of the Justice Order, I am still at the forefront. I can't lose to the Desasso civilization, right?" Sherman blinked and looked at Wang Yan. The meaning was obvious, that is, the Freedom Camp was so generous, so the Justice Order couldn't lose either. Wang Yan also looked at Sherman, who was a bit of a rogue, and smiled brightly. "You also want a dreadnought fleet?" "Yes. And at least two." Sherman nodded quickly. Wang Yan crossed her legs, revealing a pair of long, white legs, leaned forward slightly, and moved her lips slightly. "As long as you give this Sky Blade Titan to my angel civilization, let alone two dreadnought fleets, I can give you three without any problem." As the main battle titan of the angel civilization, the importance of this Sky Blade Titan is self-evident. If it weren't for the fact that this New Eden had saved her life, and that it was brought by the Angel of Death, otherwise the angel civilization would definitely do everything they could to take it back. Forget it, I feel more secure with this Sky Blade Titan in my hands. After hearing Wang Yan's conditions, Sherman refused without hesitation. "Are you kidding? This is a complete Sky Blade Titan, which can be used to develop New Eden's own final Titan. How could he possibly give it back? Besides, no matter what, this Sky Blade Titan has a legitimate origin. There will be no such good opportunity to get a Sky Blade Titan in the future. Before the analysis of this Sky Blade Titan is completed, it is impossible to give it to her. Boring, this Sky Blade Titan can't play any role in your current situation. Why don't you exchange it with me for a few dreadnought fleets?" Looking at Sherman, who was determined to hold on to the Sky Blade Titan, Wang Yan couldn't help but curl her lips. Sherman couldn't tell the real reason, so he changed his excuse. "You know the strategic significance of this Titan-class battleship. As long as I have one, it is much more strategic than having several dreadnought fleets. It can prevent many things from happening in the rear. As the ultimate strategic weapon, the most important thing about the Titan is that it can shatter stars with one blow. Why can the Killing Angel have such a great reputation? It's because this Sky Blade-class Titan shattered the life planets of several civilizations and destroyed their civilizations. After all, no one wants their civilization's planet to suddenly light up a signal, and then a Titan appears and smashes it with a doomsday." Facing Sherman's implication, Wang Yan didn't say much. After all, she also knew the virtues of some civilizations in the Justice Order. The purpose of coming here has been completed. Wang Yan no longer stays, declined Sherman's invitation to the party, and prepared to go back. After all, the war is about to break out, and the command center of the Southern War Zone cannot do without her, the princess. This time, it was because New Eden saved his life that he came here in person. Sherman sent Wang Yan and others to the docking station. After watching the shuttle take off, the smile on his face slowly faded, and he became very serious. "Ola, issue a notice. From now on, New Eden will enter the first-level combat readiness state, and let Chelm Solon launch a harassment offensive against the Freedom Camp to delay its attack time." "Yes. Since we already know that the Freedom Camp is going to take action, let's take the initiative." Chapter 164. Gali Galaxy, Desasso's frontline fleet assembly site. Because of Grey Desasso's order, the entire fleet has now entered a first-level combat readiness state. Several large fleets take turns to stay on duty outside the space station to facilitate entering the battlefield at any time. The space station that serves as a battleship repair center has also sprung up in space within half a month. The transport fleet that transports mineral resources and daily necessities to the front line is also continuously entering the Jelly Galaxy from the rear to provide support for the fleet. You should know that in real interstellar battles, if a warship is damaged, it is impossible to enter the space station and click to repair it like in the game. This requires corresponding minerals and components. If there is only an energy shield, it is easy to say, You only need to stay outside the space and connect to the energy of the space station through the station beam to replenish the warship shield. But if the armor is damaged, it needs to be repaired. If it is more serious, it can only be replaced. Of course, you can also use the armor repairer to repair it through nanotechnology, but compared with the price of nanotechnology, it is obviously more cost-effective to repair it through minerals. If the hull structure of a warship is damaged, it can only be repaired by nanocombination with minerals, otherwise the entire warship can only be dismantled and the corresponding damaged hull components replaced. If it is repaired by nano alone, the strength of the repaired hull structure is far less than that of a normal hull structure, and it can only be used for emergency. Therefore, in interstellar battles, this ship repair center is also a top priority. It is not only the space station with the most war fronts, but also one of the most strategic points that the enemy pays attention to. After receiving the order from Shermanke to find an opportunity to attack Desasso freely, Chelmsolin assembled the invasion fleet with a look of ecstasy. For the Sasha invasion fleet, with the wormhole function of the Sasha suppression control tower, she could find an opportunity whenever she wanted. So within 15 minutes of receiving the order, Chelmsolin's 2 Sasha invasion fleets began to attack Desasso's fleet. Chelmsolin's target was also very clear, that is, the battleship training factory and transport fleet located in the rear. These 2 targets were easier to deal with than other targets, and there were mineral reserves in them, so they could have considerable spoils after the attack was successful. This is much more cost-effective than the head-on confrontation of Udasasso's main fleet. Moreover, the targets chosen by Chelmsolin to attack are all the rear galaxies located several jumps behind the Gilly Galaxy. The garrison fleets in these galaxies do not have strategic warships such as dreadnoughts. At most, they are battleships, and there may not be many. After all, this garrison fleet is only used to guard and expel small forces that harass the rear, so supporting friendly forces is the first requirement, and flexible and maneuverable cruisers and frigates are the main warships. These warships were no match for the elite fleet of the Sasha Invasion Corps. As long as Chelmsolin did not get entangled with the main fleet of Desasso, it was not an exaggeration to say that he could do whatever he wanted behind Desasso. In order to achieve the greatest results in this first large-scale surprise attack, Chelmsolin divided one of the Sasha invasion fleets into squadrons to raid its small and medium-sized transport fleets, while another fleet attacked another battleship repair factory space. Half an hour after Sherman issued the order, in the command center of the iron wall of the Desasso war front in the Gilly Galaxy, the message of help from the rear being attacked came out like snowflakes. Report: the 3rd Baggage Squadron carrying out the transportation mission in the W122 Galaxy was attacked and lost contact a minute ago. Report: the 3rd Baggage Squadron of the 1st Brigade carrying out the transportation mission in the W1X Galaxy was attacked and has lost contact. Report: located, just when the entire command center was in chaos, Grey Desasso glared with tiger eyes and slapped the table. You are so flustered. How can you be so flustered? It's just a small group of troops harassing the rear. What big problem can it cause? As Grey Desasso finished speaking, the command center, which had been in chaos due to the numerous attacks, finally recovered. Then, according to the plan that had been prepared long ago, orders were issued to the garrison troops in the rear, and the nearby fleet was asked to provide support. The space detection equipment in various galaxies in the rear was turned on to warn each unit to avoid further attacks. Looking at the command department that had resumed normal work, Grey Desasso nodded, and now he looked like a command and dispatch center. Order: the entire 1st Scouting Fleet enters the Alpha Star Field and attacks the target units that appear in New Eden, and orders the 1st Fleet, the 2nd Fleet, and the 3rd Fleet to be ready for battle and attack Alpha's northern fortress at any time. It's rude not to return the favor. Since New Eden had attacked him first, he didn't recommend moving the attack forward a few days. Yes. Everyone said yes, and then the command was issued from the command center to each unit. After receiving the order, the garrison fleet of the W1X Galaxy also set out to the attack site in due time, but when they arrived, the target site was nothing but shattered warship fragments, not even the wreckage of a larger warship, which surprised the garrison Captain Rex. Captain, where are the 3rd Baggage Squadron and the enemy? Was they captured by the enemy? After scanning the surroundings several times, his subordinates did not find any other warships except for himself, and did not scan any large warship wreckage, which made him puzzled. Are you blind? Isn't the wreckage all over the space? What about prisoners? Do you think this enemy has the ability to capture a transport fleet and disappear in a short time? Rex shouted angrily, then controlled the warship to pull a piece of metal debris to his side. After a closer look, It was clearly marked with the incomplete DeSasso logo. After storing the fragments in the ship's hold and recording the battlefield for evidence, Rex looked at the battlefield and said solemnly, "It seems that the third baggage team is finished." "Why?" The subordinate looked at the fragments on the ground and said in confusion. After all, it was just a few fragments, but it was a transport team of 15 industrial ships. Even if it was self-destructed, it should be more than this. "These are the hull structure fragments of our industrial ships. Do you think they are okay?" Rex rolled his eyes, and then briefly reported the situation to the headquarters. Before he finished reporting, he heard his subordinate send a warning message. "An unknown fleet appeared in the southeast of our fleet, with a squadron size, $5 Australian away, and is getting closer. Be prepared for battle." Chapter 165. Just a few seconds after the Rex fleet was ready for battle, a fleet of 10 cruisers and frigates landed not far from them. After seeing the iconic spikes on the fleet warships, and the Sasha icon on the hull, Rex ordered to open fire without hesitation. So the fleet was covered by fire as soon as it landed. The sky-high lasers rushed into the Sasha fleet, setting off a series of violent explosions. Looking at the Sasha fleet that was suppressed by the firepower of his fleet and could not move, Rex was very happy. He thought that this mission would be fruitless, but he didn't expect these guys to be so considerate to give him military merits. How could he not be happy? That's right, the Sasha squadron in front of them only has 2 cruisers and 6 frigates, while his garrison fleet has a full 10 cruisers and 30 frigates, not to mention the battleship he is driving. With such a big gap in strength, what else can it be but a free military merit? "Captain, can each of us get a few hundred points of military merit this time? After all, there are too many people coming this time, and there are only so many enemies. If they really divide it up, each person can only get a few hundred points at most. But according to the value of DeSasso's military merits, these hundreds of points are not a small amount. Not to mention that these military merits seem to be picked up for free." "Don't worry, you will get a lot," Rex replied happily. After all, as the captain of the fleet, he can also share a lot of these military merits, which is one step closer to his goal of exchanging for a title. But before everyone was happy, they saw that the Sasha fleet that was suppressed by them finally took action. The 6 Witch-class frigates started their engines and rushed towards them before the frigates they used to intercept arrived, instead of running away. Without Rex's order, the frigates of both sides reached the range of electronic interference. Both sides put jump scrambling and stagnation beams on each other. After the frigates of the Rex fleet were put on electronic warfare, their speed was instantly limited to a very low amount, while these Sasha frigates continued to maintain a high speed as if they were not affected. The biggest advantage of frigates is the low radius and high speed brought by their small size. Once the speed is limited, the fragile body of the frigate is simply a target. Therefore, within 10 seconds of the contact between the frigates of both sides, the 6 DeSasso frigates targeted by the Sasha frigates were destroyed by high firepower, and even the escape pods were no exception. Looking at the 6 frigates destroyed in his fleet, Rex was shocked and quickly issued orders to the remaining frigates. "Where is the jump scrambler? Turn off the micro jump thruster of the Sasha frigate for me." Looking at the 6 Sasha frigates, which have a higher speed than his own frigates, Rex quickly gave orders, otherwise his fleet would not be able to damage them at such a high speed and angular velocity. But after his own frigates desperately put jump scramblers on the Sasha frigates, they found that the speed of the Sasha frigates was not affected at all, and it still maintained such a high speed, while his own frigates were forced to turn off the micro jump thruster after being interfered by the jump scrambler, causing the speed to drop, and then even the stagnation beam was unlocked, which surprised them. "Are these frigates equipped with afterburners?" Rex was somewhat surprised and puzzled, because only afterburners would not be forced to shut down by the jump jamming like micro jump thrusters. In theory, these frigates are equipped with micro jump thrusters in pursuit of high speed, because this can better play the speed advantage of the frigate, while afterburners occupy too much energy grid, and the thrust is not as high as that of micro jump thrusters, not to mention that because of the hull of the frigate itself, there are not many energy grids. But this Sasha's warship is such a wonder that uses the afterburner to the extreme. The design of this Sasha's warship is born for the afterburner, and it can give full play to the propulsion of the afterburner, and can use the afterburner to more than 200% efficiency, so facing these frigates using micro jump thrusters is a crushing blow. It is also that Sherman has not really unlocked Sasha's warship technology, otherwise Chelm Solon will let them know what the combination of extreme firepower and extreme speed is. Seeing the increasing loss of their own frigates, Rex and his men also realized that this Sasha fleet was not a soft persimmon, but a tough one. Then Rex quickly changed his tactics and ordered 5 people in a team, overload the stagnation beam to slow down these damn things, and overload the cruisers with firepower attacks. This fleet must be left to me. In general, these are just frigates. As long as their speed is reduced to make the attack easier to hit and concentrated, they can still win. It turns out that Rex's tactic is still very effective. After the 3 Sasha frigates were limited in speed by the stagnation beam, the other friendly forces that had not yet caught up with the target also put on the stagnation beam, reducing the target's speed to an extreme, and the attacks of the other cruisers were finally able to hit the target with full force, which finally made the shields of the 3 frigates begin to decrease. Looking at the 3 frigates, whose shields began to decrease, Rex's face did not show any joy. There was no other reason. The shields of these warships were simply not what a frigate should have. The resistance and shield amount were terribly high compared to the same type of frigates. If you don't look at the size, Rex would believe it if he said it was a cruiser. But as the attack continued, after paying the price of 9 frigates, the shields of the 3 Sasha frigates finally reached a dangerous level, and he finally let go. But as several energy beams from the Sasha cruiser connected to the 3 attack frigates, the shields of the 3 frigates returned to their original state in just 3 seconds. Logistics ship. Before he could see the danger and prepare to retreat, the other 3 Sasha frigates had already circled around him, and put his battleship into a jump scramble. It's over. At this time, Rex frantically attacked the 3 Sasha frigates around him. The main guns and secondary guns were used, but there was no way to deal with the 3 Sasha frigates with high angular velocity. The attack could only lightly pass by at most, not to mention that there were 2 logistics cruisers remotely repairing them. The maintenance chain of the 2 cruiser-class logistics ships made Rex lose the desire to attack. He had to order his teammates to attack the 3 Sashas that entangled him so that he could get away. However, under the protection of the 2 powerful logistics ships, it was self-evident that he took over. Half an hour later, the Sasha squadron had not suffered any casualties, but the Desasso garrison fleet on the battlefield was left with only Rex's battleship and 5 cruisers, and all the frigates were destroyed. After seeing that the remaining battleships on his side were entangled, Rex looked at the various equipment on his battleship that had been completely damaged due to long-term overloading, and closed his eyes in resignation, no longer struggling. As the other 5 cruisers were destroyed one after another, and even the space capsule was instantly locked and destroyed, Rex's battleship also followed the path of his teammates in front, and the battle returned to calm after a violent explosion. A few seconds after the battle ended, an industrial ship jumped out of its stealth state in the subspace, and quickly loaded all the wreckage of the warships on the battlefield into the ship's hold. Then, as a wormhole opened, the Sasha fleet entered and disappeared on the spot. After more than 10 minutes, the Desasso fleet that came to support from other galaxies finally arrived. Chapter 166. Just as the various garrison fleets in Desasso were struggling to cope with the elusive Sasha fleet, Chelm Solon saw that the garrison fleets in the galaxy had gone to other galaxies for support. Then a micro-wormhole opened, and a Sasha invasion fleet appeared outside a battleship repair shop and surrounded it. Without further ado, after the fleet was in place, Chelm Solon launched an attack on the battleship repair shop. The person in charge of the battleship repair shop immediately requested emergency assistance from the headquarters, as soon as he observed the Sasha fleet. Looking at the Sasha fleet that was attacking fiercely, he could only pray that support would arrive soon. But in front of this entire Sasha fleet that had been strengthened in attack power, the energy shield of this warship repair factory, which was only equipped with a few space station weapons, kept falling down, and it fell to a dangerous position in less than 20 minutes. And their attack on the Sasha fleet was no different from tickling under Sasha's logistics ship. According to this progress, the destruction of this warship repair factory will only take less than half an hour. Fortunately, when the outer armor of the space station was destroyed to only a small half, support finally came, and the people who came were the main fleet of the 2nd Brigade of the 1st Fleet of Desasso, which was on war duty. Looking at the feedback from the scout ship, Chelm Solon was a little surprised. In her estimation, it would take at least 2 hours for the support to arrive. Unexpectedly, it arrived after only half an hour. But looking at the warship repair factory that had been experiencing continuous internal explosions due to the uninterrupted attacks, Chelm Solon decided not to give up the target after evaluating the strength of the fleets of both sides, and continued to attack. He must eat this piece of meat. Although his fleet had a disadvantage in warship tonnage compared to the main fleet of Desasso, the super high firepower and logistics system of the Sasha invasion fleet could also make up for this disadvantage, and he could fight. Then he readjusted the fleet, continued to attack the battleship repair factory, and waited for the arrival of the main fleet of DeSasso. After waiting for the main fleet of DeSasso to slow down slowly at the jump collapse point, Chelmsford directly commanded the fleet to kill. Facing this kind of main fleet of battleships, only the advantages of the Sasha invasion fleet can be brought into play, otherwise it will be smashed to pieces by the main guns of the battleship fleet. Chelmsford divided the fleet into small teams, each of which entangled a battleship of DeSasso. Because each squad of the Sasha invasion corps is a complete system of standard firepower plus logistics plus electronic jamming, only in this way can the advantages of the Sasha invasion fleet be brought into play, and because the squads of the Sasha invasion fleet are a combination of cruisers plus frigates, they can gain a considerable speed advantage in dogfights. The battleships of the Sasha invasion fleet turned on the afterburners. Under the strong driving force, the huge warships began to circle the fleet of DeSasso and launched an attack on the battleships entangled by the squads. Faced with this tactic, the DeSasso fleet was stunned at the beginning, but after losing several warships, the commander immediately figured out this tactic and ordered the warships to attack the cruisers and frigates around them with all their strength, while the interceptors rushed to Sasha's battleships to keep a few. It must be said that this method is very good. After all, this is a fleet composed entirely of battleships with very fierce firepower. Therefore, facing this saturation and covering attack, the logistics ship is a bit weak and many of them were destroyed in an instant. The Sasha frigates relied on their super high angular velocity to move left and right in the DeSasso fleet, avoiding most of the damage. Except for a small number of them that were unfortunately destroyed by the main guns of several battleships due to too dense firepower, the other losses were not great. Chelmsford was somewhat surprised to see the DeSasso fleet in front of him respond flexibly to tactics, and then change tactics accordingly, actively engaging the battleships at medium distances, while the remaining Sasha frigates no longer pursued firepower output, but turned to interference, focusing on survival. So after seeing that the Sasha frigates suddenly acted like slippery loaches, only conducting electronic interference on their own warships, and they separated as soon as they touched, and absolutely did not entangle, looking at these Sasha frigates flying in the fleet like flies, the commander of the DeSasso fleet decisively gave up attacking these Sasha frigates, and turned the fleet's firepower to the approaching Sasha battleship fleet. As the distance between the Sasha battle fleet and the DeSasso fleet reached the optimal attack distance, Chelmsford began to manipulate the battle fleet to move and attack. But this is relative. This distance is undoubtedly the optimal attack distance of the DeSasso fleet, so both sides are engaged in the most brutal firepower competition at this distance. It depends on whose fleet will be killed first. In the face of such a battle, no one will think of evacuating first, because if you dare to evacuate, you will face the enemy's pursuit, and the consequences may be even more serious. However, compared to the warships that were constantly destroyed in DeSasso, very few warships were destroyed on Sasha's side. This was not only because there were logistics ships in Chelmsford's fleet, but also because she was the only one who would instantly increase the maximum angular velocity after detecting that one of her warships was being concentratedly fired upon, in order to avoid damage and receive repairs from the logistics ship, while other warships continued to attack the enemy at the best attack distance and the best attack angular velocity, and the seriously damaged warships would leap to a safe area, under the cover of other warships. Under such a tactic, the commander of the DeSasso fleet suddenly found that although the number of warships on the opposite side was decreasing, there were not many wreckages of these warships on the battlefield, while his own fleet was destroyed more and more, and the logistics of the opposite side began to be repaired, and the firepower was seriously insufficient. After seeing that the opponent's firepower had dropped seriously and his logistics ship was finally able to be repaired, Chelmsford stopped moving and maintained the best attack distance and angular velocity to launch the most violent attack on the enemy fleet, which undoubtedly accelerated the demise of the DeSasso fleet. Just as the DeSasso fleet saw that other support was not coming and they were obviously unable to hold on and wanted to retreat, they found that the Sasha frigates that were originally treated as flies at the beginning turned into chains at this time, using uninterrupted jump interference to keep them, no matter whether it was warships or lives. Half an hour later, in the horrified eyes of the people in the warship repair shop, the DeSasso main fleet that came to support was completely destroyed, and the eyes of these Sasha fleets were once again on them. Chapter 167. What? Except for a few who were rescued, the garrison fleet, and even the 2nd Battalion of the 1st Fleet that went to support were all wiped out. Grey DeSasso was incredulous. The Gilly Galaxy had been firmly guarded by their main fleet, and it was guaranteed that except for a few scouts, no large number of enemy fleets passed through. When he first received the news of the attack, he thought that it was just a small number of enemy scouts harassing his rear logistics, and the garrison fleet was enough to drive them away or even destroy them. But he didn't expect that these scouts, who were originally thought to be of such a large scale, would have such a powerful force that they almost completely destroyed the garrison fleet that came to support him from behind. Even the main fleet of a battalion size that he sent to hold the line was also destroyed. This was a bit beyond his expectations. Your Majesty, judging from the current situation, this enemy fleet that is roaming behind us is the size of 2 battalions, and the warships they are driving have very superior performance and a complete system, which is why the garrison fleet with insufficient combat power was completely annihilated. They must be the elite sent by New Eden. Temple Herman, who was standing by, shared his analysis after collecting intelligence. I know that the enemy who can wipe out a fleet of the same size is elite, but the key is where these 2 fleets of the same size came from. The anti-guidance and space detection devices of the Jelly Galaxy are running 24 hours a day, and no fleets of this size have been found. This makes me a little confused. Grey DeSasso was very confused and even frightened. After all, these 2 fleets of large scale appeared behind him so quietly, and left quietly after completing the harassment of his logistics system. Even if he sent out all the scouts, he couldn't find them. It was as if they disappeared in this universe. How could he not be frightened? If several elite fleets suddenly appeared when he returned to the DeSasso civilization, how could his life be guaranteed? Your Majesty, judging from the targets of our attack this time, a total of 16 small and medium-sized transport fleets and a warship repair factory were attacked, and after the attack, all the spoils were taken away. Even the wreckage of the warship was no exception. Therefore, the guys who attacked our rear this time must be the same group as the last time, and they must have a secret base behind us, otherwise I can't figure out how they transported such a huge fleet and spoils. Temple Herman frowned and analyzed the several attack galaxies on the star map. When Grey DeSasso went to the Omega Star Field, they fought a scout battle with New Eden. At that time, there was also such an elusive fleet harassing their industrial fleet and transport fleet. However, due to the escalation of the situation, both sides had to stop this scout battle. Unexpectedly, it started again this time, and it was more fierce than the previous one. Secret base? Grey DeSasso shook his head after hearing Temple Herman's analysis. We have searched the entire war zone behind the Jelly Galaxy inch by inch, and we haven't found any clues. If there is really such a secret base, we should have detected it when their warships were dispatched. After the initial scout battle, he ordered a strict detection of the entire garrison galaxy and the surrounding galaxies. It can be said that he spent a lot of money to anchor space detection devices in each galaxy. If there is really a secret base, there will definitely be space fluctuations when it is activated and opened. However, before and after this attack, the surrounding galaxies only detected the space fluctuations caused by the warship's jump, and there were no special space fluctuations. In fact, they didn't see with their own eyes that the Sasha invasion fleet evacuated through the wormhole, otherwise they would know that what they detected was not the spatial fluctuations of the warship jump, but a micro-wormhole. Your Majesty, I calculated that the basic resources we lost in this attack can build half of the main fleet. Such a large amount of minerals requires enough industrial fleets to transport, and such a large industrial fleet cannot move freely in our defense zone without being detected, so there must be a base for storage. Even though Grey DeSasso refuted, Temple Herman still insisted on his own opinion. Otherwise, he could not think of any other way to transport such a large amount of mineral resources without anyone noticing. You have to know that even if this batch of mineral resources has been highly compressed, the volume is still very large. Even the flagship cargo ship with the largest cabin needs nearly 10 ships to transport it. Unless someone inside wants to enrich themselves and hide this batch of minerals, it is impossible for New Eden to leave through the Jelly Galaxy as a must-pass place. This New Eden must have a secret base behind them. Looking at Temple Herman, who was determined, Grey DeSasso was also shaken. After all, there was no other explanation except this method. But how can the secret base of New Eden be hidden so deep under our noses? Grey DeSasso asked doubtfully. He was well informed, but he had never heard of such technology. Temple Herman said solemnly, Your Majesty, after all, New Eden is a member of the Justice Order. Even we have received support from a full-strength dreadnought fleet of the Freedom Camp. It is not surprising that they can obtain such a technology from the Angel Civilization. After all, it is the Angel Civilization. Thinking of the Angel Civilization, Grey DeSasso nodded solemnly. After all, this is a super civilization that stands at the top of the universe, like the Demon Civilization, so it is not surprising that it has such a technology. After Grey DeSasso pondered for a moment, he immediately ordered Temple Herman, Go to Lord Burrell Saxon for help. If this is really the technology of the angel civilization, then only their demon civilization can have countermeasures. Yes. By the way, the subsequent transport fleet must be equipped with induction, and a dreadnought team must be on duty 24 hours a day. We cannot allow such losses to occur again. Yes. Temple Herman nodded fiercely. After all, the Beecher Meteor Field is their home ground, and the entire defense zone is the hyperspace jump range of their dreadnoughts. As long as the transport fleet is equipped with induction, the dreadnoughts can jump through hyperspace at any time, which is faster and more powerful than the support of the conventional fleet. This is the only way out. Chapter 168. On the other side, in the Alpha Northern Fortress system, Desazar also sent scouts to carry out harassment and retaliation. And unlike the previous dispatch of a small team of scouts, this time a whole scout brigade came, intending to cause damage to the logistics production of New Eden. This is also the specialty of this Desazar scout brigade, and everyone is looking forward to how much merit they can get in this mission. But unlike others, the captain of the first team looked at the excited new members in silence. This was his third batch of subordinates. You know, half a month ago, he was just a newcomer who had just joined the scout brigade, but after participating in 2 reconnaissance missions in New Eden, he was promoted to the current squad leader. If possible, he would rather not have this squad leader position. It was because the oldest batch of scouts were still dead. He was lucky. He survived twice because of the cover of other teammates. Even so, he escaped the second time only after the battleship was destroyed and the driver's space capsule escaped. So after seeing the anti-reconnaissance capabilities of New Eden, he didn't have much expectation for this mission, but had already held a mentality of dying. So when he saw these new recruits under his command who were drawn from various units to find a way out, he opened his mouth, and then the words came to his mouth and couldn't come out, so he could only sigh. Follow me closely for a while. No one should act without my order, otherwise don't blame me if you die. Don't worry, boss. Understood. Looking at his teammates, who gave such perfunctory answers, he was now extremely troubled. Just as he was about to open his mouth to scold them, he thought about how many people would be left after this time, so he didn't say anything else. He had said everything he should say, and taught everything he should teach. Whether they live or die depends on their luck. With an order, everyone entered the Alpha Star Field through the thick star field barrier through the hyperspace jump on the temporarily anchored acceleration track. After the gorgeous scenery in the jump channel disappeared, the yellow-brown starry sky came into view. This is caused by the plasma storm caused by Sasha's suppression of the control tower. Boss, I can't open the covert action device to enter the subspace. Mine too. Stop arguing, I'll start the jump engine and accelerate in the direction I indicated, ready to jump. Amid the panic of everyone talking, the team leader looked at a fleet that was getting closer and closer in the directional scan, and immediately used the captain's authority to lead all teammates to the deep space point he had prepared in the last 2 missions. After arriving at the designated location, the captain skillfully deleted this location. He knew that facing such a terrible opponent, he would not be given a second chance to use this location. When the warship just landed, he led the fleet to accelerate towards the next location. Sure enough, within 10 seconds of their landing, a small fleet of New Eden caught up with them. During the chase, this scout team of Desazar was getting closer and closer to another star system in the Alpha Star Field. Only when they went to the next star system would they have a chance to breathe. Facing such efficient pursuit from New Eden, and seeing people disconnecting from the fleet channel every minute and every second, the new members of the Desazar scouting team finally understood why the captain was so serious after receiving the mission, so they stopped talking and listened to the captain's command with full concentration. After half an hour of repeated pulling, the team finally seized the opportunity to jump to another galaxy. But before they could be happy, the yellow-brown starry sky and a fleet with spikes in their eyes made their expressions freeze. Looking at the Sasha invasion team in front of him, the captain knew that there was no way to escape, so he gritted his teeth and gave orders to his teammates. Execute Operation Plan Number 1. After receiving the captain's order, the Desazar scouts, who were already full of anger because of being chased, immediately deployed a battle formation and rushed towards the New Eden fleet at various tricky angular speeds. Looking at the various tactical actions of the Desazar scouts in front of him, Chelm Solin's eyes did not stir up any waves, but just whispered a few words. Fancy. At the moment, when the frigates of both sides collided with each other, as the jump scrambler of the Sasha frigate was put on, the originally fancy high-speed movement of the Desazar scout turned into mud like an old ox pulling a cart, and then turned into wreckage under several rounds of energy cannons. Seeing that the teammates could not hold on for even 10 seconds, the others instantly gave up the battle plan and retreated. Before they could ask the team leader what to do next, they saw that the team leader had already jumped away under their cover. This made them curse loudly, but in the face of the curses from his subordinates, the captain directly closed the fleet channel. As long as he brought back the news that there was also a strange plasma storm in this galaxy, he would not be criticized when he returned, and he could even be rewarded. Besides, facing such a terrifying enemy, what's the point of him coming? Wouldn't the final result be to die together? It would be better to sacrifice them to cover his departure. But his expectations ended here. Just as he landed at the warp collapse point, he saw a light interceptor ship quietly waiting for him. As several warp interception interference probes were thrown out to form a huge warp interference force field, the captain of the Desasso scouts was reduced to ashes in the artillery fire of the Sasha invasion team that arrived later. After killing the rat that escaped from her hands twice, Chelm Solon retracted her gaze and turned her attention to a Desasso main fleet that came with the scout brigade. Originally, their purpose was to use this main fleet to attract the attention of New Eden, and then let the scout fleet penetrate into the Alpha Star field in the form of a small team to conduct reconnaissance. However, they did not expect that Chelm Solon only sent a Sasha main fleet to confront them at the beginning, and did not attack them. Instead, he controlled the Sasha invasion fleet to encircle and suppress those scouts everywhere. After all, in the Alpha Star field, especially in the north of her Alpha Star field, there are too many secrets in New Eden, and there is no room for any mistakes. So these scouts must be eliminated first. Looking at the main fleet of Desasso in the starry sky, Chelm Solon smiled, and then he controlled a main fleet of Sasha to march out of the iron wall. Since you are here, don't even think about leaving. With the appearance of the two main fleets of Sasha, the captain of the main fleet of Desasso immediately reported the situation. Grey Desasso didn't care about anything else and directly sent the second, third, and fourth fleets to support. The battle between the two sides was about to break out, and the battle between the camps began from then on. Chapter 169. The movements of the three fleets of the Desasso civilization in the Gioli system were detected by the reconnaissance ship. Chelm Solon estimated that it would take at least 40 minutes for the three fleets to jump from the Gioli system to the northern fortress. However, because Sasha suppressed the control tower and set off a plasma storm, the warship's jump speed would be reduced, so she had only 1 hour to fight. So if she wanted to eat up this Desasso fleet, she only had 1 hour left. Otherwise, if the other three Desasso fleets that came to support, it would be difficult to fight. Then, Chelm Solon controlled the two main fleets of Sasha to launch an attack directly, pulling the attack distance and angular velocity of both sides to the best, using the tactics of calling the shots to concentrate fire. This tactic is beneficial to both sides. After all, they are all energy cannon weapons. When you can deal the most damage, the opponent can also deal the most damage to you, so both sides entered a white-hot stage at the beginning. There was no pre-war firepower test, and the battle was fought with life and death from the beginning. Of course, this was also because the battlefield was in the control area of New Eden. No matter how serious the loss of the warships was, as long as the wreckage of the warships on the battlefield was pulled back to the refinery for refining after the battle, these wreckages could be converted back into basic minerals. Although there would be losses in doing so, as long as the battle was won, it would not be profitable, but at least it would not be a loss. After all, with the current industrial capacity of New Eden, as long as there were resources, a fleet could be raised within a few days, and there was no need to recruit and train pilots, and the warships could be put on the battlefield as soon as they left the factory. This is not the case with Desasso. It is not fighting at home. Although the Free Faction continuously supplies them with warships and supplies, warships are easy to get but pilots are hard to find. Dasso has only 10 fleets on the front line of the Gioli galaxy now. As long as they can consume their pilots, even if they have a huge amount of warship supplies, it is still just a pile of scrap metal. At the beginning of Awakening, whether it was Maud, Hakam Stamai, or Chelm Solon, they all understood the advantages of New Eden, so when facing many tasks, they would choose to do their best to kill the enemy's pilots instead of simply destroying their warships. Therefore, when the Northern Fortress was built, it was necessary to give full play to the advantages of New Eden, fight the most troublesome and torturous tug-of-war with a free camp, turn the entire front line into a meat mill of iron and fire, and then consume the vitality of the Desasso civilization bit by bit in the battle. A sharp knife will only make people afraid, but a blunt knife will hurt the heart even more. Under the attack of the two main fleets of Sasha regardless of casualties, the fleet of Desasso had lost more than 1/3 in less than 10 minutes. Faced with this desperate offensive, they no longer had the arrogant and domineering momentum that they had when they came to provoke. They shrunk from the initial offensive formation to a defensive formation, no longer pursuing killing the enemy, but only hoping that support could arrive quickly. Especially those Witch-class frigates with spikes on their heads made them tremble with fear. These Witch-class frigates were like poisonous snakes wandering in the dark. They kept moving flexibly between the gaps between the warships in the fleet of Desasso, and used jump interference to interfere with them. But as long as one of the warships of Desasso was destroyed, these Witch-class frigates would come around like sharks smelling blood, catch the space capsules that had escaped from the explosion of the warship by chance, and then destroy them mercilessly. How could they not be frightened? Seeing the biomass scattered throughout the wreckage of the space capsule, the Desasso fleet could not help but be enraged. After realizing that they had no hope of waiting for support, they immediately launched a death-like attack on the New Eden fleet, overloading all their weapons, and following New Eden's example, as long as a battleship was destroyed, the secondary guns would also destroy its space capsule. Seeing the space capsules of the New Eden fleet being destroyed, the pilots of the Desasso battleships all showed a look of satisfaction in their eyes, but their expressions were frozen in the dense energy rays. The desperate fighting style of both sides also caused the fleets, which were supposed to be hundreds or thousands of kilometers apart, to move closer to each other in order to more effectively kill the enemy's space capsules. The main guns bombarded the warships, and the secondary guns were used to kill the enemy's space capsules. It was like the two sides were playing a game of killing speed. But the final result was self-evident. Facing the Sasha fleet with an absolute advantage in numbers and firepower, the offensive of the Desasso fleet gradually subsided. 20 minutes later, as the remaining 20 or so Desasso warships rushed into the Sasha fleet and exploded, taking away several severely damaged Sasha warships, the battle ended. So far, the main fleet that was originally used to attract the attention of New Eden and allow the Scout Brigade to conduct reconnaissance missions deep into the hinterland of New Eden was completely wiped out. Although the Desasso fleet was completely wiped out, the Sasha fleet also paid the price of nearly 100 warships, and the battle loss ratio reached 1 minute and 2.5 seconds. This was undoubtedly a disastrous defeat for Sasha, who was superior to the Desasso fleet in terms of warship technology and number. But in terms of the result, it was a great victory, because in this battle, one of the 10 conventional fleets of Desasso was gone. On one hand, the industrial fleet came out of the Iron Wall and cleaned up the battlefield, and on the other hand, the severely damaged warships were put back into the Iron Wall for repair, and a new batch of warships were added to the fleet. She also wanted to fight with the 3 Desasso fleets that came. However, after learning that the rescue fleet had lost contact and was sure that it had been annihilated, Grey Desasso suppressed his anger in his heart. After facing such a tough counterattack from New Eden, he chose to retreat very rationally, which disappointed Shamsolin, who was looking forward to it. After escorting the industrial fleet to clean up the battlefield, the fleet was slowly moved to the Iron Wall for repairs, and then the other 2 fully armed Sasha main fleets were sent out and stationed above the Iron Wall for combat readiness duty to prevent the surprise attack of the Desasso fleet. Under the deliberate propaganda of the 2 major camps, the video of this battle began to spread in the cosmic network in less than half an hour. This short and brutal battle focused the attention of all civilizations in the southern star field on this originally barren alpha star field, and also made New Eden, a force that had just risen for less than half a year, truly enter the vision of most people. It also officially opened the curtain of the Camp War. Chapter 170. Becher Stream Star, Demon Star City. All officials of the demons stationed in the southern star region, and the commanders of the Demon's Third Fleet gathered together to watch the battle between the Desasso fleet and the New Eden fleet. Looking at the destroyed Desasso fleet, the entire conference room was silent. The failure on the front line undoubtedly severely dampened the spirits of other civilizations in the Freedom Camp. While others dared not speak, Burrell Saxon, the highest leader of the demons stationed in the southern war zone, and the commander-in-chief of the Demon's Third Fleet, looked at the projection and smiled, and shook his head. This New Eden is really murderous, ruthless, and vicious. Biller Saxon can see that the performance of the New Eden warships is more advanced than that of Desasso in terms of firepower, defense, and maneuverability. Not to mention any unique tactics, even conventional tactics can crush the Desasso fleet. And now that the 2 sides are fighting like this, he feels that New Eden is letting them win, which is very strange. Moreover, the New Eden was ruthless enough. A fleet like Desasso could not even escape with a single space capsule. You should know that neither side dispatched interceptors in this battle, and there was no range-based jump interference such as jump blocking force field on the battlefield. It can be said that the New Eden had never thought of letting go of the pilots of the Desasso fleet from the beginning of the battle. Commander, do you want to reprimand the Desasso civilization? A combat staff officer stood up and said, and it can be seen that he was very dissatisfied with DeSasso's actions this time. Because this time Gray DeSasso secretly launched such a large-scale operation in advance, which not only disrupted their deployment, but also gained nothing, which made everyone in their staff very dissatisfied. Scold? Biller Saxon looked at the staff in surprise. Why scold? Commander, Gray DeSasso secretly took action in advance and returned in a disastrous defeat. How can we not scold him? Because of Gray DeSasso, their subsequent actions also lost the suddenness. Not only did the front battlefield situation in the Alpha Star field fail to open up, but now other battlefields have lost the opportunity for surprise attacks. The whole plan can be said to be in vain, and all the efforts during this period of time have been in vain. Biller Saxon looked at the staff, pointed to the officers of the Demon Third Fleet, and said, "Ask them how the DeSasso fleet performed in this battle." Without waiting for the staff to speak, one of the fleet commanders replied, "Facing an enemy with absolute superiority, the DeSasso fleet was able to fight to the death, and their courage is commendable." The fleet commander gave his own evaluation very objectively. Burrell Saxon glanced at the staff officer and said calmly, "Gray DeSasso's fleet can fight to the death in front of everyone, without losing face, that's enough." Then he narrowed his eyes, and glanced at everyone under his command, and said in a deep voice, "There are too many variables in war, so it will never develop according to your plan. Any sophisticated plan will have mistakes, but absolute strength will not." He turned around and looked at the huge star map behind him, and punched one of the places hard. "Inform everyone that the plan remains unchanged. We will launch an attack on the Beta star field in 2 days, and strive to occupy it in the shortest possible time, and build a forward fortress." "Yes." Everyone stood up and said yes. On the other side, in the Omega star field, as the war between New Eden and DeSasso broke out, the Omega Federation held a meeting. Barley looked at everyone and said with a serious face, "New Eden and DeSasso have gone to war, and the direct battle between the Justice Order and the Freedom Camp will not be too far away. It's time to consider our future." Barley's words were very straightforward, that is, which side to join in the future camp war. After the outbreak of this camp war, as the war progresses, their Omega star field will lose its original function and the most critical smuggling trade channel. So they can no longer remain neutral, they must invest in one of the parties. If the bet wins, the Omega Federation will go further, and if the bet loses, everything will end and fall into the abyss. As for not participating in the war between the two sides, and taking the current belongings away from this stormy place, Barley did not mention it because it was unnecessary. Because it is impossible for them to leave. After all, after tasting the taste of holding power, no one wants to return to the kind of life of relying on others and being helpless. What about the Freedom Camp? The Freedom Camp is currently stationed at the border of the Omega Star region. Its fleet is larger than the coalition forces of the Justice Order. And with the style of the Freedom Camp, if we take the initiative to surrender now, we can get a very generous reward. I think the Justice Order is better. After all, in the previous battles between camps, the Angel civilization has always suppressed the Demon civilization, and this time may be the same. I don't want to be caught in the Inquisition after the battle between the camps, and be sentenced as a heretic and be cut into pieces. Everyone gave their opinions without considering that they were secretly protected by the two major camps behind them to form the current Omega Union. Now they just want to sell the Omega Star Field for a good price. As for defending the Omega Star Field, that's simply nonsense. Although the 5 major forces of the Omega Union, each force has 3 major fleets, and they are well equipped, and their combat effectiveness is very strong. But they knew their own business. After Mu Union, the sole figure, left, the Omega Union's combined fleet strength could be said to have dropped by half, and they might not be able to defeat opponents with equal strength. It is not easy to command a combined fleet of 15 fleets from different factions. Even Barley, the chairman of the Omega Union, could only command 3 fleets under his command. The other fleets probably only followed orders, but not announcements. Wanting them to take the initiative to fight a tough battle is simply a dream. Why didn't Mu Union, an outsider, have such a high position in the Omega Union, and why was Barry able to take this position? It's because Mu Union can command the joint fleet. Otherwise, how could Mu Union, a half-angel, get such a high position? While everyone was arguing, Barry slapped the table and said, "Since no one can reach a unified opinion, let me put forward my suggestion first. That is, first expel all other forces in the Omega Star Field, and firmly control the Omega Star Field in our own hands. Wait until the war situation of the two camps is resolved before choosing which force to join. Using the excuse of clearing out other forces in Omega, first observe the war situation of the two camps, and then join the side that is about to win. One is not perfect, but it will not give the two camps an excuse. It is much safer than joining one of them directly. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. 2 hours later, an expulsion order was sent to every corner of the Omega Star field, which also made a bored guy eyes light up. Chapter 171. In the Jolly Galaxy, after one of DeSasso's fleets was destroyed by Sasha, Gray DeSasso stayed in the combat command room without leaving. The battle holographic video was played over and over again, and Gray DeSasso's eyes were full of anger. The people below stood with their heads down and trembling, not daring to look up. The 10th fleet was completely wiped out, no one was captured, and no one was able to evacuate. It really deserves to be New Eden. Gray DeSasso watched the warships in the projection being destroyed, and the space capsules of the DeSasso fleet stranded on the battlefield were destroyed one by the Sasha fleet. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and the anger in his heart was overflowing. This New Eden's behavior has broken the rules of war between civilizations. Killing the space capsules without resistance after the battle is undoubtedly leading the war to a dead end. You must know that in today's civilization wars, it can be said that the number of pilots is the standard for measuring a civilization's interstellar strength, rather than the number of reserve warships. After all, as long as you have money and resources, you can always get a warship, but it is not the same for a pilot. A qualified pilot not only needs talent, but also needs a long period of training. Take the DeSasso civilization as an example. The entire DeSasso civilization has a population of 360 million, but in so many years of selection, only 10,000 pilots have been selected, and only half of them can drive warships, and the other half can only drive ordinary industrial ships. Therefore, due to the number of pilots, DeSasso currently only has 20 regular fleets, 1 dreadnought fleet, and several special fleets. The entire civilization can deploy no more than 6,000 warships at the same time. But with these warships, DeSasso civilization has become a top-tier civilization. This shows the importance of pilots for a civilization. Because of the special nature of the pilots, in previous wars, when faced with space capsules without combat power, both sides of the war would tacitly place the captured prisoners of war instead of killing them at will. After all, if you dare to kill, the other side will also kill, and the result will be a lose-lose situation. And wouldn't it be better to keep these prisoners of war, and let the other side spend huge resources to redeem them after the war? At worst, these prisoners of war can be sold to war merchants. The price of such high-level slaves is not low, generally 2 to 5 times the price of the warships they drive. Therefore, even if the angel civilization and the demon civilization have been fighting for dozens or hundreds of years, they will not abuse or kill each other's prisoners of war without reason. The most basic thing is to imprison them indefinitely, and the most serious thing is to sell these prisoners of war as slaves to the lower civilizations. So when New Eden saw this, it was undoubtedly a humiliation to the DeSasso civilization in front of them. This was a fight to the death. Moreover, after this incident, if prisoners of war were captured in New Eden, they would not have a good life. Project this war to the public network of the universe, stir up public opinion, and let others see what this justice order of doing good and justice is like. Yes! Order all fleets to prepare for battle, with the 1st and 2nd fleets as the vanguard, and other fleets in batches of 2 fleets, entering the Alpha Starfield battlefield every half an hour, and the Dreadnought fleet also keeps the jump engine charged, ready for hyperspace jump at any time. This time, we will take revenge in the name of the DeSasso civilization. I want to see what those hypocrites of the Justice Order will do. Gray DeSasso gave the order with a gloomy face. He didn't want to use the Dreadnought fleet so early. After all, if it was used at the beginning of the war, it would cause a crisis to the public opinion of the Free Camp, and it would also make the Justice Order invest more resources in Alpha in a short period of time, which would make the future wars faced by DeSasso more difficult. But this time, New Eden's actions undoubtedly gave him the opportunity to dispatch a large army, and this time it was a revenge action carried out in the name of revenge for his own civilization, rather than a war carried out by the Free Camp, which transformed the war from a war between 2 major camps into a war between 2 civilizations. The scale of the war will be reduced, but it will also be more cruel, because this is a war of civilizations that will never end. So after learning that Gray DeSasso had announced the evil deeds of New Eden to the entire universe, and announced a crusade, Burrell Saxon, the commander of the Southern Theater of the Free Camp, was very supportive, and announced that in order to punish New Eden's evil behavior, he would support 2 standard main battleships of the DeSasso civilization and strongly condemn the Justice Order for such behavior. Because of this incident, the Justice Order of the Southern War Zone was put on the spot. This scandal was undoubtedly unacceptable to the Angel civilization. Therefore, after the incident was exposed, the commander of the Angel Fifth Fleet, Viber Elena, who was also the commander of the Southern War Zone, immediately released relevant news and announced that New Eden would be questioned about this matter. So Sherman, who was eating hot pot and brushing the star belt far away in the Alpha space station, received Wang Yan's emergency communication. He heard her anxious question as soon as he received the call. Sherman, is what's happening online true? What's happening? Sherman felt a little confused and scratched his head. He also went online from his hometown. After all, after visiting a website in this world, he had nightmares for several days and never looked at it again. It can only be said that different races have different worldviews, which is a flaw. He is not interested in any major news. After all, there are too many and too complicated news in this world. It is more accurate and convenient for Aura to analyze the information on the internet and summarize it for him. Moreover, he is just a ruthless stamping machine. There is Aura for strategic planning, and 3 pirate intelligent life forms for war, but he is just a nobody. 3 hours ago, did you start a war with Desasso? Yes, a main fleet and scout brigade of Desasso entered our defense zone, and we annihilated them after the warning was ineffective. Sherman knew about it when the battle started, and he also participated in the entire battle through Chelm Solin's first-person perspective. How could he not know? It's true that we destroyed them, but why did you destroy the space capsule that had already given up resistance? Wang Yan couldn't help but get angry when she heard Sherman's smug words. She had made every effort to ensure that New Eden joined the Order of Justice, and they were even considered her people. It was not a good thing for her to suddenly cause such a big incident. After hearing Wang Yan's words, Sherman immediately refuted. Your Highness, I didn't mean to kill them. Without waiting for Wang Yan to speak, Sherman continued to say with grievance. In this battle, most of these Desasso pilots died with the warships, and few were able to successfully escape from the explosion of the warships. And we don't have an interceptor ship, so in order to capture these space capsules, we could only use frigates, but during our capture, there were warships with attack capabilities that attacked our frigates, so we had to kill them this time. This is a battle anyway, who cares so much? Wang Yan was so angry that she clenched her fists at Sherman, who looked aggrieved. This guy is taking advantage of others and still acting like a spoiled child. Then look at this, how are you going to explain it? Then she projected a holographic projection, which showed the scene of Chelm Solin controlling the Sasha frigate to hunt down the space capsules on the battlefield after the battle. It was very cruel. Looking at the projection, Sherman's face did not blush, and he looked at Wang Yan sincerely and said, these Desasso pilots did not want to be prisoners, so they all activated the self-destruction program. My men saw that these Desasso warriors were so stubborn, and they destroyed them for the sake of military merit, which was also a help to them. Wang Yan raised her hand and pointed at Sherman, who was talking nonsense, and was speechless for a long time. After a while, she sighed and said, to be honest, if the entire angel civilization did not regard you New Eden as a force I invested in, I really would not care about your life or death. It's all the same, we just take what we need. Sherman changed his nonsense look and put on a gentle smile. He always regarded joining the Justice Order as a transaction. New Eden saved the Angel's princess in exchange for the opportunity to join the Justice Order, and exchanged resources for guarding the entire Alpha Star region defense line alone. The transaction was fair. So he never thought that New Eden lacked the Justice Order. But you are too bold this time. Even if you want to do these things, you can't do it so openly, Wang Yan said with a headache. Which civilization has not done such things? It's just that they are all done in private, and they won't be too excessive, let alone put them on the table so nakedly to give the other party evidence. The battle has been won, why not just capture these prisoners and lock them up? Does your New Eden still need supplies for these dozens of people? Sherman just smiled and said nothing until Wang Yan said helplessly, besides, you have been crying poor to me, asking for resources with all kinds of excuses. If you can capture these dozens of pilots this time, even if you sell them to war profiteers, you will earn a lot of resources. War profiteers? In exchange for resources? Sherman asked in disbelief. Forget him for being a country bumpkin, he really didn't know there was such a thing. Yes. Wang Yan nodded at Sherman, who looked surprised. The warship pilots are the favorite commodities of the war profiteers. If you capture those dozens of Desasso pilots, the resources you get in exchange should at least be enough to build a standard main battleship. War profiteers are a group of businessmen active in various interstellar battlefields, and most of them are from neutral civilizations. They are usually speculators, who buy spoils at low prices on the front line and resell them. In addition, many times, the prisoners of war on both sides can only return to their own civilizations through them, so they are also a special group. Therefore, the civilizations of all parties do not hate these war profiteers, but they do not have a good impression of them. After all, they do not participate in the war, but can only be said to be one of the beneficiaries of the war. And Sherman only has the resources of that fleet in his mind now, which makes him a little dizzy, and he is even more angry at himself for not knowing this news earlier. Isn't this more valuable than those warship wreckages? In fact, it is also because the war between the two sides was too hasty, and because New Eden blocked the entire Alpha Star region. Even Wang Yan, the princess, had to apply to enter the Alpha Star region, not to mention these speculators. Therefore, if those war profiteers want to enter the war zone front, they can only take a detour through the Beecher Meteor region, and they are still on their way. Seeing Sherman with a strange expression, Wang Yan realized that New Eden didn't know the rules at all, and didn't know that the most valuable thing in the war was actually the pilot. After receiving the document from Vibra Lena, Wang Yan slapped her head and said to Sherman, "Thanks to you, I have to come back to condemn you." It turned out that Vibra Lena considered that New Eden was the power invested by Wang Yan, the third heir of the angel, so she gave the matter to her and let her handle it herself, which forced Wang Yan, who was already on her way back, to return to New Eden. Sherman just smiled and said nothing. Then Wang Yan stopped talking and said to Sherman seriously before getting into the space capsule and heading to Alpha Star region, "Now, because of your incident, not only the civilizations in the Southern Star region are paying attention to it, but even other regions are paying attention to it. Now the Desasso civilization has issued a revenge speech. Because of public opinion factors, the Justice Order cannot directly participate in this war, so you will have to face the Desasso fleet alone next. Of course, what I can guarantee for your war this time is that apart from the Desasso civilization, no other civilization will directly participate. The Desasso civilization can only get supplies and warships at most. As for you, the supplies will be delivered to you. You must not make such mistakes again in the next war. The implication is that it is okay to come secretly and not be discovered, but you must not come openly again." After knowing the value of this prisoner of war, Sherman also nodded solemnly. He will not make such mistakes again in the future. These are all mobile resources. After hanging up the communication, Sherman continued to control the warship to brush the star belt, and said without turning his head, "Aura, you know what to do?" As soon as the voice fell, a data stream gathered behind Sherman, and Aura bowed his head and said yes. For New Eden, war is not just killing, but just a way to obtain resources. At this time, Chelm Solon in the Northern Fortress sent an urgent intelligence. "Commander, in addition to leaving 3 conventional main fleets to defend the Gilly Galaxy, the other 6 main fleets of the Desasso civilization have already gone to the northern front of the Alpha Star field, and its 2 dreadnought fleets are ready outside its space station." Chapter 172. 6 main fleets? Sherman was a little surprised. Does the Desasso civilization not intend to live? It just took out all its resources. This is a matter of life and death for the 2 civilizations. How can it be a decisive battle in the first battle? Although New Eden is not afraid of this kind of war, and even desires it, Sherman can't help but worry. Chelm Solon, how is the current combat readiness of the Sasha fleet? Ants can still bite elephants to death. Due to restrictions, the Sasha fleet can only dispatch 4 main fleets at the same time. It does not have an advantage in terms of numbers. In absolute numbers, no matter how powerful the Sasha warships are, they will be destroyed by superior firepower. Moreover, the war preparation is still a big problem. The Desasso civilization has the free faction behind it to supplement the war preparation and supplies, but New Eden can only rely on itself. Even if New Eden's industrial capacity is amazing, it is still limited by the number of resources, so war preparation is a big problem. Reply to the commander, in addition to the 4 fleets on duty, the main fleet of Sansha currently has 6 fleets of warships in the Northern Fortress, which can be supplemented and added to the battlefield at any time. It is not a problem to face the conventional fleet of Desasso. Chelm Solon said confidently. Why did Maud say that the Stoneman favored Chelm Solon, the only woman in New Eden? Because of the warship reserves. After the defense zones were divided, Chelm Solon's Sasha fleet was like a daughter, and received the resources of the entire New Eden. Not only did the conventional fleet reserves reach a full 8 fleets in less than a month, but they also gritted their teeth and built these 10 Soul Returner super carriers. Even the Sasha Suppression Control Tower, which required huge resources, was built in every star system in the constellation where the entire Northern Fortress was located, forming a complete defense chain. That's not all. Even now that the New Eden base camp is still an ordinary iron wall, Sherman is ordering Aura to accumulate resources to build a star city in the northern fortress. It can be said that after Chelm Solon came out, 80% of the resources of the entire New Eden were in his hands. How could Maud, who has been guarding the Black Flag Galaxy, not feel sad? And now, the results of Sherman's strong support for the Sasha fleet are about to be tested. He also believes that Chelm Solon will definitely not let him down. Sherman no longer said anything about the upcoming battle. All he could do now was to believe that Chelm Solon could win the battle. There was no other way. After all, he was just a salted fish who could only play games in his room. He didn't understand diplomacy, let alone war. If he went out to intervene, he could only point fingers. Ignorance is not terrible. What is terrible is that knowing that you are ignorant, you still intervene forcibly. This is dangerous and fatal. Let professionals do professional things. This is the truth that Sherman understood after crossing over. By the way, if you are sure this war, take more prisoners. These can be exchanged for resources. Looking at the murderous Chelm Solon, Sherman couldn't help but remind him. After all, although the last battle had good results, it still brought some troubles to New Eden. The most important thing is that after learning the value of the battleship pilot prisoner, he felt very distressed every time he thought of the dozens of Desasso pilots, who were killed by Chelm Solon without hesitation after the battle. That's enough resources to exchange for a fleet. Yes. Although Chelm Solon prefers to kill the pilots of the Desasso directly instead of taking them as prisoners, since the commander has given the order, she still has to follow it. It must be said that after waking up and coming to reality, Chelm Solon still has the character of Sasha in the game, very bloodthirsty. Seeing Chelm Solon's reluctance, Sherman said with a squinting eye, in addition to keeping a part of the resources exchanged for these prisoners as reserves, the rest will be used to build the Soul Returner, so you decide for yourself. Hearing this, Chelm Solon's eyes lit up, and then he nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and said viciously, "Commander, I will definitely capture all these Desasso pilots and sell them for a good price." At present, because she does not have enough flagships, the main fleet of Sasha is trapped in the northern fortress and dare not take the initiative to attack, for fear of being ridden by the two dreadnought fleets. It can only rely on the shadow cavalry in the fortress and the anti-guidance ability of the Sasha suppression control tower to counterattack, so even the invasion of Sasha can only be carried out on a small scale, looking for small targets to attack. Once her Sasha flagship fleet is successfully formed, it will be time for her to counterattack. Looking at the excited Chelm Solon, Sherman couldn't help but remind him, these prisoners must also be carried out under the condition of ensuring the war, and no accidents can happen because of this matter. He didn't want to have concerns about these prisoners, and let the war have accidents. If these prisoners really affect the progress of the war, then why not be cruel? Don't worry, Commander, I know what I'm doing. Chelm Solon patted her chest with a serious expression. As a war-oriented intelligent life, she would not make such a low-level mistake. Seeing Chelm Solon's assurance, Sherman nodded, and then asked Aura behind him, "Aura, how long will it take for the Soul Revenant to be off the production line?" The Soul Revenant supercarrier, which is still on the production line, is the only active anti-flagship combat force in New Eden at present, and is also an important means to face the Dreadnought fleet. Therefore, facing the two Dreadnought fleets of Desasso that are ready to move, he can't help but care. "Commander, I'm already catching up now, because the war has started earlier. It will take another 28 hours for the Soul Revenant supercarrier to roll off the production line," Ola replied quickly. It was obvious that he was very concerned about the 10 Soul Revenant supercarriers. He then continued, "Commander, because Desasso suddenly put two Dreadnought fleets on the front line, I have specially used all the remaining resources in New Eden to build Shadow Cavalry carrier-based aircraft. We now have 120 sets of Shadow Cavalry carrier-based aircraft." Hearing this, Sherman nodded. The number of Soul Revenant supercarriers was still too small compared to Desasso's Dreadnought fleet, so the powerful Shadow Cavalry was also used as a means of active counterattack and could not be delayed. Chapter 173. Chelm Solon, can you withstand the attack of Desasso for 28 hours? After all, Desasso not only has a regular fleet, but also two Dreadnought fleets. The pressure faced by Chelm Solon is too great. Don't worry, I can absolutely crush the regular fleet of Desasso. Even if the opponent's Dreadnought fleet enters the battlefield, I can evacuate at any time. There are also a large number of standing Shadow Cavalry in the northern fortress. Although it is unlikely to actively attack the Dreadnought fleet, there is no problem in defense. With the advantage of home court, although the opponent's apparent strength is stronger, she is still confident. That's fine. Sherman nodded. As long as these 10 soul returners are off the production line, it will be easy to deal with these 2 dreadnought fleets. Then he asked Chelmsolin, do you have any other requests? Hearing this, Chelmsolin's face turned slightly red, and he said embarrassedly, Commander, I can apply for some heavy interceptors, otherwise those prisoners of war will not be easy to capture. The current Sasha fleet is either a main fleet composed of battleships to deal with the front battlefield, or an invasion fleet that performs harassment and defense missions. So the entire Sasha fleet does not have an interceptor. Without an interceptor that can interfere with the war on a large scale, if you want to capture prisoners of war, you can only use frigates to actively interfere with the jump. This method is inefficient and wastes power, and it will also cause danger to these frigates. Therefore, if you want to capture as many prisoners as possible, you still need the help of interceptors. Moreover, the help of interceptors on the front battlefield is also very obvious. Whether it is blocking or interfering with the enemy fleet, it is very good, so Chelmsolin now wants interceptors very much. That's easy. I will ask Maud to transfer some heavy interceptors of the Mastiff class to the northern battlefield in a while. Faced with such a trivial request, Sherman waved his hand and made a decision immediately. In short, although the Omega Federation has greatly changed its attitude towards New Eden because of Mu Union's matter, it is still stable in the Omega Star region, and it doesn't matter if some heavy interceptors of the Mastiff class are transferred there. But he didn't expect that as soon as Sherman issued the order, Maud called him immediately. When Sherman answered the call, he saw Maud's face was full of sadness. Commander, the guys from the Omega Union are now conducting exploratory reconnaissance of the galaxies around the Black Flag Galaxy. At present, my heavy interceptor class is not enough, and it is really impossible to withdraw them while maintaining the current defense. Sherman looked at the burly man with a wronged expression like a young wife, and couldn't help but shudder. Stop looking at me like that. We are at war. Be serious. Maud also immediately retracted his aggrieved look, but his eyes were still aggrieved. He said eagerly, Commander, the current Maud's heavy interceptors and reserves are only 30. This patrol team needs at least 10, and in order to scout all parties, at least 10 are needed to blockade the star systems. The remaining 10 are still in combat readiness. We really can't withdraw any extra ones. It's no wonder that Maud is so aggrieved. This heavy interceptor is a special warship, and the combat style of Maud's regiment is long-range kite flow, so the demand for heavy interceptors is not high. In addition, the manufacturing cost of this heavy interceptor is high, so there are not many in stock. It is really difficult for him to withdraw it under the current circumstances. What's more, Maud glanced at Chelmsolin and said unhappily, besides, this Mastiff-class heavy interceptor focuses on the missile warship of the Maud's regiment, and is also built to cooperate with the tactics of the Maud's regiment. This does not match the combat style of the Sasha fleet. What's more, you Sasha have your own heavy interceptors, so why do you want to withdraw them from my Maud's regiment? Chelmsolin looked back at Maud, and Maud's eyes began to wander, and he subconsciously turned his eyes to other places. Do you really want to withdraw your Maud's heavy interceptor? Chelmsolin said calmly, do you think I would be interested in the fragile body and weak firepower of the Mastiff class? Faced with Chelmsolin's words, Maud subconsciously wanted to refute, but when he thought of the terrifying heavy interceptor in Sasha technology, he couldn't help but lower his head. There was no other reason. Chelmsolin was right. Compared with Sasha's heavy interceptor, his Mastiff class was indeed a bit inferior. Listening to the two, Sherman also reacted instantly. This Sasha does have a heavy interceptor, and it is the most expensive heavy interceptor in the game. And he has unlocked all of Sasha's warships, but why is there no news about this ship? Then he turned to look at Aura and Chelmsolin and asked in confusion, where is my demon class? The demon class is the epitome of extreme mobility, extreme firepower, and extreme firepower among the heavy interceptors in New Eden. It not only has a defense that far exceeds other heavy interceptors, but also inherits Sasha's fine traditions. It has a unique advantage in afterburners. In extreme cases, it can even compete with frigates in speed, which is very outrageous. Not only that, the Demon class is far superior to similar warships in terms of fire control system, and its laser weapons are even more terrifying than the conventional attacks of some battleships. It is precisely because of the bug-like ability of the Demon class that it has excellent capabilities in both PvP and PvE, so it is deeply loved by players. Of course, facing the fleet with numerical advantages and a well-organized system, no matter how strong the Demon class is, it has to kneel down, so every day there is no shortage of god-equipped demons who want to be unparalleled falling into the Star Sea and becoming a joke for the spectators. In response to Sherman's question, Aura and Chelm Solon looked at each other and gave each other crazy eyes. Then Aura retreated under Chelm Solon's big eyes and explained, "This special edition battleship is a special reward and can only be unlocked through special channels. When unlocking Sasha, in order to strengthen the anti-flagship means, Shadow technology was chosen, and this special edition battleship was not unlocked. So if you want to unlock it, you need the commander to complete the corresponding task." Sherman couldn't help but tremble and pointed at the two people with their heads down, his face flushed. "Swindler? This is not cheating." Chapter 174. Fortunately, Sherman was used to the pitfalls of this golden finger, and his heart soon calmed down. Then he looked at the two people unhappily. "Tell me, what tasks are needed to unlock this demon level?" Seeing Sherman regain his composure, Aura also put on a flattering smile on his face, and said very attentively, "Commander, it's very simple, you just need to participate in the Sasha invasion event once." "Sasha invasion?" Sherman nodded upon hearing this. "This is indeed quite simple. The Sasha invasion in this game is similar to Chelm Solon's current Sasha invasion plan. The Sasha invasion fleet arrives at a random constellation in New Eden through a wormhole to invade and occupy it. This will cause the bounty coefficient and transition speed of the invaded galaxy to decrease. More importantly, there will be anti-induction, which has a great impact on the player's production activities. Moreover, fighting against the Sasha invasion can also gain loyalty points from the Unified Cooperation Department. These loyalty points can not only be exchanged for blueprints of various flagship equipment, but also for expensive +6 brain plugs. The loyalty points of the Unified Cooperation Department are worth a lot of money. As a result, a group of organizations that specialize in playing the Sasha invasion dungeon in high security emerged. These organizations are relatively loose and generally do not care about your background. As long as you go, they will accept you, provided that you dare to drive a divine ship and declare war to play. And recently, the Source Realm where his legion is located has also seen a Sasha invasion, and they are still organizing it. Even Delk Ellis and Dar Blood Kratos drove the Conqueror to join in the fun, but he did not go because he was playing the Star Belt. If he really wants to go, he can go anytime. However, according to their current progress, it will take at least 2 to 3 days to finish the battle, and the Desasso fleet will not wait for him that long. How long will it take for the Desasso fleet to enter the Alpha Starfield? Commander, because of the Sasha Suppression Control Tower, it will take at least 3 hours for the Desasso fleet to enter. Chelm Solon quickly replied that the plasma storm caused by the Sasha Suppression Control Tower can have a great impact on the space in the galaxy, and can affect the jump speed of non-friendly warships. What's more, the Desasso fleet has to pass through the thick starfield barrier to reach the Alpha Starfield. It's only 3 hours. Even if Sherman completes the task now, it's too late. And it's only 3 hours. Even if the Demon class is unlocked now, there's no time to manufacture it. So it's too late to cram now, and we need to transfer the Mastiff class Heavy Interceptor of the Mod's core to fill it up. Mod, first transfer all 10 ships in reserve of the Mod's core to the North Fortress. Then Sherman turned his head and continued to say to Aura, "Aura, let Harkam Stamai in the Western Fortress suspend the construction of the main fleet, and first use the resources in hand to manufacture 20 Mastiff-class ships and deliver them to the Mod's core in the Black Flag Galaxy. Currently Mod's core has no access to inherited mineral resources under the blockade of the Omega Union. Now the controlled area is only the Ice Belt, so Mod's core must be replenished first. This is also the reason why Mod reacted so strongly to the withdrawal of his few remaining Mastiff class. He really has no other resources to manufacture, and other resources must be focused on supplying the Northern Front, so Mod's core can't give much." So after hearing Sherman's arrangement, Mod no longer had any objections, but smiled. Only Hakam Stamai was sad. As for the withdrawal of Hakam Stamai's resources, Sherman also thought carefully. After all, now that Aura led the guards to clear out the remaining pirates of the Bloody Constellation, they obtained a considerable amount of resources, and Hakam Stamai not only restored the original fleet organization with these resources, but also built a second fleet. Because after the Bloody Constellation was recovered, the Betelgeuse Federation has taken over the defense of the Bloody Constellation from New Eden. Now Hakam Stamai's fleet has no combat missions, so temporarily withdrawing some resources will not have much impact. As for unlocking the Demon class, Sherman sat on the sofa carelessly, but after Aura handed him a bottle of Cool Fay, he said unhappily, "Tell me, how many ISK do you need to unlock this Demon class?" For so long, Sherman has also understood his golden finger very well. In addition to the rigid requirements for unlocking the system of ships, other individual technologies can be unlocked through ISK. It's really a money grubber. As expected, after hearing this, Aura showed an awkward smile to Sherman, then stretched out 2 fingers and said, "Not much, just 200 billion, only 200 billion is needed to unlock Sasha's special edition battleship." "You're a money grubber." Sherman rolled his eyes at Aura, and then logged into the game. Luckily, the 10 super aircraft carriers he had been manufacturing for nearly a month were finally offline. Now, because of the decline in manufacturing, the market price of these super aircraft carriers has risen, and the demand has also increased, so the price of 200 billion is still quite easy. Directly hang the 2 super aircraft carriers to Dark Blood Kratos, and get 400 billion ISK from him. This guy has many connections, so it is quite easy to deal with this batch of super aircraft carriers. Now these fully equipped super aircraft carriers have reached more than 200 billion with the soaring prices, so Dark Blood Kratos still has to make money again. Therefore, Dark Blood Kratos was not afraid of Sherman's selling of super aircraft carriers and accepted them all. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Dark Blood Kratos, Sherman could not wait to enter the exclusive mall and searched for the technology of Sasha's special edition battleship in the search bar and unlocked it. Congratulations to the commander for unlocking the Sasha special edition battleship technology gift pack, which has unlocked the Demon-class Heavy Interceptor and the Imp-class Interceptor. Looking at the Imp-class Interceptor that was unlocked, Sherman nodded, and it was worth it. This Imp-class is similar to the Demon-class, and is also the leader among the same type of warships, representing the ultimate firepower and ultimate mobility. Most importantly, this interceptor can also ignore the range-type jump interference brought by the interceptor, and is a better scout than the frigate. With this Imp-class interceptor, the infiltration mission behind enemy lines will be much easier. Aura, I have unlocked the Demon-class and Imp-class. It's up to you next. The required resources can be transferred from the Western Fortress. I hope to see the figures of these 2 warships in the Northern War in the shortest time. Yes. Looking at Chelm Solon with a smile on his face, Maud suddenly felt that the 20 Mastiff-class warships he was about to get were not so attractive. Chapter 175. On the other side, Grey DeSasso's Vanguard fleet finally passed through the thick star field barrier and entered the Alpha Star field. This time, Temple Herman, the commander-in-chief, who has made great contributions to the DeSasso civilization, will personally command. After all, this battle can be said to have exhausted the combat power of DeSasso, and there is no room for carelessness. Grey DeSasso also gave Temple Herman the right to make decisions on the battlefield. It can be said that the entire future of DeSasso's civilization now depends on him. Although Temple Herman would never see any other outcome for this battle, after all, he was leading 6 fleets, and there were 2 dreadnought fleets behind him to provide support at any time, and the current strength of New Eden could not stop him. He was just worried that the hypocrites of justice execution would not abide by the rules, and secretly send fleets, or even dreadnought fleets, to support them. This was unacceptable to them, who had put most of their belongings on the line. He also told Grey DeSasso about this concern. Although Grey DeSasso vowed that Justice Order would not support New Eden, and even support for war supplies would not be obtained, he still had concerns. But under Grey DeSasso's urging, he still came with his fleet. As soon as he entered the Alpha Star field, he saw the yellow-brown starry sky, which made him frown. Is this the plasma storm caused by New Eden using unknown technology? In the various previous tests, it was because of this plasma storm that their scouts suffered a lot, and even a main fleet was lost. So Temple Herman was very afraid of this plasma storm. The entire army is in a defensive formation. All scouts are dispersed to monitor the movements of the New Eden fleet. Engineers, analyze what this damn plasma storm is. Use the right method to win. Since he has an absolute advantage in force, Temple Herman did not rush to attack New Eden. Instead, he asked the engineers he brought with him to analyze the plasma storm that filled the entire galaxy. He wanted to suppress New Eden step by step. It turned out that he had secretly set engineers to study the plasma storm, but without exception, they lost contact within half an hour of entering the defense zone of New Eden, so they only knew that the plasma storm had the ability to counter-stealth and hinder the warship's jump speed, and nothing else. Just as he had just ordered the analysis of the plasma storm, Chelm Solon's fleet, which had been prepared, rushed straight towards it. The scouts of DeSasso had just arrived at the observation point of the northern fortress of New Eden, and before the jump state ended, they saw the fleet of New Eden start the jump engine in a mighty manner and jump towards the direction of their main fleet. Then he quickly reported to the command center, reporting to the headquarters, "This is Flow 3, Our ship has detected that the main fleet of New Eden is jumping towards our fleet, and the fleet size is 4 full fleets. Continue to investigate. Yes. As soon as the scout finished speaking, he saw several frigates with several hideous spikes on their heads rushing towards him not far from his warship, and then the warship was destroyed in a dozen dazzling laser beams. Because the laser did not penetrate the cockpit, his space capsule survived, but he was not happy at all, because he was captured by these ferocious frigates just after he ejected from the wreckage of the warship. And with the lessons learned from his comrades in the past, he closed his eyes and prepared to accept the end of his life. But to his surprise, these warships did not choose to destroy his space capsule on the spot, but instead stuffed his space capsule into the cabin after controlling him, which made him even more desperate. With the style of New Eden in recent times, they have never let go of a prisoner in battle. They always kill him on the spot. They captured him to prevent him from dying easily. Are they planning to torture him? Just when he was thinking about whether to commit suicide, these Witch-class frigates didn't care so much. After capturing him in the ship's hold, they took him back to the base. At that time, the Marines of Dorit would naturally come to receive the prisoners. He also became the first prisoner captured after the emergence of New Eden. It is not known whether it is unfortunate or lucky. At the same time, DeSasso's scouts were also attacked fiercely by the invading fleet of Sasha. In just 5 minutes, all the scouts that Temple Herman had sent out lost contact, which made Temple Herman very scheming. He finally witnessed the brutal anti-scout ability of New Eden. He didn't have time to think about it. He saw that the main fleet of New Eden had jumped from deep space, and its jump collapse point was less than 3,000 kilometers away from them. Everyone listened to the order, turn on the active resistance equipment, start the propulsion device, preheat the weapons, lock the target, and attack immediately. Temple Herman looked at the fleet of New Eden and immediately issued an order. The two sides were enemies, and were extremely jealous of each other. Then various energy rays and missiles covered the entire starry sky in just a few seconds. Chelm Solon did not fight with his life like last time, but adopted a relatively conservative tactic. The 4 Sasha fleets surrounded the 2 fleets of DeSasso tightly, using their speed and maneuverability to keep them at the best attack distance for fleet attack, and maintaining an angular velocity that was conducive to attack. The Mastiff-class heavy interceptor that was urgently transferred from the Morticore did not rush directly into the enemy fleet, but wandered outside the battlefield like a venomous snake. This was very different from the previous tactics of directly rushing into the enemy fleet and using the position to divide the fleet. And because the range of the Nightmare-class laser launcher was nearly 50% farther than that of the DeSasso warship, the battle loss ratio of both sides was tilted in the face of the kite-like tactics of New Eden at the beginning of the battle. They couldn't hit the target, and even if the 2 fleets concentrated their attacks on one of the warships, it would have little effect. The laser beam consumed a lot of energy before hitting the target, which made the attack very weak. However, the attack of New Eden was fast and fierce, and each attack would cause several of its own warships to fall into the Star Sea. This was an asymmetrical battle. According to the current losses, when the second fleet arrives in half an hour, there will probably be only one of the 2 fleets left. Then, Temple Herman clenched his fists and ordered, "All light and heavy interceptors are ready to jump. The target is the New Eden fleet above. The coordinates have been issued to you. Start short distance jump in 10 seconds. Chapter 176. Because these 2 DeSasso fleets are the vanguard fleets, their mission is to leave behind the main fleet of New Eden, so they are also equipped with a large number of light interceptors and heavy interceptors. Because the shortest distance of a battleship short distance jump is more than 150 kilometers, and the distance between the 2 sides is now more than 1,800 kilometers. So after Temple Herman ordered the reconnaissance ship to use combat probes to sweep out the warships of one of the New Eden fleets that were out of position, all the interceptors jumped away like a pack of wolves. Because of the huge inertia of the battleships, the New Eden fleet did not move well, and was rushed in by the DeSasso interceptors. A series of jump interference probes were ejected from the light interceptors, opening up huge position bubbles, and the heavy interceptors that followed them also rushed in regardless of life and death, closely following the New Eden fleet, and the activated positions firmly surrounded it. Well done! Seeing the outstanding performance of his interceptors, Temple Herman could not help but clench his fist and give orders to the main fleet. Everyone replace close combat ammunition, pre-overload weapons, and prepare for close combat. Then he led the fleet that had already prepared its direction to jump towards the intercepted New Eden fleet, and in less than 30 seconds, he turned around and completed the counter-encirclement of one of the New Eden fleets. After the 2 fleets of DeSasso jumped to the Sasha 3rd Fleet, the wandering Mastiff finally made a move and jumped towards its fleet. The force field covered all three fleets without distinguishing between friend and foe. This gave Temple Herman the illusion that these 10 heavy interceptors were his own. It was because the force field of these 10 heavy interceptors just covered the last empty space of the three fleets fighting together. This also blocked the last retreat of New Eden. Chelm Solon looked at the three fleets fighting together and showed a cruel smile on his face. I thought you could resist the bait. Then the other three main fleets of Sasha jumped from 3 directions to 500 kilometers away from the battlefield and pointed their guns directly at the chaotic battlefield. Seeing the arrival of the three fleets of New Eden, Temple Herman also smiled and immediately gave orders to the members. Everyone, don't stay outside the battlefield. Use these New Eden warships to cover yourself. Don't give the New Eden fleet outside the opportunity to attack you. His tactics were very simple, that is, to fight with this New Eden fleet, so that the other three fleets will be afraid to act and delay time. You must know that this laser weapon is not like a missile, and it has the function of automatically locking the enemy. It is straightforward. As long as the warships of both sides are mixed together, the enemies outside will not be able to play the firepower advantage. This can not only effectively avoid the super high war damage rate caused by being outnumbered, but also effectively delay time, which is very suitable for their current situation. But he forgot that during the melee between the two sides, this force field intercepted not only the enemy, but also them. Under the operation of the heavy capacitor charger, the 3,200 capacitor batteries were transformed into tremendous energy and entered the capacitor of the battleship, consuming the power of the weapons and equipment that had just been activated, and instantly filling the capacitor. The nightmare-level spikes extracted energy from the capacitor, and these energies gathered into an energy ball in front of the battleship. Warning! 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 The battleship was locked by an unknown high-energy weapon. Warning! 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 The warship has been locked by an unknown high-energy weapon. Warning! 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 The warship has been locked by an unknown high-energy weapon. In the fleet of Desasso, the piercing alarm sounded continuously, which also made their offensive stagnate. Temple Herman stared blankly at the energy group as bright as the stars in the sky. His face changed drastically, and he let out a heart-wrenching roar in the fleet channel. Activate the emergency plan and prepare to defend against doomsday weapons. Before the Desasso fleet could start the emergency plan, the stars in the sky turned into long meteors and rushed towards them. The scorching energy rays did not distinguish between friend and foe, tearing apart and annihilating any warships that stood in their way. Hundreds of small doomsday rays from 3 directions covered the entire battlefield, causing the space in the war to fold. The space waves were like a storm, tearing apart many warships and expelling the plasma groups that filled the main space and subspace, forming an absolute energy disorder zone. After the attack of the doomsday weapon ended, the battlefield where there were originally 3 fleets and hundreds of warships was reduced to less than 100 warships. Under the special care of Chelm Solon, Temple Herman, who was not destroyed by the doomsday weapon, looked at the wreckage around him, trembling with his lips, muttering with a dull face, "Why do your battleships have doomsday weapons? Why do you dare to attack so recklessly? Aren't you afraid of the fleet's rebellion?" Now he had many questions in his mind, but now his mind was filled with hundreds of doomsday beams that destroyed the world, and he felt that his mind was confused. But Chelm Solon did not give him a chance, and directly destroyed all the remaining enemy ships on the field, leaving only wreckage and space capsules everywhere. Because of this plan, the 4 main battleships of Sasha carried shield enhancement equipment for doomsday weapons, and they were not the main attack targets, so there were more than 80 ships that survived, and the others were destroyed because they were unable to resist doomsday weapons due to the serious consumption of battle energy shields. After checking the time, Chelm Solon immediately ordered the industrial fleet to clean up the battlefield and bring all the surviving space capsules back to the fortress. Due to Chelm Solon's control, the doomsday weapons mostly attacked the engines and other parts of the enemy warships. Except for a few unlucky guys who were hit by the doomsday weapons in the cockpit due to their own movements, there were still many surviving Desasso pilots. The 2 main fleets of Desasso plus other special ships had nearly 600 pilots. Except for the unlucky guys who were directly killed and the lucky ones who escaped, there were still 480 people left on the battlefield. Because of the existence of the jump-blocking force field, these space capsules were trapped in the war and could not leave, which also facilitated Chelm Solon's capture. Otherwise, with the radius and mobility of the space capsule, it would be difficult to capture it before the support of Desasso arrived. After all, it would take a while to capture a few hundred pigs, let alone hundreds of people. When Desasso's second fleet finally arrived, they saw only a starry sky with only fragments of warships left, and the New Eden industrial fleet that was evacuating. Chapter 177. Report: the First Fleet and the Second Fleet, which were the vanguard, have been completely wiped out, and Commander Temple Hermon's life or death is unknown. Because Temple Hermon lost contact, the follow-up support fleet had no one to command, and immediately reported to Grey DeSasso, who was far away in the Jilly Galaxy, to seek the next step. Grey DeSasso got the news, and sat down on the chair suddenly, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. The First Fleet and the Second Fleet are gone? Yes, the battle was over before we arrived, and even New Eden had cleaned up the battlefield, the liaison officer said with lingering fear, as he looked at the starry sky filled with warship fragments. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that their two fleets would disappear so quietly. You know, it was only half an hour. If you count the time New Eden took to clean up the battlefield, the entire battle may not have lasted more than 15 minutes. Your Majesty, did New Eden send out Titans? In order to destroy two main fleets in such a short time, New Eden could not think of any other way except to send out Titans. After all, New Eden could send out Titans to attack a pirate base, so it was not impossible to use them to sweep their two main fleets. Send out Titans? Grey DeSasso was shocked. If New Eden really did not follow the rules of war, and sent out Titans at the beginning of the war, even if they won, it would be a miserable victory. After all, if the Titans ran into his fleet and launched a doomsday, no one would be able to stop them. Moreover, under this doomsday, all the warships affected would be destroyed with the ships and the people. This is a real super killer. After thinking it over again and again, Grey DeSasso decided to play it safe first. Even though the industrial fleet of New Eden was queuing up to enter the fortress in an orderly manner, he chose to ignore it, and told the liaison officer, "You guys defend first, gather friendly forces to see what's going on, and wait for the support of the Dreadnought fleet. The key now is to find out what happened first, and even if New Eden really doesn't follow the moral code and sends out Titans, as long as the Dreadnought fleet arrives, it can be eaten." Yes. After giving the instructions, Grey DeSasso directly ordered the two Dreadnought fleets that had been prepared to set off and head to the front line. Nearly 500 giant warships started up their jump engines, and the high-energy reaction distorted the space, causing a series of space ripples, and then entered the subspace and jumped towards the Alpha Star field. At this time, the liaison officer also sent a communication request to Grey DeSasso. "Your Majesty, we have found 3 survivors of the First Fleet. After all, Chelm Solon didn't have enough interceptors for the 2 fleets, and many of the interceptors in the DeSasso fleet were destroyed in the Doomsday bombing, which resulted in a blank area of the force field on the battlefield, so it was not surprising that some people managed to escape. Have you asked clearly about the situation? Did New Eden really send out Titans?" Grey DeSasso raised his head and asked solemnly. If New Eden really sent out Titans, this would undoubtedly be a decisive battle, and it is unknown how many pilots of the conventional fleet and the Dreadnought fleet would disappear forever. After all, the Titans are no joke. Your Majesty, according to the survivors, New Eden did use a doomsday weapon to destroy the First and Second fleets. The liaison officer continued with a puzzled tone and a strange look on his face, but they said that the doomsday weapon was not launched by the Titans, but by the battleships of New Eden. Doomsday weapon? Battleship? Are you kidding me? Grey DeSasso couldn't help but swear. Is this an insult to his intelligence? Although he has never obtained a Titan, he has been to the prosperous area of the Central Star region. He has seen Titans before, and he has also seen Titans demonstrate the release of doomsday weapons. The Titan's doomsday weapon is 2/3 the size of a regular battleship. How can a battleship fit it? Even if it can be stuffed in, the energy required to activate the doomsday weapon is not something a battleship can supply. Send me their battlefield records. I want to see how the New Eden battleship releases the doomsday weapon. Grey DeSasso waved his hand and stopped listening to these one-sided words. Instead, he asked people to upload the data from the battlefield recording instruments of the 3 survivors of the First Fleet. He wanted to see it for himself. These 3 pilots of the First Fleet of DeSasso escaped by chance, so the battlefield recording data was still preserved in the space capsule. Just look at it, and you will know. Yes. Soon, 3 battlefield recording data were uploaded to Grey DeSasso's headquarters. He immediately selected one and looked at it, and jumped directly to the moment of the battle. From the beginning, the battlefield record showed that the 4 main fleets of New Eden surrounded him, and the fleet of New Eden also used its range and mobility advantages to kite them. DeSasso's fleet suffered losses, but then under the command of Temple Hermon, it seized the opportunity to rush into one of the New Eden fleets and fought together. Seeing this, Grey DeSasso nodded. Temple Herman's move was not wrong. This skill created a crushing advantage in numbers for the enemies within the range, and it could also make other enemies afraid to use their firepower advantages, and it could delay time to wait for support. This decisive on-the-spot reaction shows the command ability of the veteran Temple Herman. But in this situation, how can they hold on until the arrival of support? The subsequent video made Grey DeSasso stand up suddenly, and his eyes almost popped out when he saw the hundreds of energy balls that were as dazzling as stars in the video. Fuck, this battleship of New Eden can really be equipped with Doomsday. The energy reaction detector on the battlefield recorder showed various values rising rapidly, and Temple Herman's heart-wrenching roar calling for emergency plans in the fleet channel also came, but it was too late. With the energy beams all over the sky, the entire battlefield turned into a piece of light. After the Doomsday weapon attack ended, there were only a few DeSasso battleships on the battlefield, and the following scene was the driver reacting from the shock and driving the space capsule to escape the battlefield, and then it was about reconnecting with the follow-up fleet. Chapter 178. Grey DeSasso watched the other two battlefield records one by one, feeling very nervous, but also relieved. The bad news is that the strength of New Eden is somewhat beyond his expectations. Judging from the battlefield records this time, the technological level of New Eden's warships has crushed DeSasso's fleet. Not to mention that its conventional weapons have a longer attack range than theirs, are more powerful, and more maneuverable. Just talk about the Doomsday weapons equipped by the battleships. Although the Doomsday weapons equipped by the New Eden battleships are not as terrifying as the Titan's Doomsday weapons, judging from the degree of their energy reaction, it is still no problem for one Doomsday weapon to destroy one of their battleships. If conventional warships launch such a single attack at the beginning of each battle, the same number of warships will be destroyed. The DeSasso civilization now only has 7 main fleets left, and it can't withstand such consumption several times. But there is also good news. Judging from the battlefield records, the First Fleet, the Second Fleet, and Temple Herman were only captured and not killed on the spot. It can be seen that New Eden has restrained itself a lot compared to before. At least in the short term, their lives are safe. And from the battlefield, although the battleships of New Eden have strong firepower and good maneuverability, their defense is not as outrageous as these two indicators. At most, they are 30% to 50% higher than their battleships, so there is still a chance to kill them. So there are only two options for Grey DeSasso now. Either wait for the arrival of the Dreadnought fleet, and use the Dreadnought fleet to cover the conventional fleet's attack on New Eden, but be careful of the attack of the New Eden fleet's small Doomsday weapons, and be prepared for the annihilation of the conventional fleet. Or retreat first, report the intelligence that the New Eden battleships can be equipped with Doomsday weapons to the Demon civilization, and then continue the attack after seeking countermeasures from them, but this will have adverse consequences on the morale and public opinion of the fleet. After all, he had already issued a declaration of revenge with such fanfare, and had taken out most of his belongings in front of the entire universe. If he didn't take this opportunity to take down New Eden in one fell swoop, not to mention the Freedom Camp, even his country would be in turmoil because of this. This matter was too serious. So Grey DeSasso was now in a dilemma. At this time, DeSasso's 2 Dreadnought fleets also arrived at the destination, appearing beside the 4 main fleets in a manner that crushed the galaxy, causing ripples in the space and causing the space detection device in the northern fortress to issue a rapid alarm. Your Majesty, what should we do next? The arrival of the 2 Dreadnought fleets relieved the liaison officer, who was originally a little anxious, and then he regained his confidence and asked Grey DeSasso. Although the fleet of New Eden was a bit strange, as long as they kept the battlefield within the range of the Dreadnought fleet, everything would be easy. According to his estimation, if New Eden wanted to use the Doomsday weapons on the battleship to attack the Dreadnought, at least one fleet would be needed to concentrate fire, otherwise it would be impossible to break the defense of the Dreadnought. With the firepower of the Dreadnought, it only takes 3 to 5 attacks to destroy one of their main battleships, not to mention the 2 Dreadnought fleets and their 4 regular main fleets. The advantage is completely theirs. Grey DeSasso bit his lips tightly, constantly thinking of various plans in his mind, but then he crossed them out. All the fleets also quietly formed a defensive formation in space, and waited for Grey DeSasso's order. For a while, the fleet channel became very quiet. Finally, Grey DeSasso suddenly opened his eyes, clenched his right fist, and hammered on the table, saying fiercely, "The Dreadnoughts will enter first, and the conventional fleet will remain within the attack radius of the Dreadnoughts to attack all spaces in New Eden. Since such a big commotion has been made, we can't just retreat like this, otherwise his DeSasso civilization will never be able to turn over in the free camp. We must make some noise." It goes without saying that the defense of the military fortress in New Eden must be very tight, so it cannot be used as the main target of attack. But in addition to the northern fortress of New Eden, there are many other space stations in this galaxy, which can be completely destroyed by the dreadnoughts. If the New Eden main fleet is attracted, it can be completely devastated by the dreadnought fleet. Yes. Then, the 4 main fleets and 2 dreadnought fleets of Desasso started to activate the jump engine, aiming directly at a space station for the Skyfortress class. After observing the movement of the Desasso fleet, Chelmsolan's face became a little strange. The target they chose was the Skyfortress that was used as a temporary base in the north before the Iron Wall was unlocked, but it was abandoned after the Iron Wall came out. If she hadn't been busy with the war recently, she would have recovered it long ago. Chelmsolan also understood that the fleet of Desasso was clearly asking for a fight, but she really didn't want to fight now. Her Sasha fleet could fight the main fleet, and even a small group of dreadnoughts, but she didn't want to get into trouble when facing 2 dreadnought fleets. After all, the tonnage and firepower of the warships were not at the same level, not to mention that the opponent was an organized force. If her 4 main fleets went head-on, it would be a waste. However, looking at the Desasso fleet bombarding the Sky Fortress, Chelmsolan's eyes turned blood red in a blink, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although there is nothing we can do to your dreadnought fleet, it does not mean that your regular fleet can also come and run wild. Then the 4 main fleets of Sasha, which were rotated, sailed out of the fortress in a mighty manner and headed straight for the fleet of Desasso. The scouts sent by the Desasso fleet also quickly reported the news back, allowing the main fleet to prepare for battle. Unfortunately, just when the Desasso fleet was on full alert, the Sasha fleet had steadily jumped to tens of thousands of kilometers away from them, just outside the attack range of the dreadnoughts, and facing the Desasso fleet from a distance. Then Chelmsolan set a fleet to move tactically, pulling the angle with the dreadnought fleet to the maximum, and started the afterburner to quickly approach it, and its doomsday weapons also began to charge and lock the system directly to the outermost conventional main fleet of Desasso. Grey Desasso believed that as long as he reached the attack range of the doomsday weapon, the New Eden would definitely not be polite to him, so he immediately issued an order. The first dreadnought fleet stops attacking and reloads ammunition. As long as the New Eden fleet enters the range, you can open fire. Although he knew that the New Eden wanted to test the firepower and test the attack range of the dreadnought fleet, he did not dare to gamble on the attack range of the doomsday weapon of the New Eden battleship. Because one mistake would mean the loss of a fleet, he could not afford the gamble. Chapter 179. When the distance between the two sides approached more than 18,000 kilometers, Desasso's dreadnought fleet opened fire. The super laser cannon squeezed the energy of the warships, and fired through the crystal to change the spectrum frequency. The leading few Sasha warships were hit hard. The thick energy rays penetrated the hull, ignoring the originally strong energy shield as nothing, and penetrated the hull. The warship was destroyed in an instant. Chelmsolan then controlled the warship to increase the angular velocity, and the warships formed a tactical formation and quickly moved away from the range of the dreadnought fleet. But in just this one attempt, she lost a total of 23 warships, and the weapon systems and power systems of more than a dozen warships were damaged. They had to withdraw from the battle and return to the fortress for repairs. It can be said that the loss was heavy. It must be said that this dreadnought fleet is worthy of being a killer on the battlefield. Faced with this loss, Chelmsolan did not care, but his eyes lit up, feeling that he had seized an opportunity. Flagship gun? This dreadnought fleet is equipped with a powerful flagship gun, which has extraordinary damage to flagship-level targets. If a battleship is hit by such a gun head-on, it will be grounded. But while the power is huge, the firing rate of this flagship gun is also very slow, and the preparation for firing is also extremely obvious. You only need to pay attention to the charging of the flagship gun muzzle to avoid it immediately. Most importantly, the attack of this flagship gun is very difficult for small targets close to it. As long as Chelmsolan can sneak in the fleet, the dreadnought fleet will be half useless. Of course, even if the flagship gun as the main gun position loses its effect, the dozens of large guns equipped on this dreadnought are not vegetarian, and can still cause devastating damage to Chelmsolan's fleet. But compared to the threat of the flagship cannon, this large cannon for close combat seemed acceptable. Then, Chelmsolan's combat probe was spread out, and in less than 5 seconds, the target's spatial position was scanned out. Grey Desasso looked at the powerful dreadnought fleet, and couldn't help but applaud. His original worry was slightly relieved. At least the doomsday weapon of the New Eden battleship was not too outrageous, and could not achieve such a long-range attack. But before he could give the fleet the next instruction, one of the Sasha fleets activated its jump engine and made a short-distance jump, directly jumping to the side of the Dreadnought fleet. Without him saying anything, the Dreadnought fleet began to attack the Sasha fleet with its secondary guns. In just a short moment, nearly a quarter of the Sasha fleet was destroyed before it could evacuate. Although the Sasha fleet suffered such a heavy blow, Chelm Solon still achieved his strategic goal. The other three fleets jumped at the moment the battle began and docked steadily on the other side of the Dreadnought fleet. On this side, two of the Desasso fleets were located. Without the cover of the Dreadnought fleet, the two Desasso fleets were exposed nakedly in front of Chelm Solon. Without any hesitation, after the fleets finished their jump, hundreds of small doomsday weapons were launched towards them, melting the two Desasso fleets. This time, Chelm Solon did not hold back, and every doomsday weapon was locked on the position of the battleship's cockpit, so this attack melted the two Desasso fleets, including the ships and the people. Damn it! Grey Desasso was so angry that his whole body trembled as he looked at his two fleets, which only had a few space capsules left. Then he immediately commanded the interceptor to break into the center of New Eden's fleet, propping up a jump-blocking force field, covering most of the Sasha fleet. All interceptors, get on, and make sure to keep them. The second Dreadnought fleet immediately abandons the space station and turns to the New Eden fleet. The second Dreadnought fleet immediately followed the order and turned to the Sasha fleet. Thick energy rays hit the Sasha warships one after another, and one shot could knock down 1/3 of the Nightmare-class energy shield. Almost 5 shots could destroy a Sasha Nightmare-class battleship. Chelm Solon was shocked when he saw the terrifying firing rate of the second Dreadnought fleet of Desasso. Flagship-class strafing gun? This strafing gun is the flagship-class main gun used by the flagship to deal with small targets below the battleship class. Although the strafing gun is not as powerful as the flagship gun, its super high firing rate makes up for this shortcoming, and it is easier to hit small targets, which can be called a small boat killer. In less than 10 seconds, facing this Dreadnought fleet equipped with strafing guns, the Sasha fleet lost nearly 200 warships, which is almost a fleet. Chelm Solon looked at the interceptors of Desasso, who were desperately trying to intercept his fleet, and then looked at the Dreadnought fleet that was firing at full speed, and knew that he had fallen into a trap. Grey Desasso deliberately exposed the first Dreadnought fleet equipped with flagship guns first, misleading Chelm Solon that the two Dreadnought fleets were equipped with flagship guns. When she really wanted to take advantage of the shortcomings of the flagship guns and take the initiative to engage in battle, she would face a devastating blow from the Dreadnought fleet. Originally, everything was as Grey Desasso expected. The fleet of New Eden took the bait and paid a heavy price for it. But what he didn't expect was that the fleet of New Eden was so decisive that it didn't give his regular fleet any time to react. It directly used the Doomsday weapon to destroy it, which reduced Desasso's fleet by 2. The original 10 regular fleets were now only 5, which made Grey Desasso extremely heartbroken. After all, this was a complete destruction, not just the kind where the ships were blown up, but the people were still alive. Without these 5 fleets, Grey Desasso knew without thinking that those old rivals would not be polite to such a weak Desasso civilization. The only way now is to take down New Eden and rely on it for blood transfusions. Then, Grey Desasso's face turned fierce, and he gave the fleet an order: prepare the Doomsday weapon of the Dreadnought. Release the Doomsday weapon in 30 seconds. All friendly forces should pay attention to avoid Doomsday damage. The Dreadnought can be used as a strategic weapon. In addition to its terrifying firepower and defense, the more important thing is that it can be equipped with Doomsday weapons. Although not as powerful as the complete version equipped by Titan, it is fully capable of facing battleships. Looking at the rapidly rising energy reaction, Chelm Solon's heart skipped a beat, and then he commanded the battleship to overload the afterburner and make tactical moves, trying to reduce the damage from the Doomsday weapons. After all the Doomsday weapons of the Dreadnoughts were fully charged, Grey Desasso immediately entered a series of passwords on the control panel of the command center to authorize the Doomsday weapons of the Dreadnoughts. Authorization has been obtained from the command center, and the Doomsday weapons are activated. Chapter 180. Compared to the Doomsday weapons on the New Eden battleships, the Doomsday weapons on the Desasso Dreadnoughts are much more powerful and have a much greater range. After the Doomsday weapons of the 2 Dreadnoughts were activated, a thick laser like a lightsaber shot out from the bow of the Dreadnoughts, pointing directly at the 3 Sasha fleets of Chelm Solon, destroying all the warships passing by, including the ships and the people. This is not the end. After the Doomsday beam penetrated the Sasha fleet, the Dreadnought then turned the sword body like a hilt, and the Doomsday beam began to move in another direction, crushing all the warships passing by. Under the ravages of hundreds of Dreadnought Doomsday lightsabers, The three Sashas were already drowned in the dazzling light. Even Chelm Solin's vehicle was hit by a doomsday right in the center of the battleship. The surging energy destroyed the entire hull and the space capsule in the cockpit, turning the clones inside into ashes. Detecting intelligent life, Chelm Solin disconnected, starting cloning service. Memory uploading. Detecting clone status. Memory implantation. Welcome back, Chelm Solin. In the clone room of the Northern Fortress, a clone that had been cultivated and transformed for a long time suddenly opened its eyes, and its blood-red eyes dyed the light green life support fluid with a hint of blood. As the pressure valve of the clone chamber opened, a naked clone slowly walked out of the clone chamber, and the life support fluid covered on his body slowly flowed down to the ground. Chelm Solin walked into the washing room, and 5 minutes later he changed into a dark blood-red military uniform and walked out, walking into the command center of the Northern Fortress with an expressionless face. Chelm Solin, as a qualified commander, you need to control your emotions now. After receiving the news that Chelm Solin had restarted the cloning facility, Aura projected into the Northern Fortress through the data link, and couldn't help but persuade Chelm Solin, who was re-equipping the fleet. And the answer he got was Chelm Solin's silence. Wait a little longer. Aura came behind Chelm Solin, put a pair of illusory hands on her shoulders, and said faintly, in a dozen hours, your 10 Soul Revenant class supercarriers will be off the production line, but that's the time for your revenge. Although after being stationed in this Northern Fortress, Chelm Solin had already prepared herself mentally for a war with a huge disparity in strength. But when the first death occurred, she couldn't help but feel a raging anger in her heart. This is a shame, not only for her, but also for New Eden. Aura, I won't go head-on, I just want to take revenge. Chelm Solin looked up at Aura. Her blood-red eyes looked so weird, and Aura just looked at her quietly without saying a word. Don't worry, I know what's going on. After saying that, Chelm Solin lay down in the control cabin that operated the weapons and defense systems of the fortress. Aura nodded and disconnected the data link, returning to the Alpha space station. After a while, 2 fully armed Sasha fleets sailed out of the fortress and stayed outside the space station before no one made any movement. These were the last 2 fleets that Chelm Solin could still use. The other warships were either still under repair or on the production line. It can be said that these 2 fleets were the only ones she could use at the moment. On the other hand, with the cooperation of the regular fleet, the Sasha fleet that was mixed in with the Dreadnought fleet was finally wiped out. Commander, what should we do with the remaining space capsules of New Eden? Although the other 3 Sasha fleets were reduced to fragments under the doomsday weapons of the 2 Dreadnoughts, the Sasha fleet that rushed into the Dreadnought fleet to attract firepower at the beginning still left more than 50 space capsules. So the liaison officer reported to Grey DeSasso. Looking at these New Eden space capsules, Grey DeSasso wanted to order all the New Eden pilots to be killed, so as to avenge those fleets. But now New Eden still has nearly a full fleet of pilots in their prisoner of war camp. If they dare to kill prisoners like this, then New Eden will definitely kill all the prisoners. Capture these New Eden pilots first, and deal with them later. Grey DeSasso is now more inclined to use these New Eden prisoners to exchange their captives, otherwise he is really afraid that it will prolong the dream. After all, New Eden had just experienced a heavy loss in a battle, and he was afraid that New Eden would vent its anger on the captured DeSasso prisoners. If they were excited and slaughtered, then his 5 fleets would really be gone. Before he finished speaking, all the captured New Eden pilots activated the self-destruct mode without exception. This scared Grey DeSasso. Then, no matter how they tried to stop and persuade, the New Eden space capsules exploded one by one, leaving only piles of debris with biomass. Looking at the remaining space capsules of the New Eden self-destruction, Grey DeSasso suddenly felt a chill in his heart. This New Eden is not only cruel to the enemy, but also to itself too tough. Your Majesty, what should we do next? The liaison officer asked while he was stunned. Grey DeSasso looked at the battlefield and decided to seize the opportunity to destroy the northern fortress of New Eden in one fell swoop. Order: the 1st Dreadnought fleet immediately go to the New Eden fortress and maintain the maximum attack range to attack the military fortress of New Eden. Order: the 2nd Dreadnought fleet and the other 2 conventional fleets to dismantle the control tower that set off the plasma storm and clear the obstacles for the follow-up fleet. Grey DeSasso gave 2 orders in a row, which lifted everyone's spirits. Afterwards, DeSasso's fleet split into 2 and jumped towards the predetermined target. The first to arrive was DeSasso's 1st Dreadnought fleet. As soon as they finished the jump, they saw the 2 Sasha fleets that had been stationed outside the northern fortress jumping towards deep space. After reporting the news, they immediately began to attack the northern fortress. Facing a huge and fixed target like the space station, the flagship gunners of the Dassault First Dreadnought fleet could shake the energy shield of the fortress with one shot, and the shield capacity was also decreasing at the speed of light. Chelmsford watched the Dreadnought fleet, which was nearly 20,000 kilometers away, open the standoff Iron Knight hangar expressionlessly. After leaving the hangar, several groups of 10 standoff Iron Knight carrier-based aircraft flew quickly towards the Dreadnought fleet.